Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am in LA, headed back to Houston next week. Lance is in Dallas, and Dell is in studio. And off we go here on this Friday. What are you doing up in Dallas?
O-line Mastermind Clinic. It's an annual offensive line event where Duke Manyweather, who is a trainer out of Dallas, and Lane Johnson put together something to bring in all the offensive linemen. Like there's a ton of college football offensive linemen, guys like Kevin Mawai, Joe Thomas, Hall of Famers come and they speak on a panel. It's pretty cool. It's a lot of stuff. So I wanted to bring my son Alec, who is doing a lot of offensive line stuff with Alabama, and we got to sit and talk for a while to the new general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars. James Gladstone was here, and Tony Baselli introduced me to him. He's like, "You and John are still doing a radio show?" I said, "Yeah, Tony, we're still doing a radio show."
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Tony's one of those 230-pound offensive linemen now.
Right.
Looks great, but we talked a little bit about Texan stuff. I'll tell you some of that stuff a little bit later on. So yeah, it's like a 3-day thing. Oh, I got a story last night. I did something. Well, I'll just tell you now. I mean, it's not like we have Astros. So have you ever taken a dip, John? Have you ever had a dip of tobacco?
Yeah, gross.
It's terrible.
It's awful.
I did it once when I was a freshman in college.
Me too. I puked.
I came back.
Well,
I came back to my buddy Clint, who went to Texas A&M. He went to A&M. I guess he was dipping because as a freshman at A&M, I think you have to do that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it's on your prospectus.
I think it's one of your classes.
Right.
Anyway, I came back from Tulane and I flew back in and I was flying back to visit. I think it was the first time coming back to Texas to visit. And he picked me up at the airport. He goes, and I don't know. I said, let me get some of that. He goes, oh, okay. So I put it, I'm like, yeah, because I'm cool too. And so I put it in there, tucked it in there. And it took, I don't know, maybe 4 minutes before I had to have him pull over and I'm throwing up outside the car.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I'm throwing up, a transformer blows, just boom. And I hear this loud explosion. I'm throwing up. There's a loud explosion. Could have been anything. And all of a sudden I hear thud and it's a dead bird right by my head. And then I hear, and it's about 40 dead birds all falling that have been electrocuted as I'm continuing to vomit out this spit juice or whatever it was that made me throw up.
So your vomit didn't cause these
I had
birds,
cold
the
sweat.
Transformer.
Yeah, it was cold. So I had a cold sweat. It took me a while to recover from that. Yesterday I'm at dinner. I had already eaten this terrible quinoa and chickpea burger. It was one of the worst orders I've ever had at the hotel because I didn't get to eat lunch because I talked all the way through it with Gladstone. So me and my son, we grabbed something real quick to eat at about 3:00. And then I get a text from Duke Manyweather, the organizer. Hey, we're all going to have dinner at this place called D Gilbert's or D Little's or I don't know, some steakhouse here.
Oh.
Not D's. No, it was not called D's.
D's?
We did not have dinner at D's. Okay.
You sure he wasn't messing with you saying, hey, you want to have dinner at D's?
No, it's like called D Little's or something like that.
Okay.
And so
D's Little?
Yeah, no. It was a very specific name and there was no Z in it.
Okay.
And so I go and we're in a little private room and it's like me and Aaron Taylor and Jeff Schwartz and guys from the Joe Moore Award, Brandon Thorne, Duke. And so my son wasn't invited. He had to stay back and he's a picky eater anyway, although it's a steakhouse. I'm kind of full. I don't really order much. And one of the guys there is a guy named Brian Allen. And Brian introduces himself to me and he was an offensive lineman at Michigan State, played for the Rams until he had a shoulder injury or knee injury that kind of short-circuited his career. This guy's got a little bit of he's funny, but he's got he's got some smart ass in him, a lot of smart ass in him. And he goes, Lance Zierlein, I know you. I'm like, oh boy, here we go.
What'd you write about him?
Wrote the scouting report. He goes, you said I was going to be a career backup. 52 starts. Like, okay,
Okay.
here we go. Here we go. But he was cool. I pulled up the scouting report. I said, look at this. Look at all these positive things I say. He goes, no, you were pretty accurate, except about the career backup part. And I said, well, that's just something they put in there. It's not really me so much. So anyway,
That was my editor.
Yeah, as editor more than anything.
Wow.
So anyway, we're talking, and he's pretty funny, and I'm just listening to most of the stories. And he gets this pouch out, and he starts putting in these Zins. You know, Zin's like
yeah, no,
you know what that is.
They're
you
all
see
on
him.
Zin
I'm
now.
sure everyone's doing the Zin.
Yeah.
Right. It's
right.
I saw
what
Dale
number
the other
was
day.
It? What number was it? 3,
There's
6?
a number?
Yeah, there's numbers on it. Yeah, you got to be
careful.
careful.
I had no idea.
Yeah, right.
I thought they were just Zins.
No,
what do you mean?
You go
up
in number as you do more. You go up in number. You know, you start at like 3, and then you go up. Right.
It's a pouch of pure nicotine. You put it in like it's a dip, but there's no mess or whatever.
Right.
And he goes, I said, is that the Zine stuff? He goes, yeah, Zen. That's what it is. He goes, pure nicotine. It's great. He goes, you want one? I said, no, I was telling the story. He goes, let me tell you something. You need to try this. It's great. It's pure nicotine. You'll get a little buzz from it. It's going to be fine, Lance. You got to get back on that horse. And I said, I was never really on the horse per se. He said, get it going. Let's go. You got to do this. You got to this is your rite of passage. And like an idiot, I said, all right.
Dumb.
So he goes, just tuck it in there. Everything's going to be fine. He goes, and if there's a problem, just take it out. And like the whole feeling's going to wear off in about 30 seconds. No big deal. I'm like, all right. I put it in. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I? 16? Is this peer pressure?
Peer pressure.
I mean, so I just tuck it in there. And I'm sitting there talking. I'm like, there's nothing. I don't feel anything. There's no nicotine. I don't even want to know what he's talking about. And it may have been a high number. That may have been a Zen with a high number. Because then I start talking. Then I'm like, this is I feel like I'm sweating a little bit. And I keep talking. And then there's a guy next to me. And I'm like, you know what? I think Brian's going to see that I'm sweating. So I start talking to the guy next to me who's a sports performance guy. And I start talking to him and I realize, I'm not feeling great at all. And I sneaked the little Zen out of my mouth because I couldn't let him see it. So I sneak it out and I just said, and I started asking the guy questions that would require long answers just so I could sit there and just sweat it out. And I'm starting to like sweat all over. And I'm like, this cannot be happening again. And I'm feeling not great. And I'm sitting there listening to it, but I'm barely listening to his answers. I'm just hoping he keeps talking until this stuff wears off. And it didn't wear off in 30 seconds. He was lying. He was completely lying. So at some point, as I continue to sweat, I'm listening and I said, hey, I got to make a phone call real quick. And and I'd already had, a couple old fashions, wolf those things down pretty quick. And so I'm like, I got to go to the bathroom and hide for a while until this thing wears off. And so I went in there and I went in there tucked away in a little stall. And I'm like, yeah, this has got to go away. Finally started going away. When I went back out there, they were all gone. They had already left. Duke paid for the bill. So everyone was already gone. Luckily I had my car. Didn't get to say bye to anybody. I just ducked out. Who knows how long I was in there? I don't feel like I was in there that long, but might have been a good 10 minutes sweat. And then I still felt like total dog turds.
Well, you don't
until
what is wrong?
What am I doing?
You?
What am I doing with this Zen? What am I doing?
When we went a couple of weeks ago and we went on that golf trip, one guy was trying to, and he got one of our boys who doesn't do it. He started doing it, and we're drinking all day, and he's doing the Zen thing. And he said, all right, that's enough of this. Ugh, it just the feeling you got to get your body. Yeah, that was dumb. That was just dumb. Just dumb.
It was dumb.
You let the peer pressure get to you.
I let him bully me.
That's right. You bet. You got.
And I told Ballard. I texted Ballard because Ballard loves bullying stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, I just got bullied by an offensive lineman into doing this Zen, and I feel like total crap. He goes, "You're in a bathroom hiding because of Zen? You're soft." So then he bullied me on a text. And I'm like, yeah, I'm never doing this. I'm never doing this ever again. And I didn't know there were numbers. And based on his personality, I guarantee it was a high number.
Yep. All right, we are here. It's a holiday show.
When
Pretty
there were
much.
some ugly things being said about a University of Texas football player, too.
Oh,
at that
my
table.
God. Why would you
Yeah,
anybody
I
say
almost
anything
didn't
ugly
stand
about
for
the
it. I almost
University of
said, do you
Texas
know,
football club?
sir, do you know who my wife is? I will not stand here and listen to this filth and flarn coming out of your mouths about that Texas player.
Oh, my God. Please don't.
I'll text you and Dell what was said.
We're not doing that. Oh, my God. No, you can't
It's
even
not.
say it?
No. Oh, no. No. I don't want to get sued.
Oh, my God. All right.
Oh, yeah.
713-780-3776. Getting the show started. The Astros were off yesterday, but how about to bring it up Bryce Matthews? Another debut. What were the yesterday? 7, Dell? We had 7 debuts for the Astros this season. This will be number 8. Bryce Matthews, their number 1 prospect, coming up. All of these guys that they are bringing up this year, I would imagine there are very few that they planned on, oh, yeah, we got to get this guy up as soon as possible. I don't think this was not part of the plan for Bryce Matthews, but here he is. He'll be in the lineup tonight, hopefully. We got a nice series. We got McCullers versus Leiter. We got Framber versus DeGrom. And then we got Hunter versus Eovaldi. So we got a nice series this weekend in which you're going to try. You got to get back on on that horse after getting swept by them Guardians, and you got to get back up there. You got a 7-game. Despite being swept, you still got a 7-game lead over the Mariners in the division as we head into the final weekend before the All-Star break. And as we mentioned yesterday, Hunter Brown was replaced on the All-Star team because he's going to pitch on Sunday, so he is not going to be pitching. He'll be there, but he won't be pitching in the game. He's been replaced. So we got it. What you know what? And Lance, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but you got to give it up for the kid. The kid has a chance to be on the big stage on Tuesday night in the All-Star game, and instead he's doing it for his team on Sunday when he wasn't even scheduled to start, but he's not going on 4 days rest. And he's going to start on Sunday. And, that's just a team guy because he says, you know what? The team is more important than me pitching in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that they're getting one more start out of Framber and Hunter before the break. That's terrific. More Framber, less of other. More Hunter, less of other people is a good thing. Get back on the horse before the All-Star game. You don't want to leave the first half with a bad taste in your mouth. So I think it's awesome, and does speak to the fact that, he's fully aware that, his bread is buttered with this team winning a division championship.
Yeah. And
he gets to be celebrated. That's the main thing,
And
he'll make another one.
Yeah, well, coming into this game, coming into the series, you wanted to pitch against Cleveland because they were so awful offensively. And, the Mariners and the Rangers are too, but you never know. Especially after what happened, the Hunter start against the Guardians last time. So, yeah, he does. He wants to get back on that horse. He wants to start again. He wants to get that bad taste out of his mouth of what happened against the Guardians earlier this week. So here we go. We are off and running here on this Friday morning. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about Jason Brinkman and Brinkman Quality Roofing. Brinkman Quality, its quality is in the name because it's what they've been doing for over 50 years in the area, right? It is about quality. It is about workmanship. It's about everything roof. Well, I also do siding. But if you've got any kind of damage whatsoever, you call them. But if you don't have damage, if you look up at your roof, if you haven't done anything about your roof in quite a while, then you need to call them too, because you need to know that, especially if your insurance is coming up, okay, the insurance company not going to insure you and your house if your roof hasn't been looked at. It could be. I'm guilty of it too. 10, 5? How long have you lived in this house? 5, 10, 15 years? Have you even looked at the roof? Have you looked up there and see if it's shiny? Because if it's shiny, that's a problem, okay? Because if it is, then you're going to have some problems if you get any storm damage. 844-215-2840. Let Brinkman Quality come to your home, give you either a clean bill of health or fix whatever's wrong. You need that. 844-215-2840 or Brinkman, BRINKMANN, BrinkmanQuality.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Hey guys, I want to tell you about John Daspit and the ability of a personal injury lawyer here in Houston to make sure that you're treated fairly when you have been, well, you've been wronged by someone's negligence. It could be at the workplace. It could be a slip and fall somewhere. It could be out on the roadway. That's where a lot of them happen, where there's accidents, bad accidents. You know, we drive by them sometimes, we see them. And I know that my thought is, man, I am so glad that is not me or someone I love. But if it is you or someone you love, you better have someone on your side. If someone has wrecked you, wrecked into you, or been a big collision at a stop, at a four-way stop, with these lights out, and all of a sudden somebody's not paying attention, they slam into you, you're injured, you go to the hospital. Who's going to pay your medical bills? When are they getting paid? What about the time missed from work? These are all things that John Daspit and his law firm, they take care of for you. It's something they plan for. They work with the insurance company to get it taken care of. And then they're going to demand that the insurance company treat you fairly when it comes to your pain and suffering, because it's something that you didn't ask to go through, and yet here you are. And that's something John Daspit is the best at, the absolute best. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. A 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. Julian wants to talk about your little story, Lance. What's up, Julian? How you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen? I'm glad that you allowed me to get on the radio today, John.
What are you talking about? Why can't Julian
talking
come
about
on?
Stupid 49ers no one cares about.
That's your opinion, brother. So I think that
No,
Brandon
not
guy,
really.
he set you up for failure, Lance. He wanted to get back at you. He remembered that scouting report, and he said, you know what? This jackass is not going to know anything about this. I'm about to get
That's
him
what
right
it
now.
is.
And I bet you went to the bathroom, he told someone else, look at this guy. I was about to say something.
He probably yelled
himself.
victory out at the
Anyway.
table. You're totally right. That was a setup. He goes, I'm going to give him a Zen 10.
Y'all have a good day, man.
Yeah,
You know what?
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
did.
think about that, but that could have been a setup.
it could have been.
Yeah,
Yeah,
threw up a, oh, you need to try, you need to get back on the horse. On the horse.
Yeah,
What are you
horse?
talking about?
Yeah,
I'm not, what are you talking about? I'm not hungover.
no,
I've never been on that horse.
no.
Zen. Yeah, I'm sure you have friends who used to dip who now do Zen.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Is Chad Clay a Zen guy now?
No, he's still a dip guy. Yanni does Zen all the time. It's yeah. He had me pick it up for him once. Hey, when you're out on your way, come pick me up some Zen. I'm like, what the? What? I'm
he
a
had to give you a
now?
number?
Am I your dealer now?
He had to give you a number to pick up?
Let me see if you agree with this. MLB on Fox put this out. See if you agree. Astros all-time lineup. Lance
This
Berkman
is the
in left.
worst. This is the worst.
Cesar Cedeno in center. Jose Cruz in right.
Okay, first of all, Jose Cruz played left and Lance Berkman played right. So I don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah, right. Bregman at third, Correa at short. Okay, I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
Biggio at second, Bagwell at first.
Oh, okay.
Brad Ausmus behind the plate. Why don't you put Altuve at second and Biggio behind the plate?
Well, because that's not really fair. Biggio's not really a catcher. They got rid of him after 2 years.
He absolutely
and not for very long. That's
so
kind
what?
of
He's still the best catcher they ever had.
Well, who would you put a second anyway?
And Jose Altuve is the
or
best
Biggio?
second baseman they ever had.
Yeah, Bagwell or Biggio. You can put one at. See, that's what they're doing is they're trying to find a way to did they have? Oh no. They didn't have Jordan on there, and they have Altuve as a DH.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to have to make a tough decision. The tough decision is Jordan's the DH and Altuve's the second baseman. That's the tough decision. But how are you leaving? Yeah, but you're trying to get out on a technicality too. Who's the best all-time catcher for the Astros?
Yeah, it's Biggio. It's not even close.
Machete. No, it's not. He didn't even play.
Yeah,
he barely played there. He barely played there. They had to move him because he couldn't. He couldn't.
I don't care. He played catcher, so he's the best all-time catcher.
He's not the catcher. He's not. He didn't even have catcher's gear past the age of 23, 24.
Baloney. He played there a couple of years.
You're trying to just find a way. You're trying to video game this and just throw him in a position that he didn't play.
And Jordan should be the DH. They got Roy O as the best pitcher ever.
I saw some arguments online. That's not. Listen, Roy. I mean,
well,
there's a lot of arguments to be made here.
Roy is the best pitcher that ever pitched for the Astros, or who's the best Astros pitcher?
The best pitch ever pitched for him was probably Verlander, based on Cy Young's. I'm not making it Nolan Ryan. I'm saying Verlander. But Roy was a badass. Roy was terrific.
Roy was great. Best relief pitcher is Billy Wagner. I think that is that's dead on. And the best manager, AJ Hinch.
Yeah, I love Cedeno. I think the Cedeno one is a good argument. You know, he played there. CC played there from 70 to 80, so he had 10 years there, longer than George Springer. He had good power. Just his power numbers. The Astrodome was like 400 all the way around. It was just a cavern. Super hard to hit home runs. And frankly, all the National League parks back then were much deeper. So Cesar Cedeno had rare, 5 tools. So I'm fine with CC getting in at center field. I do think the Roy thing, it is interesting, some of the arguments that you can have. Like if you say, no, we're going to have, a guy needs to have played at least half of his career at catcher, then where do you put Biggio? Like, do you leave Jordan out? Because Jordan's been terrific in a relatively short period of time. What his rookie year was 19. This has been 6 years for Jordan, and he's had injuries. Like, you could argue that, you got to make an argument between, like, who would you play in their primes? Who would you play at second base? Altuve or Craig Biggio? Who's a better defensive second baseman?
Well, it's not just defensive though. It's all around.
No, I know, but if both of them.
Altuve's the greatest Astro ever. So
if you had to play one in the field at second, who are you playing?
In the field?
Biggio or Altuve? Altuve's quicker.
I think it's
Biggio was rock solid.
I think it's pretty close. I don't know that you're wrong either way. I mean, but that's not the point. First of all, how many times? Okay, if you can't put Biggio in a catcher. How can you put Altuve in a DH when he's DH 12 times in his career?
Well, because DH is just not playing in the
No,
field.
well,
and hitting.
okay, that's the same
easy.
thing. You can't put Biggio at catcher
Okay, I guess
because
Biggio's
he
not
only
in the
played there a
all-time
couple of
Astros
years.
team.
Altuve's only DH'd a couple of times.
Here's what we're going to say. Biggio, not on the all-time Astro team, but Brad Ausmus on.
Yeah, right. That's
Immediately
exactly
delete that. Immediately
that's
just
the dumbest
delete that
thing
tweet.
I've ever seen. Dumbest
Just
thing I've
delete
ever
that
seen.
tweet.
Yeah. Sorry, Brad Ausmus is not
We'll
the all-time
figure it
best
out.
catcher.
We'll figure it out. Probably, maybe Baggy can catch. Maybe Baggy. Maybe. What about Machete? Maybe he's the all-time Astro catcher.
No, he's not the best all-time catcher.
I dare you to ask Dusty.
And he comes up with the bases loaded and he strikes out.
And then they have a strike him out, throw him out in the next inning, and Dusty pumps his fist, and you have to deal with the greatness of the defensive wizard and pitch. Now it is tough to get around the calling that, when Brad Ausmus started calling games, he was magical. He was a magical game caller.
Yeah. No. It's the hardest.
No one was better at calling games and making pitchers feel comfortable than Brad Ausmus. I had to hear that for years.
Freddie says Tony Eusebio.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I'm good with Tony Eusebio too.
I'm good with Subi. Nothing gets pulled. Everything's up the middle or to the right.
That's right. And you know what? The Astro Clipper. He's the Astro Clipper.
We've not had great catchers. We have not had a magical historical catchers. Yeah, Carlos was an automatic.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's Carlos and Pena. In my entire lifetime, we've had two good shortstops.
Yeah, that's it. In your entire life.
My entire life, I've been an Astros fan since my first game I went to was 5. In my entire lifetime, I've had two good shortstops.
Yeah.
Two good shortstops, and both of them happened after a second marriage. I mean, two good shortstops. Don't tell me Craig Reynolds, he couldn't hit. Don't tell me Rafael Ramirez because he couldn't.
Julio
really do
Lugo.
anything. No, wasn't Lugo.
It wasn't Adam Everett. It wasn't Tim Bogar. I mean,
wasn't
it was
them.
bad.
And the third baseman has been kind of like.
Oh no, Giovanni Meyer.
He never even Giovanni Meyer couldn't have gotten up even with this team. He was so bad, and everybody plays with this team. I'm kind of hyped about Bryce. I didn't realize Bryce Matthews is up.
Yeah, Bryce.
I mean, this guy's like a future. Like this is maybe one of the future core guys. I'm really excited about this.
His OPS in the minors is 876 right now. So,
it's not as high as you'd like, but
no, 876 is all right. That's pretty good.
It's all right. A lot of minor league guys
in today's game
up in the thousands.
Yeah. In today's game, 876. You're going to get a $30 million a year contract.
Well, in the bigs, not in the minors.
What about, speaking of contracts? What are you doing, Oklahoma City? $287 million now for Jalen Williams. You know what their number is going to be in 4 years?
It's 880. Well, their contracts come out. They're big three because now Chet signed. SGA signed.
I think
Jalen
in
Williams.
4 years, the three of them together are going to make $184 million.
Oh, yeah. Their contract is just how much is made in the NBA now. We just have to get used to it. It's those three guys are going to make in their career, it's all guaranteed, almost $900 million total.
I mean, and it's only in 4 years. 4 years.
I know. Well, but the conversation, look, we can say whatever we want, and it looks crazy for Devin Booker just signed a 2-year deal where he's making $75 million a year. And it's crazy. And you can have discussions about, what the average person earns and all that stuff if you want to. But the fact is, they've got a collectively bargained basketball revenue agreement. They're only making a percentage. Like the players make a percentage of the revenue coming in. So the players may be making, you may have these huge numbers coming in, but they still make only a percentage of the revenue that's coming in, the BRI, basketball related income. So the owners are making the other side of that. What sucks is all the rates go up for the fans. The fans end up having to foot the bill for a big chunk of this, unfortunately. And it's unfortunate that everything gets passed on. It's like basketball tariffs. that are getting passed to the fans. Like, well, I guess we got to pay more for hot dogs. I guess we got to pay more for Cokes. I guess we have to pay more for our tickets. Yeah, you do. You're going to. But what were you going to do from a basketball standpoint? Once you won the championship, what were you going to do? The only fight that you had on your hands was not paying Chet max dollars, to me, because you saw how good Jalen Williams is. What were you going to do? This is one of the, this to me, this even shines an even brighter light on Rafael Stone. Like, man, Rafael really did a great job.
What's crazy is a place like Oklahoma City with their limited resources, for business,
limited fun.
Yeah. And yeah, no. What's crazy is that, a lot of that is going for the team is going to be, a lot of local businesses that are paying for the front row seats, that are doing signage in the stadium and all of that stuff.
Deals, yeah.
And Oklahoma City is paying three guys $70 million a year.
Don't you have to, though, pony up to keep guys in Oklahoma City? I mean,
well,
I don't know. Maybe I'm overstating it, because it's like you don't stay there. You can go live somewhere else in the off season, but it's
God
not
forbid.
like the coolest city, is it?
No, it's terrible. But sorry, Pat and Steffi.
Wow.
But God forbid one of them gets hurt, or when they're getting, all three of them are getting the crazy money. What are you going to put around them? They're going to be the Lakers. They're going to have 3 stars and nothing around them. Nothing, because you can't afford. You're not going to be able to afford to put anything around those guys. I mean, I don't know. I get it. You have to. I get you have to, because you just won one. That's it. Thank you. We won it. We won a title. So let's just unload. Let's just pay everybody as much as we possibly can.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what are you going to do to keep your team intact? You're going to let your team. What are you going to be, the Miami Marlins, just disband? You're going to tell them to take less? They're not taking less. Although, did Sam Presti even check to see if he could get anything? Did he even fight the fight? Did he just say, what's the very most we can pay? Like, are they going to be able to keep their team? I hope they don't. I hope they break up over this. But, you keep your core. Hey, we're fine. I don't care. Y'all do whatever you want.
Guess what? Rockets win one, and this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do.
Oh no, 100%. This is 100%. By the way, the judicial system's breaking down, because I've now got the great Christian Becerra, a judge in Fort Bend County, is also weighing in. He just texted and said, excuse me, put some respect on Tony Eusebio's name as the all-time greatest catcher. Mm-hmm. And I'm, like I said, we're fine with Subi a catcher.
Yeah,
he was one of the best hitting catchers. He's up in the best hitting catchers of all time.
No, Craig Biggio, best catcher.
Do you not remember his 22-game hitting streak? Subi's incredible hitting streak.
It was.
Remember when we used to call him the Astros Clipper?
Yeah, he was the Astros Clipper. I said that earlier. The Astros Clipper. All right. We got a break. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. I love what Game Day Men's Health does for me. And you say, well, is there one near? Yes, there's one near you. There's a Game Day Men's Health near you. Okay, downtown. Jarrett has got a great place on Commerce. Kyle is in Friendswood. Armina is in Katy. Okay, Paul in Mount Bellevue. James in NASA and Clear Lake. Connie in Tomball. Angela is in Pearland. You got Angelia, is in Pearland. Ray is in Sugarland. Jeremy in the Woodlands. Kripal in West Chase, Westheimer. And Sean is in Willowbrook. Okay? We got 11 locations around. And I say we because I love what Game Day does. I feel like I'm part of the family over there. I just feel like there's care. I feel like the technology. I feel like every one of those has a lab, which is important. The other guys don't. I'm going in on Thursday. As a matter of fact, we're going to check my numbers. They care. They want to see where you're at. They want to make sure that what they're doing is perfect for you. Want to make sure that you're getting to your goals, whatever your goals are. Everybody's goals are different. What are your goals? Well, here's the deal. Game Day Men's Health is going to get you there. They got the peptides. They've got the testosterone. They've got it all. You're looking for a great way to get that testosterone replacement treatment. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. We got a pretty good day of tennis here, right? Fritz and Alcaraz?
Yes.
And Sinner and Djokovic?
That's it.
That's a pretty good day.
Mm-hmm.
We got that
It's a
during
really
the day.
good day
We got
for tennis.
Astros, Rangers tonight. Nice. Got a good weekend of sports in a relative. It's a quiet time. It is a quiet time. There's no question. But at least Wimbledon's been enjoyable. You got the first seed, the second seed, the fifth seed, and the sixth seed. And on the women's side, you got the 8th seed versus the 13th seed for the title. So a bunch of yesterday, Anna Samova was able to upset Sabalenka.
By the way, guess who sent me a picture of his? He's got a ticket. 5-Star has a ticket on Anisimova or whatever, plus 4,000 to win it all.
No way, 40-1.
Yes,
the 13th
he
seed.
sent it to me the other day. He goes, I think she's got a great shot of getting there. It's either going to be her or Swiatek. And they're in the finals. Those two, like I told you, he gambles professionally, and his number one sport is women's tennis. He does that. He does that throughout the year.
Wow.
He gambles on women's tennis. I was just talking tennis with him about the women's side because I knew he knew. He knows everything about all of them. He goes, yeah, she'll start beating herself up mentally, but then Sabalenka will get it back together. But in this one, and you know what he told me this time? He said that Vegas wants to buy him out of his bet. They can buy him out for $2,400 for his, plus 4,000 ticket. And he said, and I said, oh, dude, you should do $2,800 plus $2,800. And he goes, I said, you should do that, 5-Star. He goes, no, I'm not doing that. He goes, Swiatek played, Bencic, and she didn't even give her a good look. It was 6-0, it was 6-2, 6-love or something like that. And that's one of the worst games you can have before a big match. I was always thinking, oh, that would be great to have a terrible. And he said it's the worst thing you could have for a match is headed into a big finals is to not get tested at all. He said she didn't even get tested. Now she's going to think she's better than she is, and she's about to get rolled she's about to run into a buzzsaw with Anisimova or whatever her name is. Yeah. So he's keeping his play. So keep an eye on it.
Wow. We'll see. We'd hedge it. I'd hedge it at 40-1. I'm hedging.
Me too.
Right now. Yeah, absolutely. But that's.
Well, I'm just taking the buyout.
He's a pro, right? Just take it. I got it. I'll take 2,400.
It's a free 2,800. He's like, nope, I want it all. I'm like, okay.
Man, pigs get fed. Come on, 5-Star.
I know, but he's like, he's really
Hogs
good.
Slaughtered.
And I was even thinking he knew me. He's like, yeah, I don't play men's. He goes, and if you find a men's, or he goes, men's are like, you don't have anyone, no one gets broken in service. But he said, if you ever see a favorite of minus 160, it's a dead solid loser. He said men's or women's side, never play a favorite of like 150 to 180 because they always lose. He said, you're just giving away free juice.
So we got tennis, we got Astros. We also got Reed Shepherd tonight. Del, let's get the Reed Shepherd sound. The only thing that, because you look at that roster that the Rockets are putting out there, the only thing that matters this summer league is Reed Shepherd. And even
I don't really. And Malik and the great Cougar.
Oh yeah, well Malik Wilson's there too, yeah. But even Rafael Stone said, no, he's got to play. He's got to play well. Okay, yeah, no, he needs to play well in the summer league. Yes, we want to see him. And asked about him, what are they going to do? They want to see him run the offense. They want to see him run the show. They want to see him not only shoot well, but distribute well, be a true point guard. This is what we're all going to be looking at. Tonight they play 9:00 Houston time. So there, if you're still up, the Astros will be, and late in the game, you turn on and get over there and see Reed Shepherd. I don't know how long he'll play, but they want to see Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd is kind of a big deal. And he was interviewed. What was this on, Del? What was the interview on? Do you remember?
Yeah, he was at Summer League on the ESPN set.
Who was on the ESPN set. And asked about here. Well, here it is, talking about how Reed Sheppard was untouchable this offseason.
This offseason, teams inquire with the Rockets, ask about you. The Suns, I was told, asked about you. You were made untouchable in those conversations. So what do you feel when you hear that? What kind of motivation does it give you? How do you feel just about where you stand right now?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. For me, this is my first year dealing with all the off season, the trades. So it's kind of crazy seeing all of it go down. But like you said, hearing some of that stuff is pretty cool. It gives me a lot of confidence just going into the gym, continue to work on everything I've been working on this summer, just getting better and just really looking forward to the season and trying to help as much play as I can.
Is that something like the GM tells you, like, hey, listen, like a team called about you, but we're not trading you. Like, you're good. You're untouchable. Like, did you hear that verbatim?
No, not really.
All right, so I'm telling you.
Go now.
You get to break that news.
That's why he's smiling.
See, I want that moniker, right? You are untouchable as a player.
No, that is true. I don't know if something would have come along that was incredible. Untouchable, though. I don't know that Reed Sheppard is an untouchable player. But they
heard that from the Phoenix side, though.
Yeah. Well, they didn't want him part of. Yeah, they didn't want him part of a trade. But
they want to put now.
Let's face
untouchable is different than
Yeah,
we're not giving you Reed Sheppard as part of this deal. That's
Amen was untouchable.
Yeah. You're probably right. Like that strikes me as a little strange that Reed Sheppard right now would be untouchable, but not part of the deal. They don't want to move on from him. I get it.
And they got the deal done without putting him in there. So there you go.
He's the Kyle Tucker of the Rockets.
And then if you're the general manager, you can exaggerate it too. He's untouchable.
Especially now, make him feel more confident.
Listen. Oh, so if the Bucks wanted to trade Giannis for Reed Sheppard, no, we're not doing that.
Bye.
Right. So, but kind of a big deal that Reed Sheppard actually comes through this year. I mean, it certainly would be nice for the number 3 overall pick. Listen, Israel's a little much. Our listener, Israel, not Israel, the country. Israel, our listener, is a little much in his criticism of Reed Sheppard. But Reed Sheppard, when you are the third overall pick, there should be some expectations. And Reed Sheppard didn't reach him last year. Reed Sheppard wasn't on the floor. Reed Sheppard wasn't good enough. They sent him down. He was too good for the G League, but he wasn't good enough to be in the rotation for the Rockets. And the number 3 overall pick usually is as a rookie. Usually is. So I mean, there's been some busts. Obviously, we've seen Stromile Swift and all kinds of guys who were in the top 3 that just weren't able to come through. But this is kind of a big deal that Reed Sheppard play well, not only in this summer league, but in the regular season, that you're able to put him on the floor and give Fred some rest. I don't know how you play Fred and Reed Sheppard at the same time. I don't know how you do that.
You can't. Too small.
But Reed Sheppard said, I was reading he said, I've been working out this summer, and the first 40 minutes of practice, of workouts, I didn't touch a basketball. It was all defense. Working,
and hopefully some weightlifting. Maybe some bench press too, and some squats.
That'd be nice if you get him a little stronger.
You have to get stronger too.
Yeah. No, he does. He absolutely does. But
and also some Zen. Some Zen pouches.
You don't know. He might. You know what? Zen is legal to give you that buzz.
Fire some Zen in there before you get in the game. See how it goes.
Oh God. I don't know if you want to go into the game with the nicotine buzz. All right.
Yeah, he'll get cut.
So Reed Sheppard is kind of a big deal. Reed Sheppard playing well in this summer league. Even Rafael said it. He said, "No, what are you looking for? I'm looking for him to play well. That's what I'm looking for. I need Reed Sheppard to be good." So it's got a little bit of pressure on Reed Sheppard right now heading into tonight's game. 9:00, by the way, and it's on ESPN, I think. Anyway, we got to talk a little Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's what we got to talk about right now. Making the brown go down. Whatever it is that you have, whatever problem you have, be it water, be it your shower, and there's a chance that your tankless water heater is built up a lot of resin and residue, and the water's not be able to filter through that, as quickly as it possibly could. So you've got a weaker stream through your shower head. You need, well, I don't know how else to put that.
Weak stream, yep.
Weak stream. You don't need a when was a weak stream any good? Okay.
No, I've never heard that mentioned in a positive light.
No, there's never been. Oh wow, that's a weak stream you got going on there. No,
congrats.
It's not. And if your shower head has got a weak stream, call Billy.
Yeah, call him. It's a simple fix for Billy. I mean, these guys knock stuff out all the time, but they can do the major things as well. I mean, a leaky faucet, a leaky shower. I have this happen about every 5 or 6 years, and they will come out and fix it. There's a cartridge that has to be fixed, and I know what it's going to be, and I don't mess with it. I don't know how to do it. It takes a little bit of work. They'll come in and check to see if you have a leak also in your pipes. That's a really big one. If you've got a really excessive water bill, which has been happening lately, make sure that you don't have them come in and do a hydrostatic test and make sure you don't have a leak underneath your foundation. Because if you do, that's something major and you need to get it fixed. And the only company to fix it for you, I'm telling you, like they did for me, is aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, basically it is a holiday show because Lance and I are both on the road. Dell's back at the studio. Oh, today, by the way, Pleasure Pier. The boys are going to be out there from noon until 6. So get on out there, and you're going to have a chance to win those e-bikes from Power On e-bicycle company. They're giving away 2, value of $4,000. All you have to do is sign up at the promo table tonight, and you got a chance to win those. So get on over to the Pleasure Pier between noon and 6 today. Get on over there.
Did you guys go to the poker spot yesterday?
You what?
Did you guys go to the poker spot yesterday?
Who was you guys? Who are you talking about?
When are we supposed to go? Aren't we supposed to go to Texas Card House at some point soon?
Next week.
Oh, it's next week.
John's not even in town. He just said
what is
that.
wrong with you?
Oh, yeah, that's right. What am I talking about?
I know.
I figured maybe Dell just went there to play some cards.
Dell might have gone there just to play.
No,
you don't know.
By the way,
I know. Actually, I can tell you. No,
I'm pretty.
I didn't go there and play cards.
No, you don't know. You might have gone.
I actually do know.
Oh, well, you might have. You might have thought about it.
All I'm thinking about is Superman. So can we pick this show up a little bit? Let's.
Are you excited about this Superman?
Yes, I love a comic book movie that people seem to like. 82% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'll take it.
Who's Superman this time?
Some random dude you've never heard of. You might have known his face, but you don't know him.
Marlon Rando.
No, not Marlon Brando.
Rando.
I
said Rando.
Oh,
did anyone have a meltdown over the
Brando
Superman?
was in one of the movies long ago. I don't know. David Cornsweat. He didn't have a name that's great. I'm sure he got made fun of with that name.
David Cornflake?
Sweat. Corn Sweat.
Oh, no one knows that.
I want to see Hispanic Superman and watch the entire internet melt down.
Well,
all you comic book nerds.
Well, I don't know how you're going to see Hispanic Superman. When they tried to do Black Superman, but the head of the studio said, no, we're not going to do that. So I think we're just sticking with the traditional. No one's looking for Hispanic Superman, I think. I don't think anyone's actually pushing.
I am, but I don't care about the franchise. But I'm like, I want to see it. Just let's mix it up a little bit. Let's get Hispanic Superman.
How about
what are you going to name
Superwoman?
Superwoman's in this movie.
Oh, we can get a Hispanic Superwoman going.
We did have
now we're talking.
We did have a Hispanic Superwoman.
Brazilian.
I didn't see. We did.
Yeah, in a bad movie, the Flash movie, there was a Hispanic Superwoman.
What about a Hispanic Wonder Woman?
Or Supergirl.
Well, I'll just say a Latin American Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
What about that?
Well, I don't know. The closest
I know you had Gal Gadot and she's fine and all that stuff, but what? That's not Latin American.
I know. That's what I'm saying. She was Israeli. She wasn't Latin.
Well, how about we get somebody new who really needs to be known into a Latin Wonder Woman costume?
Why are you so interested in a Latin?
You want to know why?
Yes.
Diversity.
When did you start caring about diversity?
I care about it right now, and where I want to start. Yeah, absolutely. Why can't Brazilian Wonder Woman?
If you were so interested in diversity, you should have seen the Flash, because you did have a diverse Superwoman, and you didn't even know.
Yeah.
I'll Google it. I'll Google it. I didn't know. Was it worth seeing, Dell? You know what I mean?
No, but you love diversity, so you should have just seen it anyway. Her name is Sasha Calle. Calle. So you can find out about her.
That means street.
Well,
that means she's from the streets.
I don't know if
she's from the streets.
Don't know if it was pronounced Calle.
She's for the streets.
But that's her. She was your Hispanic Superwoman.
Well, if it's not pronounced Calle, then it's not it's not diversity.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Are you allowed to determine what's diverse and what isn't?
Yeah, if you're Calle, you're Calle. Don't tell me it's Cali.
Doesn't get more diverse.
You call it Cali. Yes, that's right. If you call it Cali, then I don't want to see her. We need, you know what? John's right. We need a Brazilian. We need a Colombian. Why can't we have Colombian Wonder Woman?
She was Colombian. The actress in question was Colombian.
All right, I'm gonna Google it then. I'll look into it then. I didn't realize we had that.
Yeah.
So
you're so into diversity, you didn't even take
note.
Yeah,
you don't even know.
Well, I not that I care, but for John, what does she look like?
What?
For John, like what does she look like?
Don't you have a computer in front of you? Why don't you tell John
what
she looks like?
I forgot to bring it. I forgot to bring the computer and the Comrex. I'm literally on my phone.
You are? It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I'm broadcasting Comrex on the Field Tap app. Yeah, the app sounds great. I just don't have my computer here, and I forgot to bring the Comrex.
I got all this equipment here, and mine sounds like crap. All right, 713-780-3776.
All right, you guys, who would y'all like to see as the new Wonder Woman, Latin American Wonder Woman? Give us a call, 713-780-3776. It's a holiday show. We're trying to be diverse and really mix up our female stars, our female comic book characters.
Yeah. Anything that you want to see, you're more than welcome.
Now they tried to mix up Snow White, and that was like a big fuss. That didn't work out as well.
That didn't work out well at all. No. That
Although,
hurt.
did it make money? I mean,
No,
I didn't think it probably
got
did.
killed. No.
Well, I know that people bombarded
Well, it wasn't even the critics didn't like the movie.
Oh, the
Less
critics
so-
didn't
Nobody
like
liked
it.
the
less
movie.
so about the star actress in question's personality, whatever you take from that. But the movie itself was just bad. Period. So
It was just bad.
yeah.
I wasn't
Just-
going to watch that one either, so it didn't
The
matter.
premise was stupid. That little girl, that Gal Gadot would be jealous of that little girl. I mean, good
That little
Lord.
girl, you sound like Curtis from, like, oh, that little girl thinks that she's the queen and we're the sorry people.
Well, she's the sorry
If she
people.
thinks she's going to get rid of all the bacon, I'm going to tell you what, that little girl is saying too many things to me.
Well, I'm sorry, but that I don't even remember her name. I don't know.
Rachel
All I
Zegler.
know
Curtis,
All I
King
know
Curtis
is the
literally.
dumbest premise for a movie ever.
Okay, what was
Gal
the premise?
Gadot is so jealous she has to kill that girl. Whatever.
Oh, she was Gal Gadot.
Well, you mean
was
the Snow White
Yeah.
storyline?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Gal Gadot's got to kill that little girl. Like, what? What is the storyline? Oh, just Snow White storyline.
Yeah.
Gal Gadot is the mirror on the wall or whatever.
Yeah. Guess what?
She's
The mirror
that
said, "You,
witch."
Gal.
Well,
You, not her."
well, apparently the mirror didn't, but no one saw it to know. So
No one. It's impossible to know what happened in the movie. They might.
Is
have
that
just
Disney,
changed
by the way,
whole-
John? Was that one of your people's movies?
it
Did who?
was. Snow
Yeah,
White
it
is
was
a
a Disney
Disney
movie.
property. Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
that. That's
Yeah.
what y'all get for raising rates on the ESPN app.
Well, guess what? It hurt. It hurt. Okay. We took one.
So am
right
I going to
here.
be? Is it going to cost even more to watch Hulu shows now?
No. Just shut your face about.
Hulu,
This from the
ESPN,
NFL that's charging everybody $1 bajillion
and
for
we're
everything.
giving you a great product. So shut your mouth and just be quiet.
Yeah, like Hulu and ESPN.
Man, my Sunday ticket's almost damn near up to $500 freaking.
Yeah, guess what? Yeah, because you're greedy league.
You know why? Because y'all are making bad movies. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah. Congratulations. He's going to criticize Disney, the NFL. Okay, for gouging. Okay.
Yeah, we give a
Whatever.
good product.
The NFL's
Whatever.
going out of their way to keep contracts down to stop gouging you.
Yeah, what are you talking about,
colluding-
John?
They're colluding to
Well,
keep the
that's
They
salary
are
down.
no one
colluding.
says that.
No,
No
well,
one says
They,
that.
well, they
Well,
both said it.
actually, they
No one
wouldn't even
believes
give the
that.
results out of the. I mean, you want to talk about
A crooked league.
the Epstein file. The
No
list
one
came out
believes
before
that.
before the collusion results did. Okay,
That's right, because it's a ridiculous sentiment that the league would collude, and we're not listening.
So
to
that's
this
why they
nonsense.
came together with the NFLPA
Yeah.
to hide the results.
That's why all those texts were like, "Hey, make sure you don't pay him."
Wait. Oh, the NFL Players Association
No, you
allows
guys-
you to collude.
You guys came
No.
together to make sure the results had come out. The NFL, your league and the
Yeah.
NFLPA decided, hey,
Yes.
this looks really bad. Let's not have the. Let's
First of
not
all, the
have
Players Association doesn't like the NFL.
Well, even
number one.
still, that's how big of a deal this was.
Well,
They-
That's
No,
right.
If there was
And they-
collusion, they would come
there
out.
was-
Trust me.
No, they actually hid the results
Why would NFLPA hide
because
anything?
that's
They
why that guy's got to go. There's a lot of talk about him not being retained now.
They're talking
and-
about you guys, you conspiracy theorists there
it's not a
down
conspiracy.
in LA. You LA conspiracy
It's not a
theorists people are saying
conspiracy.
that. It's a
What?
conspiracy.
It's not.
What?
It's
The only
conspiracy.
conspiracy was your league and the NFLPA colluding to keep not only to keep salaries down, but then to hide that they're keeping.
I don't know
salaries
why
down.
the Players Association will be involved in it. They don't like
That's-
you taking anything
Well,
less than
the
a
lead
max
of the
contract.
NFLPA has a vested interest in buying teams. He's part of a group that tries to buy into NFL teams.
I'm not going to listen to all this nonsense. This is all a bunch of
This is-
hearsay and conjecture.
It's not hearsay.
It's
not.
It's actual truth.
Yeah, what are you
Hearsay
talking
and
about?
conjecture. No one even knows what y'all are talking about.
Well, you,
Dell's literally making up stuff.
I am
like,
not making it
the
up.
teams buy a team, and
I'm
then all of a
telling
sudden
you, the
everyone's
leader,
pockets
the
get
head
fat.
of the NFLPA also has a vested interest in investment groups who try
We're literally taking our sport to China, to Brazil.
to communist
We're-
countries. You're taking
No.
your sport to communist countries.
Right.
Brazil is not a communist
China
country. They're
is.
favelas. And here's the thing. We're trying to spread our sport globally to let children have a sport to play, and little communist children can play football now too, which is the most democratic sport you can possibly have. That's what the NFL is doing. That's what the NFL is doing. So I don't see one problem with the NFL.
It's the dumbest conversation ever. Okay, NFL guy criticizing Disney. Whatever. We got a break. 713-780-3776, the number. Do something different for your fantasy draft this year. Doing it at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles DraftKings Sportsbook. If you haven't been to the DraftKings Sportsbook, it is awesome. And listen, you're going to do it as close as possible to the season. So if you want to do it the weekend before, you got all the college football games that are going to be going on with the DraftKings Sportsbook right there. With I don't know how many TVs they've got in the DraftKings Sportsbook. It's ridiculous. It's awesome. So you're going to be able to put up your draft, okay, on the big screen while there's college games going on all over. You've got the casino right there. You got the pool right there, poker right there, golf right there. You've got bars right there. You've got they've got concerts right there. Everything you could possibly want. The nightclub, the Blue Martini, everything. How about making your draft, your fantasy draft, something special this year? Get a hold of your guys, see if they can go. All right, the weekend before the NFL season, which is college football weekend, week 1. And let's go. Let's get our draft on at the DraftKings Sportsbook. How awesome is that? GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. It's going to, I mean, Houston did it last year, said it was awesome. You can do it too. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. See all the draft packages that they've got: beer, wings, pizza, food, credits, and more. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 here on this holiday show where we expose the NFL for the fraud that it is, okay, on a daily basis. We are not going to put up. We're not going to put up with anything less than pure transparency, which the NFL ain't about. They ain't about that life, okay? 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros and Rangers tonight, McCullers and Leiter. I'm a little worried about it, but you know what? We want to talk about some good pitching matchups. Framber and DeGrom, and then Hunter versus Eovaldi. So this is. I mean, I don't know how the Rangers this crappy. Their offense sucks, though. Of course, you know what? It seems like the Astros will wake up in offense, won't they? The Astros I'm sorry. Just this Cleveland series is still sticking in my craw a little bit. But maybe it's the Rangers and the rivalry that'll wake up because Cleveland comes in. It's just Cleveland. It's meh. Cleveland is just meh. Who cares, right? But the Rangers are coming in now. You know, of course, they did sweep us at home when the playoffs.
Silver boot on the line.
Yeah, you're what? The silver boot is on the line. You're right. You're damn right.
Silver boot's on the line.
Yeah.
When that happens, man, it reminds me of like, you know, Michigan, Ohio State, and Texas, and Oklahoma, and Clemson, South Carolina, and you know, you got Miami versus whoever is the good guys, and then you've got silver boot.
Yeah. Greatest rivalries in sports, silver boot. Yep. Thank you.
Amen Thompson versus Tyler Hero.
Oh, that's not even whatever.
Scott
It's
Service
not a
versus
rivalry.
anybody.
It's not a rivalry when one guy dominates.
Scott Service versus whoever he wants to fight.
Screw Scott Service. He's done. Beat it.
By the way, so you asked a question earlier. So MLB on Fox had this all-time Astros list that did cause a little bit of discussion online. I just kind of threw out Justin Verlander as the pitcher. Verlander was with the Astros from 17 to 24. I mean,
well,
you know, he left and then came back. So
he also missed a lot of stuff.
He did miss 2 years, but you know, I just kind of threw him out there. I didn't have Nolan Ryan because Nolan Ryan wasn't even the best pitcher on the staff. It was Mike Scott. Now Nolan Ryan was there in 80, and I mean, you know, Nolan had some great stats. He just couldn't get wins. Mike Scott won a Cy Young. He was he was a ball scuffer, but whatever. But he wasn't like an all-time great. He had an all-time great year. But should I have put Roger? Like, should we have had more of a discussion about Astros all-time pitcher? Roy, are we sure Roy Oswalt isn't that? And then where does Roger Clemens fit in there? And you know, Roy was a lifer with the Astros, so I feel like Roy probably should be the pick because Roy was an Astro. I mean, that's, you know, came up. Roy was tried and true, born and bred Astro. Justin Verlander came over to the Astros, but he won 2 Cys with the Astros, and he won, you know, a couple World Series with the Astros. Roger Clemens got to a World Series. I think Roger won a Cy with us, right?
Did Roger win a Cy with the Astros?
I mean, Roger was really good with the Astros.
So. Yeah, I think he did.
I don't know who I would make the all-time. I don't know who I would make the all-time Astros pitcher.
Well,
I think
Roy pitched for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Roy pitched for 11 years here.
Yeah, long time.
Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8. No, the better part of 9 seasons he pitched here. So,
Roy?
Yeah. I mean, Verlander was here, but he missed a couple of years too.
He missed 20 and 21, and then 22, 23, 20. You know, I guess we'll call it 24, right? I guess. I mean, he was really more like 5.5 years of pitching, but when he did, he was really, really good. But should that supersede a guy who was, you know, came up from the system? If all things are equal, I mean, they're not quite equal, but Roy was a dominant number one for the Houston Astros.
Raj was only here 3 years.
Yeah, it can't be Raj.
Can't be Raj. Can't be. No way. I mean, not 3 years worth. So yeah, did he win a Cy here? I gotta look at Baseball Reference. I forget. Probably did, but I think it's Roy. I think it is.
Yeah, I think it has to be Roy. Even though Justin was more accomplished, Roy didn't have as much around him, and Roy was Roy was a dominant pitcher. Was it Roy that got beat in the games? Roy was the one who came in and handled business to get to the World Series, right? After the home run was given up and everyone started to cry loudly and scream when it absolutely ruined what's
Brad
the
Lidge.
closer's name? Yeah, Brad
When you say
Lidge.
everyone-
Ruined Brad Lidge.
When you say everyone, are you talking about yourself as well?
I was upset, but the next day on the radio, I remember saying, and that would have been on 610. I said we were at Wildcat Golf Club. The next day we were doing a broadcast from there, and I kind of in the middle of it, we were all devastated. And I said, you know what? What are we doing? I remember saying, what are we doing? We got Roy on the mound. We're going to win. This is just going to be a little footnote. We're going to win. We're going to get to the World Series. And Roy shut it down.
Yeah, but it turned out it really killed him because, using as opposed to pitching Roy in game one. And I talked to Andy Pettit after I hosted his golf tournament right after. He was like, my arm was going to fall off. He could have used the extra time off. He said all of us were beat. And that extra game that they had to play against St. Louis really affected him.
But they couldn't hit anyway, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, they didn't hit. They didn't hit in the post.
How were they going to score?
That was that era. All the postseasons that they got to, and they just gagged every year offensively.
Yeah, they did, and they only had a certain amount of hitters on the team, and except in '98 where they seemed like they were, that was a disappointing year. But these Astros wiped all of that away. Like I don't even think about that anymore. I remember it, but I don't think about it because these Astros wiped all that away because they were super clutch. And they're still playing clutch. And they got guys like Kevin Romperstein and Blake Himmel and Cooper Crumpstel and all these guys. And I don't even know who they are. And they'll be gone. And Zach Little. And they all get hits and then they win and then they disappear.
Yeah, Roger won a Cy in 2004 with the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but he only pitched here 3 years. You can't put him as the greatest. Is it the greatest pitcher to ever pitch for the Astros or the greatest Astros pitcher? Because there's a difference.
I think it's greatest Astros pitcher is
greatest
how I
Astros
look at
pitcher, and that would be Roy. If J.R. Richard didn't.
Now, I think that you could make that. Now, Justin played long. Verlander played long enough that I think.
Yeah, but he didn't actually pitch for a couple of those years.
Well, that was the problem. That 2 of the years he didn't pitch.
Yeah.
He did have a no-hitter, won 2 World Series and 2 Cy Youngs. He did a lot when he was here. When he did pitch, there a lot of stuff happened.
Yeah. Roy actually led the league in WAR one of his years. He was really, really good.
Did Verlander ever get a hit as an Astro? No. Did Roy? Yes.
Yes. Roy was a decent hitter.
Roy was actually a decent hitter.
Yeah. Yep. So who's the best hitting pitcher ever for the Astros? Not even close.
Zach Greinke.
Zach Greinke.
Did you see the video that came out the other day?
Mike Hampton
Hampton was a really good one.
He ain't Zach Greinke good.
Well, what did Zach hit with? Well, wait a minute. It's not like we had Zach Greinke when we were here in the American League. It's not like Greinke got a lot of ABs. When he did, he was dangerous. Did you see that video the other day where they showed Greinke going yard twice in a game?
Yeah.
He was a.
But it ain't about that. Even if he doesn't bat, he's still the greatest Astros hitting pitcher. Even if
I thought you had to hit.
Even if they had a DH.
Yeah, but doesn't that but if he never hits for you, how can he be the best?
He still was the greatest Astros hitting pitcher because he's probably the greatest hitting pitcher other than Babe Ruth and Shohei Ohtani.
Well, I guess Verlander's the greatest Astros pitcher then.
Yep, could be. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here on this holiday show, you're more than welcome. Right now, we're talking about Craig the Surf.
Yeah, we're talking about an opportunity to go get that Turbo Max engine with the listen, there's 2 trucks that I want to spotlight, the Chevy Silverado and the GMC Sierra pickup truck. Now, I typically will just tell you about one or the other, but I want to make sure that you know that when it comes to trucks, Craig the Surf and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, they're going to do everything in their power to make you happy. I know this for a fact because my wife, who gets very particular about cars. She doesn't like change. She doesn't like change. So she went from, from the Traverse, and we ended up getting the Equinox. And she said, well, I want this type of interior. And it was a little difficult to find, but Craig and his staff found the interior, brought it over from another dealership, and she is very happy with that. The same thing's true with these trucks. If you're looking for something that they can add aftermarket to the truck, if you're looking for something that the truck has now, they'll scour the market. They'll scour the dealerships around the area to find exactly what you're looking for and make sure that they bring it in. They've got tremendous finance rates for well-qualified buyers going on right now, and dealer incentives to pair with that. So if you're looking for an incredible truck right now at great prices from a staff that is going to treat you like a family member, nobody does it like Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Nobody. They're in Angleton, and they're waiting for you to stop on in. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
All right, time to talk about Air Team. I had to call Air Team yesterday, as a matter of fact. Yesterday, I called Air Team because we got the air conditioner upstairs wasn't working. It wasn't one of the ones that Air Team put in. They put the one downstairs. So I called them yesterday, and sure enough, we'll be right out, sir. It doesn't get any better. I'm telling you, the service that Air Team provides is awesome. We haven't lived there in a while. We've been here, so I don't know what happened, but it's probably that, again, if you're not there, you're not taking care of your air conditioner. It could have been that it just wear and tear or whatever the case may be. That's on me. Don't let it be on you. Make sure that you know that your air conditioner is working great. Make sure that you get the checkup that Air Team provides. It's so little money to put into it, because if you don't do that, you might have to replace it. I'm hoping I don't have to replace mine. I'm hoping they're going to come out. Air Team is going to check it out and take care of business for me. Don't be like me. Last time I had to replace 2 air conditioners because I didn't take care of them. You got to take care of them. Take care of your air conditioners. Let Air Team come check it out. And if you do need a new air conditioner, I love what they did for me, putting in 2 new air conditioners. So you're looking for the best way, airteamltd.com. That's airteamltd.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Happy birthday, Sofia Vergara, 53 today. She and Tom Brady doing stuff. All right. Oh, allegedly. How about week one? How about this? Week one of college football. Texas at Ohio State. Alabama at Florida State. I don't know how good that'll be. LSU at Clemson. Notre Dame at the U. What's your game? What's your game?
You said Alabama at Florida State?
Yeah.
I just don't know how good Florida State's going to be this year.
That's what I'm saying.
Notre Dame at the U is probably the game, I think.
No. Well, Texas,
What's
Ohio
better?
State. Goodness gracious.
Oh, no. Texas, Ohio State. So there was a little discussion about that yesterday at the O-line Mastermind Clinic that I'm up here at yesterday. And the discussion was about how many players Ohio State has lost and whether or not Texas can come in there and just do a number on Ohio State. But just, I don't know, with transfer, I'm not keeping up with transfer portal rankings and all that stuff, but something tells me Ohio State's going to be just fine in terms of talent.
Yeah. Oh, they just reload, bro.
When do they fall off? Like, when does Ohio State, they may get beat by Michigan, but they never fall off. So I don't know. I don't know about that. The Arch Manning thing, we'll see how good Arch really is. I think we're going to see a lot more. I got a funny feeling we're going to see plenty of like some zone read stuff. I think they're going to really make use of Arch Manning's legs. I think that's, I don't see him as a Quinn Ewers pocket passer. I think you're going to see him more of what he truly is, which is an athletic player who can, who's got a chance to win with his legs and his arms. I think he's going to do plenty of running as a quarterback. He's a big boy too.
Yeah. And you should. That's the way it should. You know what? I don't want him just sitting there back there throwing. Use your legs. It's college football. That's what you're supposed to do. The hype around this guy, though, it's impossible. It's going to be impossible to live up to. It's going to be impossible.
So I'm up in Dallas at so where we're doing the after this I'm going to run over to the second day of O-line Masterminds, and it's Lane Johnson and Duke Manyweather put this together, and we have it's an incredible group of linemen and offensive line coaches and college offensive linemen come to this thing, and so I wanted to make sure my son, who is at Alabama doing recruiting, and he works specifically with the O-line coach, I wanted him to come, and I got to meet Jaden Proctor, who is their offensive tackle at Alabama. He's massive, just huge. And then Booker, the new guard for the Dallas Cowboys, who's a 12th pick of the draft, is here. But we were at Cos. I don't know how it's pronounced. COSM, COSM. Have you seen this at all, or John? Have you seen the videos or pictures about what this place is? It's the immersive kind of dome where you can watch games. Have y'all seen the videos of these things?
No.
I can tell you that this could change how games are viewed, period. These things are absolute. I have never in my life, and I went over there and they had it's an immersive. Okay, so it's like imagine one of those, what's the movie theaters that you can go in that kind of has like a dome that you can watch it. Is that the IMAX, Dell?
I don't know the name of it.
You know what I'm talking about? Is that I think that's IMAX, right? Where you have the biggest, like you have it kind of really extends upwards. And anyway, this thing goes all the way. It's like a 360. It's like 360 degrees. And they just it was like a look from a boat, really. And right. And you're coming up near the shoreline, and it's somewhere really beautiful. I don't know, Spain, Italy, whatever. And and you've got this vantage point all the way left, all the way right, all the way above you. You feel like you're outside. It was incredible. Well, I've seen videos of people watching football games where they put you in the end zone where you're watching. I don't know how they do it, where you're watching a live game from the end zone. Then they can change the vantage point where you're up at like near the 50-yard line watching games, and it feels like you are actually at the game. And I know people aren't gonna they're gonna say, nah, that's not gonna feel like you're at the game. I swear on all of my dogs, on both of my dogs, you cannot believe how incredible this is. And they've got a few of these around the country, I think. I know there's one or two in Dallas, and I'm just hoping to get to Houston. It doesn't seat a lot of people. And so I think that they have, I think that you have to rent them or you buy tickets for games. So I don't know how the game experience is, but it looks like it's absolutely lifelike. Whenever I saw it yesterday and I stepped in there, I was just watching scenes of nature or whatever that they had. It was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever experienced. So anyway, they're doing that over there. And I saw Tony Baselli. I said, hey, Tony Lanzer. And he goes, hey, what's going on? So what are you doing? I know you do the draft stuff. You still do radio? I said, yeah, I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it with John. He's like, what? He goes, y'all are still doing that show? John's still doing a show? I said, yeah, Tony. I said, we made the Radio Hall of Fame, Tony. He goes, that's not. I said, he goes, congrats, but like, is that even a big deal? Like, if you guys are in, so he's still busting balls. And then we started talking about,
the standards were lowered, let's face it.
Yeah, now listen, it's not the NFL Hall of Fame.
Right.
But which Tony got into after
Hall
playing 7 years. Yeah. I didn't say you played only 7 years and somehow got in, even though you never took a snap with the Texans. But so he's a bigwig. He went from the broadcast booth to he's like the right-hand man for James Gladstone, who's the new GM, who's in his 30s, who came over from the Rams, because everyone's getting hired from the Rams. Everyone apparently starts in football when they're early 20s, and they all have the biggest jobs they'll ever have when they're in their 30s with the Rams, when they go to other places. But anyway, we were talking a little bit about the Texans stuff. He goes, the team that we had with the expansion draft, he said, if I had been able to play, he said, I think it would have made a difference. But we got to talking about David Carr, and he's just like, yeah, he said, David is an awesome person. He goes, it was a little strange having his whole family at every practice. He said, and I had to, even though I wasn't playing, I had to go over to Dave and say, hey man, this really isn't how it's done in the NFL. And it just, things never changed. And it just, he just didn't know what it took to be an NFL. David, and I told him, David admitted to me on an interview that he didn't know what it took to be an NFL quarterback until he was on his third team with the Giants. He said not until he was with Tom Coughlin and Eli Manning did it click like, oh, this is how I'm supposed to be preparing as an NFL quarterback. He had already been in Houston, in Carolina, and it wasn't until he got there. And I bring that up because we were having conversations about CJ Stroud and, different people. I talked to just different people, but CJ Stroud, a couple different people asked me about, hey, is he putting in the work? And I said, well, I mean, I can't tell you for sure, but I said, yeah, it sure feels like it. Like it feels like, I know last year he was on podcasts or whatever, and you heard his name a lot more in the off season, but I don't think CJ doesn't work. I think CJ actually, I don't think anyone's accusing him of not working. I think CJ works a lot. I think we really, really gets it. But seeing David Carr, who had talent, who was really a family man first and then a football player second, sorry, that just doesn't cut it. You got to be able to, it's best for your quarterback to be single, isn't it, John? Don't you think being a single quarterback is probably best?
I don't know. Then you're out on the hunt like Deshaun. Really? Was it great that Deshaun was single?
And then what happened with Joe Burrow when he had his assistant come over? He got his place robbed, and he's always getting knee injuries.
Well, that had nothing to do with
How is he hurting his knee?
His play
How
was
is he hurting
good.
his knee?
His play was
but
actually
he keeps hurting his knee doing things.
Yeah. Oh, you think he was doing things because his knees were weak? That's what you think?
I'm just saying, maybe his knees got hurt when he was doing stuff.
Well,
if he were married, he wouldn't be doing stuff anymore.
Oh, man. Young married people still do stuff. You'll remember that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Young married
Oh, that's
people.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Joe would still be doing stuff. Yeah, that's my bad.
Yep.
Joe would he'd still be getting it in.
All right.
Figuratively.
Time to break. Time to talk Houston Powder Coaters. Time to talk about Robin. Time to talk about your needs with your I don't know what metal you got. I don't know what you got. You might have the patio furniture is number one, right? But you may have a fence, a metal fence that you'd like to keep. If they can take it apart. If you're a business, they can come to you, okay, with your fences and whatnot. And that's something. Hey, people, that's kind of a big deal. All right, you got a fence outside of your business, or let's say you got a restaurant with an outdoor patio, but your fence looks like crap. Houston Powder Coaters can come and fix it. They can make it look great. What about your patio furniture out there? It's worn from the weather. Houston Powder Coaters can fix that. I know that you've seen Houston Powder Coaters in action. You've gone to Westside Tennis Club. You've seen the Ferris wheel. You've gone to the Woodlands Waterways. You've gone to NRG Stadium. They've done work all over. Okay, all over. There's very few places that Houston Powder Coaters hasn't touched. So you've seen the work. The workmanship is second to none. The primping and the priming. They make sure that every piece that comes out of there looks great. What do you want? What do you want to save? What do you want to keep? What is it that you have that's metal that Robin can help you with? Just go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com and see for yourself. She'll tell you whether or not you can save it or you got to buy new stuff. She's gonna be honest with you. She ain't gonna gouge you. She's gonna give you a great price. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
They're going to use Robo-Ump in the All-Star game on Tuesday. So,
What?
yeah, if you feel like you get 2 challenges. If you feel like the pitch was, but only the hitter, the catcher, and the pitcher can challenge it. So you can't look to the dugout and then go, okay. No, it's got to be immediate. You got to tap the top of your head immediately to check it out. So they're going to try it in the All-Star game, and you only get 2 challenges. You get more challenges if you're right. So so the problem with this is, can you trust players to do this right? If I'm a manager and the guy goes, no, I challenge that, and he blows it, and you only got 2 of them, you're like, dude, okay? And players do that all the time. You know, in a basketball where they go, you know, they always do the signal for a review, and coaches just go, just play. Okay? Stop already. I'm not using my review in the first 6 minutes of a game on a potential a maybe foul. Okay? So stop. Well, you know, players better be right when they're challenging this thing. The hitters or the
Are you
pitchers
okay with everything going? Like Wimbledon hasn't been, I don't know. I mean, Wimbledon, they immediately get the calls. Now, they did have an interesting one where I remember the female player this year where she actually challenged. She thought the robo-ump, whatever it's called, that they use in the for Wimbledon, because now they do. It used to just be with service. Now it's literally they've eliminated every linesman. Nobody has a job anymore, but it's also crazy accurate. And I guess no one's complaining about it. Is this part of the charm of baseball? And I know the easy argument is no, everything should be, but like, I don't know. There's a little bit of me that likes the fact that you can maybe have slight differences with a strike zone. And I know I'm going to be in the minority here, but I think it gives pitchers a chance to kind of expand and see, you know, hitters and pitchers an opportunity to try to, I don't know. I'm really having a hard time making an argument for it, but there's something about it that I don't mind. I don't mind that one umpire's strike zone may be a little more friendly on the lower portion or the outer portion. I'm not talking about Eric Gregg, some outlandish, where you're 5 inches off the zone, they're still giving strikes. But for some reason, I don't mind that much if the strike zones have very small differences, as long as it's consistent.
Well, so there was a graphic that had the strike zone, the square strike zone, and one of the catchers, I think it was JT Realmuto. JT Realmuto said, listen, the art of framing is going to be lost with this thing. Yes. It's not going to be as big a deal because, and I hate that as a catcher. I like it. I like it as a hitter. But they put up a graphic of what an umpire's strike zone is rounded as opposed to the square strike zone that robo-ump is. So it's a little bit different. It's a little bit wider and a little bit higher and lower, the umpire's strike zone, than the strike zone that you got with the robo-ump. So that is going to be but here's the thing: is you only got a couple, and if you waste them, you got no more left. Just like your challenges, you got to win your challenges on the robo-ump, and you got to win your challenges with all the other calls as well. So I'll tell you, I'm kind of torn on it because I would like to see a real strike zone, but having it important because there's only 2 of them. You only get 2 of them unless you win yours. You retain it. I think is probably a good way to start this thing. They've been using it in AAA. They use it in spring training. So it's not like we don't know.
I don't know that I need it for every. I don't know if I need it for every pitch. I do like that there's pitch framing and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. That's, it doesn't have to be absolutely antiseptic the entire time where everything's cut and dry. Not for me. I mean, I used to freak out watching soccer, like, look at this guy walking down the sideline with the ball. He's not even standing still. You know what I'm talking about, when the ball is out and then the guy picks it up to throw it in and he walks about 9 yards forward and like, I know it's not traveling in soccer. What's he doing? Well, it's not like it's going to matter. Like, he's not going to, now all of a sudden there's a huge advantage. They're going to score. So it's not, but by the same token, just watching, I do like the fact that you can challenge. I like the idea of challenges. I love that idea. I also think it's okay to have umps, because I'm going to say something controversial, because I know everyone loves to blame the officials and the umpires and the refs for everything, right? They're the worst ever. They're terrible people, all that stuff. And they cause your team to lose nonstop. But I actually think baseball umps do a pretty good job now. Now that we have the strike zone that we see, we're going to always complain about the ones that are missed, especially if it's on a 2-strike count to your pitcher, or if you get rung up on a 3rd strike, your player does. But I think for the most part, now that we see the strike zone, I think the umpires do a pretty good job with the human eye on the bang bang plays. I think they do a pretty good job, relatively speaking.
Yeah, but we see
I don't
every night we see strikes and balls. I mean, there was a Phillies game the other day, it's Phillies Giants, where it was obvious that it was so biased toward the Giants. And the graphic was by what is it, Terrible Umping or whatever that website is, or that Twitter handle is.
Well, there's one that just shows
audit.
what they're
umpire audit. They said, oh, my God, it was obvious that this ump wanted the Giants to win. How many missed calls he had, strikes he had versus the Giants. It was incredible.
Yeah, see, to me, you get rid of – to me, those guys should be held accountable, and they lose – they get demoted or whatever the case may be. I think if you miss that. I think whatever the case may be, but I don't – just like in football, in basketball, there's some refs who will let you play a little bit more and won't be quite as nitpicky. I think that's part of sports. Like, I'm okay with that. Now, Wimbledon, I actually don't have any problem. Look, there's lines. It's very definitive, in or out. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that being robo-umped. I don't have a problem with that. But, my wife is kind of getting to the AI and taking jobs and all this stuff. My wife, to this day, she's decided she won't go to self-scan anymore. She goes, number one, they're not paying me to do the work. So I'm going to have someone else doing it. Plus, I want these people to have jobs. So I'm going to go and make sure that I give them work, that they're scanning. I'm going to stand in this line. And I said, well, you're a good person, because I'm trying to get out of there as fast as I can. So I'll just scan my own.
Right.
I'm not trying to stand in a line.
No, the man is trying to make us work, do the job for nothing, as opposed to paying people. That's what the man is trying to do. Okay?
I know.
Your wife is right.
What about this? You like this one? Okay, let me get going into places. I'm going to get the burger, cheese, mushrooms, and then fries and drink. Okay. Now, at a McDonald's, at a Whataburger, there's no, you pay and that's it. But if you go to a place that's more expensive, if you go to a Kraft Burger, what about when they flip? When it's the old, okay, and there's just one more question for you to answer here. And they flip the screen over to you.
Oh, I know.
Oh, what are we doing? Now you're making me look like a cheapskate. Well, and I tip on stuff I have no business tipping on.
I know. I did it last night. I was like, you know what?
Come on. What are we doing? Why do I have to pay y'all salary? I'm doing it when I buy stuff. Why does it tip too? How about the people who own this company pay? Just, man, what?
Well, then
why? I'm waiting for season tickets for the, what if Rockets had season tickets and they've got and Tillman sent something like, would you like to, here's 15% extra on your season tickets. You want to throw a little something in there at the end.
Well,
no. Would you like to tip here on this $25 on this $30 Coke and hamburger? No, I don't want to tip here.
Yeah.
I told you, get ready for this, by the way. You guys haven't seen, I don't think you've seen this yet. When the Texans start back up, I was at the soccer match the other day, and I was in the 300s, and you walk in. Now you have to scan your credit card before you walk in through the little turnstile.
Oh, yeah, we do that.
And there's about 8 cameras.
Baseball games all over the place.
Oh, is it already there at the baseball games?
Yeah, you scan. Well, there's some places.
Yeah,
you scan, And when you walk out, it just automatically charges your card. It knows what you took out with you.
Exactly. So do they have that do they have it at Daikin now?
Yeah. Yes, they have it at Daikin. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay. I haven't gone this year. I'm taking the kids. So I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's what it does. And so you know what I tried to do? I tried to stack 2 hot dogs on top of each other, see if I got away with it. I'm going to find out. I'm going to go check my card to see if I'm trying to find a little kink in the system.
Trying to find a way to rip off. Okay. The
I'm trying to get them back. You know, they've been doing it to me for years. So you know what? Now it's time for us to fight back against the man.
Guess what? It knew you had 2 hot dogs. That's what it
I
did.
know it probably did, but I got real tight to it so it couldn't see, and then I tried to stack them. So I got to check and see if it got me.
All right, 713-780-3776.
$150. Yep, got my 2 hot dogs for sure.
Hey, this weekend we got all kinds of great sports going on. We also got great deals going on at Chastang Ford. If you're in the market for a vehicle, Chastang Ford is the place for me. It's been the place for me, and it's going to continue to be the place for me. I love what Chastang Ford does for me. I hope you look. If you've been there, you know it. You know what I'm talking about. If you've bought a vehicle from Chastang Ford, chances are you're buying another vehicle from Chastang Ford, because Chastang Ford is going to give you. It's the easiest car buying experience. To me, it was the best. To me, everything is transparent. What is the price of the car? Oh, wow, that's the price of the car when you pay. That's amazing. That is amazing. As opposed to, oh, well, we got this, we got that, we got this, and we got to add that on. And, oh, yeah, they're tinted with, oh, no. We ain't doing all that. We ain't adding on. We ain't marking up. Not a Chastang Ford. We're giving employee pricing. We're getting you in, out of there. You can do it all online as opposed to the other places that won't let you do it all online because they got to mark up, they got to add on, they got to get you in there so they can upsell you. That ain't the way Chastang Ford goes about it. Love Chastang Ford. You'll love Chastang Ford, too. If you're looking for that SUV or pickup truck, I think there's only one place in the city, ChastangFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776.
Can I ask
Chris
you
in the
guys a
Woodlands.
controversial question?
No, Chris in the Woodlands is here on
Okay.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, Lance, and you guys are talking about this robo-ump thing. And while I get pissed whenever a bad call is made, man, when we start letting things like this, like, creep in, I don't want it to get to where it's like, well, now we need the robo-ref in football and look at all the holding on the offensive line, and that guy could have sacked the quarterback, or like, hey, 5 yards from the receiver is exactly the 40-yard line, and he held him at the 42, and so technically that should be defensive holding. Like, I just feel like it creeps in other stuff. And my other thing is, like, if these guys would, I'm not talking the umps, I'm talking the players, would do their job, like, so the guy missed a strike. What about the 17 batters prior to that the pitcher dealt with and they didn't get on base? Like, I don't know. I'm okay with, like, in the game, like in the NBA reviewing it, as long as it doesn't take an hour when there's 2 minutes left. I'm okay with some of those things. But when it starts getting like this, I feel like it opens the door. Basically, it's the fun, fair, positive people. It's the executives. It's those guys. I think if you ask old school managers and things like that, they don't care. Like, go out there and do your job, and good things will happen. So that's just my fear, is that it's going to creep into other sports and ticky-tack stuff. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Would you guys have a problem with it? I think that first of all, I think the craziest thing in the world is that soccer has VAR, which allows you to see goals from over the top, is definitive in terms of goals. Well, it's used for different things, but that also, but in the NFL, we can't get things figured out in terms of spotting the ball necessarily. And especially near the goal line, they can't get good vantage points and camera angles near the goal line all the time. That's insane to me that there's that issue. I do wonder if we're ever going to have technology inside the ball. There are already chips. There's certain, I think it's Wilson. Who's the football? Is it Rawlings or no? It'd be Wilson, where they have had a thing where they can measure spin rate with a chip inside the football. So they have an active spin rate measure with footballs, but I don't know that it's used in game. I think you have to. From a story I was told by somebody with knowledge of, is that Drew Brees could tell which footballs had chips in them and which didn't when he was, when they first came out and he was throwing them. Now that would be insane if he had that level of touch where he could tell if a football had a chip in it. But I would think that that's coming next, where you have something that allows you to track the actual placement of the football, so that I do think that's eventually going to happen, where they will get very specific readings on where the football was, what the forward progress was, so that they'll have very specific placements of the football. I think that will eventually get here within the next 5 years.
Yeah. And it should, though. I mean, still using the chain gang, that same thing that they used in 1910 is kind of,
You can't wait to get rid of jobs again. There's John, not a man of the people.
Going to be on the somebody's going to be on a computer. Somebody smarter than a chain gang guy is going to be doing it. Okay, I know that's 2 jobs. Maybe it could be just one. Some guy.
Are the chain gang guys smart enough to do the computer jobs? No. Blue collar jobs gone. Well,
yeah.
There's always plumbing.
Let's hire smarter people. Let's make the game smarter. Okay, let's do that.
That's what PFF's trying to do, John.
Nothing against like chain gang guys and how smart they are, but all right, it's not a brain surgery job. Okay,
they just do that on the weekends. They probably have jobs.
Yeah, they've got real
test
jobs.
Their real intelligence.
Well, there you go. Then they don't need this job.
Or
how about a little side hustle to help pay their bills? And you're trying to take that away from the man?
Actually, when I was on the sidelines with the Texans, I knew Mike. Big Mike. He was on the sidelines all the time. Yeah, good guy.
But he wasn't a chain gang guy, though, was he?
How smart was he?
He was real smart. Oh, well, he was an Ohio. He's an Ohio State fan.
Oh,
yeah. Those people aren't that bright. They're not good people anyway. Maybe they're smart.
Yeah, I don't know if they're dumb.
They're a rough people.
Yeah, they're not just. Oh, yeah. He got pissed off one time. I was like, holy.
He was mad at me about something.
I don't want to get that guy. I don't think he got mad at me. I forget what he got mad about, but I was like, ooh.
No, He
Don't
was
want to get
mad
that
at
guy.
me on my. I think he said something on my blog. I don't know. He was
Oh
mad about
yeah,
a football.
that was
opinion
what
I
it
had.
was. Yeah,
Yeah, he was real
pissed
mad
at you
about a
about
football
something.
opinion I had. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it wasn't even anything serious. Like, I didn't even know he was mad. I don't even know what he was mad about. I had to
That's
go
right.
Bill O'Brien. What are you
That
even
was it. I
mad
was like,
about?
ooh. And then I saw him on the sidelines, and he's like, "You tell that Zerline what?" Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'm like, I don't even know. I think he was mad about something I said on a blog about football, but then I probably said something about Ohio State maybe. But then I saw him again. He was good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, don't piss off Big Mike. I'll tell you that. Don't piss
No,
off
Ohio
fans.
State fans in general, you gotta
No,
watch. You know?
he'll throw a beer can at your head.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
not that.
No.
Well, better than a bottle.
That's what Ohio State fan does. That's what they do.
Better than a beer bottle. So here's the. Now we got to break it. I'm going to ask you a super explosive question on the other side. It's a very controversial question. It's an explosive question, and I'll ask it in 4 minutes.
Okay. But first, let's talk about GimmeTheVin.com. Already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better. GimmeTheVin.com has got a big cash giveaway going on. GimmeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Okay? Sell GimmeTheVin.com your car, and you will have 1,000 chances in the hopper for $25,000 in cash. Okay, or a piece of $25,000 in cash. I think they split it up, but they're giving away a total of $25,000 a month. For more details, go to their website, GimmeTheVin.com. So, in other words, you could sell your car to them, all right, and make money, more money than you would get selling your car to someone else. So you're making money there. And then you got a chance at whatever piece of $25,000 on top of it. You got a really good chance because you got 1,000 chances in the hopper. That's awesome. So if you're looking to sell your car, I mean, how much more could you, if you win on this thing, not only do you sell your car for more money, but you also got a chance to pick up a lot more. So that is awesome. You're looking for the best way to sell your car, GimmeTheVin.com. It's easy. You put in your license plate or your VIN number. In minutes, you get they tell you what your car is worth. It's America's best car buyer, and they're giving away money. GiveMeTheVin.com. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final hour of the week. Our final hour of the week here with you. Hope you enjoyed the week. We enjoyed doing it. And so we would like for you in this final hour to get in. If you've got anything that we've talked about over the week, what did you learn this week in one sentence?
You promised the people.
We did promise it to people.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do it next segment. Next segment, we'll do what did you learn this week
From the show.
In one sentence. You got one sentence to tell us what you learned from the show this week. All right. And I have a feeling I know what one of the main ones is going to be. Because I learned something.
I
learned something this week that I didn't know about. Yeah.
You can't use it. Let a caller use it.
Okay.
Let a caller use it.
Yeah.
It's too
That'll
good.
be next segment. What did you learn this week in one sentence? What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? Okay.
By the way, my son just texted me and said Brian Allen was calling me out already at the O-line masterminds. My son went over there. And Brian Allen's the one who gave me the Zen. For those who missed it, this former Michigan State center who became a starter for LA. He said something about, I remember your scouting report. You called me a career backup or whatever. I was like, no, I gave you a grade that was career backup. That's because you were a tiny center. But my scouting report was really good on him. Like, he was tough. I liked him a lot. But small guys don't usually, start. But he did, and he was good. Anyway, my son goes, you just got called out by Brian Allen. I said, what are you talking about? He said that you said we were watching his film together. He said, you said that he was going to be a career backup, and he remembers all that kind of stuff and uses it to fuel. I'm like, get in line. All those guys do. Get in line. No one remembers the good stuff. Get in line. Y'all all complain about the stuff. All right. Get in line. DK Metcalf remembers what? I said he was the 7th best player in the whole draft, and he was the last player picked in the 2nd round. And somehow I'm the guy he has beef with.
Right. And then Dan Patrick just reads guys the negative stuff that you say.
Yeah, Dan Patrick reads everyone the negative stuff.
Yeah,
that's all he does. Like, what about? And I said, Dan, what? He goes, that's good radio. I'm like, well, I mean, it is, but
I'm sure it's great for me.
It actually not great for me. It is good radio having these guys read the weaknesses of their scouting reports.
Yeah.
But it's, Carson Wentz, I gave a really good grade. He had him read just the weaknesses, and needless to say, Carson Wentz hated me.
All right. So what was the controversial
By the way, James Taylor Fritz won the 2nd set. Carlos Alcaraz. We may get Americans in the finals he's not going to beat Alcaraz, but we might get one. We got one in the women's side. We might get one in the men's side.
What about that?
Well, the match has been suspended. So
due to heat?
I don't know why, but I just see it came up that it's been suspended. So
no, it looks like they're getting ready to go back out. They did briefly, but I think they're getting ready. Carlos Alcaraz is back on the court, so it's not rain. I can tell you that.
All right, I'm putting it on right now. So what is the controversial question?
All right, so here you go. So Keith Cornelius texted me this out of the blue during a break, and I'm like, dude, I feel the same way, so I'm going to bring it to the show. Dell, I got to lead with you since you're an LA guy.
John's the LA guy.
What's that? Well, okay, you two are the LA guys. You spent a lot of times. You were by. People have said that about you.
By what?
Well, you lived in Miami and LA.
I never lived in
Miami.
Bi-coastal.
You lived in. You lived in Florida somewhere, didn't you?
Daytona, which is not close to Miami, but go on.
Miami-ish.
It's
right
not
there.
near at
Same
all.
thing.
And
it's not the same thing.
It's basically.
No, it isn't.
So Sweden, Switzerland, same thing.
Different countries altogether.
So, but the people are the same. So
I watched Finland and Switzerland women yesterday. Boy, you want to talk about a white matchup.
Yeah.
Two Scandinavian countries produce a lot of white people.
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
A lot of white people. A lot of
Did
white.
Did you know that I was watching Iceland in the Euros? They have a great forward who is not white. Iceland has.
So did Switzerland. They had a
Switzerland I've seen because Switzerland is
get in this game?
A hodgepodge of people from different parts of Europe, and they and not just Europe, and show up there and live there. But Iceland,
yeah,
Just saying. I did not know they had that in them. Did not know they had that in them. But go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, so here's a question, and it's become much more controversial since 2020. Is Kobe Bryant being overrated?
By who?
By the general public, by basketball people. Is there, and I don't mean to, I'm not trying to be macabre, but in 2019, in January 1st of 2020, I did not consider Kobe one of the 5 best players to ever play. I didn't. But I think he's a great player, one of the most competitive, and I have so much respect for hyper competitive players. And I think he is one of the most competitive guys that's ever played, and a really, really good shooting guard, and a former champ. I didn't consider him one of the 5 greatest ever play. I don't think he's better all-time player than Hakeem Olajuwon.
I don't think
really
he's
don't.
better. He's not better than. He's not the best Laker. Kareem
No, you
Abdul-Jabbar.
consider it Magic or Kareem? Okay,
Kareem
yeah, I'm
and
fine
Magic,
with that.
I think Kareem and Magic both.
But I feel like after his passing that he's been almost elevated to this deity-like status to where he's top 5. He's in the discussion of like, and Shaq has said this, Kobe deserves to be in the conversation for greatest, along with, Mike's one, but Kobe deserves to be in that discussion and maybe the second greatest player of all time. I never felt Kobe Bryant. He was a good defender, great competitor, kind of a high volume shooter. I never felt like Kobe Bryant was one of the top 5 players all time. And I do wonder if since his passing, people have just kind of, pushed him up a little bit, because I don't, and not to say he's not a great player, but do you guys feel like he's one of the 5 best players of all time? I don't.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I've never been a huge Kobe fan, but no.
You didn't like the faces he made whenever he scored.
No,
right?
he thought he was. He tried to be Jordan, and he's not. Okay, and he's.
So was this a personal thing with you?
There was a lot of stuff about him.
For John,
it's personal
a little
with him,
bit,
right?
yeah. I mean, he's a Jordan's fan, maybe even a stan. And anyone who tries to replicate anything that Jordan does, he's going to have an issue with. That's what we've learned over the years. That's what I've learned over the years, not this week on the show.
Admit it.
Yeah,
I'll admit it.
He doesn't like it. Don't approach Jordan's legacy, and you'll be fine with John. I do think there has been a raising of his profile because of his tragic passing. He's a great player. For more recent Laker fans, he's their GOAT. Like if you're under 40, you probably have Kobe as your top Laker, because who else would you have if you've never seen those other guys play?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's a championship caliber
Yeah, he's got
player.
5 titles, all that stuff. So yeah, he's gonna be a lot of Laker fans, younger Laker fans, GOAT. I get that part. That's just how the world works.
Yeah.
I would probably have him as a top 10 player, but I don't think he's better than Duncan. I don't think he's better. He may not, like Shaq probably should be competing with Kobe for that role as modern day best Laker. It's just that Shaq wasn't always in the best of shape.
A lot of injuries too,
stuff like that. And so and he obviously started with Orlando. Yeah, I don't think there's any question. Kobe's profile has been raised quite a bit, and now his career is something you cannot besmirch, and it has something to do with the fact that he died a young man.
No one would argue with you. If you argued that, no one took issue. Now it's like, how could you possibly dare argue against Kobe being one of the all-time greats? Like now it's
he is an all-time great. I don't think that's a question.
Well, yeah, but the argument, like, people take real umbrage with saying that Kobe's profile may be a little bit overrated in general, if you say it at all. But like I said, before his passing, it was not, the argument was, Kobe in the top 10, where do you put him in the top 10 and all that. Now it's like he's been cemented into lore at all time. And I do think his profile has been raised. I just wondered I didn't know how many people felt that way, and you two feel that way. I can't ask John because this is personal. I don't know. Did he ever try to hit on Wendy too, like Lamar Odom and Joey Votto?
No, Joey Votto didn't do that. That was just a dream.
I just dreamt that.
Lamar Odom.
Well,
yes.
but you still
Lamar
hold
Odom.
it against Joey.
I still hold. Yeah, F Joey. Okay, and Kobe. You know what? And I'm living it. I still see all kinds of people love Kobe here. They just love Kobe here. They just love him.
Oh yeah,
And that's fine.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
he won him 5 titles, so I mean, he was a great player, and they love Kobe, and that's just fine. You can have Kobe all you want. I don't have to have him in my life. Okay, I don't. I don't.
You're so negative about it. All he did because he copied Jordan. He was showing. Oh, it was an homage to Jordan. LeBron wore 23 because of Jordan.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
it's okay for
And
these
then-
guys
they're
to
both
like Jordan.
They're both wannabes.
How dare they?
They're wannabes. That's all. That's
When
how I
you
look
try
at
to
it.
be like Russ Small, I mean, and no one calls you a wannabe.
Like Russ Small.
People say that about
Russ
John.
Small is my friend. Russ Small is my friend. I do try to be like Russ Small. That's a great human
Right.
being. Thank you. Thank you. Good
When's
night.
the last time you played golf with him?
Oh, 10, 12 years ago.
Oh,
Been a
that's
while.
actually more recently than I would have thought.
Maybe longer. Maybe longer.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, probably. All right, we
Have
got
you
a
ever
break.
done a
So
Zen? Have you ever done a Zen patch with him? One of those Zen little
Zen didn't
dips?
exist when I knew him. The
Oh,
last time I saw
okay.
Russ Small.
You need to go pick some up.
So what did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? Let's try it. Let's see if it works. Y'all are out there. You listened to the show this week. What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? We'll see if it goes. If it goes, then we will continue doing it. If not, if it's a big popcorn fart, then oh well. 713-780-3776. You learned something this week on the show, and you want to tell us about it. 713-780-3776, the number. I learned this week about me that I like Coors Light. Of course, I knew that before, but I relearned it. Okay, I solidified. I definitely I feel like I'm validating over and over and over and over again how much I enjoy Coors Light. Coors Light is cold, clean, crisp, refreshing, and you know the mountains are blue. Love the mountains. Somebody told me yesterday he and his wife went. Chris did. He told me he and his wife went to the beach and her mountains. It wasn't mountains that were blue, but it was musical notes on the can. And I said, I haven't seen this. Matter of fact, I looked yesterday in the grocery store and they're mountains. The mountains are still blue here anyway. I don't know. All I know is that you know when your beer is cold because the mountains are blue, and you know you're refreshed. I know I'm refreshed every time I pick up a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm going to pick up a bunch this weekend. I hope you do too. Stop by your store, pick up a 6-pack, 12-pack case. Make sure you got some when your buddies come over. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. So, what did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? 713-780-3776. There's one obvious thing that I learned, but I don't want to bring it. I'm hoping y'all might want to bring it to the table. What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? Okay. One thing I learned is that when AJ is on the board, he is a great researcher.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm just going to leave it, and I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Interesting, considering what I believe you're referencing. I did the research for, but whatever.
All I know is it was when AJ was on the board, we had a research crew. Okay?
Who gave you that information, though?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it kind of does.
The AJ was on the board. That's all I said. That's all.
Well,
one sentence. Boom, done.
That's fine. Now you're getting alerted to how incorrect your sentence is. That's all. There's nothing about no rebuttals, right?
Yeah. Well,
so you're getting a
boom, done. Your sentence.
Your statement is incorrect. AJ, while great at what he does, did not do that research. I did.
I didn't say that. I didn't say he did.
And I appreciate my efforts because it proved you wrong about debuts, because you were adamant that the Astros had more debuts than anyone else this year.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I was probably right.
Nope, you weren't. The A's had more. Yeah, I did because I did the research. I do know, actually.
No good teams. No good teams.
Well,
had
you didn't
more.
say that initially. And
no.
And the Blue Jays
crappy teams. Yeah, the A's will bring up a bunch of crappy
guys. And the Blue Jays had,
because that's what they do.
Well, the Blue Jays had quite a few too, and they're pretty good.
Guess what? Not as many as the Astros because they got 8 tonight.
Well, we'll see if Bryce Matthews makes his debut tonight. But he has been called up.
Yep.
And as far as the segment goes, dead.
No one calls?
Dead.
Dead. They're not used to this.
No.
And they don't remember what they learned anyway. I don't remember what I learned.
Right. Dead. Yeah. I figured that wasn't going to. That's why I said, we'll see. And y'all are a bunch of. I know I learned about I learned about BBL smell. That's what I learned.
Okay, yeah. Now we can talk about it.
Yeah. BBL smell.
Do you want to explain to people what that is, since the segment's dead anyway? Since you can go more than one sentence?
First of all, tell people what BBL is.
Brazilian butt lager or lager.
Butt lift. No, butt logger?
You know when you see somebody who's got a cartoonish butt that you know doesn't fit on the legs? That's a BBL.
Yeah.
That's
and apparently it smells.
Well,
apparently there's odor associated with it.
I believe the smell comes from the fact that because it's so cartoonish,
oh boy, here we go.
It's difficult to do hygienic things after you use the bathroom.
It's difficult to wipe.
Yeah, because of
front to back.
How cartoonish it is.
That is crazy that people. Oh, that is just crazy that that's a thing.
Yeah. Apparently, what is it? Was it Cardi B? That's where it started.
The internet. The internet said that because Cardi B and Stephon Diggs appear to no longer be together, he left her because of her BBL smell. There's no backing behind that. That's just what the internet said.
Why would Cardi? I just don't know. Cardi had everything. The curves were all in place. What in the world?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing, Del?
Don't
Answer
ask
that.
me. Don't ask me. She was trying to keep Stephon Diggs happy, I guess.
And look at Lizzo. She's out there losing weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some
It's going to be quite. It's going to be quite an ups. That'll be. That's going to be a real story when she loses weight and then gets a BBL. It's going to be like, what in the hell's going on here? And didn't they say Drake has one?
Well, he has abs. Now
they call him BBL. I thought it was
BBL
Kiki,
Drizzy was
calling
a thing
BBL
during the beef with him and Kendrick. Someone made a song,
right?
But he apparently got fake abs, like because if you look at his body, the abs don't fit the rest of him. Like he doesn't look like he's lifting weights. It just looks like he had those things sculpted out and the rest of his body doesn't fit.
Hold on. Can you do that?
Yes, you can get your abs sculpted. Yeah, you can do that. That's a thing.
That's a thing?
Yes. And
Like
he tried to
$300?
get that picture off, and everyone's like, come on, you're like fitness people, like your arms don't match. You have a droopy chest. None of those things would actually go with someone who actually was doing it the natural way. So you got called out for it pretty quickly. But we do have a couple people who want to tell you what they've learned this week.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's go to JP. JP, what have you learned from the show this week?
I learned that if you want your 13-year-old to play poker, you got to give him money.
That's true. We had
That's
the guy
true.
called in. Yeah.
Yeah. That is true. That is absolutely true.
Cannot play poker without money.
Nope. No, you can. You actually can. You can play on poker.
Oh, well, yeah, you can play free poker. Yeah. But if you're playing free poker, then those kids are going all in, and they're probably going all in regardless.
Right. Yeah. Nobody's folded it. Nobody ever folded a hand on free poker. I mean, just
no.
Yeah. Right.
So you're not really playing poker.
You're not really playing poker. No.
So all it took was a little prodding. We got one person we're going to get on, and then we have another person lined up. Let's move to Charles. Charles, what have you learned?
I learned that John is more of a man than Lance.
Thank you.
Wow.
You finally learned that? Okay.
Why? What happened? What happened? Because I didn't like.
Well, he had one sentence, and that's all. And you know what? He's absolutely right.
Why? Because I don't like Zen. John refuses to even try Zen.
I'm not doing that.
I don't know if it was about Zen. It may just been over the course of the week. John proved himself more manly than you.
How much more manly I am. 713-780-3776. Did you learn something smart like that
What's
this
the
week?
problem?
I don't know why it took you this long to learn that, though. I mean,
I'm growing up. I've got a beard.
Everyone's known that forever.
Is that just part of show lore that you're more manly than Lance?
That's not show. It's just the facts. It's just
He's
the
saying
facts,
because he was a quarterback, because he was an option quarterback. He says it.
Yeah. Okay.
Whose girlfriend is that? Oh, that's Fritz's girlfriend they just showed on TV.
You're being distracted by television.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, is that the one who
with the lips?
Yes.
Is that the one we talked about earlier this week? The one who he attributed his success to? Morgan Riddle.
She makes him go to bed. She makes him go to bed
and eat better food.
She makes him go get rest and drink water and eat proper diet.
That's right.
He couldn't figure that out.
So now he's over here double faulting, actually.
He couldn't figure that out himself. Let's move to Nestor. Nestor, what have you learned this week?
Hey, what's up, guys? I learned earlier today that apparently Dale's bi. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Lance.
No, he is. He absolutely is.
He is. He's been by in the past.
And what's it to you? What's it to you?
Miami and LA.
Yeah. I'd never lived
in
Miami,
right, Dale?
Well, I'm tri-coastal. I've lived in Florida, I've lived on the Gulf Coast, and I've lived on the West Coast.
So what Dell told you, he's tried
coastal
to be bi.
No.
He likes threesomes.
Coaster.
No, I don't. A lot of stuff going on there. I don't need
East Coast, West Coast, Gulf Coast.
I think
Gulf Coast,
Let's
try.
For people who aren't locked in on the show, I'm just going to say tri-coastal because the threesome thing can be confusing to people.
Three coasts.
Then you got to say
threesome
that.
of coast.
Then you have to say that.
Easy to...
No one says threesome of coast.
Seems pretty.
No one says
seems
that.
Pretty
Let's move on.
Tri-coastal,
I may be. Let's move on. Let's go to the other Eric. What have you learned?
That Carol at Houston Powder Coaters believes there's a significant portion of this listenership that has a second home in San Antonio and Austin.
That's what he learned.
What? I didn't get that one.
For your second home. Did she say that on the commercial?
Does she say that in the commercial?
Did she say second home? And if you've got a second home, or does she say something about also we've got locations in San Antonio or Austin? I don't know.
I don't know.
John, do you have a second home in San Antonio or Austin?
I don't. I have too many homes in too many places right now anyway.
Yeah, you've got two homes. Wait a minute. You're bi also.
Yeah,
Gulf and West.
He's bi-coastal, certainly.
You're bi-coastal also.
I absolutely am.
You're bi.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, other Eric. Yeah, he's currently living in his second home, Or maybe it's his first home right now.
God, that's so fancy. You are so big time. You've got two houses.
Still manlier than you, apparently.
Do you want one house, though? Would you rather have just one?
Please, anyone wants to buy my house, please do.
Maybe Nico wants to buy your house. Nico on the mobile. What have you learned?
Mito.
Oh, yeah, it's probably Mito.
Nope.
I learned that pancake booty isn't so bad.
Look at that.
That sounds like what did you learn this week in one sentence? Because how would he learn that on the show when Dell's constantly going after?
No, because you were coming after me about a skinny girl, and you don't like her because she's got to have the pancake, and I said not all skinny girls have that.
No, doesn't have to have it. You don't want it.
Well, you and we had a conversation about maybe that not being so bad, I guess.
And you pretended
some skinny girls have a bubble.
That's what. Sure. That's what I said.
No. It wasn't that. That's not what he said. What he was saying was he doesn't necessarily rule out women who have the pancake booty. That's what he said. They'll try to pretend like they're still on his radar.
This
and that's
is how it broke down. I don't know what woman we were discussing. But she was skinny. And
it was Fritz's girlfriend.
And you said you wouldn't like her, Del. She's too skinny. I said, I don't know that. I don't know that I wouldn't like her. And then you went into the pancake stuff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't acknowledge you because you don't know my preferences that well.
Yes, I do. You've already said Taylor Swift pancake.
I never said that. I don't talk about Taylor Swift's body. That's a lie.
Because you're afraid of Swifties.
Rightfully so. Too many of them. Alyssa's out there. I don't need that smoke. You get enough of it. Let's move to Longhorn Dimitri. What have you learned?
Hey, guys. I learned you don't want to play fantasy football against Jesus.
It's true.
Now, that's a good one.
That is. Yep.
That's a really good one. That's where you learn something. I totally forgot about that because he's probably, especially in an auction league.
Well, even in any league, Jesus is going to make all the right picks.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're going to get beat.
Yep.
And that started, as you said, if you could have anybody in a fantasy league with you, who would you pick? And John goes, Jesus.
If I could bring somebody to the fantasy draft, I would pick.
But are they just coming with you to the draft? Or and if you brought Jesus, you would not be yourself. You'd have to be like, hey guys, let's keep it. Let's watch the language around Jay. Okay.
You would shorten Jesus' name to Jay?
He might if he's had some drinks on the golf course.
You would call him Jay?
Jay?
Not even JC, huh? Just Jay?
Well, yeah, you're right. Probably JC. Yeah. If he had been out with Justin on the golf course somewhere.
I call Justin Jay.
Don't
I don't call Jesus Jay. I call Jesus Jesus. Okay.
Jay and JC, I got you.
He's our Lord and Savior. Put a little respect. You don't shorten his name. Okay.
I don't want you bringing him to a fantasy league.
Well,
I've seen your act at a fantasy league. Every year I see you bring in a whole cooler.
I would love Jesus in the auction league because whoever he bids on, I'm going to outbid him. I'm going to go for it because I know.
Bet you don't.
You got
and then
Jesus is Jesus?
Well, he's going to deke you out and he'll
and all of a sudden you're going to be.
Oh yeah. Kyler Murray, 25. Oh,
Jesus is already at 25. Granado just went 26 on Kyler Murray.
Wait a
Sold
minute.
John Granado.
Is
26.
Jesus allowed to be duplicitous?
In what?
Oh, that's a good
question. Is he allowed to be duplicitous in an auction where he's doing things to trick you?
Yeah.
That's not really his move,
That's not really his move.
Well,
show me in the Bible where he's like, you know who's the worst? The meek are the worst. Meek are actually great.
Jesus just dunking on the meek. He's not Lucifer. If you brought Lucifer to it, he would trick you in those ways because, as you've heard, the devil's a liar. But
what are you talking about? John is the Lucifer of our fantasy league. He comes in, him and Chad come in with a big giant cooler full of Coors Lights. Like, well, it's on for the next 3 hours. I know. And it's not like they're just hitting number one when they open it.
That's very true. That happens.
But that doesn't make him Lucifer.
Every year.
John's up front.
But that's why I don't want him bringing Jesus to a fantasy league. Like, no.
Well, Jesus, you don't know if Jesus loves Coors Lights. You don't know. You don't know.
We're gonna have to really tighten this up.
He did turn water.
He likes wine. We already know.
Yeah.
Well, but he might. Listen, in 2025, Jesus may be all about Coors Light. You don't know.
He's going higher alcohol content.
No, not Jesus. No.
Higher ABV, at least in the high fives.
All right.
Make sure those mountains are blue. Is that part of Jesus?
Jesus just turns them out blue.
Hand me one of those from the cooler.
Jesus just
Jesus,
goes
go
like
get me
this.
a pepper or a slice of the pizza.
John's
Make
got
them mountains
JC.
blue. Boom.
John's
blue,
got
the
JC
mountains are
handing him
blue.
a beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, hand me one of those.
John,
All right,
John
is that it, Del?
I can't. Yeah, that's it. Thankfully, I can't. Jesus, like John, I think you've had enough. Like, come on, Jesus, you can't get drunk. You can't be drunk all day until you start in the morning.
That's right.
You'd say all those things.
I
Like the
would.
same things that you say, you would say out loud.
That's right. Well, Jesus sees me saying them now.
He doesn't
What's the
want us
difference?
to-
I say them then. That's all.
You're not
What's the
drinking?
Yeah,
No,
Jesus.
I'm not going to. I've got things to do later, John. Like, and then you'd call him a name, and I'm like, oh no! Way to go, John. You're going to hell.
That's the first time someone could go straight to hell and be right.
I can't bring Jesus to the fantasy draft. You're probably right about
Thank
that.
you. You're
I'm
finally
glad
right.
we figured that
I see
out.
you every year at a fantasy draft. It's not for the meek.
All right. Time to talk about Texas Card House. That's not for the meek either. Get your poker on. You like poker? I love poker. I love playing poker. I love me some poker. If you're somebody who loves poker, get to Texas Card House. Green Ridge and Westheimer or in Spring, just off 45. Love Texas Card House. Clean, full bar. There we go. Full bar. That's open till 2 a.m. 24/7. There's always a game going on. Safe facility with security, parking there's big parking lot. You don't have to park down the street and walk because you got big parking lots at both locations. I mean, they really, really set this up perfectly. Now, not only that, but they've also set up the Hijack Poker app, Hijack Poker app that you put on your phone or your laptop. If you can't get to the card house, you can still play. If you got kids and you can't get out of the house, that's all right. You can play on your phone while you're watching the kids. You don't have to leave. Maybe you're antisocial like Dell and you don't want to be around people. That's fine. You don't have to be. But you can deposit money and withdraw the money at the Texas Card House. So, I mean, talk about advantages. Texas Card House. Love what they're doing. You will love what they're doing, too. They got big-time poker tournaments that are always happening. You're looking for the best way to get your poker on, TexasCardHouse.com.
Hey, when something happens to you or a loved one or a friend or family member out on the roadway, serious injury occurs, and it doesn't have to be serious. It could be where you're just, you've got to go get checked up. You need x-rays, you need a CAT scan, you need MRI, you've got a pain in your back, you've got a pain in your shoulder, the car struck you on your side, whatever the case may be. Make sure John Daspit is there. Make sure you're calling 713 call now, because that number is going to access some of the best lawyers in the city of Houston when it comes to making sure that you are taken care of, making sure that they are representing you against the other side. And it's unfortunate when someone else's negligence hurts you that you've got to have representation, but that's the fact, because the insurance agents are going to, the lawyers for the insurance agents are going to try to squeeze you and get the best settlement for their side. But what you need is someone to get a fair settlement for you, someone who really will pursue justice for the injured passionately. And that's what John Daspit and his law firm does. They'll make sure your bills get paid for all your hospital and your, and physical therapy and everything from beyond. They'll make sure that you get paid for time that you have to miss from work, whether it's just a couple days or a couple months. That will be accounted for, and your pain and suffering will be accounted for. So you just want someone on your side who is going to treat, who's going to represent you the way you need to be represented against the bullies on the other side. And that's what John Daspit does. He bullies the bullies back. 713 call now. At 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, our penultimate segment of the week as we head toward the weekend with the Astros playing the Rangers. Tonight you got McCullers going against Leiter. Tomorrow, Fromber against DeGrom, and then Sunday, Hunter Brown against Eovaldi. You've got Reed Shepherd in action tonight for the first time in Summer League. That's a 9 o'clock game, so you got to watch that tonight. We've got Wimbledon, where right now Alcaraz is up two sets to 1. So and he won the first game of the 4th set. So we got that going on. Wimbledon all weekend long as well. So good stuff to look forward to. But mostly beating the Rangers. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than the Silver Boot. Doesn't get any bigger than the Silver Boot. So we got to bring that home. Bring that home in one of the fiercest rivalries in all of sports.
Is this the deciding series?
Pardon me?
Is this the deciding series in the Silver Boot? We don't have any more
Probably.
games against the Rangers?
Probably not.
What?
No one knows.
Just shouldn't. Yeah, no, you can know. You just have to look at the schedule and see that. I mean, that's not that hard to figure out. So the Rangers, the Texas series, right now it's even at 2 games apiece.
They have.
We're hoping this is it.
We play them again in the second half.
Yeah, you have 6 against them in September. So
yeah,
you want to take a lead, but this won't
jump
decide.
out.
This won't decide anything. But you would like to not lose a series to the Rangers. So
no,
sure.
Yeah,
you never want to lose a series to the Rangers. They're
God willing,
people.
you beat the Rangers.
But
they're
guys,
people.
But guys, everyone out there, I know you're putting a lot of your emotion about the Astros into this series. We still got 6 more games, so don't get too high or too low, no matter what the outcome is.
You can never in baseball anyway. Even if it's September, you can't get too high.
It's a long season, guys.
Yep.
It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. The games in April and May mean nothing.
Well,
they're literally meaningless games. I've been told that over the years, and I know
really
for a fact
true.
they don't
They all
mean
count.
anything.
So
not as much as the championship rounds.
In the playoffs, you mean? Yes, you're right about that.
Well, the regular season.
There are no
the games in August are way bigger.
Not
than
really.
The games in May.
Not really.
Well, in your opinion,
they count all the same. If you have a 10-game lead because you're
tell it to Astros Twitter.
okay,
I don't tell it to Astros.
I don't
Twitter.
consider Astros Twitter very logical. If you have a 10-game lead in September because you were great in April and March and May, that helps. That's all.
That's true.
Okay, so I'm looking at a graph right here. Quarterback efficiency for the last 3 years in the NFL. Completion percentage above expected. Okay. And then the other side is EPA per play, passes, rushes, and penalties. So expected points per attempt. So who do you think grades out as the 3 best quarterbacks over the last 3 years? It's the 3 years combined.
You know what? It's not going to be Mahomes.
It is Mahomes.
Mahomes is?
Yeah. Mahomes is one of them.
He hasn't had his best years. That's crazy.
Well,
Okay.
last year probably wasn't his best. But over the
over a
3
3-year
years,
run.
Yeah, it's a 3-year run.
So Mahomes is one of the 3, or he's number 1?
He is closest. Yes, he's number 1. He's number 1.
Wow. Okay. I mean, it can't be Jalen Hurts.
It's a graph. It's a diagonal graph line, and Mahomes is 1. Jalen Hurts and Joe Burrow. Those 3 are so far
Jalen
ahead.
Hurts.
Those 3 are so far ahead of everyone else.
Say this again. Expected yards per play.
It's a completion percentage above expected, and that's the bottom, and then up toward the on the left side, it's EPA per play, passes, rushes, and penalties.
Oh, it's a combination of the two. Okay.
Oh, combination of the two, and Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts are way the worst in the league. Kyler Murray, Mac Jones, and Trevor Lawrence.
Checks out.
Matt Stafford is way down there. So is Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones. 4th, though, overall.
So Matt Stafford is down there?
Matt Stafford is down there. 4th overall. As far as
Baker.
quarterback efficiency,
Baker.
Justin Fields.
Okay. What's the next segment?
Well, then it's Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Brock Purdy,
Yeah,
Baker Mayfield.
Justin Fields is
CJ Stroud is in that
First of all,
group.
Matt Stafford on the bottom and Justin Fields on the top. I don't even know what we're doing anymore.
Yeah.
Because as quarterbacks, one guy is legitimately dangerous throughout the course of his career, and another one hasn't proven he can be a starter ever.
Yeah.
So, like, what are we even doing with this little? Whoever made that little graphic, terrible.
You're a terrible person.
Well, it just doesn't. I just don't think it means much.
Yeah. So Warren
Lamar
Sharp
Jackson and Josh Allen are not in the top 3, but Jalen Hurts is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
By the way, where is Lamar Jackson in this whole thing? Oh, yeah, he's down about the middle of the pack. Never mind this stat. Warren Sharp put this out. You know, the Bengals defense ranked 31st last year. Here's the quarterbacks that they faced last year. Jacoby Brissett, Daniel Jones, Jameis Winston, Deshaun Watson, Gardner Minshew, Desmond Ridder, Dorian Thompson-Robinson twice, Cooper Rush, Mason Rudolph, Will Levis, Andy Dalton, Russell Wilson twice. And they ranked 31st in defense. What do we expect? I mean, that is like you cannot face a better. You cannot have a better opportunity to succeed.
More favorable
than that schedule of quarterbacks. And they ranked 31st in the league last year in defense.
Wow.
What do we expect out of them this year? Can we expect any? And they haven't signed Trey Hendrickson.
Wow. They were that bad, and they haven't signed their best player.
Well,
Yeah.
That's why they got rid of Big Lou.
No. They haven't extended him. Trey Hendrickson is
Yeah, he
already
could play
signed.
if he decided to play on the current deal. That's why they got rid of their DC. Big Lou
I got news
is
for you.
gone.
Trey Hendrickson's not letting that. He's not letting those paychecks slide out. He's playing.
Yeah.
He'll do the absolute least possible, but he will play.
Yeah, but okay, is he going to be as effective doing the
No.
least possible?
Not typically.
I mean, can you possibly win in this league when you're as bad as they are defensively?
It's going to be hard. I mean, they can't get any of their draft picks signed. That also hurts. No, that was a really bad I mean, boy, that was a murderer's row of terrible quarterbacks.
And that's the most intriguing. That and the AFC West are probably the most intriguing divisions this year. Of course, the NFC North is going to be good, really good.
You know, I'm just convinced that with how good the AFC is, Cincinnati cannot. Can we even expect them to be a playoff team if they're that bad defensively? I don't care how good Joe is. I don't care how good Jamar and T. Higgins. I don't care how good the offense is. How in the world, with all the teams that you have in the AFC, how in the world can you expect them to make the playoffs in a tough division? No less. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming now, look, Aaron Rodgers has to play. If Aaron Rodgers plays average football, the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Ravens are going to be really tough to beat. They're going to be really tough to beat. They always are. And Steelers they're not a layup with the quarterbacks they've had, but they haven't been as hard to beat. But if Aaron Rodgers plays average football, they're going to be better than they have been offensively. They've added DK Metcalf and who else did they add? They added another wide receiver, right? I'm trying to remember if they added someone else, but I'm assuming they did. They
traded for Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, he traded for Jonnu, which will help, even though Aaron doesn't.
Robert Woods. It's Calvin Austin, Robert Woods, DK Metcalf. Those are the top three guys. Unless you think Roman Wilson's got any juice.
That's not great. But regardless, yeah, I think Cincinnati.
Well, they need Randall Cobb in there.
Yeah, if you can get Randall Cobb and Brandon Cooks in there, the murderer's row of wide receivers we don't care about from Houston anymore, that would be amazing.
I mean, I guess it's gonna. Well, the Bengals and the Ravens. That's the Ravens, right? Is there anybody going to make a run at the Chiefs in the West? Are the Broncos?
Yeah, I think I don't think they win their division. I think the Chargers. I think it's the Chargers division.
I think it's the Broncos.
You think Bo Nix can take that jump that quick?
Yep.
I don't know.
Think they got a great
Harbaugh
defensive secondary.
I think Harbaugh's a really good coach, and I think they've got a lot of. I think this is going to be the year that kind of Justin Herbert quiets the Dells of the world who have been haters from the beginning.
Good luck backing Justin Herbert to quiet anything.
Yeah.
You lean on Justin Herbert. Go ahead. I'll take Mahomes.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is the year. I've been saying it for 3 straight years, and I mean it this year.
Congratulations.
This is the year Kansas City falls off.
Yeah, the Mike Williams, Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey. Glad's good, but the other two, they brought back Mike Williams.
Mike Williams. I think he had 200 yards receiving last year. Wait, they didn't add anybody? They don't have anyone else?
Trey Harris they drafted.
Yeah, I like Trey, but he's still a rookie.
Yeah.
Who do they have at tight end?
Will Dissly and Tyler Conklin.
Ooh, that's not enough. They got No, they didn't get Omarion Hampton.
No.
Who did
No, they did. They drafted Omarion Hampton.
Oh no, they're the ones. Yeah, they got Omarion.
And
I like that.
They brought in Najee Harris, and he has an eye issue because of fireworks.
Yeah, he got hurt in a fireworks accident.
Multiple people got hurt in that fireworks accident. I was reading the story today. Like multiple people were injured. Like what the hell happened?
Najee was probably the richest guy there, so he's going to pay. There's going to be lawsuits against Najee.
They're his
Wait
fireworks.
a minute, he got his eye hurt.
But they're his fireworks. Other people got hurt. He's in trouble.
He's in trouble.
Were they his fireworks?
I don't know that, but if they were, he's
in trouble.
Oh no.
Well, I know this. If he went to Top Dog, he got a lot of buy one get one free.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, but he doesn't. Well, that man's got money.
He sustained a superficial eye injury. He's expected to be ready for the upcoming season. He was present. He was present at a 4th of July event. They did not say it was his event, so maybe.
Yeah, stop trying to sue him, John.
That man's paying. I'm sorry,
but if you
were around and you have money, you're paying.
If there were injuries and he's in a state where John Daspit is, call John Daspit and he will sue Najee Harris for you.
Wait,
that's right.
Wait, what if Najee Harris isn't at fault?
That's tough. We're suing him anyway. He's got money.
We'll take a look
in
and see
2025. This is what America does.
So if it's not his residence and he didn't buy the fireworks, you can, and he didn't light any of them, you're still suing him.
I'll sue you.
It's gonna be tougher.
But
it's gonna be tougher.
We
to
get it done in America.
Does Daspit take the case under the scenario I laid out?
Not really. No.
That's probably not a great case.
Najee Harris has wronged you, Get at him.
No,
713 call now.
no, I don't think that should be part of the promo.
Okay. That's awfully specific. Do you have a problem with Najee Harris? Call John Daspit now. 713 call now. Has an NFL player hurt you in a fireworks incident? John Daspit's waiting for your call.
You want if an NFL running back who runs a 4.7 hurt you in an incident, call John Daspit.
It's awfully specific.
Have you been injured by an NFL running back that's super slow but is kind of tough out of the backfield in PPR leagues? Or if Achan does something. Have you been injured by a 4.29 40 running back who's constantly injured because he's tiny?
He played all 17 games last year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There
It just
goes
seemed
that
like
theory about tiny people.
Thank you.
Tank tore up 2 knees and he's shattered a knee, and it's because he's little. Okay.
No, it's because Najee Harris shot fireworks at his knees.
All right. He might have. You think Najee was shooting fireworks at Tank's knees?
I don't know, but if he did, 713 call now.
That's it. And if
John Daspit got his law degree from University of Houston. Do you think
if you've got an HR problem like Lance, HRP.net. If you've got an HR problem like Lance Zierlein, then you got to go to HRP.net, 281-880-6525. Call him now. Call him now and get that cancer out of your business, okay? Look, you're looking for the best way to get payroll to your people, and that's my peeps over at HRP. HRP is awesome. We love what they do for us. I just got, we get paid on the 1st and the 15th, and it's always perfect. I screwed it up one time. And here's the deal, okay? So I screwed up my paycheck. What do? I call HRP. HRP handled it. It was a mistake. They took care of it. But it wasn't like, okay, now it's a whole big thing for your company. You're spending time on that. No, the employees go directly to HRP, and HRP handles it, okay? Here's the number. Call Laura. Laura said, oh, no, just call HRP. Not a problem. They can handle this situation. And sure enough, HRP did, okay? And I love HRP because you got that customer service that's second to none. You got the technology that's second to none. You got payroll, HR, taxes. You got you're trying to do this yourself. You stink at this. HRP is great at it. It's what they do every single day. So if you're somebody that's doing your own payroll or you're not completely satisfied with the payroll company you have now, try ours. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. A man set the record for farthest distance riding a motorcycle while on fire. How many feet do you think he went? How long is a mile? How many feet? 4,000, right?
Isn't it like 5,280
5,280
or something like that?
Yeah, 5,280. How far do you think he rode a motorcycle while on fire? And it's a world record.
So he's on fire, not the bike.
He's on fire.
I'm gonna half a mile.
Less, 1,450.
Why is this a thing? Who's looking to
Because
set that record?
Did you set a world record this week?
I'm
No.
asking a question. Why
But
is that
did
a
you-
record anyone wants to set?
Because he said he's in the world. He made a difference in the world.
No,
Did you do anything
No,
this
he
week?
didn't. He didn't make a difference in the world. No one. What's changed now that
Yeah.
he's done that?
Apparently, there's some criticism going on. You know the guy who buys houses on our air?
Yeah,
I buy houses. I'll buy your house.
your
That
tenant
guy?
then pay you the rent
Yeah.
house or whatever he says. Yeah.
Right. Well, in Cleveland, they got that same guy, or I don't know if it's the same. It's a different guy. I buy crack houses. Your house is trash. I'll buy your house.
I buy crack houses.
I buy crack houses. Do you think you should buy crack houses?
Lance, do you think you should buy crack houses? I was just trying to test if he was there. I was assuming he wasn't there.
He's not there. I mean,
He just walked out. I don't.
He just
does
left
he,
the show.
Is he aware that we go past 10 o'clock all the time now? And he just left again.
He just left. How about this, Dell? Are you interested? AT&T girl Lily Milana Vaintrub. She's joined an adult content site.
She's called it Only Philanthropy. I think that's what it's called. So she takes pictures for charity. I've seen the story, and apparently, they're tasteful, spicy stuff, but she's not nude, and she uses the proceeds to give it to
charities.
To charities, yes.
Oh, so you are interested. You did look it up.
No, I just saw the story. Apparently, this is a woman who at one point got off the internet for the most part because she was tired of how she was being talked about because of her appearance.
She actually did a breast reduction.
Yeah, well, part of the process, I get. But now she's saying, you know what?
Which I'm totally against.
Not surprising.
As in theory, I'm totally against.
Her body, your opinion, I guess, is what we're doing
right.
there. But she decided.
I can have my opinion.
Yeah, I just say your opinion. She decided that this is a good cause, so she would take some pictures.
Yeah,
Milena
so good for her.
Vaintrub or something like that.
Yeah, but it does spark a little interest. That's for sure. Yeah.
I would agree.
Lily. Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a good weekend of Astros, Rangers, Wimbledon, and Reed Shepherd. So we will talk about all that on Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before I go, I want to talk about Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. 30 years as a discount mortgage lender in Texas. Better Business Bureau gives them an A+. An A+. Here's the deal. So brokers, what do you think of immediately when you think of a broker? Oh, man, that's a middleman. I don't want any part of that. A broker is going to, make money off of me, and it's going to cost me. And it can't be further from the truth when you're talking about a mortgage lender. When you're talking about a guy who's going to take care of all the different stuff that you don't know any idea about. You don't know about surveys or title companies or insurance agents. You don't know what the best loan is, where to find it, where wholesale loans are. You don't know how to work the system if you're a first-time home buyer or you're a veteran. You just don't know the things that Kent Jones knows because he's been doing it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. This is the biggest purchase of your life. I don't care if it's your fifth house or sixth house. I wish I could have used Kent Jones to help me with the house we just bought here, but he's not licensed in California. But he is licensed in Texas. So if you're looking for the best way to get into that house, use Kent Jones to save you money. He saves thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for people. Thousands and thousands, okay? So if you're looking to buy a home, just go to 975loans.com, 975loans.com, 713-520-5626. Tell them you heard it here.
Honestly, this whole show is a Superman preview show. I've been counting down the minutes since I got here. I picked out a theater. I got a time. It's got a tight window. The movie is for 1:00, and to be fair, it's really like 1:25 because everyone knows about the previews. It started off great because my intern showed up, which means I don't have to stay later and put up a podcast, so that's good. I just need to avoid an email from someone on the sales staff between now and 12:15 to say, "Hey, could you get this?" Then that means I can be free and clear by about 12:15 and get there on time. And we'll hear from Michael Carroll at 11:30. He's already seen Superman, and he'll give us his spoiler-free review of that movie. So we'll do that at 11:30. Michael Carroll hosts a Comicast. So as I said, it's pretty much just a Superman preview show for me. I won't call it a holiday show because that just implies I don't care. That look, if you haven't been able to read through the John and Lance holiday show title, it just means they've pretty much packed it in for that show. And good luck with the content. We'll try to avoid some of that. Currently, right now, they talked a lot about Wimbledon. Right now, the American Taylor Fritz is battling Alcaraz, tied at 5 in the fourth set. Alcaraz has won 2 out of the first 3. Obviously, that means if he can close this out, he's going to the final. See if the American can take it to a 5th and final set. We had some Astro news that broke yesterday. We'll get to that. But Sean, have you seen? You probably haven't seen Superman. Is the plan to see it this weekend?
Yes, this weekend. I don't have time or theater locked in, but at some point this weekend.
Nah, I got the IMAX theater. I got 1:00. Everything's turning up Dell right now, as George Costanza used to say. Everything's turning up George. Everything's turning up me right now. We'll see if I can make it till noon. There's some little potholes that could show themselves, but right now I feel pretty good about making that showing.
I think you'll make it.
Yeah.
I think like you said, you just need to be there in time for 1:25.
Pretty much, yeah. I do know I'm not buying a crypto popcorn bucket. I've already made that decision. Not buying one of those.
Like Bitcoin or
no?
Crypto the dog.
Crypto the dog. Yes, the dog that's prominently displayed in all the promotional material. I'm not buying a crypto popcorn bucket. I didn't buy the Dune popcorn bucket. I'm not doing any of that stuff.
That's the only one I got.
You got that one.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah,
I think that's the only one.
Yeah, we'll
definitely the only one I still have.
Oh, you've kept it.
Yeah, I just pass by it every once in a while.
Oh yeah, I remember when I did that. So there it is. Superman's getting good reviews. It started out at over 90. Now it's like at 80-something%. So cool. I'll take that and we'll see if I enjoy it. As I mentioned, there was some Astro news. We'll get to that here. Bryce Matthews called up. The Astros dealing with all these injuries. They bring up their top prospect. And if you are a general Astro fan, yeah, you're locked in, but you don't know all the minor leaguers. You're not watching Space Cowboy stuff. He is one of the few of these call-ups that you know. Like, you probably knew Jacob Milton. You probably knew that name in some way, shape, or form. You've heard it. But Bryce Matthews is your top prospect. He's coming up. Does he make his debut this weekend? You would imagine he would. Why are you calling up? If not for that, is he in the lineup tonight? Can't speak to that. We'll see. We'll see what Jeremy Branham, when he puts out a spot as lineup. We'll see. We'll see what Jeremy Branham says.
Would Branham put Bryce Matthews?
Yeah, or will he simply just ask the question, what's wrong with the spotters lineup? We'll see when he quote tweets the spotters lineup as that gets revealed later today. And I hope Bryce Matthews gets his shot just to add a little spice to this weekend series. It is the Astros versus the Rangers. And other than the fact that they're the Rangers, there's not a lot there. You're going into the All-Star break. All you want to do is kind of stem the tide of what has been, well, it's not really a lot of losing, but you lost 3 games in a row to the Guardians. You want to change that up, and you got the Rangers as hopefully your foil for this weekend. Take at least 2 out of 3. You got a couple of your best pitchers going, and get right before the All-Star break. So as far as the Rangers, they've been bad. They certainly underachieved according to Jock Peterson, if we remember way back when, before the year started, Jock Peterson, the former Dodger, had some smoke for the Astros. I think I put it on the rundown, Sean. That quote, if you don't remember it, it was a opening salvo for the season. Of course, Astro fans have referenced it as the Rangers continue to fall farther, or at least further and further behind the Astros. Jock Peterson introduced, and all he did was do that thing. Like, the problem for him is he was pretending like he was a head coach at some type of fundraiser where you're getting the constituents riled up about how things are going to change around here. But he did it at a presser for everyone to see. Jock Peterson had some words that were flagrant and have not been proven to be true so far. Here's Jock Peterson on what he thought was going to happen regarding Astros Rangers this year.
Played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West. And so, like I said, there's lots of things that are going in the right direction for the Rangers to be on top of this division. And I don't know, you talk to a lot of teams, they want to win the World Series and do this stuff like at the start. And I told Siwa, I mean, all we got to do is get to the playoffs. You let Bochy do what Bochy does in the playoffs, usually comes well. And then, I mean, you add in a sprinkle of Seager in there, and next thing you know, we're all walking around with more rings. So it's gonna happen. We got a lot of work ahead of us, but we're not lacking in the details that prepare us every day. That is gonna make it consistently a reoccurring theme.
Sean, you want to take a guess at Jock Peterson season so far? Let's guess batting average, higher or lower than 230?
The lower.
How much lower do you think?
It's like 215.
No, 100 points lower. He's batting 131 in the year.
That's not great.
That's bad. He's only played 46 games because he's
like that to be higher.
Yeah, if you're a Ranger fan, you would like that to be
Jock
higher.
Peterson would like that to be higher.
Yeah, after all that nonsense he just said. How about you
all that yapping,
play more than 46 games and have a batting average above 150? How about that? I don't know what he thought was in place for the Rangers to take over the division. And also, I don't sure, it's just words at a presser, but the little run that the Astros had, you mean a decade? That's not a little run, Jock Peterson. That little run they had. I know you're an ex-Dodger, and sure, you got smoke for the Astros.
What, they're good in 2017, and then what?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
I like to go back to 2015. I know people start at 17 because you won the title that year, and 16 wasn't a great season, mostly because they couldn't beat the Rangers. They would have made the playoffs so they could actually beat the Rangers that year. 2015, that was a surprise year. That kind of started everything. We're talking about a decade-long run of pretty much dominance. Nice little run. No, maybe Jock Peterson's career had a nice little run.
He played him twice in the World Series. It's a nice little run.
Yeah.
Those two things are almost contradictory of each other. I've played that team twice in the World Series, and let me tell you, little run that they had.
Thank you, Jock Peterson, for providing me any reason to care about this series. Look,
I mean, he could have also provided a reason to care by
playing better.
Thus, the Rangers are better. Thus,
and this had some real importance, as opposed to me making up motivation to care about the series.
It really is insane that basically 2016 and 2023 are the only 2 years where this series has carried weight. The silver boot, whatever, has carried weight. Every other year, the teams are just so vastly on two different planets that it doesn't even last year, by the time the Rangers actually started playing the Astros had kind of dusted themselves off and started winning. Just didn't matter.
All that talking they were doing coming off their World Series, and the Astros started the season rough. They felt pretty good about themselves, and that quickly changed because the dominant team, not only the division, but the entire AL has been the Astros. And appreciate Jock Peterson for the words. It's now just funny to listen to him say that, considering how his season has gone so far and the Rangers season as a whole. They're 2 games under 500. The Astros will see them.
Just get them to the playoffs, though.
Yeah,
Just get Bruce Bochy to the playoffs.
and Seager to do their things. Well, you got a long road.
Just get them to the playoffs.
The problem is you have the 162 to get to the playoffs, and they are doing a poor job of just getting the magic of Bochy and Seager to the playoffs. And Jock Peterson is among them. One of the reasons why they are far off the pace of the Astros. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We got, I won't say big summer league action because I don't believe that exists, but at least we've got Reed Shepherd tonight. Reed Shepherd was on set of the ESPN with the ESPN crew, and the questions about how the Astros, how the Rockets felt about him came up because Reed Shepherd is someone that was not involved in the KD trade discussions. He's a guy that that the Rockets said was off limits. So we'll hear his reaction to that. And I'll ask a question right now. After watching Cooper Flag go 5 for 21, was it worth it? The $2,300 ticket, was it worth it to watch fake Scottie Pippen go out there and go 5 for 21? Look, I'm already clearly been against the generational stuff that people are throwing out there. I don't like it when people talk about some player's best attributes and scoring is like 7th on the list. It doesn't make me feel great about his prospects as far as being this great player. Like if he's a do everything type, what does that say? So when fake Scottie Pippen's out there going 5 for 21, do you feel better or worse about your decision to potentially spend $2,300 for him to go against Bronny and not being able to back Bronny down in the post? For people who live on the internet, you know that Karl Anthony Towns meme when he's going against DeMarcus Cousins and he can't back him down, and he's got that face.
That one.
People were not some of the other Karl Anthony Towns stuff, but that face of Karl Anthony Towns and DeMarcus Cousins going, "What are you doing down here? You can't play with me." There's an image that you go side by side, and it's very similar to Bronny looking at Cooper Flag. All right, man, cut this out. Go back this thing out. You're not gonna, and he didn't. In fact, I think Bronny tapped it away from or maybe even called for a foul, but Cooper Flag could not move Bronny in the low block. He'll be fine, everybody. This is just me saying $2,300 for that. What are we talking about here? All right. We'll hear from Reed Shepherd when we come back. Me and Sean till noon. We're just getting started. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Pena, I see you. You want to talk Superman. The American Taylor Fritz was up during the tiebreak 6-4 for the fourth set against Alcaraz. Alcaraz served to get it back to 6-5, so Fritz was serving for the set, and Alcaraz broke him, and then Alcaraz won the next 2 points, or games, I guess, and then he wins. So Alcaraz gets to another final. He'll see Djokovic or Sinner. Tough for the American Taylor Fritz. He had a chance, 2 set points, couldn't get it done, and Alcaraz took control and put him away. So it goes 6-4. Alcaraz won 6-4, 5-7, 6-3, and 7-6 to head to a Wimbledon final. So the American men done for the tournament. We have an American woman, Amanda Anisimova. She is in the final. We'll see if she can do what American women continue to do, win Grand Slams. We'll see if she can get it done. Unfortunate for Taylor Fritz. He had a real shot to push that to 5. Amanda Anisimova, get that right, Anisimova. She'll have her shot to win a final against Swiatek. All right, let's get to Pena. He wants to talk Superman. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Man, yeah, I'm really stoked for the Superman movie. I love him, man. He's a big fan. He's probably like top 2 in all of my superheroes, DC and Marvel. But I have a question for you, man. So I go to AMC majority of the time, probably all the time, and they have the 2 better versions. You know, they have the Dolby and then they have the IMAX. I choose Dolby. So my question for you is, what do you prefer, the Dolby or the IMAX? That's if you go to AMC. Thank you. Have a great weekend, man.
Appreciate it. I don't normally go to AMC because generally I go to movies after already being home, and Cinemark is the closest one to my house. In this case, AMC is on the way home, so I'm going to that one, and I'm choosing IMAX. I'm going to watch that one in IMAX. I don't really have a preference unless it's one of these type of movies, and I've been told to watch an IMAX. Hell, Sean told me to watch F1 in IMAX, I believe.
Yeah.
So I will.
Only certain movies deserve IMAX.
Other ones,
Some of them you're just spending the extra $10 on a ticket.
Yeah, just because. But this one, I'm gonna go with IMAX and see. But normally, like I said, Dolby, IMAX, standard, whatever. Just depends on the movie. So,
yeah. I think I've only recently, it's only been F1 and Sinners that I've seen with the full IMAX, Dolby, all that stuff.
Sorry, I was looking at Alcaraz on the screen, just trying to up my tennis knowledge, because I said apparently in a tiebreak it's points. I said game.
Did Alcaraz win?
Yes, he did win.
Okay.
Yes, but he won 4 straight points to turn the tiebreak in his favor. As I said, he was down 4. He was down 6-4 and won the next 4 to win it. So to win the set and win the match, and now he's in the final against either Yannick Sinner or Djokovic. We'll see how that one plays out for them. All right. I mentioned before we went to break, Reed Shepherd was on the ESPN set discussing a lot of things, but what came up was how the Rockets see him. He wasn't in the Kevin Durant trade discussions. Maybe the Suns asked for him, but the Rockets said he was off limits. He along with Amen Thompson are probably their top 2 young assets. Tari Eason is right there with them, at least maybe a close third behind Reed Shepherd. But Reed Shepherd wasn't going to be traded, at least not for Kevin Durant. Here's Shams Charania, maybe Malika Andrews as well, talking to Reed Shepherd about how highly the Rockets hold him.
This offseason, teams inquire with the Rockets, ask about you. The Suns, I was told, asked about you. You were made untouchable in those conversations. So what do you feel when you hear that? What kind of motivation does it give you? How do you feel just about where you stand right now?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. For me, this is my first year dealing with all the off season, the trades. So it's kind of crazy seeing all of it go down. like you said, hearing some of that stuff is pretty cool. It gives me a lot of confidence just going into the gym, continue to work on everything I've been working on this summer, just getting better and just really looking forward to the season and trying to help as much way as I can.
Is that something like the GM tells you, like, hey, listen, like a team called about you, but we're not trading you. Like, you're good, you're untouchable. Like, did you hear that verbatim?
No, not really.
All right, so I'm telling you.
Go now.
You get to break that news.
That's why he's smiling.
See, this is, I mean, I want that moniker, right? You are untouchable as a player.
There's a joke about Dave McMenamin I would make, but I won't. If you know, you know. All right. So Reed Sheppard, untouchable in the Kevin Durant trade. Reed Sheppard probably untouchable when it comes to other players. I don't think he is untouchable, period. That might only be for Ahmed Thompson as far as Rockets assets. But I'm sure it's good to know for Reed that he has a level of stability. Now he's just got to go out there and reward the Rockets' faith. It kind of starts with Summer League. Look, we know at least last year he was too good for Summer League. We will see if that remains the case and if that can translate to the season, because lack of guard depth means Reed Sheppard has a real chance. So all I'm looking for is, if they're going to give him on-ball reps and be the point guard, let's see that. I know he can come off a screen and knock down a mid-range jumper, but can he facilitate? Can he organize an offense? I am interested to see what the Rockets' plan for him is in the summer league. I know he can shoot. I know if you give him an open look, he can make it. But do they lean into the point guard stuff, or do they want him to be more combo guard or lead guard and still look for his offense on a consistent basis? Or is it a chance for him to just be a pass first guy when the moments dictate it, so he can let him know, I got this in my bag too?
I would like to see some scoring in summer league, because you have to remember when he got sent to the G League early last season, just immediately it was 40 points a game in the G League. And I do need to see a little bit of, maybe not 40 points a game, but I need to see the scoring output against what is essentially G League competition. Probably a little bit worse than G League competition, maybe a little bit better. Kind of depends on which summer league team you're playing, whether they have a lot of rookies that are on the team that will be in the NBA soon. But I think that you need to see a little bit of this scoring from Reed Sheppard. I agree with you. In the regular season, his role is probably going to be a little bit more facilitation and just running the offense on a second unit. But here, like, dude, you need to kill these guys. Like, you kind of need to.
I don't know. I just know
dominate the game.
I won't think less of him if he's having bad shooting nights. Just sometimes that's the nature of the game. I feel like I know.
The shooting is not like a skill that we're like, let's see how the shooting works out.
Yeah, it's because it's shooting. Maybe shooting was the reason he didn't get on the floor more last year, because they needed that aspect from him. If he wasn't going to give it to him, his inability to really hold it defensively, they couldn't have both of those things going on. You're not going to too small currently to hold it defensively, and you're not going to knock down shots. Come sit with us unless Fred is hurt and we start you in a random game. But if we're talking about what he can bring to the roster, that really doesn't really exist unless you just want to lean it's heavy into Aaron Holiday backup guard minutes, is for 15 to 20 minutes that maybe Fred's not on the floor, or at least Fred doesn't always have to be the primary ball handler. Can Reed Sheppard handle some of those responsibilities and not just be a guy who is a black hole, and once he gets the ball, he's going to get a ball screen and rise up and fire?
I was talking about in the summer league.
Even still, I
get buckets on.
No, I know what you're saying, but I know he can get buckets in the summer league. I don't like if he does it. Cool. It's great for the social media stuff. It's great for the highlight packages. It's great for the clips. And if I ran the Rockets social media account, I would love for Reed Sheppard to get up.
Reed Sheppard Muse right here.
Yeah. Okay. If that is your account, credit to you. You're going to need Reed Sheppard to get up shots and knock them down. But for what this team needs from him, yeah, he's going to have to knock down shots in the regular season. But I do want to see if there's some added things to a skill set. And also, is he a guy who, if he is tasked with guarding bigger guys in the summer league, is that not going to be a concern? Look, obviously, the level of competition will rise, and the bigger guys in the NBA will be everyday NBA players, not these guys trying to make it in the summer league. But I know he can shoot. I believe that's a skill set that's not going to leave him. The other things, it's more fun if he scores. Yes, I'm going to acknowledge that.
And there's a little bit of I forgot who pointed this out. It might have been Reed Shepherd who pointed it out, but that he basically had never, because he wasn't like some no doubt about it, like obviously going to be a one and done NBA, like future NBA player while he was in high school. And even when he committed to Kentucky, like he thought he was going to be at Kentucky for a few years, that he never was like the guy on a team that just takes every shot. Like he never had the, like, the high school version. He didn't play as the high school version of James Harden growing up.
Sure.
Like he wasn't the guy who's just like, we will win the state title just because I shoot every time down the court. And so when he got to Kentucky, that was like hard for him to look around and be like, oh, I actually need to like scale. I'm actually one of the better players on this team. This team needs me to score. And same thing when he went to the G League. It was like hey, dude, you're actually going to have to put up shots in the G League. You are the best player on this court. So that's more of like, I want to see a little bit of aggression and a little bit of like, hey, I will just hunt shots a little bit if the shot is there. Because he's going to need to do that because he's going to be the best shooter on the team.
On the summer league team, or the
well, I guess other than Durant on the NBA team.
I was like, hold on, I do think they acquired a Hall of Famer, but to your point, yes. As far as guys who were there last year, yeah, he remains, at least reputationally, their best shooter who's returning, and now second behind Durant. So yes, if he's going to gain a spot in their rotation, he's going to have to knock down shots. But I guess depending on the combinations, how often will they be leaning on him to do that? If Kevin Durant's on the floor with him quite a bit, if Amin Thompson, who will take some on-ball reps, is on the floor, Reed Shepherd could play off ball, and then that's when you would expect some shots to go up from him, because Amin, as good as he is sometimes when they spread the floor and allow him to go one-on-one, the shot needs work. We'll see what he looks like when he comes back for his his third season now. All right, we'll go to break with that. Reed Shepherd in Summer League tonight. We went through what it would cost if you flew out today, and it costs more than you would want to spend. Considering you have to buy sessions at Summer League, not just for the game. And it was really
$700.
It was mostly to compare it to what people were paying to watch Cooper Flag. The secondary market had it at like $2,300 for a floor seat. Lower bowl was in the four figures. And at what point during that performance where you're like, wait a minute, what am I doing? Why did I pay this? Like, if you're a Maverick fan and you're looking for any joy because of what happened with the trade for Luke, I get one to see your next great alleged star up close and in person. But if you're a Maverick fan and live in Dallas, it's going to cost you less to watch him in a regular season game, depending on the night, than it will, maybe not floor seats, but just watching him in games that matter, than to watch him not be able to back down Bronny James.
Hey, I need to see Cooper Flag go 5 for 21 for 10
in
points.
In person.
But I also get to see Bronny score 8 points, go 2 for 8.
I understand the positioning for marketing of the matchup, Bronny versus Cooper Flag, but really, Bronny's not a sell to me, but maybe I'm unique in that regard. I don't need to see the son of a great player play basketball. There are levels of my sports fandom.
Oh, you saw a Maverick 2-point win, though.
It was close. I believe Cooper Flag made a really good defensive play late in the game to help the Mavericks seal that win. And if you read what ESPN said about him, it's all about what they project him to be, not what the actual game was. Sure, he showed some things defensively. He got out in the open floor and had a dunk. But it was mostly about, see, this skill that really didn't show itself in the game, but we can see how that's going to play out in regular NBA games.
Give him a couple years
against better players. Yes. He's only 18, which is something to say. He's about 6'9", 230, whatever he is. You know, they always say that he already has an NBA body. An NBA body who couldn't back down Bronny James, but an NBA body.
Ryan Nembhard was like, they're here to see me.
I did see a lot of that. How could no one draft Nimhard? Was he undrafted or did he get drafted?
I think he was undrafted.
Yeah, he is the brother of the now at least playoff Pacers star, the other Nimhard. They both had very similar journeys in college. They both wound up transferring to Gonzaga, or was it one of them was at Gonzaga? Excuse me, Gonzaga. Sorry, Kelvin Sampson. One of them was at Gonzaga and then wound up at Creighton, or did they go to Creighton and wind up at Gonzaga? I think we've done this bit before. I just don't remember how that worked out, but I think they both transferred and both played at Gonzaga.
Yes,
that's what I remember.
That's the key part.
Yes,
they transferred and ended up at Gonzaga.
Yes, and Ryan is playing for the Mavs in summer league,
getting buckets.
He did
to a full house.
When you pay $2,300 and a Nimhard is a star of the show, there's got to be some regret.
I mean, it's
a place for regret. It is Vegas.
It might be Eastern Conference Game 4 though, where you're like, wow, Nimhard is really killing it.
I hope so. I hope you found a path to justify spending that type of money for that summer league game.
Are they just printing Nimhard? That's what they should do. They should have, like, you know how they can like print the jerseys in team shops like right in front of you?
Yeah.
They should just have those stations at summer league games so you can just so people can make the impulse bad decision of like, give me a Ryan Nimhard Mavericks jersey right now. While they're still in this is very predatory what I'm doing, but I think you would make a lot of money.
It's not a bad thought. Like if you were enamored with Bol when he made his first summer league appearance, print those jerseys.
It's
out
like
right now.
buying a penny stock.
Yeah.
Except that I'm charging full price for these jerseys.
Depending on who's plays well today, a summer league really kicks off. We only had a couple games yesterday, but we'll have a full slate of them. You know, if you're an Atlanta fan, and I'm trying to think of who their guy would be. I don't know who Atlanta drafted. I know Derek Queen played yesterday. He was fine. Every time Derek Queen plays, it's a justification or not of what New Orleans did in trading an unprotected first in next year's draft for him. So,
hey, 13-10 last night.
Yeah, I mean, he was going at his own pace. That's how I'll say it. But he's crafty. He did a little Euro pump fake. Got the guy up in the air and made a shot. He doesn't play above the rim. Athleticism will be a question for him, but he knows how to score.
But if you're a Pelicans fan, you're like, wow, Quinones, he went for 20, 7 for 12. Let me get a Quinones number 30 jersey. Stat.
Here's the thing about Summer League. If it's someone your team didn't draft, they were signed or specifically for Summer League, or they're part of your G League team, you really don't want those guys getting shots.
No.
When you're first round,
it's a waste of time.
When your first round picks on the floor, you want everything to flow through them. Like, you get upset. Like if Reed Shepherd tonight is being pushed aside because Nate Williams wants to get up shots, you're like, Nate Williams, we get it. It's a nice story. You played on the active roster this past season, but get out of the way. Please stop taking shots.
We're not here for.
Please stop facilitating offense, Nate Williams. No one but probably the Rockets coaching staff wants to see you take shots and opportunities away from Reed Shepherd.
Now, Malik Wilson, you can fire away.
Yeah, sure. The Coug, get as many shots up as you want. It'd be a great story if he has a good summer league.
Yeah.
And see where it takes his
Kennedy
career.
Chandler, know your place.
It's true though. No, you guys are just there to fill out a roster.
By the way, Reed Shepherd on the summer league Rockets roster is listed at 6'3". Seems a little tall.
Wow.
6'3", 182.
He's young. Did he grow since the last time he was measured?
I hope so.
It would help him out.
Wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, that would help. We'll get to your calls. 713-780-3776 is the number. So Reed Shepherd going tonight as the Rockets kick off their summer league. If you want to get involved on that, I just gave you the number. We have someone up there. We'll get to you when we come back. But first, I want to talk to you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's the place you go to if you got a problem with your plumbing. It's pretty simple. Plumbing, you don't really want to think about it, but sometimes you need to be preventative. You don't want to be reactionary, and that means a small problem becomes a big one. So if you sense an issue, or maybe you even see it, like maybe you're low on water pressure, or there's a distinct smell that you don't expect when you turn on your faucet, there's one place to go. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. So you sense there's a problem, but you don't know what it is, they can get you a free quote. You can kind of work through it, and they'll figure out what it is, and they'll tell you how much it'll cost for them to fix it. No one wants to be charged for something that's simply an evaluation. So they'll take care of that for you, and they have a lot of services that you can check out on the website. They have this really nice drop-down menu that shows everything from repipes to maybe you got a tankless water heater that you need cleaned out. They do it all for you at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. So you can call them at 281-488-6238. Check out what they have to offer. They got great local contractors that take care of people in the community. They'll do a great job. You won't have any complaints. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Mike, I see you up there. We'll get to you here in just a bit. I did want to let you guys know our summer circuit continues. And today, the guys are going to be down in Galveston at the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops. You can go there, sign up for a chance to win a couple bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a pair of bikes valued at about $4,000. All you got to do is register there, and you have a chance to win. We're going to continue to give you opportunities as we continue our summer circuit. So got a chance to win something, meet the guys, have some sweet at Sweet Scoops down at the Pleasure Pier. And of course, Sean's going to be involved in this, John and Lance as well, along with me. We're getting ever closer to the beginning of training camp, which means people thinking about fantasy football becomes a bigger and bigger deal. So we're going to have a really fun thing to do. We're partnering with the Golden Nugget down in Lake Charles. We're going to give 4 people, at least 4 lucky listeners, but you can bring a buddy, which will, and that'll give you a chance to be part of our fantasy football league, brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. So myself, Sean, John, and Lance, and then 8 of you will be involved in that as well. Fun time. And we're going to have our draft August 28th down in Lake Charles, and you get a 2-night stay, $200 food and beverage, and dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. We're going to be doing those giveaways starting, well, two Thursdays from today, July 24th, and it'll go through August 14th. So if you think that's something you want to do, plan it out. Make sure you're going to be available to do that August 28th. Be there for the draft down in Lake Charles and enjoy your time at the Golden Nugget. I know we always do when we go down there. So it should be fun. Think of those fantasy football names.
Yeah.
Maybe BBL smell is something.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, are we at a disadvantage because of stuff like that where we have to talk about not just this specific thing, but just fantasy football in general? And as we're looking forward ahead to the season, when we're like, we have segments to fill, we have to talk about, who I really like is this backup running back on Vegas.
Well, here's the thing.
Actually, probably not that because they drafted Gency. But
I get what you're saying.
I'm a big James Conner guy, and then we walk in the draft, and everyone knows that I'm a big James Conner guy.
Maybe we use it as a way to trick people.
Smoke screen?
Yeah, we just say things we don't believe in, like we normally do on the show.
What would Danny Ainge do?
Yes, he would trick people into taking people that he wasn't ever going to take anyway, just to be in an advantageous spot.
Okay.
I don't ever really think what would Danny Ainge do, but maybe this is a time to think that way because he generally tries to win trades. I mean, it doesn't result in any winning in Utah, but he does like to win a trade. So we will see.
Nobody better pick Restrepo before me. All right, Xavier Restrepo. That's my late round flyer. All right.
I would say that's a name wasted for this trick you're trying to run. I would say don't worry about it. I don't know if anyone's going to be looking into drafting the receiver who runs like a 4.9 or whatever he ran before, but his hamstring was hurt, I believe.
A hamstring was hurt. Got a connection with the quarterback.
That's right. True. It's like just like Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. It'll be the same thing. Exactly.
Work for them.
Exactly.
Didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, one of them was a top 5 pick at wide receiver, not Xavier Restrepo. So maybe don't draw that comparison. But hey, if that's a guy you like, now you know that Sean likes him too. All right, let's get to Mike. He wants to talk some NBA. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. Hey, I had a question. Like, this is all assuming that Reed Shepherd has a good summer or whatever. But I guess no one's talking about like the biggest thing about him is I think he's at a fork in the road right now where he has to pick what kind of white NBA player he's going to be. Is he going to stay like, regular haircut, Reed Shepherd, or is he going to try to switch over to like a Chet Holmgren and like Tyler Hero where he edges up the sides and changes his accent and everything? And then my second question was, this is about fantasy football. Hey, is it true that Tyreek actually might go to the 49ers? I know that, you know more about that. And then Ashton Genty, should he be a top 5 pick this year in fantasy? And then last thing, I'm going to try to stop by Pleasure Pier, but I heard people were tweeting that Joe Blank was out there boogie boarding this morning. I don't know if you know if that's true or not. Anyways, love the show. Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Mike. I was waiting for the wrap up. There's always going to be something because it's Mike. I don't know that Joel Blank was out there boogie boarding.
No, I think he's busy most mornings.
Yeah, he's got a family. He's got children,
especially during the summer.
Yeah, and if he's going to spend
just a gym.
Yeah, if he's going to spend the hours he does doing this show, and then he's got to be down in Galveston as well, he may take the opportunity to do some things family related because he's going to be away for a little bit. So I don't know his daily routine. I just don't think he chose today to go down to Galveston early to boogie board. As far as
maybe after the show.
Yeah, maybe. As far if the water's nice. Which, come on. As far as we're going to. As far as me doing the fantasy football stuff and giving you thoughts, didn't you just hear what we did? If I did think anything of Ashton Genty, I wouldn't tell you, because you may win the contest. You just heard us lay out what we might do when we pretend to like players, just in case people want to steal them from us.
You know what? Ashton Genty sucks. I'm out.
Yeah. Mike, we'll get more into fantasy football and our selections
draft him with the
later.
Last pick. I'd pick Restrepo's ahead of Genty on my big board.
To be fair, Mike,
PPR.
I haven't even considered Ashton Genty. I'm a Raheem Mostert stan, so if you isn't he a Raider?
He's always kicking around somewhere.
I think he is the backup there. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going for Raheem Mostert on the Vegas Raiders, not Ashton Genty.
Okay.
So if you want to snake Raheem Mostert from me, if you're in our fantasy league, that'd be a bad thing because I thought we were boys. But if you want to do it, go ahead. As far as
no one better get Darren Waller from me either.
Yes, should be a great season for the Dolphins. Speaking of Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that the 49ers would be interested. I know Brandon Ayuk may not be ready for. I did that popped up across the my timeline. I saw that Brandon Ayuk may not be ready for training camp because he has a significant injury. He's likely to land on the PUP list, but he does have a chance to be ready for Week 1. So clearly, training camp is in question. So they do need a receiver. Are they looking to add a diminutive 31-year-old or so who is a bit of a, let's say, a character issue on and off the field? It'd be a choice. Are they all in? You would imagine the 49ers are. They're giving guys money. They gave Brock Purdy money, so I guess you want to give him weapons. But I don't know, after paying Brandon Ayuk and telling Debo, or at least trading Debo, that adding another wide receiver of that salary would make sense for them. And I don't even know their cap situation. It may not be plausible for them to do it because even the last big trade that involved the disgruntled Dolphin, they had to take on salary of Minkah Fitzpatrick. It's pretty late in the year for a team to have the cap space to take on Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that, Mike. I have not seen that anywhere. And the other thing about Reed Shepard, I thought he was going to ask about what type of player he wanted to be. He was talking about haircut. I will say Chet and Tyler Hero are both northern guys. I don't know if that
They're
plays
both Minnesota guys.
I don't know if that. I thought
right?
Wisconsin for Tyler Hero.
Oh,
I don't know if that played as a part in their accents. If you
don't draw blank,
well, watch yourself. He didn't hear you and he's boogie boarding. I don't know if being up north and being a white American basketball player leads to the thing you were talking about, the accents and the haircuts. Reed Shepard's a Southern boy, so I'm not sure he's going to do all that. You might be closer to just him having bangs more than anything else if he does flip that hairstyle.
Yeah,
but
him with the Bama bang.
Yeah, or maybe he goes the TikTok influencer haircut. I don't know.
That'd be tough.
That'd be tough to have.
I think Shingun's already kind of got that covered.
Yeah, a bit. I don't know if he's going to wind up at a black barber, getting the Tyler Hero cut from this year, because even Tyler Hero didn't have that cut until this year.
So he's from London, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Population 8,000.
Yep.
As of the 2020 census.
Sure.
I don't know how it might take maybe another year of seasoning as he adjusts from from London, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
There might be I think he's on a slower learning curve with this than hopefully he is with being an actual NBA player.
Yeah, because Chet and Tyler always had this in them. They didn't need to go to a NBA city for this to happen. Like as soon as
obviously, because Chet went to
Oklahoma
OKC.
City. Yeah, as soon as
he went from Minneapolis to OKC.
As soon as Tyler Hero got to Miami, he started dating a Instagram influencer. That was always going to be in his bag. I don't know who Reed Shepard.
He wasted no time.
Yeah, I don't know who Reed Shepard is dating or if he's dating anyone, but we have not heard him with someone famous. So, Mike, I think he's already made his choice. I think he's just going to be Reed Shepard from a small town in Kentucky. But guys change.
Yeah, and Chet's from Minneapolis. Tyler Hero's from a suburb of
Milwaukee.
Yeah.
So they both came from big cities. Reed Shepard, not that. I don't know. His dad was a former player at Kentucky. Let's just see him run an offense in the summer league.
Yeah.
And then we can get into a conversation about what haircut he's going to have.
What accent he's going to have.
And what girl he might be dating. Don't you worry, Mike.
Actually,
I don't know what Mike's preference is, to be honest with you. He may want the Tyler
he didn't
Hero
tip his hand.
experience.
He didn't tip his hand.
It's not good job by you by not kind of telling us what you want. I'm just looking for Reed to have a good game tonight. That's all. And if he winds up dating a girl who's an influencer, more power to him. Who am I to judge?
Perks of being an NBA player. In a certain way, Tyler Hero's maximizing his NBA career.
It's you
off the court.
As far as a late lottery pick, he's done a pretty good job.
Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, done a pretty good job. We'll see what Reed Shepherd can be. He's in Vegas. There are potholes you can fall into, but maybe if all he does is go from the hotel to the Thomas and Mack Center, we'll be okay.
Yeah, just live in that gym, Reed.
Yeah. My story about Vegas is because Vegas is a dark and dirty place. When I was about 21 years old, it was me and my mother walking around like the Bellagio or something. And some guy approached me and he was like, I think he approached her because she was the older person, and said, do you want to take your date here? And I was like, what did you just say? Because what? I guess you can just assume stuff like that happens in Vegas. Now, my mother didn't have me when she was very young, so it wasn't like we looked that similar in age, but that's just part of Vegas where an older woman can be with the younger man, and everyone's like,
it wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've seen today.
Definitely. Yeah. I'm taking my shot and see. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but
who cares?
But I wouldn't be out of bounds to ask. I was like, okay, sure. Nah, I'm good, sir. I'm good. Let's get out of here.
That's a very funny.
Let's get out of here. And by here, I mean this segment. All right, we'll get to hour 2 when we come back. Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 because that's his time. Host of Comicast will join us to talk about Superman and other things, but I imagine a lot of the focus will be on the Man of Steel as he's back in our theaters. We'll be back. So we got Rangers Astros tonight. Jack Leiter versus Lance McCullers. Lance coming off a really good start in Los Angeles. We'll see if he can put a couple of those together in a row. We had a caller a couple weeks ago now asked about Lance McCullers and is he? It was after one of his bad starts and asked if he was kind of done. And Lance hasn't been able to get a lot of starts in without some interruption. We know he had the foot thing. He got hurt working out, of course, reference back to the threats to his family. So for Lance McCullers, it's about consistency. And he put a good start together in his last one. See if he can do another one, put another one together as he tries to work his way back. I'll keep saying it with Arrighetti still on the shelf and Christian Javier either dead or missing, according to Sean Mapes, at least from yesterday, because we have not seen any video of Christian Javier working his way back. There is a spot for Lance McCullers to establish himself as part of this playoff rotation. And starts like tonight will go towards that. So let's see if he can end this Astros losing streak by winning, or at least pitching well. The bats have to show up, but at least if he can pitch well, give the Astros a chance to get the Rangers series off to a good start. Okay, we will have Michael Carroll in a little bit here, about 20 minutes or so. Let's also ICU. We'll get to you here, but there is a list, and it's time for list. I guess there's always time for list.
Listism?
Yes, there's always a time for list, but this particularly is list season.
This is definitely the most list
June and July is list season because
it's all football.
Yeah,
there might be some basketball.
Sure,
but
like most intriguing players in summer league.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. AKA saved you a click. Who'd your team draft in the first round the last 2 years?
Yes, that's in reference to a very obvious article by Kevin O'Connor, formerly of the Ringer, now of Yahoo, where he just showed, hey, do you have recent draft pick?
They're intriguing to me. And
I want to see how they play. Because
Yakashonis, I'm intrigued.
Yes.
Essengay, I'm intrigued.
There it is. All the guys who were pretty much had their name called on draft night. On the first night of the draft.
Yang Hansen, I'm intrigued.
Because I barely heard of you before you got drafted in that spot. There it is. But this one involves the NFL. It is the top 25 worst coaching hires of the century. So we're top 25 of the last 25 years. Would it surprise you to know that 2 Texan hires make the list? And I have a problem with one of them. So David Culley's on the list.
Easy call.
Easy call. The other one I have a big issue with. Can you guess the other one, Sean? And by the way, David Culley is at 23rd. The Texans are back-to-back, 23 and 22.
Would it be Lovey?
It is Lovey, and that's my issue. If Lovey Smith's willingness to try in the final game gets you C.J. Stroud, he doesn't belong on the list. It's one awful year, and it got you C.J. Stroud.
And they weren't maybe it's just because he was following up
David Culley.
David Culley,
better record than Lovey Smith.
It wasn't as embarrassing. It wasn't as just like this is minor league what they're doing. This is not.
We didn't have
league.
We didn't have Nick Caserio in the ear of the head coach telling him what to do.
Like
during the Lovey Smith season.
If they hired Lovey Smith in 2021 and it was 2 years of Lovey Smith, I don't think it's as embarrassing. I think it's still pretty embarrassing.
Now Lovey Smith,
but it's not as like amateur hour.
Now the writer, I believe it's Cody Benjamin, he does a lot of stuff for CBS Sports. He points out that when they hired Lovey Smith, he was coming off 7 straight losing seasons as a head coach. Look, we know, at least maybe not everyone remembers, but there was some thought. Was David Culley the guy who got hired instead of McCown, or was it Lovey Smith who got hired because of the Brian Flores stuff? I think it was Lovey Smith.
I think it was both times they talked to McCown.
That's probably true.
But I think it was Lovey.
But Brian Flores was recently fired by the Dolphins, and there was a lawsuit in question about whether he was fired because of his race. And actually, it was more about
the Giants not
thing
hiring
as well. Not hiring him.
That he was a Rooney Rule interview.
Token candidate, Rooney Rule thing.
Bill Belichick texted Brian, congrats on getting the job.
But it was the wrong Brian. He meant Daboll, not Flores,
yeah.
so on and so forth. So there's a lot of smoke around the NFL's hiring practices, and the Texans were on the verge, apparently, of hiring a guy with no coaching experience, at least not to the level where he should be an NFL head coach. So they're like, whether the NFL stepped in or the Texans decided themselves, we can't make this hire. So they hire Lovey Smith, and it resulted in a bad year. But if the year winds up getting you your franchise quarterback, I don't think it should be number 22 on the list.
No, because I was trying to think who the other Texans coach would be on the list
in the last 25 years,
which is their entire history.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think they're good. I don't think Dell would have a huge problem, would couch it as I have a problem with this if it was Dom Capers.
No,
because that's like the only other selection. The other guys have all won the division.
Yeah,
so
Gary Kubiak, Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien, disaster as a GM, but just fine. As
that's the thing. Bill O'Brien so far is the best Texans head coach of all time. Most successful, at the very least.
Kubiak won 2 division titles, right?
Yeah.
2 double-digit win seasons.
O'Brien's got
titles.
4.
Yes,
Get your money up.
Couple 9 and 7s in there, but yes.
And then what happened at the end, but that's not good. But it's not one of the 25 worst in the 21st century.
No, if you got multiple division titles, 4 of them, then you can't.
But yeah, I agree. Lovie Smith,
I don't think he belongs on the list. You could have found someone else. Like, where's Adam Gase as a Jet? Is Adam Gase on this list?
He should be on it twice.
Yeah, he is on it at 12. He made the playoffs with the Dolphins, so maybe that's why.
That's actually.
So maybe that's why he doesn't.
I think if you make the playoffs,
you don't belong on
something
the list.
Terrible has to happen the other years of your tenure for you to be on this list. Like, I can't even think of hypothetically who would be on the list after making like a playoff coach making this list.
Yeah, I can't think of it. There are enough awful coaches that get hired.
Even like Jason Garrett, it's not that bad, guys. He definitely should have got fired like
much
2
sooner.
years before he did
Sure.
but still.
Like, yeah, you can't make the list. You can't make the list if you made the playoffs if like Steve Wilkes isn't on the list, who only got like 1 year with the with the Cardinals.
Although one and done, I am a little bit like, how damaging could you possibly have been?
Well,
if you went
we do have a couple one and dones.
Okay.
In our top 5. Top 5, Nathaniel Hackett, 1 and done.
I think that's fair.
That was embarrassing.
He was like 8 games and done.
I made it 15.
Really?
Surprisingly enough. Now, he was done in everyone's head by probably week 8.
Okay,
but
that's probably what I'm remembering.
Yeah, but he did make it to week 15.
Oh, Urban
or
luck.
week 16, depending if they had a bye. They probably had a bye. Josh McDaniels is number 4.
Okay.
With the Broncos. 11. I have to say with the Broncos because he's been terrible in a couple spots.
Actually, they did make a playoff. They did.
So there is
win
one
a playoff game
thanks to Tim Tebow and
a divine intervention and Demaryius Thomas.
Demaryius Thomas, rest in peace. They did make it there. Cam Cameron, 1 and done at number 3. He went 1 and 15.
With the Dolphins.
Yes.
Got him Jake Long.
Could have had Matt Ryan. Decide on Jake Long. Shout out to Tony Sparano. Bobby Petrino, who quit on his team and left.
Yeah, he should be on the. Okay, I think if you're 1 and done, but you don't coach all 16 games, you should be. If you're so bad that you get fired,
or you leave before you get fired because you want to go back to coach college football.
Yes, and in doing so, you piss everyone off.
Yes. Did he leave notes?
Yes, he left notes in lockers. So he didn't actually tell the team.
Have to talk to the team. Yeah.
Yeah. But he was on the news like later that day doing calling the hogs.
Yes, it's pretty spectacular stuff for Bob Petrino all throughout his tenure at Arkansas.
We need a 30 for 30 on Bobby Petrino.
Yeah, I know he's not signing up for it, but the people around him should. He was number 2, and number 1, a guy you mentioned, Urban Meyer.
Yeah,
he was a disaster. He wound up like kicking a kicker, I think, at some point during warm-ups or something. He's been accused of that.
Josh Scope? No. I forgot which kicker it was. Brandon McManus? I don't know.
It might have been Scobie. I don't remember who was there at the time. And 1B, Belichick with the Jets, because he never coached a game for him. That doesn't count. I don't buy that.
Count. Yeah. Doesn't count. Because also, if he would have actually coached them, they would have been
pretty good. Yes, it's a bad hire for the Jets and embarrassing, but.
No, it's a bad not hire.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good hire for the Jets.
It's a great hire.
The problem is
best move they made probably in 25 years.
The problem is they didn't check in with them. Are you sure you want this job?
Yeah.
You can tell us, Bill, if you don't really want the job.
Wait, who is number 1?
Urban Meyer.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
I think it's fair. I am surprised that Josh McDaniels didn't make it for his Raiders tenure.
Yeah.
He made it for his Broncos. He could have been on the list twice.
He could have been. He should have been.
Yeah, I don't know. They missed on that. Nick Saban made the list at 24. And then
that's an overreaction.
Yeah.
He went
he was
500.
just under 500.
Yeah.
They point out that he chose Culpepper over Breeze, but that was a doctor's decision. Danny Cannell's dad was part of that staff.
Really?
Who chose Culpepper,
That's
who had a
funny.
knee issue over Breeze with his shoulder. Number 25 was 5 Browns coaches. Cornell, Mangini, Shermer, Chudzinski, and Pettin.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all those. All
Yeah.
those are pretty. Mangini, though. No, I'm just kidding.
So there it is. And then the Browns have a 6th guy in Hugh Jackson because he went.
He's separate. He definitely is.
He's separate. He's 11th.
I think the guy with the most games is Gus Bradley, who went 14 and 48 with the Jags. Everyone else, it's like 3 years max.
Yeah, you rarely get that amount of chances to be bad.
Yeah,
like Gus Bradley.
Yeah, that is definitely 48 losses is by far the most by any of these guys.
It's a lot. Spagnuolo, who's a great DC, Super Bowl winning DC, but not a good coach with the Rams, was right around Gus Bradley. But there it is. The worst hires in the last 25 years, and 2 Texans make the list. I still don't believe Lovie Smith should be there. You could have chosen Josh McDaniels twice, or just separated the Brown stuff to keep Lovie off the list. He didn't have to be on this list.
Yeah,
his tenure got you CJ Stroud. That should be part of the equation. The fact that he wanted to win a game got you what appears to be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, and depending on how much faith you have in the Texans' decision making, like they were gonna pick Bryce Young instead.
Yeah, so
if they'd gotten the first pick,
that's true. Lovie Smith saved them from themselves.
From a certain point of view, yes.
Yes. That should be taken into account as well. Lovie Smith, got you, buddy.
He also went to a Super Bowl.
But
I know not on the Texans, but come on, guys.
It's true. Well,
he's not Rod Chudzinski, all right? He's not Jim Tomsula.
Well, they didn't put him on there for his tenure with the Bears.
I know. But he might be the most successful head coach.
Yeah, I didn't see another
other than Steve Spurrier, I guess,
Yeah,
and Urban Meyer. And
yeah,
Nick
but those
Saban.
college coaches, though.
Yeah, but NFL success, all these guys are complete jokes.
Except for Lovey. Yeah, you're right. He's the one who had great success at a different stop. All right, we'll go to break with that. And he was hired in that century with the Bears. So I think unfair. I think they just wanted to double up on the Texans because it was back-to-back years. They made them back-to-back picks. I see what you're doing, Cody Benjamin. You can't fool me. All right, we'll go to break with that. We're way past, but that's what we do. In fact, since we're way past, let's just talk about Monument Chevrolet, and we'll come back with Michael Carroll. Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to when you want a great vehicle. They have a great list. I don't have any complaints about the list at Monument Chevrolet. Whether you want a Silverado or a Blazer or a Trax, those are the cars for you. Trucks, cars, they all have, it's all there for you. And whether it be new or pre-owned, make your choice. Make your choice. There's a wide selection, no matter what type of vehicle you want, no matter whether you want it new, pre-owned, or even something for your business. You could be looking for a vehicle to add to your fleet. They have those commercial vehicles there for you as well. So you check out all the savings and all the deals at monumentchevrolet.com. They have great deals on their EVs, whether it be an Equinox or a Blazer EV or a Silverado. Check it all out at Monument Chevrolet. And once you see the car you want at the price you want, head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and deal with the great people there. They will treat you like family as soon as you step on the lot. I've been out there a couple times to talk to them. I've seen how they do business. They're not pushy. They understand maybe sometimes you just want to ease your way into the car buying experience, and they'll allow you to do that. But they also will make this as quick as possible for you. They know you don't want to be out there forever. They'll get you into the car that you want and have you out of the lot or off the lot as quick as possible. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Then you can head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And of course, remember this: Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Michael Carroll is here with us, and he joins us right around 11:30. Shockingly enough, it's just because we were way past schedule on a previous break.
Is that what happened?
Now you join us on time.
Hey.
Either way, Michael Carroll's here with us. But let's get to this question from Keith before we get into what we normally talk about at this time. What's up, Keith?
Having me on. Quick question. I don't know if the Astros were in on Patrick Corbin, who signed a one-year deal for basically nothing, maybe $1 million. But last night, he got a win against the Angels. He's pitched over 5 innings in all but 2 starts this year. He's only one of 3 active left-handed pitchers with over 1,800 career strikeouts, won a title in 2019. Patrick Corbin's been money for the Rangers, even though they're, 10 games out of first. Were the Astros in on Patrick Corbin at all?
I'm not Bob Nightingale, but I'm going to say no.
You say no.
I'm going to say no. I've not heard that name mentioned at any point.
So you're saying your sources have not proven that?
I have not asked my sources. My sources
okay.
are my human eyes when I'm on the internet. I've not seen the Astros and Patrick Corbin mentioned at any point. Yeah, I would imagine the Astros are operating like, why do I want a Patrick Corbin when I've got a Luis Garcia at home? Whether that's right or wrong, they may be operating like eventually these guys are going to come back. I could say that's dumb. That's ridiculous considering how long these guys have been out. But when you can bring up a Brandon Walter or Colton Gordon, and for the most part, those guys do the job that Patrick Corbin is doing, I don't know. They're looking to the outside, particularly when they think they have in their back pocket guys who are better than Patrick Corbin, but are just unavailable. And I'm sure they think Spencer Arrighetti's going to come back, despite him losing a hand. He didn't lose a hand; it's broken, but he might as well have lost a hand, considering how long he's been out.
Did they misdiagnose that too?
An amputation, maybe.
Listen, it sprung up on us. I don't know.
Yeah,
the X-ray didn't show it. I don't know what to tell you.
I've seen him pitch.
Oh, okay.
So I think he still has his right hand.
July 4th was like a week ago.
Yeah.
So
Jim Abbott figured it out,
but not with his pitching hand. I was going to reference Jim Abbott it's a long time ago, but he was pitching with his actual pitching hand, not. Well, there's nothing, no word I can use that wouldn't be inflammatory about the other hand. So I'm gonna pack that up.
Pack it up.
We're close to the weekend. Let's not screw things up. I need to get out of here by about 12:15 to go see a movie you've already seen. Let's not have a meeting with Todd just because I said something about Jim Abbott of all people at 11:33. All right.
Do it, Del.
Yeah, I'm not. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast.
Hello.
He does that with John Lee. You can find that Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts. Excuse me, you can find Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts. And the latest issue is a non-spoiler review of Superman and a spoiler review of the final 3 episodes of Ironheart, or maybe the whole series.
The whole series.
The whole series. So you can find that right now. But Michael, you have seen Superman.
Yes.
I have mentioned it several times throughout the week. People have responded through tweets. Dream Shake has seen it. Pena's going to see it. Dream Shake liked it quite a bit. He has some questions whether Fantastic Four will be good. We'll see. But without giving anything away, because you're one of those people who are honorable and won't be spoiling anything, impressions of the Man of Steel being back in theaters.
I thought it was. I've been echoing this point since I've seen it on Monday. Is that it feels like when I would watch the Superman animated series back in the day in the early 2000s, or Justice League Unlimited or anything like that, where it felt like that or a comic book really brought to life. Like, this is an unabashedly nerdy version of Superman, but it works very well. The comedy worked for me. The story worked for me. David Cornsweet is a strong Superman this time around. Like, it's a good movie with good parts, not without its flaws, but I think it's going to be a crowd pleaser this weekend. It's a good movie. I enjoyed it.
So before the movie, we knew that Supergirl was in it. How did you like Supergirl's appearance in the movie?
It's good. It's brief because it's more of a setup for future,
setup for her movie as well.
But yeah, it's she's there, but not a lot.
Okay.
But she's good.
All right.
She's good.
So we will. I will see that today. I will be the judge of that, Michael. How good Supergirl is. We will see.
Are you a fan of crypto? Because you're going to get a lot of crypto, though.
Yes, the promotional material told me I would.
Crypto's on Fraud Watch for me.
Crypto's on Fraud Watch?
Yeah.
Why is
Yeah.
Fraud Watch?
Well, you said there's a lot of them in this movie. Let's see if he can carry the weight.
Yeah. Yeah, Crypto. If you're taking away shine from the likes of Hawkgirl and Supergirl, let's see what you got, Crypto.
Yeah. All right.
CGI dog. Let's see what you got.
Surprise me.
Yeah.
Is it really a CGI dog?
Yeah, he's completely CGI.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Like, there's not a real.
no,
dog.
there's never a real dog at any point.
No. He
It's all
flies.
CGI.
I don't know if he flies.
What happened to the game I love?
You're looking for more
Toto from Wizard of Oz.
You're looking for
didn't
more
die
Well, I thought you were gonna go
75 years ago for this.
I thought you were going to go with
Air
Air Bud or stuff. Yeah, at least that's
Air Bud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Homeward Bound.
That Jack Russell Terrier that was in every movie in the late 90s.
Is that Fraser's dog?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That dog.
I think he was also in like Ace Ventura or something.
Sure.
I don't know if that's the same breed as Wishbone. I don't know if y'all remember.
I remember Wishbone.
Wishbone.
Yeah.
All these cinematic legends of the canine variety.
Scooby Doo.
Not to mention Beethoven.
Scooby Doo was never real. He was always animated.
Yeah.
But I knew he was animated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was animated on the front end.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I was
true, yeah,
aware.
yeah.
Crypto, I thought I might get a real version until
Well, Crypto is always animated. I mean, like in comics and stuff
Yeah,
first.
I know. I just want a real dog on the press tour, doing the junket, giving his top 4 on Letterboxd.
You don't want this dog doing a press junket. This dog is a bad. This
Bad
dog,
dog?
is a bad dog.
Inherently bad dog.
It needs a man's best friend. Like it needs like
need some training.
Yeah, it needs some training. Needs like a
Doggy
special,
daycare?
yeah, a doggy daycare of some kind, like a special
Caesar,
universe.
whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. I don't think Crypto would listen to him.
No.
When you can fly, I don't think there's a lot you can tell a dog.
No,
to do.
you couldn't tell Crypto nothing.
No. All right. So Crypto will be a big part of this
But
movie.
oh, really quick, Mr. Terrific though, highlight of.
I've heard that
phenomenal.
That he is a major part of this movie. That's
He is.
great about it.
Voodoo Tatum.
One of the strengths of this movie for sure. Like he stole a lot of scenes for me. Like I really enjoyed his depiction, as well as Nathan Fillion and Isabella Merced. Like they do really well. But Mr. Terrific, Eddie Gaethje, I think is how you say his last name.
Who did you say it was, Sean?
Was he not Voodoo Tatum?
No, that's
no
Aldous Hodge.
No.
He was in Adam Black Adam.
Oh,
yeah. Eddie was in X-Men First Class.
Do they follow through on the post-credit scene on Black Adam in this movie? Or
You know?
you know what? Don't spoil it.
Yeah, don't spoil
it.
anything.
I want to know if The Rock comes in at the end of this movie.
You're gonna be waiting a long time.
Oh, there it is. He's
The
spoiled it
lights
for
will
us.
be coming on. They'll be sweeping the floor.
Where's The Rock?
The 16-year-old will be like, "Sir, I think it's time for you to leave."
But the hierarchy of power. I thought it was changing.
I was promised.
Black Adam.
I'll actually come dressed as Black Adam. I'll be in Black Adam cosplay.
You should. That would be hilarious. That would be great.
I don't know how to start that.
Somebody like showed up in one of
Shave
the
your
So, yeah, you could do that. Somebody showed up at the Superman screening, not our Superman screening, but another one as dressed as Homelander.
Yeah,
and,
I did see that.
You know, you could do.
I could
something
do
like
that.
Yeah. Get your popcorn bucket, or I guess not. I don't know.
Or you can be the kid from Brightburn.
Yeah, there you go.
This is what
Brightburn.
You haven't seen that movie?
No.
It's what a Superman broke bad, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like the kid didn't grow up in a great home and broke
Yeah,
bad.
the kid was just evil Superman.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Dave, we'll get to you. Have you seen Superman Red Sun, the animated movie where Superman was, instead of being born in Kansas, dropped down in Kansas, he dropped down in the USSR.
Russia. Yeah. I haven't seen the whole thing. I've seen part of it.
You know, I watched that before I went to go see the Gold Cup. Superman Red Sun, better entertainment than the Gold Cup final. We'll say that. So
also 2025 Superman better than probably the Gold Cup.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough.
Yeah.
Either way,
Kansas State was better than the Gold Cup, so let's not.
Megan 2 probably better than Gold
you
Cup.
like Megan too, though.
I do like Megan 2. I'm just saying.
It'll be on streaming in like 6 hours, so I'll wait.
No, like 8. Come on. Chill out.
Wait a little bit. Let's get to David here. He's got a question for Michael. What's up, David?
Hey, this is David Comey from Austin.
This is Eric.
Yeah, MC. I heard they're doing a reboot of the 1999 Blair Witch Project. Is there any truth to that? I also heard the Batman 2 script is done. And when do you expect that movie to come out? In 2027? And one more thing. I heard Toxic Avenger, they're selling out tickets like hotcakes. I heard it's going to be really big. Like Trump said, it's going to be really, really big. What are your thoughts on that? I'll hang up and listen.
So as far as his first thing, they are working on a Blair Witch reboot. It's currently in development. That's all I've found. And also
Yeah.
that the original team that made the first one's not going to be involved in this one.
Yeah, that one, yeah, I don't know much outside of it's in development. Batman 2 script is done, but by the time they're able to shoot it and everything, it's not going to be until I think it's like early next year or something like that. So the film is currently set for 2027, October 2027. So I think, what was it? Clayface took its release date next year, and that you'll have to wait a little bit for Batman Part 2.
Just push Clayface to the side. What are we talking about?
Well,
Clayface took their release date.
It took its release date because it's ready. Like they're ready to go.
Yeah, that helps.
That's the kind of a key. So, and then Toxic Avenger apparently is, I don't know.
See it in IMAX.
It'll be in theaters August 29th. According to David, the tickets are selling like hotcakes. I don't know why he had to be from Dallas. Where did you say it was?
No, he's from Austin.
Austin. Why do you have to be from Austin, David? Could have been David, fake David from Houston. That would have been fine too. All right, you know what? Because we actually started this on time, let's get to a couple things. Then we'll go to break and we'll come back for our final segment. So, Michael's normally here to tell us what we should or shouldn't watch. Of course, Superman is on the watch list if you want to go to theaters. Is there anything else beyond Superman that, if maybe you're not a DC person, that you can see in the theaters?
There is one, but I don't think you should see it.
Oh,
but
okay.
I want to talk about it.
I'm intrigued. Let's go.
I just learned about this movie this morning, and I'm just blown away that it's a thing. A movie called Skill House. Have you heard of this movie?
Not at all.
Have you?
No.
Okay. Skill House. 10 influencers are lured into a sinister content house and forced to compete in lethal social media challenges because in Skill House, clout isn't just currency, it's survival. The person that lures them or is conducting these things, 50 Cent.
I'm in.
I didn't recognize it by the name, but I have seen this.
This is the first.
Seen a story about this.
I might be doing a double feature this evening.
Does it intrigue you?
Skill House, then Superman.
Does it intrigue you even more that 50 Cent tried to block the movie from being released?
Yes. Everything about that. Every sentence I've liked this movie more and more.
He filed a $5 million lawsuit to block the release of the film.
Couldn't get it done.
Oh my God, what's in this movie?
I don't know.
It
won't make $5 million at the box office.
No. He's also
It'll make 15 from this guy right here.
If you watch the trailer, 50 Cent is trying to do like his best like Jigsaw impersonation in your house. You know, he's like doing this deep voice. It's like, what is happening right now?
That's awesome.
This
Great
feels like a
movie.
fever dream. And Neil McDonough is in this film as well.
You'll recognize his face.
Yeah, he's one of those.
If you happen to see the movie,
you see him in so many other films. And it's like, he's in this movie.
I was gonna say this seems like whoever is last on the Stranger Things kids power rankings, he should be in this, or she should be in this movie. Like that, it's like
Noah
that tier of movie. Yeah, where it's like the eighth kid on Stranger Things.
No, you got 2 social media influencers that are leading the cast.
Oh, just like actual influencers.
Yeah, actual influencers.
God, this is gonna be a train.
Apparently, together with over 100 million social media followers. So this movie should make ridiculous amounts.
So
of money.
50 Cent and his production company are filed a lawsuit because he is alleging that the film used his name, image, voice, and likeness without a signed agreement or compensation. He alleges that despite filming his scenes and those with his son Sire based on good faith promises, no final contract existed and he has not been paid.
Oh,
wow.
So 50 Cent, noted businessman,
didn't sign a contract.
Didn't sign a contract and allowed them to film him.
Red flag. Yeah, because it's not like he's in it. Like it's him.
Yeah.
So
he tried to get it from being released.
Yeah.
He was great in Den of Thieves, so I'll give him a shot in this.
Also, surprisingly, no Rotten Tomato score.
That is surprising.
So surprising.
That's
Also, only
why did I not get an invite to a screener for this? Dell was upset that he didn't get an invite to to the
Not for Michael. I was more upset with Hill because
yeah.
he talked.
Give me all these movies that Michael's too good to go and say you should go see. Send me an invite for the screening. I'll review this movie.
I mean,
I'll even if I have to wear a full jumpsuit so I don't get infected by whatever terrible movie this is.
Bad Movie Thursdays with Sean Mapes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
This movie is going to make less than $10 million at the box office. I'll be there. I'll be there Tuesday before it comes out, telling you with my embargoed review. A Dollhouse or whatever this is called.
Maybe Skill House.
Skill House.
Pay it the proper respect. And by that, I mean, get the name wrong again, because that's the proper respect. All right, we'll go to break with that, and Michael will come back with more, whether it be Skill House level or something a little better. We will see. Michael Carroll, host of Comcast. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to you here, Chad, a little bit. But Michael, so
Yes.
we got Superman and not Skill House.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that. So
We're divided on Skill House.
Well,
Are we?
Bad Movie Thursdays, Skill House with Sean Mapes.
2-1.
Yes, yes. 2-1. Oh, I'm with Michael.
Yeah,
okay.
2-1.
Okay. Gotcha.
As it always is.
Well, you do choose the wrong side quite a bit. I'll just say.
I'm more adventurous.
That's the
Or
way to
less
say
discerning.
it.
What about staying home? Is there more opportunities to watch something good if we stay home this weekend?
Yeah, there is. So of course, y'all probably have talked about it. Quarterback season 2 released on Netflix earlier this week, so that's out there for people to go check out. Del, are you a Bosch person? Have you watched Bosch or Bosch Legacy or anything like that?
I do love me some Titus
So
Welliver.
Because Ballard is a new show on Prime Video released on Wednesday. It is a continuation of Bosch Legacy, but starring Maggie Q as Renee Ballard.
Okay.
I guess she was in Legacy, or I don't know which one, because I never watched Bosch and Bosch Legacy. so to be honest, like when I started watching it, I was very kind of like very much in a place of where I think we talked about it a couple weeks ago. If somebody's watching like a Marvel movie and they haven't watched everything, they might be confused. I was very much confused on like the importance of certain characters, and it just felt like I just got dropped in the middle of something rather than the beginning. But it's an okay series right now. It's 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. That being said, there's only so many reviews of it, 74% with audiences. But it's a solid detective show that's available on Prime Video. And again, in that Bosch universe, and Titus Welliver, he appears as Bosch in this series.
And speaking of Titus Welliver, how did you not tell us that Abraham's Boys, a Dracula story, is premiering and out this week?
We ended up going to break, and we were talking about streaming, but yes, Abraham Boys, a Dracula story, does premiere in theaters in limited release this weekend. Not getting great reviews.
And
with Titus Welliver.
Titus Welliver is in it. And if you don't know, Abraham Van Helsing is a long-standing member of Dracula lore. As we talked about it before, I don't know why he's in America. I'm not sure why. He was always based across the ocean, but he's here.
Set in 1915.
And Dracula is now, I guess, in America. I'm not going to investigate by watching it in a theater. Whenever it pops up, I'll probably watch it. It'll probably be on Tubi pretty quickly. We'll see. But that is also out if you want to see a Dracula story type story.
If you want to see
theaters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is not a Dracula story. This is, I guess it's kind of horror, but kind of not. Dexter Resurrection is back or continues, or I don't know how you describe it, because it's season 1 and it's a continuation of Dexter New Blood. And that show kind of ends on a big cliffhanger for Dexter. Well, he survives. What a shock. And we got a new show and a new season of it. Solid reviews so far for that show. Now, the key here is that it's only available with Paramount Plus Premium, not just Paramount Plus.
So you have to pay.
So you have to play
again?
You have to pay again because they've rebranded Paramount with Showtime to Paramount Premium. So
this is a Showtime show.
So basically, yes, this is a Showtime show.
Gotcha.
Because there's Paramount Plus without ads, and then there's Paramount Plus Premium, and that's where you can get the show.
It's like watching MLS on Apple TV Plus. That one's for Dell.
Yeah,
where you're like, I pay for Apple TV Plus. Let me watch some MLS.
Wait, if I want to watch Charlotte versus the Galaxy, I got to pay an extra price. Nah, I'm good.
And it feels fitting because I would assume, no offense, that this is probably about MLS quality compared to
original
Dexter, which is Champions League.
100% right now on Rotten Tomatoes with critics.
Look at you, Sean.
92% with audiences. Now, that being said, it's only like 20 reviews or so, 25 reviews.
We'll see.
So, I mean, it's still a lot, but people say it's a back to basics approach. That's why they're
they got it right
this one.
time.
Yeah.
So it's back to basic, but I'm paying premium prices.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how they get you.
Okay. Well,
are either of you Foundation fans?
I am in the middle of season 2. It's kind of a slog for me. I love sci-fi. I probably will eventually watch them all
because season 3 premieres today.
Saw that
on Apple TV Plus. 91% currently on Rotten Tomatoes, and then it's following episodes release on Fridays from there. And going back to Dexter real quick, the other weird thing that I want to note for Dexter fans, the first 2 episodes are out today, but then preceding episodes release on Sundays. So just a heads up
for people who don't know Foundation. Lee Pace is in it. If you don't know him and you watch what we watch, he is Ronan the Accuser. So that's a connection to some Marvel stuff if you like that sort of thing. Let's get to Chad here. Let's talk about the Bear. What's up, Chad?
Hey guys, I was just kind of wondering. I'm on season 2 of The Bear. I really enjoyed the first season. The one thing that kind of gets to me a little bit is all the hollering and screaming, and especially the Christmas episode in season 2. That about drove me crazy. I watched that last night, so I was just kind of wondering: is that something that y'all recommend sticking with or bailing on? I'll hang up to listen. Thank you,
Sean. You're probably further than me. I'm still in season 2.
Yeah, I've finished the season.
So where do you stand?
All the seasons now. I'm pro, but I understand why people don't like the yelling and screaming. I like the yelling and screaming. I like the chaotic nature of the kitchen. I will say they do get away from that a little bit going forward, as far as them screaming at each other in the kitchen, and that Christmas episode is about as stressful as, I'll just say, TV gets, as
Okay.
far as just like, oh my God, it's just on 10 the entire time of just people yelling at each other and being uncomfortable around their family. So I would stick with it. Season 3 is a drop, I would say, in quality, but there is less of that kind of manic energy. And season 4 is really good in my book.
So that was Chad, correct?
Chad.
Chad,
I'm pro. I'm
stick
pro
with it,
the
man.
bear.
You dealt with the worst. Nothing will be as bad as a Christmas episode.
And really quickly, I do want to plug Eric Sandler of Culture Map. He just did an episode about season 4 of The Bear with Justin Yu, who's a well-known restaurateur here in the city. And if you want that side of like that insight, you can listen to that podcast right now.
Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast. You can hear Comicast right here on ESPN 975 on Wednesdays from 8 to 9. You can hear it in podcast form currently, wherever you listen to a podcast. We are done. The guys are out in Galveston at Pleasure Pier inside Sweet Scoops. Go out there and join them and get your chance to win a great prize from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
That peanut butter skin.
I couldn't find Flip Me Over, Mike.
Hey, man, I put him under pressure. He got something done. We're done for the week. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Ask Gallant anything Friday, July 11th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and as you heard from the voice guy himself, this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can jump aboard by calling or texting, as the voice guy said, as well at 713-572. Wait, what am I doing? That's not the number. This is what happens when you suddenly have, issues. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I almost gave the phone number out for the station. I haven't worked at it like half a decade. That's what happens from time to time. You can also join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are hanging out on the Pleasure Pier in Galveston, inside of Sweet Scoops. Weather is cleared up. It's a very pretty day outside. You want to get your weekend kick started? Come on in here. Get yourself some ice cream. Go on some of the roller coasters, or perhaps the flume that they've got out front. Astros had last night off. They're about to start a series against the Texas Rangers. That's right. It's the battle for the Silver Boot. They call it the Silver Boot Series. Das Boot. The Astros have to get it. They got to get it. It's a big deal. And I understand that they just got swept by the Cleveland Guardians, but it's time to focus, okay? You're never going to quite get vengeance for the American League Championship Series, but guys, this is important. The Astros and Rangers have met 290 times. The all-time series currently stands as follows. The Rangers lead the Astros 146 to 144. This includes the postseason and the regular season. Regular season, the Rangers have an edge over the Astros 142 to 141. And in the postseason, obviously, with the ALCS a couple of years back, the Rangers lead that 4-3. The Astros, with a sweep this weekend, would be in firm control of the all-time Silver Boot Series. Firm is a loosely used word here because, of course, it would be just by one game that they would hold the edge. But there's a lot on the line for this weekend. So we'll see how that goes. The starters for the Astros these next couple of days are as follows. Tonight, with this game taking place at Dyken Park, you got Lance McCullers. Tomorrow, you got Framber Valdez. And on Sunday, you got Hunter Brown. I mean, it's 2/3 of a playoff series. We're taking things seriously. Hunter Brown's an all-star, but he's going to pitch in that game on Sunday. Listen, the Rangers might be an afterthought in a god-awful American League West, but this game and this series are important. And don't forget, there's a game day block party tomorrow from 2 to 6, brought to you by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. So, All-Star break nearly upon us. And with the Astros not playing a game last night, I was wondering, Paul, what the hell are you going to talk about today? What are you going to talk about? I mean, this is not the most hardcore baseball show, but when we notice something and we talk about something, perhaps too much, I mean, many would accuse us of beating stories to death over and over again. I mean, there was a week year that we were calling ourselves Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5 after he allegedly tried to decapitate Trevor Lawrence. But we have been beating to death for years on this program, whether it was just me or with Joe, that the Astros medical staff is sus at best and should probably reevaluate their policies. But I guess not everyone feels that way. And I'm not talking about the Houston Astros this time. A little birdie whispered in my ear that I should go back and check out the Astros game notes that they send out to the media before games on a daily basis and look for a specific blurb. So this is from the Astros game notes before their June 17th game against the Athletics. Quote, All-Star honors. Whoa, did another Houston Astro make it to the All-Star game? Hey, Hunter Brown's in. Josh Hader's in. Jerome Pena is in. Isaac Paredes is finally in. Is there another Houston Astro going to the All-Star game in Atlanta? Get this. There is. But I'm not sure you're going to like what I'm about to share with you. Per the Astros game notes on June 17th, All-Star honors. Major League Baseball announced earlier today the honorary coaches and staff for this year's All-Star game on July 15th at Truist Park in Atlanta. Wow, does that mean Joe Espada got in? I mean, Joe Espada is a potential manager of the year, right? Right? No, somebody else got in. Somebody else that, as I've said before, earlier this segment, that many would consider this fella sus AF, as the kids are saying. Astros Major League head athletic trainer Jeremiah Randall is on the American League staff for the All-Star game. Randall, in his 10th year atop the Astros athletic training staff. Bravo! Bravo! So, my first question, and really only question, is how? But my second question is this. Is it possible that there is a positive to come from this? Is it possible? Is it possible that the Astros training staff, say somebody gets nicked up, banged up in the All-Star game, is it possible that Jeremiah Randall and the Houston Astros barber surgeon medical staff could theoretically pave the way for an Astros victory throughout the AL playoffs? God wills it. I believe it. I 100% believe it. So I'm thrilled that now it's not just going to be Astros players who are dealing with the Astros medical staff. It's also going to be the American League All-Stars. I know what a lot of you are thinking. No bleeping way. Nope. Way. That's legitimately happening. Anyway, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Cool news for the Astros today is that Bryce Matthews was finally called up. We'll see what he does and if he's in tonight's lineup. But Bryce Matthews, the Astros' top prospect, will join the team for tomorrow's game against Texas. In case you haven't paid attention to his numbers, Matthews has done pretty damn well at AAA. I don't know how much better you can get playing in Sugarland. He's hitting 283, slashing 283, 400, 476, 10 homers, 39 runs batted in, 25 steals while playing mostly second base. Oh, is he going to be starting at second base tonight? That would be very fun to see. I know that apparently he's way better on the road than he is at home. Whatever, forget about it. Bryce Matthews is a Houston Astro, and that's pretty cool. Anyway, on this Ask Gallant Anything Friday from the 832, a questioner asks, how can the Astros be sponsored by Houston Methodist, leading medicine, and still be dropping the ball with the diagnosis? I mean, maybe Houston Methodist doesn't pay attention to baseball. Maybe they don't notice. Like, that's my thought. Because there aren't that many people that pay attention to baseball. I know that this city loves the Astros more than any other team in town currently. I think that could change. This is a bit of a bandwagon sports town. But it is pretty surprising that Houston Methodist is like, yeah, we're going to keep paying the Astros on their broadcast to advertise us. Meanwhile, the Astros keep on having setback after setback when it comes to players coming back from injury. Clutch City comments on Twitch at ESPN 975. This is best case scenario. Jeremiah Randall needs to get those magic hands on Aaron Judge and the other All-Stars. Well, the good news for the Astros is they go up against Aaron Judge in the playoffs. I mean, he's not going to do anything, you know? Chris and Humble says the Astros medical staff sold the Astros soul to be on the All-Star staff. Trash medical staff. I don't know. I think this is a net positive, even though it's wholly undeserved. What else do we have here? It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. What is the best color? Not your favorite color, the best color. Damn, that's an interesting one. Green is my favorite color, for those who don't know. Kelly green. I believe it brings out my eyes. Yeah, that's right. I've got green eyes. You all are jealous. Paul, it's more like hazel. And also, you're always squinting in all of your pictures to the point that no one knows what color your eyes are. Granted, that's totally fair. But the best color. Generally, all American colors are the best. I feel like red always pops. I think anyone can pull off red. I don't necessarily feel that way about navy blue and blue, the other colors of the United States flag. White's pretty cool, too. It does go with everything. Black's pretty cool, too. It does go with everything. But those are like the boring ones. That's if you're colorblind, you know? So I'm going to go with red to answer that. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Up next, oh man, a special episode of Mariners Watch. This is one of the worst losses in Mariners history that they suffered last night. We'll run you through all of it next. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No game for the Astros last night, but they do have a chance to lead the all-time series in the Silver Boot Showdown series. I keep on forgetting the name of it. The Astros have just been dominating it for so long. I forgot what it's called. Maybe not on the playoff side of things, but the Astros do have a chance to lead that all-time series with a sweep over the weekend heading into the All-Star break, and they do have the arms on the mound to potentially pull it off. We'll see what Lance McCullers does on the hill tonight. The Texas Rangers, thankfully, are not a National League Central team. It is an Ask Along Anything Friday, and we'll continue to work some of your questions into the show. The Astros still have a 7-game lead in the American League West, thanks to things that went down last night in a game between the Seattle Mariners and the New York Yankees. I'm going to turn things over to our friend Mariners Watch guy to explain this one.
Sometimes I wonder if we're cursed. Sometimes I realize why all of Seattle's music sounded so damn depressing back in the grunge era. It's because of Seattle Mariners baseball. I mean, for bleep's sake last night, bro. What in God's name was that? It's not just being a 5-0 in the 8th inning, in the midst of a no-hitter, and losing the game on a sacrifice fly with a perfect strike from center field by Julio Rodriguez to home plate. Somehow Anthony Volpe slid under the tag. It's also that even with the Astros getting swept by the Guardians over the weekend, earlier this week, we are still looking at a 7-game deficit in the division. We made history last night, folks. We allowed the New York Yankees to become the first team to win a game with 0 hits and a 5-run deficit through 7 innings since the Pittsburgh Pirates, June 24th of 1977. That was almost 50 years ago. Good God, nothing matters and everything's bad. Mariners Watch, July 11th.
Holy crap. I mean, that was a comical one. And listen, I'll admit, you guys know that I still have a little affinity for the Seattle Mariners and their fans. Not when they're playing against the Houston Astros. But, I mean, I'd root for just about everyone against the New York Yankees, even if it did, help the Astros out in the division. Like, I will root for China, Russia, other factions I would think about against the Yankees every single time. Every single time. I'm not kidding on that front. F the Yankees, F New York, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But good God, Mariners. I mean, it's not just that the Astros got swept during the week and you made up no games. Losing the end of a series like this, holy smokes. Like, I'm still trying to figure it out. And it's a shame because there were some funny moments in last night's game. I don't know how many people saw this, but in the top of the 6th inning, there's a graphic that shows the Mariners leading the Yankees 2-0. The person who was at the plate for the Mariners is someone with the last name Mastrobuoni. And the pitcher for the Yankees in that moment was someone by the name of Peter. So just think about that for a second. Yep. I mean, that could have been a fun little moment for Mariners fans. Instead, they somehow, some way, blow this game. I guess the Yankees figured out that the Mariners pitcher, Andres Munoz, their closer, was tipping pitches. So if you go back and you watch the replays, whether on first base or on second base, you'll notice New York Yankees doing jumping jacks while taking their leads. So, I mean, it's not sign stealing if it's done like that. Tipping pitches shouldn't happen given that the PitchCom system exists. But this Mariners closer somehow, some way was tipping his pitches, and it led to one of the more remarkable Seattle Mariners collapses in recent memory, and there have been quite a few. Woof. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Pleasure Pier in Galveston. If you want to come out and hang out with us, you should. If you come in here and you go take a look at the promo table to our left when you get in here at Sweet Scoops on the Pleasure Pier, you will have a chance to register to win. You can register for a chance to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Someone's signing up right now as we speak. So come on out here. We're going to be here until 6 p.m. Killer Bees will be here as well. And check out the full summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. Ask Gallant anything Friday. What do you got? Ooh, this is not a fun question to answer. HTX Rhino asks, whose ass can you beat at Gal Media who's on the air? I don't like answering this. I'm just going to start off by saying that. Now, for those who don't know, all district safety at the lowest level of high school in Pinellas County, Florida. I liked tackling people. I liked hitting people. I do feel like I would be able to put every single person at the station on the air on their ass if they were going over the middle. But, I mean, that's kill shot central. So, I mean, if I couldn't do that, you should judge me. But as far as the actual hosts on the station, Granado and I would be a fair fight. He's got that elder wisdom. I don't know how I'd fare there. Lance has got a little more size on me, but I do think, no offense, Lance, I think I could wear him down stamina-wise. Joel's got that inner rage to him. He's stocky. I don't think I'd beat Joel in a fight. Dell, I've never seen Dell do anything athletic, but I know that he used to play sports. Dell's like half an inch shorter than me, maybe. I think he's got like a couple of pounds on me. So I think that would be a fair fight. Sorry to say it, J-Bone, Jeremy Branham. If there's anyone that I had to pick anyone, it would be Jeremy Branham. And I like Jeremy. I like him a lot. Anyway, everybody, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, a texter says, the only one you got a chance with is Joe. I got a big height advantage on Joe. It's 5 to 6 inches. Sorry, Joe. Maybe it's 4 to 5. I don't know. But that helps me. He's definitely compact. I could take Jeremy. I feel pretty good about my chances against the other ones. But again, it's been a while since I fought. I'm at least honest about my fights, 2 and 4 lifetime. I've fought multiple people bigger than me, and those did not last very long. From the 979 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Is it going to rain during the game tonight? I'm trying to figure out what shoes to wear. Well, I know in the movie Mean Girls that one girl, what's the actress's name? Sean, you would know this one, right? You've seen Mean Girls before, right? Back at Mission Control?
Yes. I don't know.
This is making me sound like you're a pervert. Amanda Seyfried. Sorry, I was filibustering there. Amanda Seyfried.
You know the actress from Mean Girls? There's like 10 of
the
them.
One who could, the one from
yeah.
Mean Girls
Yeah.
who could. No, she wasn't the main one.
Main Mean Girl.
She was,
right?
No, she wasn't the main Mean Girl. No. Amanda Seyfried was the main like ditz of the group. And she always had this take that her boobs could tell what the weather is. So as somebody who is fairly endowed as it comes to the PEX department, my boobs are not sensing any rain tonight. However, we are also in Galveston at the Pleasure Pier, and we did drive through a little bit of rain on the way over here. So there you go. And now you know. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. What else we got on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? You can ask any question, and I'll work it into the show. From the 832. Who wouldn't you want your mom or sister to date from the show? Well, both are happily married, so I don't think anyone at the station has a chance with them. I'm being frank, like absolutely no chance, none. So that's my answer to that question. That's a bit of a cop out here. Anyway,
I'm a great guy.
You want to ask?
I'm actually a great guy.
Oh wow, Stephon Diggs especially not.
Stephon Diggs is it?
No, Stephon Diggs. I want you to date people's sister, okay? I thought you were in a happy relationship with Cardi B. Then there were some rumors that we had to discuss later on in the show. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. Keep them coming. There's another question that was asked. It's a great philosophical one. I'm going to have to think on this one for a little bit. Up next, a former athlete who has jumped into the takes game is getting absolutely crushed online. And I got to say, no one has ever been a more perfect example of what makes his Texas alma mater insufferable AF as this man. No one. It's the Paul Gallant Show on Paul Gallant on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call the text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and the brand new ESPN Houston app. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
$4,000 value. That's right. You could get a pair of brand new e-bikes. You just got to register for a chance to win. Shout out to Not Santa from X coming out and hanging out with us as we look at the ice cream that's right around the corner here at Sweet Scoops. Not gonna lie, even with my lactose intolerance, like I kind of want some, but do I want to deal with the aftermath on a 2-hour drive back from Galveston? I don't know. We'll have to determine this maybe towards the end of the show. Can my stomach hold out for 2 hours on the way back? It's an Ask a Lot Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. As far as the Astros are concerned today, before they take on the Texas Rangers, they finally called up their top prospect, Bryce Matthews, which is pretty exciting. He's played a lot of second base. Maybe he's the second baseman for the Astros the rest of the way. Honestly, given what second base has been, and given the injuries, I'm not opposed to it. I've been calling for it for a little bit. At this point, why not? Better that than Zach Short. Better that than Cooper Hummel. Better that than some of the other guys that you're putting out there. Kennedy Corona. I mean, goodness gracious. Also of note, and maybe this will lead to another Houston Astro making it to the All-Star game, but Julio Rodriguez, center fielder, has opted out. Does that mean Jake Myers, who's got some pretty damn good numbers, perhaps gets the nod in Rodriguez's stead for the All-Star game next week? He definitely has a case given his batting average and his defense. Curious to see what'll happen. So there you go. Julio Rodriguez out, Astro in. There will be another Houston Astro also in the All-Star game, and we talked about this to open up the show, and I'm just stunned that it's happening. Astros head athletic trainer Jeremiah Randall is going to be on the American League training staff. Oh, boy. I did ask the question answer the question on an Ask on Anything Friday in the last segment from HTX Rhino. Whose ass can you beat at Cal? I did think that I'd have a chance against John, Lance, less so Joel, definitely against Jeremy. Dell, I really do not know. Lion Pride 71 said on Twitch, underestimate that African strength if you want, Paulie G. Dell's going to clap those cheeks. Damn, that sounds a little graphic. But I prefer that wouldn't happen. But again, I wouldn't know. From the 936, Paul, if you had an open wound, would you willingly hop in the Galveston water for $100? Come on. Come on. No, I'd go for like 10,000. But 10,000, I would think about it. I would 100% think about it. A lot of sickness questions here on an Ask on Anything Friday from the 832. Paul, if you cough and someone next to you says, bless you, what do you say? Do you say thank you, or do you tell them that it was a cough and not a sneeze? I say thank you. I always feel weird and kind of guilty when someone says, God bless me, for just snot blasting out of my nostrils and mouth. It's kind of nasty, but gesundheit, I suppose. Anyway, every single Friday at 12:30, we do a segment where we highlight the best of the best when it comes to athletes in the podcasting game. Hit it. So it wasn't that long ago where Baylor's own Robert Griffin III was saying in the midst of segments on ESPN that he thinks he still could play in the National Football League. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. But he's getting crushed online again. What else is new? For something that he posted. He found some online troll who had posted a picture of a Photoshop of the WNBA edition, the WNBA cover of NBA 2K26, and posted a picture of a Photoshopped monkey instead of Angel Reese. And then he put together a too long, didn't read commentary while highlighting a post that some a-hole made in a trolling way. You want to feed something like this? I don't understand why you would. Here's the very long message that he sent. All right, this has got to stop. There's no place for racism in this world. Whether you like a player or not, Angel Reese should never be called or depicted as a monkey. I've been quiet on the Angel Reese front because she shared a video that aided in my wife, kids, family, and friends receiving death threats, threats of physical harm to my family and friends, and threats of sexual violence to my children on social media and beyond. Always making it about him. That will never be okay with me. I never attacked her or her family when I stated and backed up with clear basketball evidence that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. I do agree with that take, by the way. It's sports. Everyone won't like each other. People in Angel's inner circle called me and told me I was right. Angel Reese has grown to hate Caitlin Clark because the media is always asking her about Caitlin, and she's constantly being compared to her. Some people made it about race, but I never did and never will. Instead of becoming the villain in anyone's story, I decided to just not. All that being said, Angel Reese or any black man or woman should never be called or depicted as a monkey ever. Stop it, like the Michael Jordan meme. If you hate Angel Reese because she's black, you are the problem. If you hate Angel Reese because you're a Caitlin Clark fan, don't turn it racial. There should be no space for racism in this world. Wow, what a bold stance against racism, Robert Griffin III. We really appreciate your service. We really appreciate what you are doing for all of us out here. So naturally, everyone's coming after him because it was rather corny what he put up. In fact, I've seen some people go so far as to say that Rob Parker, who has blocked me on X, when he called Robert Griffin III this back in the day, was right.
My question, which is just a straight, honest question, is he or is he a cornball brother?
What does that mean?
Yeah, explain that. Well, he's not really. Okay, he's black. He kind of does the thing, but he's not really down with the cause. He's not one of us. He's kind of black. He's in the, but he's not really like the guy you really want to hang out with because he's off to something. We all know he has a white fiance. And there was all this talk about he's Republican, which there's no information at all. I'm just trying to dig deeper.
What do RG3's braids say to you?
Now that's different because to me, that's very urban and makes you feel like, I think he would have a clean cut if he was more straight laced or not. Like wearing braids is, you're a brother. You're a brother.
Yeah, I have no idea that last part about Rob was saying because for those who don't know, and I know I confuse people often, but I am a white man. But listen, Rob Parker, in that moment in time, got in a lot of trouble. With the benefit of hindsight, Robert Griffin III, we can at the very least agree, is insufferable and, yes, corny. He's corny. Cornball brother, corny. I mean, it's, in my opinion, the same thing. But Parker, who I'm not a fan of, by the way, I think his takes are generally the worst, but even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? He was right there, and he got in a lot of trouble for that. And I think there's further confirmation of Rob Parker being right because if you take a look at the posts that Robert Griffin III has said since this, I mean, dude, like, this is basic. We got to do something. We got to do something. The kind of commentary that no one actually wants. There's no place for racism in this world. No, duh! There's a wrong side and a right side. I will stay on the right side of history and support all people. Went so far as to say, I spoke up in support of Angel Reese against racism, not to start drama. But I won't let anyone twist the truth just because it's inconvenient to them. Instead of trying to check me, just tighten up your circle. They calling me and saying you hate Caitlin Clark, not the other way around. I have zero interest in being the villain in anyone's story. I just want to have fun, tell the truth, and celebrate sports. But I won't pretend or lie just to protect feelings. And he went so far as to also say, we need more people ready to build bridges between us and not walls to divide us. The only way to find unity is talking through our differences in opinion and life experience and find the best way forward. He also posted something else, like, if you're not doing so hot, like, remember, you're worth it. Like, he's just posting all the really annoying things that you see from, like, positive yogis online that you don't want to stumble across on their feeds on Instagram. Generally, they have, like, that as their caption, but really what they're showing us is a picture of them in, like, yoga pants or in something else that's very revealing. You can see their entire ass. It's one of those things. That's what Robert Griffin III is doing right now. So, well, I think that Ryan Clark went a little bit too far when he went after him a little bit. Ryan Clark is now allowed to dance on top of the fire that Robert Griffin III created for himself. Hell, even Angel Reese's mom's like, why are you posting this? And it reminds me a lot of something that someone else I'm not a big fan of in sports media said not too long ago as we continue. The John Wall Memorial athlete podcasting games. Here is a very similar to what Robert Griffin III posted. Comment by Emmanuel Acho on Fox Sports 1. Because if you're just tuning in, RG3 posted a terrible Photoshop put up by some troll of Angel Reese, but it was photoshopping a monkey in place of Angel Reese. What Emmanuel Acho said a couple of weeks ago is just like that to me.
Those that are unaware of the cognition that I'm referring to, Saquon golfing with President Trump. Now on social media, they're calling him Slave Quan.
Bro, you can't say that on national TV because you're just going to give more people the ability to say that. Much like reposting this is just going to make more people do it. Like this, you're calling it out. Like, racism still happens. There's no denying that. I think we're past the point, though, where it needs to be regularly called out. We got to stop it. Like, no, listen, we're definitely not perfect. I think we're a lot better than we were 40 years ago. I think 40 years from now, we will be better on certain fronts. Got a lot of things to do, but like there's certain things where it's like, wow, what a bold stance online you took. You're against racism? Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Anyway, the John Wall Memorial Podcast games continue. Did you hear what Paul George, Podcast P, had to say about your Houston Rockets? Oh my goodness. He had an interesting suggestion for someone that the Houston Rockets should add.
What squad do you think would like to take Dame?
Put him with Houston.
I like that.
That's real nice.
Now, does he play backup to Fred? You know, I think that's a conversation. But you put him on that team where there is a KD, there's defense around him, there's length around him. If it's a smaller guard, pair him with length around him. I think that's a great fit for him in Houston.
Oh, right. Let's go. Damian Lillard to the Rockets. Now, he wouldn't play this season, and he's going to cost $1 bazillion, and you probably don't have the cap space to do it. But, hey, Paul George says, screw it. Why not? I think he's talking fit more than is this actually possible, feasible. More from Paul George on this podcast. He loves the Rockets going into the 2025-2026 season.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I think people are, because of KD's age, they think, you know, like what direction is Houston trying to go at the end of the day? But they see a window, and I think they're trying to, you know, shout out to them for you know, you have a young star in Alperin who I think is a stud, and that's who they believe in.
Sure.
Let's put something around him to try to win.
I love the extra hosts that they always have on these podcasts. Some rando. He's like probably not even an athlete, and he just is like, yeah, for real, facts, on God, no cap. You spitting, son. Like,
yeah, my dream job. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be a great job.
To be the random white guy
like,
on a basketball podcast. It's like, how does Paul George know this person? Why is he here?
It's a riot, man.
Was he an intern at his like agent's agency, like when he signed, and now he's like, I like this guy. Get him a podcast.
It's a great question. I don't know, man. I'm jealous of all of these guys, but hey, they got bigger names, and thus more people theoretically listen, bigger following for the clips that they post. Not sure how many people actually listen to podcasts anymore now. I think people just watch the clips from the podcast. They're like, unbelievable, and they don't even get the context. Thanks, aggregators. 713-780-3776 to call to text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Blankety blank blank asks, is Reed Shepherd an intersection in Houston or a possible starter next year? Is it a one of these two options to choose from? Huh.
Oh yeah, I know a great burger place on Reed and Shepherd.
Is there actually an intersection of Reed and Shepherd?
I don't know if there's Reed, but there's definitely Shepherd.
Sounds like it would be. There's definitely Shepherd. There's always construction on Shepherd. It's the worst. And there's that circle of death as you get close to the Washington area. I hate rotaries with a passion. Everyone drives like a complete moron in that area. He's not going to start unless there's injury. It's going to be Fred VanVleet. The real question is, in the minutes that he gets, is Reed Shepherd going to do the things that, you know, I think in other locations that Jalen Green could do and that Cam Whitmore could do. And maybe that's an unfair ask for him. But, I mean, you drafted him third overall. I think Jalen Green at his best is going to be a six-man somewhere. I think that Cam Whitmore at his best is going to be a six-man somewhere. Green, I think, has the potential to be the best sixth man in the league. I think he could be very easily a Jamal Crawford type. I've said this a couple of times over the last few years. It's because of his inconsistency. With Whitmore, he's got the talent, but, I don't really know on that front where he's going to go. He's going to be a starter clearly in Washington. So Shepard is your spark plug. Shepard is supposed to be the, hey, I'm going to hit a couple of threes off the bench. Hey, I'm going to create defensively a few times. And by the way, he's pretty damn scrappy defensively. He is surprisingly good considering his size. Like, he's a smaller guy. He's 6'2". So that's what he's going to have to be. I'm very curious about it. He did an interview on the Summer League broadcast last couple of days. So we shall see what Reed Shepard does this coming season. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Come out, hang out with us here as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. We're inside Sweet Scoops on the Pleasure Pier. You'll have a chance to register. You can register for a chance. I keep on screwing this up. Get dyslexic. You can register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Stop by the promo table to the left on your way in. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
No game for the Astros last night, but they still have a 7-game lead in the American League West thanks to an epic collapse by the Seattle Mariners last night. They begin the Silver Boot Series against the Texas Rangers tonight. The Rangers trail the Astros by 9.5 games in the American League West. The Silver Boots is a 30-inch tall display of a cowboy boot. The winner of the season series takes it home every single year. The Astros and Rangers have met 290 times, and the Rangers hold the all-time series 146-144, thanks to a 142-141 lead in the regular season and a 4-3 lead in the postseason. With a sweep, the Astros will be in firm command of the all-time Silver Boot once again. You love to see it. We'll see what happens. You got Lance McCullers on the hill tonight for Houston. Bryce Matthews got called up. We'll see if he plays second base. Lineup generally gets released around 3 o'clock. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, interesting question asked on the text line, and it has to do with your Houston Astros, our Houston Astros, God wills it. Does Christian Walker come back hot from paternity leave, or has he done the worst possible thing you could do while you're on a roll? Take 4 days off. That is a great question. So there's certainly the potential for a little bit of rust. He also has a familiarity with the National League West that I think is important to note when you take a look at what he did against the Dodgers. That said, Christian Walker did play in a World Series against the Texas Rangers not too long ago. And I think when it comes to Christian Walker, going forward, I am expecting just better than what we've seen to this point. I think sometimes it takes a series like this to get your confidence going. He's had a couple of moments this season where you're like, is this going to get him going? The idea that perhaps having a kid and maybe a slightly more sleepless nights as a parent when you come back to town, that's certainly going to take its toll, I would imagine. I'm not a father, never have been a father. I can only imagine how much work that is, though. So we'll see how he does when he comes back. I think he's going to keep it up, but I do think it is an interesting question to ask. Is taking a couple of days off, does that completely mess you up? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 409, Paul, if possible, would you rather live on any of the moons in the solar system or one of the rocky planets? If so, which? A moon or a planet? Okay. I've seen Total Recall. Mars seems pretty brutal. And that was a fictionalized representation of Mars with an advanced colony that, if I'm not mistaken, is maybe a couple of years older than the year we're in right now. I want to say it was 2020 or something like that. It could be wrong on that, but it was. They thought we were going to be at Mars in like 30 years. Whoops, we didn't get there, and have a super sick colony there.
2084.
We are 20. Okay, so it was slightly in the future.
We got like 60 years.
A generation away or so.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. I mean, it would be miserable there. I bet Venus was pretty cool back in the day, but Venus is apparently just like a humid, like. It's basically like Houston, not on steroids. It's like Houston on like every single performance enhancer that is possible in terms of humidity. And I think there's like toxic fumes that are throughout the atmosphere and stuff. So those are really the only two planets that I feel like you at one point in existence maybe would have had a chance to live on. Mercury would suck. It would be hot and there's nothing to do. It's just rocks. The moon would suck. If there's one moon that I do think would actually be a good one, and if I'm not mistaken, like I think there's a belief that this moon might have the ability to sustain life. Could be wrong. Titan, which is a Saturn moon. It has conditions different from Earth, but it's possible, yet unlikely, it could support life in its subsurface ocean. Any life on Titan, per research, would be sparse, possibly less than 1 cell per liter of water. Okay.
I mean,
Doesn't sound
yeah,
right.
it's not
It's
gonna.
got
There's not
water.
gonna be life there because we would have heard about it by now.
It could build an oceanfront property, you know.
Yeah, I think one of the
Seaside
moons
property
is the
in
way to
Titan.
go.
One of the moons. Yeah, I think so too.
Maybe one of the Jupiter moons. I don't know. I'll do some more research.
I'm not. Yeah, I think Titan's the only moon in our solar system that appears like it could sustain life.
Yeah, or Pluto. I'd pick Pluto just to be down for the cause.
What else do we have here? Blankety blank blank says Paul prefers Uranus. Ha, got him. Got him. Wait, wait, hang on a second. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune too. Isn't it Neptune? Is it Neptune or Uranus? Or Neptune and Uranus two different planets?
They're two different
Honestly, I don't know. They're two different planets.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean.
And they
Pluto's
pronounce
not
it,
a planet anymore.
They pronounce it Uranus too, which is always very funny.
No, they don't. It's
like
Uranus.
real astrologists.
Oh.
Try to.
Oh, we're NASA.
Yeah, they're
blah,
not,
blah,
like,
blah.
You know, what's his face? Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, I'm not gonna call it the name that makes you guys chuckle. All right.
From the 409, someone texted in, toxic fumes in the atmosphere with all the refineries. Houston maybe checks that box. Oh, okay. 936 texter says that Christian Walker is going to be back with dad strength. And someone from the 713 says, Paul, you have to have intercourse with actual women to have kids. Well, thank you. I didn't know that. Now I did. I thought a stork just came by and just dropped him off. Just dropped off a little baby. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It is still an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We are hanging out inside a fantastic ice cream spot on the Pleasure Pier in Galveston. Sweet Scoops. Come on out. Say hi. We're also on the app at the ESPN Houston app, available for your iPhone and for your Android. Coming up next, we have seen a lot of Houston sports teams pandering to a very specific Houston culture thing over the last couple of years. First, it was the Texans. Now it's the Astros. And it has me wondering, what Houston culture things do you wish that Houston sports teams would pander to? We'll talk about that next, and I'll give you an example of what one team is doing this weekend. Next, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're hanging out on Pleasure Pier, inside Sweet Scoops. Come out. You can register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from our friends over at Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. You can also ask any question on the show, since it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can truly ask anything. Someone asked me earlier who I could beat up at the station. Guess you should have stayed tuned for that. In the last segment, we were talking about balls of rock in space that we would consider living on. I guess someone said Europa, bro. Europa's the moon you want to be at. That's the Jupiter cool moon, I guess. Anyway, the Astros are going to take on the Texas Rangers for 3 games in the Silver Boot Series. Rangers lead the all-time series, but if the Astros get a sweep, they will lead the all-time series over the weekend. It would be nice to see a nice little sweep of Texas to really push them further and further back. They're already 9.5 games back. How much more can you get them back? Mariners are staying back because they just had an epic loss last night to the New York Yankees despite a 5-0 lead in the 7th inning with a no-hitter. I mean, woof. Mariners going to Mariners. Seattle's going to Seattle when it comes to that. I know that not everyone listening feels bad for them because Mariners fans are generally D-bags to our favorite, Jose Altuve. But I will say I do have an affinity for Mariners fans, specifically how loyal they are to an organization that is just god-awful. Anyway, yesterday I saw a post on Houston Astros Twitter. And I guess they're going to do a collaboration for Sunday because Sunday's 713 day. You know, like on a lot of your phones. 713-780-5766. Let's do it. You know, that's how you call and that's how you text it. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It's 713 day. It's Sunday. And the Houston Astros are apparently about to unveil a new collaboration. I am guessing that it is Mike Jones related. Mike Jones, Houston rapper. I say that because the caption reads, who, ? And then there's a car that looks to be the swanging and banging type of car. I sound so white when I say that. But you know what I'm talking about. It looks like a car that might swang and bang. Like that one car that went viral for swanging and banging in downtown Houston and then actually drove into another person's car and sideswiped the entire car. So they're going to do something. And like there's a song by Mr. Jones that you might not have heard. But the line that everyone remembers is Mike Jones' phone number, which is apparently still his phone number. Here he is telling the people the number.
281-330-8004. Get Mike Jones up on the low because Mike Jones about to blow.
Hell yeah. 281-330-8004. So I saw them post that with the question mark, who? And my snarky response, even though their head trainer was just named to the American League All-Star team, which I can't believe, I thought we should do a different version of the song. This is going to be a really quick rap, okay? I'm going to pander to the Houston rap culture for just a moment. And you're welcome in advance, or sorry in advance. But Sean, back at Mission Control, could we play the instrumental version of Back Then? You ready, guys? It's going to be a really quick rap. "911, for another Astros done." That's all I got. But that was awesome. And that's what the Astros honestly should be rolling out on Sunday, 713 day. New medical staff, new training staff. It should be that. And yet, they're not giving us that. It is kind of funny that every single Houston sports team has, at some point, because I think the Rockets have done this too, pandered to fans with new merch that is a collab with the Houston rap scene. from back in the day, like the throwback Houston rap scene. We're not seeing anything. Well, maybe the Astros did something with Travis Scott, but we're seeing stuff from, the 90s. Screw Culture, Paul Wall, Slim Thug. And we've seen it with the Houston Texans, too. The Texans have really leaned into it to the point where it's kind of like, guys, settle down a little bit, okay? Settle down. Like, you're not quite Robert Griffin III corny, but you're coming up a little corny, okay? With how hard you're trying to do it. Like Cal McNair throwing the H's up, wearing a chain. Like, okay, it's a funny picture, but, like, settle down. Settle down a little bit. But this is a question I have for you. If there was another subsection of the Houston culture that you would like to see Houston sports teams, let's be frank, pander towards with some sort of collab, what would it be? I know mine off the top of my head. I've always found it wild that for whatever reason, the Houston sports teams in town, despite living in a city with a majority Hispanic population, have never gone for it with the Latinos. Not once. You see a Los Astros jersey, but I don't think they've worn that in a couple of years. You'll see I think there was a Los Rockets jersey or El Rockets jersey way back in the day. I looked for images of it online. I could not find it. And the Texans have never done it at all. And I've always thought that among fan bases in town, like the largest demographic of Houston Texans fans are Hispanic. Could be wrong on that front, but I go to NRG Stadium a lot, and I see a lot. I do. And I'm surprised that they haven't done anything, the Texans especially, to like say, hey, Houston's a multicultural city. Let's do a collab there. I think it would be cool to have stuff on Espanol, whether it's the Astros or it's the Rockets or it's the Texans. And this might be a controversial take, but that's one I would like to see. Like, hell, I think there was a couple of years ago where I was taking a look at the amount of Pride days that Houston sports teams had compared to Latino days that Houston sports teams had, and it was rather one-sided in favor of the Pride days. Again, not that there's anything wrong with that. I don't have any issue with that. And a lot of people that listen to this show think that I have a lot of pride. And you know what I do? I'm a very proud man. But I'm surprised that there's never really been a, hey, let's, ingratiate ourselves with a massive part of our city. It really has not happened. Hell, I think the team that's done the worst with it, Houston Dynamo. I don't know who the Houston Dynamo's target audience is. I really don't, but they definitely seem to forget that they live in a soccer hotbed, given the amount of people that, love soccer that might be either first generation from a Central American or South American country, or that have been here for a while. Surprising to me. So anyway, if there was something else that you would like to see Houston sports teams sort of pander towards the culture of, let me know. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Maybe a rodeo culture? But I think that they do that every now and then. The Rockets give out like straw hats, I think, around rodeo night. Nah, you can't give them out straw hats, by the way. That's weak, So what do we got here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? From the 832, we don't need merch in another language. Well, I mean, again, listen, they're doing merch in everything. There's gonna. I think on Sunday, like I'm wearing an El Tiempo Astros hat, for God's sakes. I'm pretty sure on Sunday they're gonna release some purple Astros hats, like they did a couple of years ago. I think on June 27th for DJ Screw's famous record. So freestyle. So. Like, I'm surprised. What else do we have on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I gave out the wrong phone number. Okay, well, I'm just going to be frank. This might be my flu game. I'm sorry, AJ, who's sitting next to me. If I get you sick, I'm sorry, dog.
I take vitamin C.
You're taking vitamin C? I mean, I take vitamin C, too. I take a lot of vitamin C. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me, but, sometimes you just got to power through. Especially when you get to go to an ice cream store on the Pleasure Pier. Anyway, what would you like to see Houston sports teams pander towards? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Someone said that I spouted bars. Thank you, Bryant C. You made me feel cool for just a moment. Todd, the show says they have Astros fishing shirts. Interesting. I think it's still Tippin jerseys that they are going to be giving out in some way. Stripper pole, bobbleheads night, says Todd the Show. We do have a lot of strip clubs in Houston. That's a culture to pander towards. Anyway, it's Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Come out, register for a chance to win a pair of e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, and you can ask me any question at 713-780-3776. It's how you call, it's how you text. The Houston Rockets, while their season did not end the way that we all would have liked, given that they were a 2 seed in the Western Conference, stay winning this offseason, especially relative to the way they operate versus other teams in the league. I'll explain how on the other side. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
From the 713, the Rangers have been hot. We can't overlook this team or we will lose 6 straight. Fair point. I'm not overlooking them, but I could overlook them. I don't have to focus on them. The Astros have to focus on them. You as a fan can do whatever you want, but I think one of the best perks about being an Astros fan is that you get to be unbelievably arrogant basically every single second of your life, at least as long as this streak continues. I say this as a Patriots fan who misses those days where I could talk down to anybody. It was very easy. But now, much like with Cowboys fans being nearly 30 years post a Super Bowl, I'm sorry, AJ, who's out here, our resident Cowboys fan. I mean, it's starting to get a little stale when I say, look, yeah, you never had Tom Brady. Like, I'm starting to get paranoid about Patrick Mahomes catching him and stuff. And that's why I don't like that Tom Brady's talking to Mahomes in the offseason. Not cool, man. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We'll get to some of your questions in just a moment. The Oklahoma City Thunder just spent a bleep ton of money on 3 players. They gave Gilgeous-Alexander a max contract. They gave Chet Holmgren a rookie max extension. And they also gave On top of that, Jalen Williams, an extension worth up to $287 million. I mean, we're talking close to $900 million. $800 to $900 million. I'm not going to do the math. On 3 players who are going to take up probably 70% of the Oklahoma City Thunder's cap over the next couple of years. In a way, this is a win for the Rockets. I say that because somehow, some way, and this was first brought up by Sean on the show. I don't know how he keeps on doing it, but Rafael Stone continuously gets players to sign team-friendly deals. The Jabari Smith Jr. deal that we heard about, the 5-year, $122 million deal through 2031, is official. They got Fred VanVleet to agree to a pay cut after they opted out of the team option for his contract that would have paid him $40 million this coming season. It's really cool to see that the Rockets, at least for now, are not financially married to someone where a divorce would be very difficult if the player does not live up to his reputation. And I am curious as to how the Thunder feel about it. I get that they have a million draft picks in the future. The Thunder also are an incredibly arrogant organization in the front office. They think that they're like the all-time knowers of ball. I guess they want us to forget that they traded James Harden to the Rockets for pennies, but they really think highly of themselves, and they probably think that they're going to be able to reload around these 3 players via the draft year in, year out. They got a lot of draft picks, so to their credit, they could do that theoretically if their scouting is good enough. But where the Rockets are right now with this, bringing in Kevin Durant, we'll see what kind of contract he signs. Doesn't seem like, at least in the eyes of basketball insiders, that he is going to take as much as possible. Alperen Şengün took less, $35 million a year compared to Chet Holmgren's $48 million a year. Like, they're getting players to agree to team-friendly deals. They got Jalen Green to agree to a team-friendly deal, and to help them trade him for Kevin Durant. So I know some people are mad about trading Jalen Green. He's got potential, bro, or can't wait more. He's got potential too, bro. I get it. I mean, they might be good players elsewhere. They certainly both have talent in their own ways. But what Stone's been doing contractually has really been impressive. He deserves a hearty pat on the back for that. Some golf claps. And perhaps, honestly, a raise from Tillman Fertitta. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. People are making fun of me because of that one time where I couldn't read Fred VanVleet's contract. And I was like, wait, they're going to pay him more now? 2 years, $50 million a year? No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Anyway, what do we got here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? This question has been asked a lot, and she hangs out in the Twitch. You might see her from time to time. The girlfriend in the midst of her birthday week. Does your girlfriend like sports? Here's how I'll frame it, and she's actually brought this up to me before. She's like, I think you think I don't like sports. No, I like whatever you like, sports-wise. And I was like, oh, you're so sweet. And then we made out. It was great. Her dad played football back in the day, so that's definitely a plus. I think she knows how I feel about baseball, so also a plus that she's not exactly the biggest fan of it. But she played sports back in the day, so she does like them. But generally when I'm on the clock, and this maybe makes me sound like the worst, especially since I do have a dream job that a lot of people would kill for, is that when I'm off the clock, like, I don't love talking about sports all that much. I kind of like just detoxing, because I mean it becomes work for you after a while. Now, watching the games themselves, I always feel like I got to take notes while watching, where if I'm watching as a fan and I know I don't have to cover it afterwards, that's great. But it's been a very long time since I've been able to watch a game and just kind of sit back and relax. It was probably the Saturday Astros-Cubs game. That was the first time I'd done it in Houston in a really long time, the one where Lance McCullers got shelled. Because I was there as a fan, and I was just sitting there. And it was fun. It was nice to not have to think about anything about decorum, getting dressed up, getting there early, all that crap. I used to love going to sports games, but yeah, it's changed a little bit on that front. That doesn't mean I don't love sports anymore. It more is like I'm just not as diehard obsessed with them as I used to be, and I've definitely find my curiosity drifting in other directions over the last couple of years. It's not to say I don't like sports anymore, but there are specific sports, football specifically, that I like more than all of them combined. And it's, I think, from a sports talk perspective in this town, I think that you kind of have to be careful how much Texans you're talking these days. I think that they were rather disappointing last season relative to perhaps unfair expectations. And this town certainly appreciates that the Astros keep on keeping on. So that's why we talk as much Astros as we do. Like I am tasked with playing the hits, as they say. And I think for the most part, people want to hear about the Astros. We do talk Rockets when they're in the playoffs and when they've played key games of the regular season. I think this coming season, we're going to talk a lot more Rockets. And it will be interesting, given that the Astros look like they're about to be in a playoff run once again. That the Rockets, whenever they tip off, it's going to be towards, the end of baseball season and when football season is really heating up. So it is going to be curious how we talk about everything, but also talk about everything in a way where the people who are listening for 15 to 30 minutes actually get to listen to something that they want to hear about. There you go. That's Inside Radio by Paul Gallant on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. A texter asks, how many games will the Saints win this year? What kind of season do you predict they'll have? I think they're going to have the first pick in the draft. The quarterback situation is rough. There was some video I saw, too, that went viral on Instagram, and it showed the starting lineups and their introductions on Sunday Night Football, and I truly hadn't heard of any of them except for Kenny Stills. Like, any of them. I didn't know who any of them were. I forget who the quarterback was, too. It's going to be rough this season. I hope that this allows the Saints to kind of reset because their cap situation is not very good. But who knows who their quarterback's going to be? It's supposedly going to be Tyler Shuck, who's saying all the right things going into the year, but I don't know. They've still got Spencer Rattler, right? I think they made a mistake not drafting Shedeur Sanders. Sanders is at the very least something that gives the fan base a little more hope than what you currently have. So we'll see what they do, but I would probably skip. I would probably skip this year. No offense. Like, New Orleans people are fun. Saints fans are diehard. I respect Saints fans a lot. And that's a fan base that had been loyal for a very long time before they finally kicked the door down a couple of years after Katrina, which was so cool for them. The Breeze Peyton era was awesome. But, you got to wonder what's going to happen post-Peyton. Do you like Kellen Moore's the head coach now? Geez, I don't know. I know Cowboys fans weren't the biggest fans of Kellen Moore, so.
Nah.
You like Kellen Moore, AJ?
No, I'm saying nah. I really wasn't.
Oh, you weren't.
He was all right.
He was all right. Yeah, I just remember a lot of Cowboy fan friends would always complain to me about how his jaw would be wide open and hanging out of his mouth, like flies were flying into it or something. So there you go. Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll answer more of your questions, and we are 55 days away from the start of the NFL season as we continue our countdown to the kickoff on September 4th between the Higgles, Super Bowl champions, and the Cowboys. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends, though, at Green Street tomorrow, I love ya, tomorrow there's a block party at Green Street from 2 to 6. As Texans, we know it's our strength, pride, and grit that carry us through the most difficult days. Tomorrow, we're channeling that Texas spirit into a block party at Green Street as the Astros take on the Rangers. Come hungry and ready to celebrate. Grab bites and drinks from local favorites. Cool off with free treats like snow cones. Love Brian Regan. And paellas. Hop on the Mechanical Bull. Dance to live music and a DJ. You can even hit the Bedazzler station to add some sparkle to your game day look. Plus, don't miss a special visit from the Trophy. A true highlight for Houston fans. Yeah, you can get your picture taken with that bad boy. Put it on the gram. Park for free. Hop on the game day shuttle and come toast what makes Texas so special. Resilience, community, and the traditions that bring us all together. To register so that you will get on the shuttle get the free parking to get to the game at Green Street. Go to greenstreetdowntown.com/game day block party. Again, greenstreetdowntown.com/game day block party. It's brought to you by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. The event's free, but be sure to RSVP and have yourselves a wonderful time. "55 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who is the greatest 55 in NFL history? Honestly, in my opinion, it's Derek Brooks of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but certainly a case to be made for the late Junior Seau. Brooks was a hell of a player as part of Bucs defenses at the turn of the century, the late 90s, the early 2000s. He was arguably their best player. They also had Simeon Rice. They had Warren Sapp. They had John Lynch. They had Rondé Barber, amongst others. But I always thought Brooks was the thing that held it all together. Here he is in the midst of Super Bowl 37, icing the victory for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, their first Super Bowl victory over the then Oakland Raiders.
Dropping Gannon, looking Gannon, throws up with a head to the 7, at the 40, Derek Brooks 30, Brooks to the 29, 20, Derek Brooks all the way, touchdown Tampa Bay.
As John Gruden that you heard second right there. It is crazy to me that that's the last time the Raiders were a legitimate threat as a Super Bowl team. I mean, that was 23 years ago. They had a nice little run from, I want to say, 2000 through 2002. Rich Gannon found the fountain of youth and had 3 really incredible seasons. I think he won the MVP in that season leading up to the Super Bowl where the Bucs smoked them. But that was a rough one for the Raiders. I think they threw 3 pick sixes in that game. What else do we have going on in the National Football League? Also, shout out to my favorite, number 55, who is not an NFL Hall of Famer, Willie McGinnis, the New England Patriots. I'm sure that some perhaps think he's a bit sus as an individual, given that incident at that one restaurant in L.A. Look it up. Yikes. Terry McLaurin, wide receiver for the Washington Commanders, posted cryptically on Instagram as he continues his holdout. He had this to say, some deep stuff from @Terry_25. I wake up and go get that cake. I ain't the type to relax. So he's talking about cake from a money perspective, not from a other perspective. I'm surprised the Commanders haven't resolved this situation. Things are going so well for them. Don't screw this up. You got new ownership. Daniel Snyder's gone. Don't screw this up, guys. Just give him his contract. What are you doing? What else do we have here? And a rather slow season for football. I may have spoken too soon on Monday when I said that no one suffered any debilitating fireworks injuries on the 4th of July because now Chargers running back Najee Harris suffered a, quote, superficial eye injury, end quote, during a 4th of July weekend firework accident. You know what might suck even more for Najee Harris, given that he's an NFL player and has money? Did you see that Californians everywhere are getting fined because there were drones that were narking on everyone in California on 4th of July night? So people are getting fines in the mail if fireworks were set off from their residence. I know. AJ's jaw just dropped. Yeah, it's nuts. We are living in a totalitarian state.
I'm glad they don't have that here because I would have been cooked.
Oh, we do. All of us would have been. But hey, rather be cooked by the law than by fireworks singeing your face so that you look like Seamus from the Harry Potter series. So if you haven't watched those series and haven't read the books, Seamus always blew himself up. It is honestly surprising Seamus didn't die. You know, talking about all the people at Hogwarts that died over the years. Seamus surviving while Cedric Diggory died. Honestly, upset of the century.
Yeah, life's not fair, Paul. Life's not fair.
It's not. R.I.P. to a fictional Robert Pattinson character. What else is going on around the National Football League? I'm not a fan of this mainly because, don't you have to win a Super Bowl to get this? But both Jim and John Harbaugh visited President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday. Excuse you, you didn't win the last Super Bowl. I feel like you should have to win a Super Bowl. Now, I know John Harbaugh has won a Super Bowl in the past, but that was a million years ago. That was at the New Orleans Super Bowl where the lights went out for half the game and the 49ers were able to come back right after that. Come on.
Yeah. I saw the Red Sox, the entire Boston Red Sox visited.
That was random too. Yes, they're losers. The Red Sox are losers.
What happened to our country?
The standards.
Yeah.
We've really lowered the standards. Listen, this is not a political take. It's win the Super Bowl, win the World Series, win the national championship, which Harbaugh did once. Win the Super Bowl. I said that already. Win the Stanley Cup. Then you get to go. If not, nah. What else is going on around the National Football League? Ooh, well, earlier this week, actually check that. I want to say this might have been 2 weeks ago on the show where we talked about a episode of Pablo Torre's podcast, Pablo Torre Finds Out. And Pablo Torre, through deep digging, found out that essentially there's some weird collusion going on between the National Football League Players Association and the actual NFL itself, where there's a guy who's running the National Football League Players Association who has a very clear conflict of interest, given that he works for a group that is seeking minority ownership in NFL franchises. And this is just some of many issues right now for the NFL and the NFL Players Association. The NFL Players Association is also out $12 million, I guess, in attorney fees because the collusion grievance that they brought against the NFL, which I actually thought was sound, but they didn't dot their I's and cross their T's. Since they didn't win that, now the NFL's like saying, hey, we're going to need $12 million, shaking them down a little bit more. This is very interesting, and I wonder how it plays into potential labor stoppages down the road. I forget when this collective bargaining agreement expires, but, I mean, you got a guy who is the head of the NFL Players Association, and he was essentially given that job by the players' head. And this guy also happens to be part of a group that's trying to get minority ownership in an NFL team. Like, it's a lot of conflict of interest here. A Vikings linebacker got scammed out of $240,000. Vikings defensive end Dallas Turner was scammed out of $240,000 after someone impersonating a Chase bank rep told him his identity was being used at a branch in Arizona. He wired two $120,000 transfers to secure account, only later realizing it was a scam. Police have identified suspects and are moving toward charges. Damn, that sucks. Nothing you can really do. That money's probably all gone on an offshore account. That sucks, though. We've all been scammed in some way, shape, or form before. Sometimes it's just buying a product that sucks. Other times you get scammed when you think you're doing the right thing. For me, when I was a younger lad living in Houston, I remember this guy had this. I was in between shifts at the Texans flagship. I had done Rockets postgame for a Lakers show, filling in for Joel at the time. And I didn't get home until 2 a.m. And I had to come back in for the morning show at 5 a.m. Yeah, just making a face. I used to work ridiculous hours because we were part-time, and it was basically work as many hours as you can. You're going to get overtime, and you're just going to have all this ready to go. So I remember as I got back from shift number one, I'm tired, and I just want to take a 2-hour nap. But I'm young, so it's not going to be like the biggest issue operating on 2 hours of sleep. This guy comes up to me, and he gave me this sob story that I really believed. He told me that, like, he's a Katrina refugee, that his wife had just had a miscarriage with twins, and that his car was in the shop, and that he needed someone to drive him to the shop to pick it up, and a little bit of money to actually pick up the car so that he could drive to the hospital. It's late at night. 1, I'm tired. 2, I'm not bright. 3, I felt generous, so drove with this guy to an ATM with very little money in my checking account. I gave him $100, and I drove him to what I thought was going to be the actual location of this car dealership he was at. I drive outside of it, and I just started watching The Wire. That was a crack house. So I waited for 3 minutes, and I was like, okay, he's not picking anything up. This is definitely a house where he's going, like a rundown old beaten up building somewhere where he's going to get cracked. So I drive home. I take a very quick nap, like an hour, get back in my car. Somehow, some way, the guy is back outside of my car waiting for me. And I said, dude, I gave you money. I had an extra $20. Gave him the extra 20. I was like, dude, figure your bleep out. I go to work. Everyone at the station says, yeah, you got scammed. It happens. I come back. This effer, one more time, tries to get money from me. One more time. And that time I told him to go F himself. And I said, I'm going to park the car and I'm going to chase you. And I'm going to try to get you kicked off of this property. I didn't do any of those things. I just wanted to threat. Anyway, there you go. So that's a story of how Paul got scammed. So Dallas Turner, it happens to the best of us. Shake it off and hopefully you can get that money back. But I imagine it's all gone. So play well, buddy. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. And by the way, if you're coming on in here as we hang out on the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops, by the promo table, you can register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. So everyone in here, I mean, you should do that. 100%. It's over there, over in the corner right there. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We're hanging out on the Pleasure Pier in Galveston. It is a nice day. I'm told back in Houston, the weather ain't great. Well, come on out here. It is a sunny day, definitely a bit of a humid day. But if you want a little air conditioning and perhaps a sweet little treat, come on in to Sweet Scoops here on the Pleasure Pier. And when you come in, make sure at the desk you register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Check out the entirety of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit at ESPN975.com. It's the summer of love, everybody. The summer of love. No, this is not a vague reference to experiences that I had 4 years ago, 5 years ago or so. No. It's not political either. Love is in the air. Summer flings abound. I say that because my personal Lord and Savior, the man who didn't win just one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, but 7 Super Bowls, is now apparently dating Sofia Vergara. You might be wondering to yourself, wait a second, Paul, wasn't Tom Brady shooting his shot with strong, powerful, independent woman Sydney Sweeney like 3 weeks ago at Jeff Bezos' wedding? Yes. But get this. He is also apparently shooting his shot with Sofia Vergara from Modern Family. And got to say, Sofia Vergara doing very well, considering she is in her early 50s. Per TMZ, Tom Brady and Sofia Vergara are having a summer fling, but they aren't dating. Oh, and it's not a romance. Oh, that sounds carnal. Our sources, says TMZ, say Tom Brady and the actress are both single and are definitely not a couple, but they're having fun on a trip through Europe with a bunch of other celebrity travelers. Tom and Sophia's summer fling is just getting started. About a week ago, they hung out at a super yacht with Martha Stewart. She still gets it. Kendall Jenner, strong, powerful, independent woman. Naomi Campbell, Kate Hudson, strong, powerful, independent woman. Patrick Schwarzenegger. Who's Anita? Who is Tessa Thompson? Don't know who that is. Tessa Thompson, a porn star.
She plays Valkyrie in Marvel.
My bad.
She's also
well, Tessa Thompson
in Creed as the love interest.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, confusing things. Just like I confused Dylan Harper. I think I might be thinking of Tiffany Thompson. And one of Tom's former flings is there, too. Irina Shayk. The 2-night excursion launched from Rome, Italy. Tom Brady moved his seat on the yacht to sit next to Sophia during a dinner. And Sophia posted a photo of them seated at the table together. Wow.
I always wonder who reports on this. Like, what's the source?
Dorks?
Yeah, or no, just like,
dorks?
what's the source? Is it someone on the yacht, like some of the help on the yacht, like
it
jotting
seems
this
like
down
someone
and
saw
then calling
pictures.
TMZ?
Someone saw pictures.
Oh, okay.
And they probably talked to Sophia's PR team. And Sophia's PR team gave out like a very hey, they're having a summer fling, but they're not in a relationship. And it's not a romance. They're not dating and it's not a romance, but it's a summer fling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2025. Everything's rather confusing right now.
Yeah,
I think
and
you can read
both-
between the lines on that one.
They're both 50. Like, I think I'm okay with this.
It's age appropriate.
Yeah, it is
Bill
age appropriate.
Belichick.
Shout to him.
Shout out to him.
I do think that we hear about every time that Tom Brady talks to a woman, because we got the Sydney Sweeney thing like last week. I remember was it last year? I remember you were very you wanted better for Tom when he talked.
Yeah,
to,
he can do better than Kim Kardashian.
Kim Kardashian.
And nothing against Kim Kardashian.
I'm starting to think
who,
just every time Tom Brady talks to a woman, it gets reported as like, oh,
yeah, I think so now too.
I
think so now too.
He's been speaking to a woman. Whoa, Tommy.
Well, I mean, he's the GOAT.
He's the most eligible bachelor on
this.
planet Earth.
It's so true. Yeah, he's single now.
He's number
Okay?
one in
Watch
bachelor
out.
power ranking.
For sure. He's a 7-time Super Bowl champion bachelor. And
no one else can
objectively, even if he maybe has had a little bit of work done, I don't 100% believe that, but he did have quite the butt chin when he was a rookie in the NFL. That thing has been chiseled down.
He just
to
grew
like
out
a
of
statue.
it. He just grew out of it.
he grew out
People
of it.
do that.
He lost his baby
Bill
fat.
O'Brien. It'll happen to Bill O'Brien one day.
Will it? I think Bill O'Brien might be similar age to Tom Brady. Hang on a second.
He's
Tom
older.
Brady.
He's got to be like 5 years.
Age. Tom Brady is 47. Oh, I thought Tom Brady was 50. Okay. Tom Brady age. Bill O'Brien age 55. Okay. Hey, guys, love is in the air. Everyone thought that former Houston Texan turned New England Patriot Stephon Diggs broke up with Cardi B. This is from the British tabloids, which I guess are even more ridiculous than TMZ. Cardi B, the Grammy Award-winning rapper known for her outspoken personality, has recently been linked to online speculation about a reported side effect of cosmetic surgery, referred to as the BBL smell. The BBL smell refers to a musty or sour odor some patients report after undergoing a Brazilian butt lift, a cosmetic surgery that has gained popularity worldwide, including in the UK. The procedure involves liposuction to remove fat from areas like the abdomen, hips, and thighs. It's purified and re-injected into the body. It just sounds so messed up. Social media attention grew after an unverified claim suggested that NFL player Stephon Diggs allegedly made a derogatory remark about Cardi B's appearance following a cosmetic procedure, saying the athlete was tired of her BBL smell. The rhyming does not make it. The rhyming makes it very funny. Some fans speculated the remark contributed to a breakup between the two. But in previous posts, Cardi B has spoken out against online misinformation, and she said these two things about what's going on. One, she said, hang on a second, loading. Enjoy these looks and day and ignore the board, ... Love y'all, heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji. Then post, go to dinner, go shopping, go to the park, get off the internet. Enough. It's a good point by Cardi B. And also, there's a video posted of Cardi B working out with Stephon Diggs, who's a psychotic off-season regimen. Hashtag Patriots America. What else do we have here?
Hashtag
Love
no
is in the
days
air.
off.
No days off. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. No days off. Love is in the air. People are wondering what Aaron Rodgers' wife looks like. I guess no one has seen Aaron Rodgers' new wife, Brittany. And he's really like trying to push this. Like, I'm keeping it private. Keeping it private, man. You'll never find out. Once I'm done, I'm just going to get out of here. I'm just going to retire and leave. All right, bruh. We'll see. We shall see on that front. But, yep, he secretly married his wife, Brittany, earlier this year and has just been slamming people who are curious about it. I don't know, man. Like, be proud of your wife, you know? Anyway, love is in the air. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Texter asks, Paul, is the girlfriend, he said in quotation marks, real? One texter hates it whenever I talk about this. Listen, people ask me about it all the time, and I'm the open book. I will always share the good and the bad that happens in my personal life. Cringe radio when you talk about your lady. Yeah, the girlfriend is real, guys. And it is the end of her birthday weekend. Here's what's tricky. I feel like death. Like I just feel awful. And I know that I'm obligated to hang out with her this weekend. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it tonight because I'm not feeling great. And the drive from Galveston, I'm assuming is going to be through a monsoon, and I'm not feeling it. But Saturday is her other birthday dinner, not the one that we had together on Monday. So I have to go to this. But I need to figure out how to not feel like death. We'll see if we're able to make that happen in time. But I will be there gritting it out on Saturday. Not gritting it out. That's going to be a fun time. But I will be gritting it. I want to get ice cream too, but like with the way I'm feeling, I'm not sure I'm going to make it all the way back. You know? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. One last Ask Gallant Anything Friday question. Paul, did you watch the new It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I didn't know it was back. Hell, I didn't even know that Dexter had a new season that was already back on Paramount Plus until today when I was listening to the End of Dell show. Michael Carroll and Sean talking about that. I had no idea. So I'm actually pretty excited for that. But no, I think the last Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode I saw was the end of the Ireland saga. That was a while ago because I used to have Hulu, but I got rid of it. Anyway, It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Love is in the air, everybody. Also, the battle for the Silver Boot is back on the table. The Silver Boot series, the Silver Boot Showdown, whatever the hell it's called. I don't know. Astros and Rangers on deck, with the Astros adding a new face to their offensive attack. Is he going to make a difference? We'll talk about that and more. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. We're hanging out in Sweet Scoops on the Pleasure Pier, 2 hours down, 1 to go on the most interactive sports talk show in town. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. You heard the voice guy say it. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. So when you come in, make sure you go to the left. You register for a chance to win those e-bikes, a $4,000 value. And then get yourself a sweet treat. Get a little air conditioning on because it looks like it's a scorcher outside, but there's no rain. There's a lot of sun out. And hopefully it remains that way. Killer Bees will be here from 3 to 6. So tonight, it's back on. The Astros had a day off to lick their wounds. They resume the Lone Star Series against the Texas Rangers tonight. It'll be going all the way back to their first meeting, which wasn't until 2001. It'll be meeting number 291. The Rangers lead the all-time series 146 to 144. In the regular season, they lead at 142 to 141. In the postseason, they lead at 4-3, obviously, with that ALCS a couple of years ago. With a sweep, the Astros lead the all-time series, though you're never getting that ALCS back. You're never getting that World Series, which is annoying. Would have been nice if the Astros did anything at home in that series. Alas, earwax. But here we are with Lance McCullers on the hill starting tonight for the Astros. And then after that, you got Framber Valdez, you got Hunter Brown. I mean, you're taking this pretty seriously going into the All-Star break. I did want to get a check on how we're feeling about the Rangers in terms of likability relative to our beloved Astros these days. Because I do feel like they have become largely forgotten, given that they have not lived up to any of the hype that they had going into this year. I mean, it's been rough. Really rough. They are 9.5 games out in the American League West. Their pitching's been good, but like the Astros, their offense hasn't been doing a whole lot. So you wonder, okay, there's going to be a bunch of pitching duels over the weekend. Is the Astros offense going to keep getting going? And I'm wondering if the newest member of the Houston Astros, as next man up continues, Bryce Matthews, who got called up yesterday after a pretty successful time in Sugarland, where he wasn't quite batting 300, but he was playing pretty well. And I think we were at the point where how much better can you get against AAA pitching at this point, especially in the Pacific Coast League, which isn't exactly the toughest competition. Plus, you got like elevations, so stats are a little bit elevated. But Bryce Matthews on the season is slashing 283, 400, a 476 slugging percentage. He's got 10 homers, 39 runs batted in, and 25 steals, playing mostly second base. I mean, the Astros' second base position has been not very good this year. So at this point, I'm willing to try anything. And given the injuries that we saw them continue to suffer, as soon as Jeremy Pena broke his rib, I thought, you know what? Let's put Bryce Matthews in the show right now. Make it happen. So they finally made it happen. And we will see if he actually is a starter tonight. I mean, considering some of the alternatives are, Cooper Hummel and Zach Short, I think he's got a pretty good chance to be back out, to be out there for the first time at Daikin Park. So we continue to see young Astros players make their debut. He might have a chance of staying, too, honestly, on this roster and not getting sent back down to the minors, just given the lack of competition at second base. I know we gave you an Astros update injury-wise earlier in the week. You might forgot that Brendan Rodgers has been dealing with an issue for a while, which has led to the Astros just doing a lot of juggling all season long. I think that to this point, the Astros, I think Tyler Stafford of the Crush City podcast put this out there. Despite 93 games and 88 different lineups, they lead the American League West over the Seattle Mariners by 7 games. They lead the Rangers by 9.5. So that's on deck tonight. The Mariners' loss to the Yankees last night was an all-time choke job. And as I said, I think I said this now months ago. It was definitely weeks ago. I think the Astros have already won the American League West. I know some people are going to say, Paul, you're jinxing them. I don't believe in jinxes, number one. Number two, I mean, they're playing a Yankees team that's not playing particularly well, and yet they were just comedy all of last night. This is a Dodgers team. Excuse me, not a Dodgers team. Thinking about choke artists, getting them confused. This is a Mariners team that was up 5-0 going in to the 8th inning. They had a no-hitter that was broken in the 7th inning. They ultimately lose after giving up 6 runs on an Aaron Judge sacrifice fly. And they became the first team since the 1970s, the Yankees did, to win a game while being no hit through 7 innings, being down 5-0. The Mariners just continue to find new ways to make history, to bum out their already incredibly depressed fan base, who somehow, some way is loyal. I think they should leave. I think they should leave. They can join us. I know some of you guys won't be so welcoming to them, but they were good people. I liked them when I was up there. Much more than Seahawks fans. The Seahawks fans like to smell their own farts a little bit too much. Chas McCormick theoretically could be back too. He was not in the lineup for the Sugarland Space Cowboys last night. He, in his rehab assignment, has been 0 for 12 with 8 strikeouts. So either that's due to another Astros setback. Does it happen in Sugarland too? Good God. Or perhaps he's going to be called up in the next couple of minutes, hours. Seen nothing new on Jordan. Seen nothing new on Jeremy Pena. So Astros will be shorthanded against the Rangers, but the Rangers have been basically shorthanded voluntarily all season long. That's because they're bad this year, folks. What else is going on the Houston Astros front? Well, there's this, and we have been crushing the Astros, specifically their medical staff and training staff, for how they have handled players recovering from injury. I mean, it really seems like they're just throwing them back out there and hoping for the best, and that they haven't learned from any of the mishaps that we all are very aware of over the last 2 seasons specifically. But if we're really going further back to the last time that Jake Myers was rushed back from a pretty severe shoulder injury and got messed up. Now here we are with Jake Myers, who's got great numbers and theoretically could be an alternative for Julio Rodriguez, who opted out of the All-Star game. Julio Rodriguez, the Mariners center fielder. It is crazy that the Mariners lost last night because Rodriguez had an absolute strike from center field on that sac fly by Aaron Judge, but somehow Anthony Volpe slid in, I'm guessing around Cal Raleigh at home plate. So he's opting out. Maybe he's hurt. Jake Myers is hurt, but can he get an honorary nomination without actually having to go? That would be nice. By the way, no injured list trip for Jake Myers to this point either. But to bring it back to the Astros and all the injuries, sorry, got off on a tangent there. This is from game notes for the Houston Astros, June 17th, before their game against the Athletics, the homeless Athletics. All-Star honors. Major League Baseball announced earlier today the honorary coaches and staff for this year's All-Star game, July 15th at Truist Park in Atlanta, featuring the inclusion of Astros Major League head athletic trainer Jeremiah Randall on the American League staff. What? I mean, this is wild. And clearly they're not paying attention to what's been going on in our backyard with the Astros and the injuries and the setbacks. But this guy is going to be the head trainer for not the Astros, for the American League in the All-Star game next week. Just wild. I saw some people texting in earlier, and I had this same thought. Well, a little Trojan horse in disguise. You got a trainer who perhaps stretches Aaron Judge or some other key American League player the wrong way. Next thing you know, the guy's out. You don't have to face him in the postseason. I mean, that could be a perk. Maybe another team likes him and what he does so much that he gets hired away while he's in Atlanta this coming week. You know? All of those things are on the table, but the training staff, my goodness, it's wild to me that they have not shaken anything up after all of these setbacks. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next. What should you do this weekend? Your weekend homework. Not as much to go through this week, but there are a couple of TV shows I'm intrigued in. And on top of that, a question for the remainder of the show that I found pretty fun. In honor of Bud Selig moving the Astros to the American League West, which they have been skull-bleeping for years, I have this question. Of all of the major sports figures who have accidentally helped Houston sports, who was on the Mount Rushmore? I'll give you that a little bit later on. 1 hour to go here, actually 45 minutes to go here before the Killer Bees take over. We are on Pleasure Pier in Galveston, inside of Sweet Scoops until 6 p.m. You can go register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. As soon as you walk in, Take a look at the table, sign up, and may the odds ever be in your favor. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We are live at Sweet Scoops on Pleasure Pier. Still sunny, no rain, looking pretty rainy supposedly back in the age, but it's a nice day outside. A little humid as it gets. We've been pretty blessed thus far this June and July. Hopefully that keeps up. Maybe the rain is a part of that. I'm no weather expert, but I think it stands to reason that it is. Come on out here and hang out with us, though, if you're in the Galveston area or coming to Galveston. Killer Bees are going to be hosting the show here next. We saw Not Santa stop by from X. That was cool to finally meet him in person. And if you show up here, you have a chance to register for a pair of brand new e-bikes. Register to win a pair of brand new e-bikes, our grand prize of the summer from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. The entire summer circuit schedule is at ESPN975.com. I think we're at East River 9 next Friday, which is always a fun place to stop by as well. So Lots of things going on in the world of sports. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. It's actually been a relatively slow day. And your boy is having a bit of a Jordan flu game, maybe. I don't know what's going on. What I do know is I need something to pump me up to get through the end of the show. And I'm really glad that Sean Mapes thought of my college Lord and Savior, Tim Tebow, who vanquished Oklahoma in the 2008, 2009 national title. And he gave this speech at halftime.
Hey, let's go. Get in here. Let's go. Get in here right now. Get in here. Hey, we got 30 minutes for the rest of our lives. 30 minutes for the rest of our lives. That's our bet on the first half. It ain't happening. We get the ball. I promise you one thing. We're going to hit somebody, and we're taking down the field for a touchdown. I guarantee you that.
Guaranteed.
Look at me. Let's go. We got 30 minutes. Let's go. For the rest of our lives. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey.
I'm ready to run through a wall, but I think if I ran into the wall, I would just fall back and get a concussion. But that Tim Tebow speech helped me out a little bit, a little pep in my step. One of the great speeches in the history of the world. Churchill, FDR, Abraham Lincoln, and Tim Tebow. I'm not biased at all. I'm a Florida Gator fan, but that doesn't make me biased. I believe that my college Lord and Savior is just as great a leader as my real Lord and Savior, Tom Brady. In the name of the Tom Brady and of the Tim Tebow, I pray. What do you do? There are a couple of tidbits from the Summer League. I guess people were watching a Summer League game that featured Bronny James. I only was aware of this because Skip Bayless was talking bleep about Bronny. Poor Bronny. Bronny didn't ask for any of this, but his dad named him Bronny, so he's screwed. Like that's part of it. And also he got drafted by the team his dad plays for, and a lot of people didn't think he should be drafted. The Lakers always do right by their stars, yada, yada, yada. But there has been a little bit of drama. I guess he went up against Cooper Flagg in that game too. It was a mixed bag I saw per ESPN for Cooper Flagg. But this is the latest news on the Lakers and the future of LeBron. I got to say, and you guys know me, I'm not the biggest LeBron fan. I think he's one of the best players to ever play the game, but I've always found him to be a little fake and annoying from time to time. You could say the same thing about Tom Brady and some of my favorite players ever. But LeBron's 41, and per Ramona Shelburne and Brian Windhorst said this as a divorce looms between he and the Lakers, although I don't know who's going to trade for him. I don't know who's going to take up that contract that he just opted back into. I think if he wanted to go somewhere that valued him, he should have opted out. Instead, he opted in, so he gets a little bit more money. This report says LeBron James felt the Lakers didn't fully value everything he'd done while shifting focus to Luka Doncic. James understood the Lakers taking advantage of an opportunity to pivot to the younger superstar. But from James' perspective, sources said nuance was sometimes lost during the transition. Doncic had never asked to be a Laker. James, for his part, had chosen L.A. Are you serious? Are you serious? There's beef over, hey, I wanted to be a Laker. Luka didn't want to be a Laker. And this is how you repay me, a 41-year-old who you also drafted my son? James, for his part, had chosen L.A. coming in 2018 when the team had missed the playoffs 5 consecutive seasons, the worst run for the franchise since it moved from Minneapolis, where they won 5 of their titles that they supposedly claimed 17 of. 2 years later, LeBron had helped deliver a 17th championship in a bubble, but yes, he did deliver a championship to the Lakers, yada, yada, blah, 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 blah. Look, this report on LeBron, if true, it's very catty. I mean, you're playing with a guy who makes your team better than Anthony Davis did. Like, this is a pretty easy and obvious pill to swallow if you actually want to win. You have somebody who can shoulder the load offensively for you. You want someone who can do that. And guess what? Luka does that. So that means LeBron doesn't have to work all the time. And I get it. LeBron's off to the side sometimes. He's not happy because he's not getting the ball. But, I mean, dude, like you're better with Luka. What are you mad about? You opted into that contract that's going to pay you a lot of money. And while you're still a very good to great player, probably great player still, like, hey, man, you're 41, and we're not expecting you to play like 70, 80 games anymore. I mean, we're hoping for 60 now, Sean.
Yeah, it's also that the Lakers, because their new best player on the team is 26 now instead of 41, that they're taking a little bit longer of a view on this. Like, they're not sending out first-round picks to make this year's team better. I think they even floated out there that they're like, yeah, we're kind of saving some of our cap money. We want to stay flexible for next summer and really build around Luka there, where understandably, if you're LeBron James, you're like, I don't care about next summer. I'm 41 years old. So I think, I think it's just the first time that LeBron has to like reckon with the fact that he's not the guy on his team, not the best player on his team anymore, but not the guy that the franchise is kind of, is kind of rotating around. He's not like the middle part of a team anymore.
Well, not to be an a-hole though, but I mean, the trade happened the beginning of February.
Yeah.
It's been 5 months. Like, you've had plenty of time to deal with these feelings. And he tried to make it work with Luka, and he deserves credit for that. Like, I can understand how his ego is upset. Like, he is one of the greatest players to ever play the game, and he did choose to go to the Lakers. But at the same time, man, like, why? I don't even understand why he wants out. Like, if you wanted out, you should have opted out. And like, is it really that big of a deal to get that extra money when you have all the money that you have, as opposed to having control over what you do? You know, like, this is a very difficult trade for the Lakers to pull off. I truly don't understand why he opted in.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest thing. And like, credit to LeBron, because like, even if he's felt that way, like on the court, he was still like, it's not
so great.
Yeah, it's not like obvious bad body language, that we see. That we've seen from
he's
LeBron
been
before.
good with Luka.
Yeah. And I think that you're right with the opt-in thing of like, dude, you didn't have to opt in for whatever. It's a little over 50. Again, at this point of your career, like you have enough money, dude. Like, if it really upsets you this much, like, you could have left and taken less to go somewhere else. But it's the thing of like, well, I want the money and the power and the respect. Like, I want all of it still. And it's like, dude, at this point, it's the first time he's really ever had to reckon with, like, this is the first time where, like, teams around the league are like, I'm not sure if we really want, like, to sign up for the LeBron show, just because we know that it's so short term and it doesn't have the upside that it once did.
I'm with you. So we'll see what happens, but there's an impasse. Meanwhile, some cute little moves of friendship from ex-Rockets, either given by the Rockets or received from an ex. Did anyone know that Jalen Green had a 10% trade bonus worth $6.9 million, but due to the trade construction, he basically, to go to the Suns, he basically waived $6.4 million in the trade bonus to make the Durant trade happen? I mean, damn, it's pretty cool.
Okay.
Jalen Green cares about the Rockets.
Yeah,
H's
solid
up.
guy, Jalen Green.
Also, Rockets had assaulted Cam Whitmore. Per ESPN, the Rockets had a lot of offers for Cam Whitmore, but they sent him to the best place for him to, quote, thrive and develop, end quote. How about that? Good guys, the Rockets. And good guys, Jalen Green, friendship. Friendship is a powerful force that binds us all together.
RIP to the good vibes Rockets. The tunnel fits, all that. It's like, remember that was the like selling point on Rockets.
Oh my god!
On the Rockets games, it's like, look at these young guys.
Jalen Green is one of the best dressed players in the NBA, which literally he reposted on his Instagram story, which was something I would have advised against, given what happened against the Warriors. Even though, like, I think it's kind of understandable how much he struggled against the Warriors. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question at 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available on your Apple phone and available on your Android. As far as weekend homework this weekend, I'm just going to give you a couple of things really quickly before we do a fun interactive program for you. It seems that a new Dexter series with Michael C. Hall as the main Dexter is already on Paramount Plus. I'm Dexter till I die. I thought that the Dexter return that featured, I think, Clancy Brown was actually pretty damn good. Wasn't great, but it was good. I thought that Dexter First Blood with Christian Slater was good. So I'll watch this. Also, in theaters, Superman is coming out. I'm curious as to how this one will go. With James Gunn running the show, I'm assuming there will be a little more mirth and
pretty
comedy. You liked it, AJ?
Yeah, I saw it last night. It's pretty good.
Saw it last night and you
Yeah.
enjoyed it. Okay, good. I think Sam's dad gave it a 6.5 to 7. So it seems like it's a good movie. DC has been constantly disappointing in the movie department for a while. And I guess it's going to be a little more goofy and a little more funny for Superman. And my advice to you, if you just want to check out, don't read all the controversial articles about what the director's saying before the movie comes out. You know, it's a statement about our country as a whole. Calm down, dog. Calm down, okay? And you also got Astros and Rangers the next 3 nights. The battle for the silver boot. We will see if the Astros can once again retake the lead in the all-time series. Up next, who's on the Mount Rushmore of sports figures who accidentally helped out Houston sports? You get to answer that on the most interactive sports talk show in town. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's summer circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
You can register for a chance of e-bikes when you walk on in to where we're hanging out. You want some sweet treats? Come on in to Sweet Scoops on the Pleasure Pier here in Galveston. It's a nice day outside. We got some air conditioning in here. And you can register for a chance to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric. It's a $4,000 value. How about that? Anyway, guys. What's going on out there? Everyone seems to be watching something. Someone on a roll? I don't know. Anyway, hey, everybody. We're talking sports. And it's July. It's a slow month. And guess what, guys? You know what slow months mean? It means we resort to bare minimum effort radio. We do. I mean, that's what Ask Alone Anything Friday's about in the summer. You know, we don't do it as much during football season. But I saw Adam Spillane post this yesterday. I'm a big fan of Adam. I think he does a great job covering, especially the Rockets, but also the Astros. He posted this, quote, "The Astros really should do something to honor Bud Selig at some point. Making the move to the American League West, for a discount, by the way, for Jim Crane, is the best thing that could have ever happened to them because, holy crap, the other four teams are dreadful." Correct. First off, the Rangers, who the Astros played for 3 over the weekend, having a down year. They are 9.5 games back in the American League West, despite an inordinate amount of hype. I mean, they got the absolute hell hyped out of them going into this year. And here they are. Nothing. Also, there's this. There is the Seattle Mariners, who played against the New York Yankees last night. And get this. They had a 5-0 lead late in the 7th inning while throwing a no-hitter. And as they were in the midst of that no-hitter, eventually the Yankees started getting some hits. They would rally to win in extra innings for the first time in nearly, get this, 50 years. A team that won down 5-0 in the 7th inning while getting no hit. The first time that it happened in a long, long time. So my question to you is, who is on the Mount Rushmore of figures who accidentally helped Houston sports? I posted this on X if you want to respond to it there. Who is on the Mount Rushmore of figures who accidentally helped Houston sports? My list is this. 1, the Houston Oilers leaving, which led to a new stadium for football in town and ownership with more money than the Adams family. So that was nice. Number 2 on this Mount Rushmore, you got to have 4. The Thunder thinking that they needed to trade James Harden early, despite having just made the NBA Finals. Harden didn't play so well in them. And while I was not the biggest fan of James Harden during his time in town, there's no denying that. I mean, he was one of the best players in the NBA of his time here. I didn't enjoy watching it, but statistically, there is no argument on that front. You've also got this. The NCAA slapping Kelvin Sampson with recruiting violations when he was at Indiana. That was back in 2008. So that was a long time ago. And I think that he ended up at Oklahoma for a cup of coffee after that. But Indiana's a marquee basketball program, and it stands to reason that had he not been essentially forced out, I don't know the win-loss records back in 2008. That was 20 years ago. But it stands to reason that if he had his pick, he would have stayed at Indiana, following in the footsteps of Bobby Knight and, you know, where that program was nearly 20 years ago. But the NCAA slapped him with recruiting violations that were held against him, like, even recently. And it's weird. There's a weird energy that people that rooted for teams that played against Indiana back in the day have for Kelvin Sampson. Like, he's this dirty cheater when he's just doing everything that everyone has ever done in the history of the NCAA. And Indiana cracking down, the NCAA cracking down hard on Kelvin Sampson led to him resigning. And if not for him resigning, I don't know that he ends up being the coach of our beloved Cougs, who are arguably the best college basketball program of the past 5 years. I think there's a very strong argument to be made for that. And then the last one for my Mount Rushmore of sports figures who accidentally helped out Houston sports. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam and Browns general manager Andrew Berry in the Deshaun Watson trade. The Browns offered the most. The Browns really, I think, bamboozled Watson and everybody else that was vying for his services by giving him that fully guaranteed contract. Nick Caserio gets a draft haul in return, and it helps him lay the foundation for what this team is, which is a very good team, even if last season was a disappointment given the hype going into the year. So that's my Mount Rushmore. What's yours? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Who is on the Mount Rushmore of sports figures who accidentally helped Houston sports? Michael Schwab responded to this one. This is a good one. Aaron Judge in the postseason. Yeah. Aaron Judge in the postseason stinks. And I think he might have had one home run ever against the Astros in his time with the Yankees, but Judge is definitely up there. Harley Dugan responded, shout out to Lovie Smith. There's no take that I've been more proud of than dumping on all the losers who wanted the Houston Texans to lose the last game of the 2022-2023 season against the Indianapolis Colts. You're a loser if you want your team to win so that you get a slightly better lottery ticket to potentially take a guy that's probably not the guy. They had second crack at quarterback instead of drafting a quarterback who is me-sized in Bryce Young, and honestly, I probably have an inch and a half on him. They signed a guy. They drafted a guy in C.J. Stroud, who I'm a big fan of, who I think is a film junkie, who's got the size, he's got the mobility, the touch. Lovie Smith helped the Texans out a lot by going for it, which everyone should. Tanking is wrong, especially in football. It's wrong in every sport. It's a giant FU to your fan base, but tanking specifically in football, where you're just throwing guys into the meat grinder for a full season so you can potentially get a better draft pick, is wrong. And the teams that do it, I love it when they continue to stay the way that they are. I want them to suffer. I want them to be terrible forever. I want to laugh at them. I want to make fun of them and embarrass them when my team plays them. That's how I roll. Sorry, don't try to be a loser and get some sort of welfare bailout because you suck. That's what it is. Tanking is wrong. More people who accidentally helped out Houston sports. This is a good one from Brandon Caldwell. The limo driver who told Hakeem Olajuwon that Houston had a climate similar to Nigeria. That's a great one. Now, Hakeem was taken first overall, correct? So Sam Bowie second, Michael Jordan third. So it might not have been his call, but staying with Houston long term, especially when he had a couple of back and forths with ownership and general manager back in the day. There was a trade request in the early 90s. I mean, yeah, you could definitely argue that limo driver helped him out. And of course, he came to play for the Cougs and play for the Rockets. He is, I think, the most Houston athlete that's ever been, just given that he played for the local school as part of the Phi Slamma Jamma era. And on top of that, I mean, won the only 2 back-to-back championships in Houston sports history. Unless, I guess you want to count the American Football League. I feel like the Oilers won the first 2. Could be wrong on that one. What else do we have here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? The sports figures who accidentally helped out Houston sports. Jerry DiPoto, the Mariners general manager. Yep, he's going for 54%. I think that was a Mariners fan who put that in there. Michael Jordan, that's a fair one. I mean, listen, he was there for the second time around, but he wasn't there for the first one as the Bulls were in the midst of a three-peat. What else do we have here? Someone put up a Mount Rushmore. This is Turtle Drew 89. Mount Rushmore of sports figures who accidentally helped out Houston sports. You got Deshaun Watson. Alex Cora? Well, I mean, Cora helped out Houston sports when he was here. He definitely did. But he was certainly convenient cannon fodder so that no Astros player got suspended. By the way, Jeff Luna was on the Crush City podcast with Tyler Stafford and Chandler Rome. I'm going to check that out on the way back. Apparently had some interesting things to say. I'm going to run through them. This is from Chandler Rome. Altuve, yes, was mentioned in the trade conversation once with Dayton Moore, I believe, of the Kansas City Royals. The Bryce Harper deal, we talked about that, the one that fell apart at the last minute. And the Roberto Osuna trade, which Luno now says, if I had to do it over again, would I do it? The answer is no. That's nice to see. I created the most awkward moment in my radio career, the Roberto Osuna trade. Mike and Seth disagreeing on that trade. That was fun. I just sat there while two men yelled at each other, and Mike Meltzer yelled unbearable 12 times, and then they both stormed out of the studio, and I just said, Mad Radio, we'll be right back. What else do we have here? The sports figures who accidentally helped out Houston sports the most. Emily says Bud Selig deserves a statue in Houston. Eric Helton says Dikembe Mutombo and the Denver Nuggets for beating George Karl's Seattle Supersonics. That's fair. The Sonics were tough to get through for those Rockets. Larry Anderson and the Boston Red Sox. Yes, that's the Jeff Bagwell trade. I can't believe the Red Sox traded for Jeff Bagwell as a former Red Sox fan, but that was on brand with who they were as an organization. Diehard fan base, but just idiot owners until the new ones came in, and now the new ones are just taking advantage of the fact that the city is still relatively loyal to a team that does not try, does not put in their best effort. Carolina Panthers for taking Bryce Young and Josh Fields and the Dodgers as part of the Yordan Alvarez trade. That's a good one by Eric Helton. So there you go. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Watson's on there. He definitely helped with good picks, but he was a player for Houston sports. And, I mean, he did win a playoff game, the one against the Buffalo Bills. So Watson did help intentionally at first. It is incredible that they were able to trade him for as much as they got. Frank Reich. That's an interesting one. I mean, Frank Reich broke the hearts of Houston Oilers fans, perhaps made them not care as much, and that led to people not wanting to pay taxpayer money for a upgraded Astrodome. I saw some person have a rather nonsensical thread on X talking about how the Astrodome could have been something, but it made no sense. And then he was like, yeah, I'm the grandson of Roy Hoffines, who I guess built it. And I was like, oh, okay. So you're talking about like how there's no direction on it. Yeah, because no one's going to pay for it. So can we stop? Like that part of town sucks. If we're going to build a new stadium, like don't build it there. And don't do anything to the Astrodome. I don't want to go down there for an event in the near future. A couple of people are saying Lovie Smith. That's true. What else do we have here? From the 281, the Texans got lucky. The move was to lose. Tanking one more game is not wrong. It's silly not to. No, it is. You're a loser if you think that way. Like I played sports growing up, and anytime that you are intentionally going into a game, the people that are behind you going into that game are not trying to win unless there are extenuating circumstances like you have clinched a playoff seed or something like that. There is no reason to do it. It is wrong and is the behavior of losers, and generally the franchises who tank the most suck the most. Look at the Philadelphia 76ers and what they're dealing with, especially since they enabled Joel Embiid for all of those years to basically never have to get in shape. They made it seem so that Joel Embiid never had expectations on his shoulder. That's what led to Ben Simmons being Ben Simmons. They were so lackadaisical there, Steven Silas level, and that's why that loser juice fermented into the Sixers being one of the biggest disasters as a result of the process. F them. It's wrong. It's wrong to do that to fans. From the 281, Dynamo won back-to-back, buddy. Come on now. Sorry, I don't care. I go to Dynamo games, but like I'm not talking about Major League Soccer. I'll say that for Glenn Davis. I feel like ownership has done a pretty terrible job. I will give a shout out to Brian Ching, a friend who I like a lot. Brian Ching's a good dude. Pitch 25, check it out. But yeah, like the Dynamo, I think have done a pretty terrible job the last couple of seasons as far as like just maintaining interest in the franchise. David Culley and Lovie Smith holding it down until D'Amico Ryans. That's a fair one. From the 281, outside of the Lakers, everyone tanks for a little bit. That is true. From the 409, would you rather have Kevin Durant or Jaylen Brown on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday for the same trade and contract? Oh, if I can get Jaylen Brown, you get the long term there. I like it. I'm a sucker for Jaylen Brown, though. I'm a Boston Celtics fan. I grew up rooting for them, and I've always found Jaylen Brown to be the most trustworthy Boston Celtic, even though Jason Tatum's coming up with torn Achilles is certainly more talented, you know? Brady Aiken, a texter from the 409, the Brady Aiken debacle. That's right, they drafted him, and I honestly forget the backstory to that. I'll get it on the other side before we get into garbage time. But it led to the pick that landed Alex Bregman. That's true. Yeah, Mark Appel and Brady Aiken, back-to-back first-round picks. By the way, a byproduct of tanking. Sometimes the tanking doesn't get you bleed, you know? From the 281, the guy's clarifying. The only back-to-back championships in Houston system belongs to – yeah, I'm just saying. I get it. I you know what? I feel bad. I disrespected the Dynamo. I also disrespected the Comets. They won 4 in a row. Anyway, hey, everybody. How you doing? It's a Friday. Got to get down on Friday and Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're hanging out on Pleasure Pier in Galveston. It's a sunny day, humid day, but we got air conditioning in here. And if you come on inside to the left, oh my goodness, there is a table. And you can register to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Huzzah! Check out the rest of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit at ESPN975.com.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We're live We're live inside Sweet Scoops on Pleasure Pier in Galveston. Come on in and register for a chance to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electrical Bicycle Company, worth up to $4,000. It's right on the inside when you get in here. Been cool to see some ESPN Houston listeners. Saw Not Santa from X, one of our most loyal listeners. Shout out to him. I think he said he's going to be coming back for during the Killer Bees. We were talking about tanking. I find tanking reprehensible. This texter asks, I wonder how Boston got the team now. Fair point. Tanking, how are Boston fans feeling these days? But in their defense, they had a bunch of old guys. They traded them, and they got a lot because the Brooklyn Nets were desperate, thinking that getting Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Jason Terry was going to help them contend. And it certainly was a rough couple of years, but they weren't going out of their way to actively do it. And that's what I find reprehensible about what the Philadelphia 76ers did. Like, just a massive FU to your fans. It's a loyal sports town. And you do that. Like, it's the process. And you had a bunch of, like, online dorks who were buying into it. And look what it led to. That's a fair point. I mean, it was a kind of tanking. I give the Rockets a lot of credit for this. I mean, the last couple of seasons, you could argue, okay, they were tanking. I don't know. I think that James Harden kind of strong-armed them into the positions that they were in. And I think one of the most noble things about the Rockets in their history, at least in my lifetime, is that they've always gone for it. You know, they haven't put out a team of complete scrubs. No, they've had some teams that weren't good, but they were competitive. You know, I remember the year where I was running highlights for Joel over in the Texans and then Rockets flagship, where like they were a fun team, but they weren't good. I think they were the last team out of the playoffs. They had Marcus Camby and Goran Dragic. I don't know. I love that team. I don't know why. Maybe because of Goran Dragic. Paul, you just like white basketball players. Maybe. I don't know. Another text. Our commander-in-chief tanked a few times, and now he's a billionaire. Well, I suppose that's true. Bo Texan, the Wheelhouse Show, talked about the Texans nonstop. That brought a worthy promotion to the Killer Bees. Okay. Houston sports figures that accidentally led to greater things for Houston sports. Joel's looking at me with a look. It's accurate. It's accurate. They talked a lot of Texans. The Texans and Texans Live. Texans Radio. The Texans. Yeah. Up next, a little garbage time before we get out of here. From the 346, ask on anything. More likely to happen. Arch winning a Heisman, Amin Thompson winning finals MVP. Well, Thompson's probably going to be the best player on the Rockets someday, definitively, but he's got a lot of room to grow on that front. Also, sometimes the NBA Finals MVP is not the best player on their respective team. Remember, we saw that with Andre Iguodala way back in the day during that Warriors Finals victory. So I'm going to say Arch Manning. I think there's a very good chance he wins it. There's also the Manning Mafia who, in case you don't know, at times has sent people, private investigators, to the homes of people who are looking into allegations against Peyton Manning. Huh, interesting. Look that up for yourself. What else do we have here on an Ask on Anything Friday before we give you a couple garbage time stories? This Spurs tanked. Yeah, they did. I know. It's BS. The Spurs always get bailed out when they tank. How many McDonald's snack grabs can you eat in 30 minutes? 0. I will only eat McDonald's apple pie. McDonald's is gross. What do we have? Sorry to any potential McDonald's endorsers, but look at this body. You think I'm eating McDonald's? Get out of here. I'm not Chad Ochocinco. I don't have that kind of metabolism. California residents who launched fireworks for the 4th of July, tough bleep. You're going to have tickets coming in the mail thanks to police drones that were taking note. One resident racked up $100,000 fines last summer due to illegal fireworks. I really hope that Najee Harris, who apparently blew off his face aesthetically, he has an eye injury that's like a superficial eye injury. I hope that he didn't also get fined. That would suck. You're getting fined and you blew up a firework in your face. Not a big fan of fireworks. I'm not. The first time I ever lit a firework, it was a Roman candle, and one of the candles inside launched directly at me. They're supposed to go straight up. And also we were with some family, and a person who was supposedly a doctor was taking the boxes of the used fireworks, which had a little gunpowder left in them, and tossing them into a bonfire, which was leading to sparkling and mini explosions. I'm out on fireworks. New Hampshire, where I grew up, or near where I grew up, that's where you went to go get fireworks. They were illegal in Massachusetts. But yes, I guess I'm a soft boy. I don't like fireworks. The Office is getting a spinoff. It starts September 4th. It's going to be called The Paper. That ought to be interesting. Kevin Harlan, the greatest play-by-play broadcaster there is joining Amazon's NBA coverage. Great to see him sticking around, but I would have liked to see him on NBC or on ESPN. He's the number one guy. Like, no offense to Mike Green. He's better than Green. Green's great, but Harlan is, in terms of football and basketball, my number one. What else is going on? The Rockets are collaborating with Whataburger. So we're talking about how the Astros are going to have 713 merch that drops on Sunday, 713 Day. And the Rockets have a Whataburger collaboration. It's like a rocket, and then the fire underneath the rocket is the Whataburger logo. So that's fun. Also, if you are planning a vacation to North Korea in the near future, you might want to watch out, because The Economist shared this with us. There's a new resort called Wonsan Kama Beach Resort, and people are saying, don't pack your bags quite yet for North Korea's new resort. Thank you for sharing that with The Economist. It seems self-explanatory. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who tuned into today's edition of the show, everyone who stopped out on Pleasure Pier here at Sweet Scoops. Keep on coming. The Killer Bees are going to be here for a couple of hours. You'll have a chance to register and win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Company. And check out the entire ESPN Houston Summer Circuit at ESPN975.com. Big thanks to AJ Russ out here. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control. Big thanks to our texters, callers, Twitchers, YouTubers, and appers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm Brian behind the glass. Those people just walked in like, who are these maniacs? Who are these dudes? AJ out here, on-site engineering. Brian back at the studio at Gal. Maria's doing a great job here at Sweet Scoop. My mother's name's Maria, so I feel like we have a connection. Lots to get to today. It is a Friday. Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros, will be joining us a little bit later. Bryce Matthews, we expect to make his debut today. He's got to make his debut today, right? He didn't get called up and is not playing, right?
I would think he has to play, especially with how bad and the lack of production has been there at the bottom of the lineup. I think he's going to be.
Oh, the lineup is out.
Oh,
the lineup is out. Bryce Matthews is in the lineup. Do you want to guess what position Bryce Matthews is playing?
Second base.
Second base is correct. Do you want to guess what spot in the order Bryce Matthews is hitting in?
He is hitting 8th.
You're a professional. You should work in sports.
Maybe.
You should work in sports. No, you nailed it. Second base, batting 8th. These are the new Houston Astros, I guess.
Let the record show with no internet, there was no cheating.
No, you didn't cheat.
Okay.
You did. I'd be the first one to call you out on it.
I know you would.
I knew that you couldn't have been cheating. I do know that you don't know how to work a smartphone and put on a little Wi-Fi.
Absolutely right. That's exactly right.
Okay, Christian Walker is back. So Seawalk is back. He and Mrs. Seawalk had a little Seawalk. That's good. Congratulations to them.
We don't know what.
I read it was a girl.
Okay.
But I'm not very confident in that.
Because I told you, I mean, I understand it if they're just very private people. But when I looked to say, is this their first child? Because he's missing a little extra time. And there's absolute, you go from Wikipedia and everything you look at, you even Google Christian Walker's kids. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, I didn't look. But
kind of like me with the hotspot.
What was I going to say? Yeah, but he's back.
Little Seawalk is back. Yeah.
Big Seawalk is back.
Papa
Seawalk.
Well, Little Seawalk is here.
Little Seawalk is somewhere. Hopefully, Little Seawalk and Mrs. Seawalk are doing well. Baby and mother hopefully are doing well. We are doing well here at Sweet Scoops out in Galveston on Pleasure Pier. Come on out, say hello. Victoria's over there. It's Victoria. Victoria will say hello to you. You can sign up to win the e-bikes by Power On Electric Bicycle Company. $4,000 value. All you have to do is be nice, say hello. And she'll get you situated. You can find our entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. But, of course, today we're at Pleasure Pier. We had a nice gentleman come out here, tried to buy us ice cream. I said no. I like ice cream, but I can't eat ice cream at the start of a show.
Yeah, see, I got reflux, and you're right. Like, for me, that would negatively affect me trying to talk for 3 straight hours.
How similar is reflux and heartburn?
It can be associated with one another.
Yeah.
Just depends. Like Lance has a different version where it actually takes your voice away and it kind of works on your vocal cords and everything else. With me, it's more like congestion and or your esophagus kind of shrinks up where the wind and everything, and you get kind of I have a tendency to gag a lot.
I had some heartburn this morning. I don't know what it was, but I get those little Tums though, and it goes away in like 10 minutes.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's not a fun feeling for 10 minutes, but once you get those Tums in you or whatever they're called, those things are fantastic. Yeah, I think I do off-brand because they're cheaper and they're just as efficient. I'm a frugal man. 713-780-ESPN. I guess I should give you the entire lineup and not just where Bryce Matthews is at. Esoc leads it off at third. Cam's in right field batting second. I don't like Cam in the 2-hole.
Yeah, I don't really like it either, and especially since he's just starting to kind of reheat a little bit. I don't know if that's the right spot for him, but I guess what are your other options?
You don't have any.
Right.
You don't have any. I like Cam in the middle of the order, not at the top of the order, but Cam's in right field batting second. Altuve makes his return to left field. Somebody tell that casual at ESPN that the experiment is not over. Walker, your cleanup man at first. Caratini catches fifth hitter. Yainer Diaz DHing sixth spot. Dubon moves to short. He hits seventh. Matthews at second. And then Taylor Trammell is going to get an extended look at center field because Jake Myers officially has been placed on the 10-day IL. And then secondly, Chaz McCormick can't get a hit in rehab with the space.
So the official move was to put Jake on the IL in order to activate Bryce Matthews.
Myers has been placed on the 10-day IL, and Zach DeCenzo has been transferred to the 60-day to make room on the 40 for Matthews, and then Myers being placed on the 10-day to make room on the 26. So those are the moves. And look, I don't want to do the I told you so, but the moment anybody gets hurt on my team, a position player, I'm placing them on the IL almost every single time, unless you can tell it's very, very minor. It's not calf strain. It's not muscle strain. It's not a hammy. I think they made a mistake here by not placing Jay Myers on the IL the moment that Joe Espada took him out for precautionary reasons.
I agree with you, and I think that 9 times out of 10, that 10th time might be Isak Paredes when he had pulled up lame and started hopping around on the running down the baseline. But more times than not, when you feel something like that, it's not going to go away in a day or two. And the chances of it like actually fully blowing or pulling or however you want to characterize it is going to happen a lot more frequently and therefore probably miss a lot more time. So I would always, especially, again, you're not in a panic mode like you were a year ago when you were chasing the Mariners. You were trying to get back in the division race. People were writing you off a couple months into the season. You are sitting in a very, very good position right now, in a position of strength to where you should border every single one of your medical decisions on the side of precaution because you're in a good spot. And your guys have been holding it down for you no matter what your name is and how long amount of time you've lost.
And that's a trade-off I'd make. Like, I would miss 5 games of ESOC if it meant that I can preserve Jake Myers for 2, 3, 4, who knows how long it would have been. I always err on the side of caution there, but I digress. We don't need to rehash that whole thing today. We'll get to Astros in a great detail a little bit later. Todd Callis will be joining us. Trade deadline, starting to hear some talks about that. We'll have some conversations on what this team needs, give you a couple of options on what you prefer as well. But I was scrolling through the timeline, as I do way too much. I'm addicted to the internet. And the Greek not-so-freak, the Greek freak's brother, who's not nearly as freaky. He's not really freak at all. The Greek not-so-freak was on some podcast, and they were talking about Kevin Durant. They were talking about his addition to the Rockets, what it all means. Here was the hot take from the Greek not-so-freak about Kevin Durant joining the Rockets.
I think this might be the best team he's ever been traded to, because he didn't get traded to Golden State. He actually signed with them, correct?
Yeah.
This is the best team he's ever.
He's had some teams.
Let me rephrase this. Yeah. Not the best team he's ever been on, because he had Golden State and then he had Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn Nets were different, right? But I'm just saying, from top to bottom, the more depth in roster, this is Houston.
Cash or trash, what the Greek not-so-freak is saying.
So is he accurate that the Golden State was not a trade?
He signed a multi-year contract with the Warriors. So if you pull up his just transactional history for Kevin Durant, he was traded on 2019, July 7, 2019, traded by the Warriors to the Nets. February 9, 2023, he was a part of a 4-team trade from the Nets going to Phoenix. And then the 7-team trade, largest in NBA history, is the 3rd time that Kevin Durant has been traded. So he joined the Brooklyn Nets for the 2019-20 season. He joined the Suns for the 2023-24 season, and now he's joining the Rockets for the 2025-26 season. So those are your 3 options, A, B, C. Is the Greek not-so-freak right that this is the best team he's ever been traded to?
Look, I'm going to give you honest instead of homerist 9 times out of 10. And this is one of those cases where I'm going, this to me seems like it's the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, you had prime Kyrie Irving, you had prime James Harden, and you had a closer version of prime Kevin Durant. And you also had some other guys in the mix as well that kind of helped fill out that roster, and some young guys like Claxton and some of the guys that turned out to be pretty good, to be role players. That no slap on what the Rockets have and what these guys are going to be and what they turn out to be with their ceilings. I think Brooklyn was I think at the time when I saw that trade, I thought, oh man, this is a team that could make a run for several years. And it was just, a complete bleep show. I mean, from Steve Nash being the head coach, not having control, Kyrie Irving saying we don't need a coach, and then dealing with all of the different soap opera verses that came up, or chapters, day after day, week after week. It fell apart, but I just think from a roster perspective, if that's what we're judging, Brooklyn was the best situation.
Well, I think you're putting together years here when it comes to, because Durant was traded
to Brooklyn.
He would have been there in 2019, 2020 was his first year in Brooklyn, or 2020, 2021, I guess, right? Okay. So that was Nash's first year. Had they already traded for Harden?
Yeah,
Harden was before Durant?
Yeah, the 3 guys were together with Nash.
Dang, Blake Griffin was on that team.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I saw a graphic the other day of which lineup would you choose, and it was the old Nets lineup that had KG and Paul Pierce, and when they made that deal with Boston. And then they put Blake Griffin in the starting lineup with Kyrie, James, KD, and I forget who the last guy was, but I'm like, I'll tell you what, people sleep on the fact that Brooklyn team should have been a hell of a lot better.
Yeah.
Bruce Brown was there too.
Hold on a second. No. I was right the first time. James Harden didn't play that year. I mean, Kevin Durant didn't play that year. Remember, Kevin Durant got traded, but he was hurt the entire season.
The first year, but then they were still together on that Nets team.
But the great not so freak said that this is the best team that he's ever been traded to. James Harden wasn't on that team yet.
So as long as their paths didn't cross, it doesn't count. So Harden.
He's talking about the moment that he acquired him. The moment that he was acquired. Because the Brooklyn Nets in 1920, they didn't even have Nash yet. Nash came the next year. But Kevin Durant didn't play a game that season because that was after the Achilles.
Yeah, that's right. To me, I was. You guys know I was bullish on the Suns a year ago. I thought that when the trade was made with Phoenix, when you were going to add Bradley Beal and you had the potential to have Booker and Kevin Durant, and the first year they had Chris Paul. So you had Chris Paul and you had Booker. Chris Paul played with Durant.
Sure, but he wasn't there whenever he was acquired. The first year that Kevin Durant was in Phoenix, it was Durant. The leading scorers on that team were Durant, Booker, and then Grayson Allen. Eric Gordon was actually on that team too.
Yeah, I could have sworn Chris Paul was on that
in
team.
the middle of the 22-23 season. He was still there.
He's not on the Pro Basketball Reference.
Well, regardless, I mean, I think either one of those two teams on paper, to me, looked like it was more talented than the team that the Rockets have, simply because you had other go-to, get-me-a-bucket kind of guys close to their prime. That's not to take anything away from the Rockets. I think the Rockets is a deeper team by far. I think the Rockets have the potential now with guys kind of coming into their own year after year as they mature and they get better. I think that they definitely, for the long haul and from like the overall results of the team, have a chance to basically supplant either of those other two teams, who I think for the most part were gross failures.
So it looks like Durant was traded there mid-season, to Phoenix?
Yeah, in the middle of the 22-23 season.
It was in February 9, 2023. So he played in the 2020. That was actually the 2022-23 season. Right. He only played 9 games for them at the moment of the trade. And then the next year is when Paul left. So whenever he was acquired in year, Paul was still on that team, and that was his final year there. So they had him and Booker. So is Booker better than Alpi and Amin?
I think so right now. I think from an offensive perspective, regardless. But I think that overall, Chris Paul was, again, he was very effective still then to go along with Booker, who was a bucket, who still is a bucket, who was, very young and talented. That I would, and then you had Grayson Allen, I believe, but you had guys on that bench that were also very talented, ready to help out. I would say that's the team then.
You think Booker was better than Booker? Who would you say was the second best player? Like an aging Chris Paul?
I mean, Paul was filling up the assists. Paul was he was.
So you would say he's the third best player there?
Third best player. I think Booker's the second best player.
You would take Booker and an aging Chris Paul over Amin and Alpi?
Yeah. Yeah. Because Booker gave you 60 if you needed it. I mean, Booker, regardless of his deficiencies, how whiny he is and his deficiencies defensively, Booker is just, he can fill it up. And then Chris Paul, again, at that point was still, I believe, double-digit assists. He was close. I think he was close to one of the top 3 in the league in assists that year. But I think he was still so effective and affected the game in a lot of ways that I would take that.
That Suns team went 45-37 with Monty Williams. And then Monty was fired the next year. They brought in Frank Vogel, and they went 49-33, lost in the first round. I wonder let's see what Brooklyn did Kevin Durant's first year. No, Kevin Durant didn't play his first year in Brooklyn.
That's right, he was hurt.
But Kenny Atkinson went 28-34 and was fired. And then they brought in Jacques Vaughn and went 7-3. They made the playoffs with a 35-37 record, were swept in the first round. And then in Durant's first year as actually playing, second year with the organization, they actually were pretty good. 48-24. They were second in the East, and then lost in a 7-game series to Milwaukee.
That's the toe on the line Durant shot.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yep.
So that team went further. But I would agree with you, they weren't as talented. Well, I don't know, man. You brought in Harden there. But Harden was the second year.
Right. That's why you said it. You threw that caveat in. Otherwise, I would say just while he was there, that team that had those 3 guys in their prime, grossly underachieved overall just because of a lot of things off the court and some on. But I think that was a super talented roster.
I think it's close, but it's hard for me to go Houston. I think Houston has a chance to have a higher ceiling than those teams because it just didn't work in Brooklyn. Like those guys were kind of aging. They got hurt, really more injuries than age. Whereas Phoenix, Chris Paul got older and then they just kind of seemed to grow apart. I think Houston has more talent. I think they got a bigger runway. I think they have a higher ceiling. But moment of the trade, I'd probably have Houston behind both of them.
And I'll tell you the other caveat that we aren't talking about because we're just talking about the roster. They got the best coach. They got the coach. Yeah. Because of Ime, they have a distinct advantage over the other two teams because he's not going to tolerate a lot of the crap that went on in both of those situations where Durant was previously. He's not going to let, everybody run roughshod in the locker room, doing whatever the hell they want, and then trying to appease Kevin Durant. He's going to make sure that he is always point A of any decision being made, and then they'll go down the food chain from there with the guys on the roster.
Ocho says the Nets team was deep and well-rounded, but poorly coached. Yeah, I would agree with that. What's up, Junior? You doing all right? Doing okay? He's waving at us. He sees his favorite celebrities.
Joe?
He sees his favorite people saying hello. No, it's Joe and Joe Jr.
I know, but I thought Joe Jr., if he sees his favorite celebrity, Dad still has to be one on the list.
I don't think so.
I do.
I think he prefers the talent, not the suits upstairs.
I think when the suit's upstairs is buying ice cream, I think the suit upstairs gets the win.
I mean, I could buy him ice cream.
Well, but you didn't.
Right, but I'm doing work. I'm working here.
Joseph, who's your favorite between Jeremy, Joel, and Dad? There you go. Dad.
He pointed at all of us.
Yep.
He pointed at all of us. And he has to say Dad because he just bribed him with ice cream.
Which is what I said.
All
but
right.
I think otherwise he would still choose Dad too.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. Text your Reed Shepherd to call Chris Paul and see if he can hire him for training for a few weeks. Reed Shepherd plays basketball tonight.
I'm a little interested to see how he plays.
I'm going to DVR it.
Because they have mentioned several people he was on with Malika Andrews and the NBA Today crew yesterday and talked about how the fact that the two things they've emphasized this entire offseason so far with him is getting stronger and playing better defense. He said he was spending 40, 45 minutes a day on defense. I'm curious to see how that translates. Granted, I understand it's the summer league. It's more helter-skelter. It's not the kind of defense he's going to be playing. But can he stay with guys his size and a little bigger? Can he handle punishment if guys are banging and giving him forearms and elbows instead of, and bumping him off his spot? So if nothing else, the only reason right now that I'm watching Summer League is I want to see if there's progression with Reed Shepherd.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Talk some shows a little bit later. Who said it? We'll play that awful game. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We just mentioned Amin Thompson there a little bit. He's part of the big three. I mean, Kevin Durant, Alpi Şengün, and Amin Thompson, no doubt. Seeing all these massive contracts that are being given out, Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, really just Oklahoma City. Do you think Amin Thompson's going to get a maximum contract when he's re-signed by Houston? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Sweet Scoops on Pleasure Pier in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We're at La Playa. Pleasure Pier, Galveston, Sweet Scoops. You got a little chocolate on your nose there.
La Playa right now.
All right, La Playa. Jordan. I saw Jordan. He was laying out, doing some stuff.
Lotion or?
He asked me to do it. I said,
okay.
no, I'm
That's
good.
probably smart move
I'm
on your
good,
part.
Jordan.
You
I
might-
understand you don't want to use your hand, but I'm good there.
Not to mention the fact that you might be associated with the medical staff if something went wrong.
Why would I be associated with the medical
You
staff?
apply the lotion, things could go
I
wrong.
didn't apply the lotion.
I said, but if you did, that's why you dodged a bullet.
Branham thinks he's a celebrity question. Yeah, I'm easily a C- local celebrity. It's very clear. C- local celeb. No big deal. 713-780-ESPN. Let's head out to the HRP listener line. Eddie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are y'all?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I think y'all's last question was, is Amin Thompson gonna get a max extension? I think he really needs to develop a reliable, 2-point jumper shot, realistically. But kind of bigger picture here, I think realistically we only have a solid 2-year window with Durant before age catches up with him. So I really feel like all the pieces need to fall in place pretty quickly in that window, and a lot of that falls on Amin Thompson, kind of becoming a reliable scorer. We can't just have Durant be the only guy out there scoring points. That's what I got.
Appreciate the call, Eddie. Yeah, no, look, I think here's the thing. You don't have to make this decision tomorrow, but I think that the fact that what you've seen already in Amin Thompson, especially when year one, most people were saying he's just going to sit on the bench and learn and get some run in the G League and then start to get better. And you've seen a kid that's a gym rat that you can't keep off the floor for a variety of reasons with his versatility and all the things that he does. And I think that regardless how big the window is with Kevin Durant, you're going to see a guy that's going to continue to add to his skill set to a point where I think you're going to have no choice but to give him a maximum deal. The one thing you have in your favor is what we talked about again yesterday, and that is the combination of Rafael Stone, Eli Wittes, the basketball operations crew. They're going to probably try and get creative and try and do whatever they can. But I think at the end of the day, you don't even risk push coming to shove, and you wrap him up.
You don't have to make the decision right now, but you have to make it in 12 months. I mean, it is within a year. I think ultimately he's going to get a max extension. Even if he doesn't develop at all between now and this time next year, I still think he gets the max. Like, you're building around him and Alpi, quite frankly. Kevin Durant's being added as the mercenary scorer guy. So I ultimately think Amin Thompson will get the max as well. I think he would get the max if he was eligible for an extension today. So, having the shrewd negotiators, they'll try, but I'm with you that ultimately they be able to get him for anything below the max.
And you look at it's not like a Ben Simmons situation either, right? There's not this huge void that you're crossing your fingers, some miracle cure comes in that gives him the ability to shoot the basketball. To Eddie's point, I think when you look at him, and even between the midpoint and the end of the year last year, he was getting more consistent with his elbow jumper, with his pull-up game. The 3-point line is the one that's the biggest challenge for him. But like I said, it's not for lack of effort. He continues to get as much work in as he possibly can, getting shots up and improving and working on his 3-point shot. Even if he never develops it, he's far too talented and fills up a box score too much to where you could say, look at Chet's numbers. And we're saying, look, I mean, at those numbers, is that a max contract? But when you look at assists, rebounds, he's going to give you double digits every night. Everything, and then defensively, he's going to be probably first or second team all defense. And the things that he brings there, I just think it's just too good to pass up.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. And I feel like one thing that a narrative that I've heard with the Rockets this season, since the Kevin Durant trade, that kind of annoys me, and I think that people are sleeping on a certain player. I think people are sleeping on Alpi Sengun. Everybody's like, oh, they need more scoring. They don't have anybody else that can score besides Durant. I mean, Alpi averaged nearly 20 points a game last year. He's a low post threat. You can dump it off to him, and he can is it perfect? No. Are there some things that you can nitpick and criticize and would like to be a little tougher? I didn't think he was great at the rim last year in terms of field goal percentage at the rim. I think that can improve. I expect him to improve. But the idea that the Rockets don't have any scoring other than Kevin Durant, I think, is flawed logic.
Oh, it really is. And if you think about it, to everything that you just said, add to the mix the fact that Kevin Durant's still going to get double teamed on the offensive end. And if Kevin Durant starts getting it going and they start double teaming him, advantage Alpi, because now Kevin Durant's played two-man ball with a lot of different guys, and both guys have been able to excel. And if he gets a guy that's a true offensive threat in the post, that is the best scenario for Kevin Durant, because now who do you double? How do you double? And then even a men's going to get a lot of benefit from that too, because if you're doubling or trying to switch off doubling on those two guys, the other three guys on the floor are going to have clear lanes and open windows to get shots and look for theirs, to where the entire offense is better.
Was it really a 7-team trade, or are they just saying it because it involved pieces from 7 teams? No, it eventually became a 7-team trade. Like it started off as a reported trade. They actually couldn't consummate the trade because the moratorium hadn't started. So by the time that the moratorium became a moratorium, it was a 7-team trade officially. It was an official 7-team trade, largest in NBA history.
Well, and when you hear Stone, he was on with the flagship, talk about it. He's like, to us, it was a 3-team trade. But then at a certain point, everybody works in what they got to work in, so it's easier for them to get done what they needed to get done. And it's no skin off their back, because they still end up getting and giving exactly what they were going to do. I'm just curious if it's a league official that saves some of their time too and go, hey, before we get all this done, let's just mix these together, and everybody still gets exactly what they were supposed to get, and we call it a day.
It's the NBA trade moves are so confusing. Like, okay, this salary has to be within the certain parameters. There's all these aprons now that come into play. There's trade exceptions. There's trade kickers. Like it's so confusing.
And they still can't get the hats right.
And they still can't announce a trade before draft day and get the hats right. And you got the Rockets graphic whenever everybody knows that Phoenix is picking, and it has the Rockets needs.
I was watching.
It's ridiculous.
I'm trying to remember who it was. I was watching a video the other night on somebody that turned out to be a really good player. Oh, Scottie Pippen. It was in The Last Dance.
Yeah.
When they were talking about when Pippen was drafted by Seattle, and he's doing all the media, and he's talking like he's going to be a Sonic, and someone goes, hey, Scottie, how do you feel about playing next to Michael Jordan in Chicago? And he's like, what?
Oh, he didn't know?
No. And he's like, yeah, they just announced that you're probably going to be headed to Chicago. And he's like, well, anybody in this draft, if you were told had the opportunity to play for the Bulls, I think they'd be excited, so I'm good.
That's weird.
Yeah, I remember when the Rockets made the trade for Shane Battier and gave up Rudy Gay.
Yeah.
They had to announce in a full Toyota Center with 5 ex-Rockets sitting at midcourt that they were getting Rudy Gay, and everybody started chanting Rudy, and then the word started to travel. The word started to travel that there was actually a trade, and then there was booing, and there were people that were upset.
I was trying to remember, because I remember watching the draft. I was trying to remember if I knew the trade before it actually happened, but I don't think I did.
So we were working the event. We were doing a live broadcast on television and radio, as well as what was going on in arena. And we started to hear about it. And the discussion was, do we announce this? And so the suits above decided, no, we're going to go with the fact that Rockets are drafting Rudy Gay. And then even the players are like, you want us to talk about a guy that's never going to play here? And we're like, you got to kind of roll with it until the NBA makes it official. The NBA it's not going to do you a solid and make it an exception and make it official. We were like, oh boy. And they started chanting because Rudy Tomjanovich and the whole Rudy thing, and they were all getting excited. And then people started to say, someone yelled in the crowd, you're not getting Rudy, you're getting Shane Battier. And then it was like this.
Wow.
Oh.
I actually like that trade in hindsight. I didn't like it in the moment. I think Battier was a perfect fit for what that team had.
But you know who made the trade?
No.
As much as CD was the GM, Jeff Van Gundy said, I don't play rookies. I don't care. And so I don't care how good you think he's going to be. I don't care how good you think he might be this year. He ain't playing for me.
Yeah, I liked Battier. Who's your daddy, Battier?
Great
Probably
guy.
my favorite Dookie ever, actually.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm not a big fan of Duke basketball, but you can't not be a Shane.
Yeah, I think he's my favorite Dookie. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776 inside of Sweet Scoops Pleasure Pier on La Playa in Galveston. When we come back, Willa Bits. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play food debates.
Food debates? What food debate are we doing today, Brian?
Well, it's National French Fry Day, Jeremy, so who has the best French fries?
Oh, I like French fries.
I love French fries.
I'm a big. Will you
That's a hot take,
partake in
Jeremy.
National French Fry Day?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Friday nights.
Hard maybe.
Friday nights, the wife really likes French fries.
Really?
Yes.
Where do y'all normally get the French fries from?
You know, Bex Prime.
Okay, y'all do that every Friday?
She does because she loves their Mediterranean salad. The kids love their grilled cheese, and then they just get, with each order comes a boatload of fries.
Yeah, they do. They do a lot of fries. I like their fries. Their fries are good. The Mediterranean salad, does that have olives in it?
I believe so.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I hate olives. I hate olives so
I'm
much.
with you on that. I don't like green olives, black olives. I don't want it on my pizza. Yeah, I'm not an olive fan.
My wife loves olives. I can't stand olives. So what are the best fries out there? It is National French Fry Day. It is a national holiday. I thought about getting fries before a show. I have a rule where I try not to eat bad before a show, because things can happen. I can meditate more than I normally do. So I didn't get any fries, but I might get some fries on the way home. And the question is, who has the best fries? 713-780-3776. What is it for you?
I think I start right where we just left off. I think Bex Prime has the best fries. I love the fact you can ask for them extra crispy because when you're doing kind of like the fresh potato cuts with the skin on, a lot of times they're not cooked enough, and I don't really like that kind of soggy texture, especially if you're getting takeout. If you get them a little extra crispy, then it's a really good French fry. I think that the top two for me would be Nico Nico's after that. Bex Prime and Nico Nico's are really, really good.
You're kind of bougie. You're going best fries and you're going Nico Nico's and Bex Prime.
Unlike yesterday's discussion, you didn't say we're specifying fast food.
No, I didn't.
So that's what I'm going. If you want to say fast food fries, I still think that McDonald's has, and they care enough to make them the exact right way every time, no matter where the location is, that you got to, McDonald's fries has to be right at the top.
When McDonald's is, whenever it's cooked and salted perfectly, it is hard to beat a McDonald's fry. McDonald's fry, very good. Chick-fil-A fry, very good if they're piping hot. The moment that it's not piping hot, it's like, it's kind of mid. But you have to have it when it's piping hot. That's the only fast food place where I'll eat the fries first. Only place. Every other fast food place,
whether you drive through
last.
or sit there, same thing.
Yeah. Well, I never sit at Chick-fil-A.
Because the thing is, one of my buddies used to be the manager, and he might still be the manager at Nico Nico's. He gave the pro tip of when you order fries to go, make sure and don't seal the bag. Let it breathe. If there's air in there, they won't get soggy. But if you shut the bag and shut it down, the heat all in there in that bag will make those fries soggy by the time you eat them.
Yeah, see, fries are hard to do like takeout with because the moment that they put them in that box, they're not going to be good. Like they're going to be stale by the time you get home. I almost never do fries takeout. Now, if I get like fast food, then I'm going to eat it fast. I'm going to eat it in the car because reckless abandon. No, McDonald's are very good. Trying to think fast food specifically. Wendy's, Burger King,
And we're
Whataburger's okay at times. Now I like the spicy ketchup.
Yeah,
Big spicy ketchup.
I'm a ketchup connoisseur, and I can't. It's not bad, but Heinz is the only ketchup for me. So.
You won't do Whataburger spicy ketchup?
Like I said, I've tried it. It's okay, but I prefer Heinz ketchup.
Okay, all right. Texter says Wingstop fries. 1 to 10 Wingstop fries.
I can't remember even what they taste like. They didn't stand out to me.
8-4. Wingstop fries are great.
Are they?
Wingstop fries are very, very good. The seasoning's perfect. They put a little sugar in it. So you got the savory, you got the sweet. You can order them well done if you want. You want them a little extra crispy or a little crispier because they are kind of soggy, Wingstop fries. They're not really known for their crisp. But no, I like Wingstop fries a lot. Texter says Wendy's new Taki fries are bomb. I haven't had these.
I saw the commercial for them.
I didn't even know they existed. I Googled it 2 seconds ago.
Because they're put in the commercial. They not only have the Taki fries, but they're putting them on a Taki flavored sandwich.
Huh. So I don't like Takis.
I'm not big.
I like Pika, but Takis is just kind of gross to me.
You know me. I'm boring.
So you're out on Takis.
I'm out on Takis.
Out on Takis. Texter says small sliders in Spring Branch just opened a few weeks ago. Killer waffle fries. Is that the Drew Brees thing? Doesn't he have some involvement with that place? I haven't had it. I think he might have some involvement there.
He's got some involvement. He's got a lot of businesses going these days. He's kind of going to be the next Peyton Manning.
Don't sleep on SoCal cheese fries. Do you know what that is?
SoCal?
Is that just like their thing that they do in SoCal?
And then they claim ownership, like they're the first ones to put cheese on fries in Southern California. Stop it.
Yeah, I think that's like I don't think it's a place. I think that's like a thing in
like they're trying
maybe.
to categorize it, like they claim it like it's their own, and they're not even close to laying claim on it. That sounds right for a key from LA. Now you're going to chime in.
It wasn't Key from LA.
I know, but he will because he'll bandwagon.
How did you know?
Because he'll bandwagon it.
But how did you know it wasn't Key from LA?
Whenever you do a message from Key from LA, you say Key from LA.
Oh, I got you. Beck's Prime, Fuddruckers, Chick-fil-A. I never really liked Fuddruckers fries. They were kind of thick.
Fuds?
They're a little wedgy almost.
We looked at. I think there's one or two that are still open. I used to
was
like
just gonna say, I thought
Fuddruckers.
they're all gone.
No, there's one or two. There's one or two that are still open in the Houston DMA.
Yeah, I think one of them is in the Woodlands. Smash Burger, hands down. Have you ever had smash fries?
I've not.
They put like a little rosemary in them. They're
Those are
different,
good.
but they are fantastic.
I love those.
They are so good. Stop by my restaurant, Stomp's Burger, join Sienna. Well, we'll mention you if you advertise the station. Jack in the Box curly
Or
fries.
send us a whole bunch of food.
There's that's kind of behind
That's
that.
kind of
curtain a little
payola.
bit. Jack in the Box curly fries.
How about both? I'm again, you guys know this. I'm not a real big fan of waffle fries or curly fries. I like the traditional fries, and like I said, the fries with a little skin on them and the fresh cuts. So I'm not big on the curly fries.
Curly fries are Jack in the Box are great.
Are they?
Fantastic. I'm gonna go 7-4 Jack in the Box fries.
I think that's a little low.
Beck's are great fries, like baked potatoes inside of them. Jack in the Box curly fries, Cane's crinkle fries. Where are you on Cane's crinkle fries?
They're okay.
Yeah, I think they're okay.
Yeah, they're okay. My daughters like their Canes from time to time, and the fries are okay. They're not great.
They're good to dip with the cane sauce. Papa's Burgers, they do have good fries. Wingstop fries are fire. Yes, they are. I think I used to love Wingstop, and I mean, I still go. Their wings, since I first had it, have gone downhill, but their fries still hit every time. I go to Wingstop a lot of times because I want fries, and I just get the chicken because I feel like I have to.
Yeah, and I think that if I remember correctly, they put a little like seasoning on them, like not almost like your burger or chicken seasoning that goes with the fries. It has just the right amount of spice to them. I think that's underrated. The places that actually put a little spice on their fries.
Texture, you are killing me now. I got to go get fries. What is the national holiday?
It is
Popeye's fries. Those are pretty good. Those are underrated good. Now, not traditional fries. They're a little bit like, kind of seasoned a little bit. Wendy's new Taki fries again. Jack in the Box curly fries again. Checkers fries. I haven't had Checkers fries in 8 years probably.
Are there Checkers in the area?
There's Checkers, yeah. There's Checkers on my drive home. I never go.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Checkers.
Popeye's fries, piping hot. Popeye's fries are good, man. Wingstops are always soggy. Wingstop does have a soft fry. Like, if you don't like a soft fry, you wouldn't like a Wingstop fry. They're usually never crunchy. Now, you can't order them.
That's what I was going to say.
You can order them like well done. I like a crinkle cut from Shake Shack. Could use a larger portion. Those are solid. I went to Pete Terry's yesterday. They have very good fries. Crinkle fries are probably at the bottom of the list. I would agree to that.
Yep,
I'm not a huge crinkle guy. Arby's curly fries are better than Jack in the Box curly fries. They're about the same.
I'll tell you who's underrated now that we got that Red Robin. When they do the bottomless fries,
yeah, those solid.
You can again ask them to cook them just a little longer, but because they got just the right amount of seasoning, I know it's the wedge, so it's a bigger cut of potato. It's really good.
Smash Burgers, Buffalo seasoned fries were the best. Never had those. Freddy's steak burger fries. Those are good. They're real thin. They're really, really thin. I like the, I mentioned this yesterday. I like the jalapeno fry sauce.
Okay.
They have like a jalapeno or a hot fry sauce that's very, very good. Taco fries ain't bad. Yes, they are. Those aren't.
What about
wife
Five
likes
Guys?
them.
The
wife
Five
likes
Guys good.
The wife likes the taco fries at Taco Bell.
Oh no, she's got bad taste.
Yeah.
No offense. I'm in her food.
Yep.
What I like about Five Guys is they give it to you like in that cup, but it always is like 5 times more than can fit in the cup. And then you get that brown paper bag that's so greasy at the bottom. And like, yeah, Five Guys is so good. Like if it wasn't greasy at the bottom, I'd be concerned. But I see the grease at the bottom, like, yeah, those are me. Buffalo Wild Wing wedges with cheese kind of fries. Those are okay at times. Like every now and then those are good. Sometimes they don't hit though. It just kind of depends.
Are you big cheese on fries guy?
Yeah, I like cheese on fries. Not all the time.
Yeah,
it depends.
It's like I have to have a random craving for it. Otherwise,
Same.
I just prefer the traditional and some ketchup.
It's usually the same for me. But like I like a chili cheese fry on occasion, or like a carne asada fry where you get like a loaded French fry and you put the carne asada on it.
But then you got to eat them quickly because they get
sure,
soggy.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
And then like some guacamole on there. Not really hot sauce, some queso. Like there's yeah. Hear me out. In-N-Out fries, order them well done, animal style. Only way to order them. I'm fine with. I like In-N-Out. People criticize me for that. And I actually like their fries. People think their fries are awful, and that's the reason they hate that place. I actually like them. I gave up fast food for my New Year's resolution. Stop making me hungry. Our bad. Let's see more on this. Thick fries with queso.
See, that's that. You get a craving every now and then where you can put some cheese on the fries, but yeah, not all the time.
Yeah, they're it depends. You have to be in the mood. I agree with that. And it's usually like by itself. It's not on the side with something. Branham said he's not a huge crinkle guy. I'm not a crinkle guy. Key from LA, we don't claim SoCal cheese fries, asada fries. Yeah, I did notice that that's a big thing in like SoCal. And carne asada fries are fantastic. Now it's your meal.
Okay.
It's not your side. You can't do it on the side. You're right. I'm doing the keto diet. You are torturing me with the fries. You can do some keto fries. Now you can't do it with potato. You're going to have to be creative. You're going to do it with like broccoli. I've heard people will like, my stepdad was actually doing this. He would cut off the, the little leaves of the broccoli and he would like kind of, how would you say it?
So you cut the florets, you go with the stems.
But he would peel the stems to take off like the layer of,
okay.
I guess it's like thickness or I don't know the science behind it, but he would take that off and then bake them or whatever. He said they were good. I haven't tried them, but
I've heard they do the same with cauliflower, but they kind of mash it down to be like a potato texture, and then you cook it enough where it gets crispy.
So people do that with rice. Like they'll do cauliflower rice too. I don't really like it. What about poutine?
I'm sorry?
Poutine.
No.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Am I saying it right? Poutine? Joe, am I saying it right? Poutine?
You're saying it
Yeah,
right.
poutine. You don't know what poutine is?
No.
This feels like it's right up.
I thought I was saying it wrong, but you like because you were so dumbfounded. I thought you were making fun of my pronunciation. It's like it's popular in Canada, but you see it a lot in the north, and it's fries topped with cheese curds and gravy, and sometimes I'll put other stuff in it. But that's the traditional poutine.
Yeah, I'm out on poutine.
Poutine's so good.
It just sounds. I mean, just the name itself.
The way it sounds is going to hold you away from it.
When you said it, I thought it was like something from Louisiana that was a Cajun spiced side dish.
Well, I mean, it's Quebec, and Louisiana has a lot of French.
Okay,
and like so, I mean, that's not that far.
Two,
off,
I'm offended
actually.
from a Midwest perspective. Anytime you put cheese curds, one fried, and two, you dump gravy on them. No,
man, poutine's great. You're missing out on poutine. Sweet potato fries are pretty good. I don't like sweet potato fries.
I don't either. I'm not a big sweet potato person anyway. The wife sometimes will get some sweet potato fries. So you got to try them. I go, no, I'm just not a fan of them. I know that they're okay.
Yeah.
But if I want fries, I want good fries.
Why does Keith from LA get a say? Good point. Keith from LA, you don't get a say on this. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I have a hot take about Astro pitching coaches that you're not going to want to miss. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from Sweet Scoops on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You're also not going to want to miss a great vacation out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They're the best. You love Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're there in no time. I could leave after work today from way down here in Galveston and get up to Two Creeks Crossing Resort before the sun went down. It's great. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Book that stay now. Escape the rat race. Escape little kids running around, getting in your ear during a live read. Get rid of all that stress and anxiety in your life and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston right now. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can fish their Two Creeks. You can fish their catch and release pond they have right there in the middle of the property. You can't beat it. You're going to love it. Just 90 minutes from downtown Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92-acre property. Kayak, pickleball courts. Just hang out by the pool to drink. That's great, too. Food trucks, live music. Two Creeks always taking care of their visitors any way they know how. From glamping to the cabins. We stayed in the tree house, going right up through the house. It was awesome. Or just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Incredible savings right now in July. You book 5 nights and you save 35%. So book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Sweet Scoops, Pleasure Pier, our setting today. Lots of folks enjoying some ice cream. I don't blame them. On a hot day like today, ice cream hits. New ESPN Houston app is live, by the way. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaway. Hit the go button, and you will see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and the shows. That's always lively, and the app is now available for Android and Google Play users. Todd Callis, the Todd Callis, will be joining us at 4:30. Texter, real quick, said poutine pie, as The Rock would say. No, Rock didn't say poutine pie. He said poutang pie, I believe. Right, Brian?
Oh, is there a difference?
Rudy Pooty. What did he say, Brian? Brian
yeah,
knows. He's a wrestling historian.
Pie.
I think it was poutang.
Probably. That would make more sense.
Sounds very WW
The Rock
ish.
Most what did he say? I'm
Most
blanking on some
electrifying
Rock
man.
sayings. That's right.
Yeah.
The most electrifying man in sports entertainment. How does a dude from Wisconsin not know what poutine is? Blankers, how do you not know what poutine is?
I just explained it because a guy from Wisconsin doesn't believe that you got to drown your cheese curds in deep fried and gravy and all the other crap.
Drowning it.
And Joe, I think, can even vouch for this. The real original cheese curds, easy connoisseur back there, are not fried at all. And they squeak when you bite into them, and they're fresh cheese bites, and they're fantastic. Now, the more commercialized Americana version is deep fried little cheese balls, and that can be your thing. But then you drown them in gravy on top? No, I'm a purist from Wisconsin, and that's not how you.
But they're not deep frying their cheese curds on the poutine. It's the real cheese curd. It's not fried.
Oh, it's not breaded?
No.
The picture AJ showed me.
No,
it was.
look at that. That's right there. Like you get the fries, you get the poutine on, or the cheese curds on top of it. That's traditional cheese curd, right?
Yeah,
and then you get a little tasty brown gravy.
They're normally the yellow cheddar, but it's fine. Hey, man, you asked. I'm telling you.
Poo-pooing on poutine.
I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just telling you how they were originally, how they're the best.
Centre de Quebec invented poutine back in the 1950s, and you're poo-pooing on poutine. Can't believe it. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Paulie said he could kick your butt, Branham. Care to rebuttal?
Kind of did.
A real G moves in silence. Like lasagna. What did Paul say? What was the context here? I don't even know what he said.
Ask Gallant Anything Friday. He was talking about someone asked like who he could beat up at the station.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty scrappy. People underrate my athleticism. I did 28 push-ups the other day. On command. I did 28 push-ups. Could Paul do 28 push-ups?
Okay, yeah.
Paul could probably do 28 push-ups.
Yeah, as long as he didn't have ice cream first.
How many people could do? Do you think Granado could do 28 push-ups at this stage of his life?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think he could.
I don't think too many Coors Lights. How about Lance at this stage of his life? Could he do 28 push-ups?
No.
Could Lance do 8 push-ups?
Maybe.
You
don't think
definitely,
he could do 8?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how strong Lance is. I really don't.
It's like benching 300, right?
What do you mean?
Doing 8 push-ups?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. You're with me. Okay.
Could Dell do 28 push-ups?
No.
I don't think Dell could do 28
I
push-ups.
don't think so.
Could Paul? We said yes on Paul.
Yep.
Could Mapes?
No.
I don't think Mapes ever works out.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
I think
he cares.
Mapes like makes stock plays and plays video games. He buys GameStop stock.
Could do 28 push-ups.
Why are you so? This is another adamant Brian.
No,
Mapes works out.
Yeah, he works out all the time. He actually goes to the same gym.
Oh,
as
does he
Paul.
really?
Yeah, they're gym bros.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
Oh, wow.
all right. Well, I was mistaken. I thought he just bought GameStop all day and then played video games.
So those that live together, work together.
So he does 28. He can do 28. You can do 28 easy. I can do 28. Brian, I don't think can do 10.
AJ can.
I don't know. Easy
look,
work.
Next
Easy
break.
work.
Next break.
I mean, he's fit. He's in shape,
Yeah, I
and he's
believe
young.
it.
You're
I
what, early
believe in him.
20s? How old are you? 22? Yeah,
23
I absolutely believe in AJ.
Yeah, AJ can do it. Brian cannot do 28. So I'm at least top 5 strongest at the station.
I'm not
top
letting
5
AJ do
strongest
anything leg press.
So as being top 5 strongest at the station, I don't know if I could just give Paul a layup like that. I'm pretty scrappy, man, and I'm hard headed, so I can take a punch.
See, I think the key to that matchup would be if he's gonna avoid you, if he's gonna float, if he's gonna run around.
I don't think he would do that because he thinks that he would have the power advantage. I think he would try to come at me, which is when I'm at my best because I'm really good at countering. I know leverage, I know angles, I have quickness.
If you end up with a ground game and you get him down on the ground, I'd give you a fighting chance.
I think I could use Paul's aggression to my advantage. I think he would come at me. He would come at me a little bit out of control. I think I would use my quickness, get around him, and probably get his back. And if I get his back, it's over.
Plus, I think if you get his temper going and
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you land a couple, he's going to go off the deep end.
I think I can get his aggression.
Yep.
I believe I can. I use that against him. I mean, I understand that he was all-state, TAPS, private school, Florida. And I'm not denying his athleticism.
7-on-7.
And I believe that he is strong because I know he works out. 6-on-6. Six man. 7-on-7's the summer circuit.
Right. With the padded helmet.
Yeah. Homemade Louisiana potato wedge with Tony Chachere's.
Is that how you say that?
I don't know how to say it.
I know it's popular.
I prefer the Slap Your Mama. You ever had the Slap Your Mama? It's similar. It's a little bit better.
Where's that
Also
at?
like the blackened seasoning instead of the Tony Chachere's. Sometimes we use it on chicken. I use it sometimes whenever I'll buy like frozen shrimp every now and then. My wife doesn't like the smell of shrimp, so I won't buy it raw because if we cook it in the house, it smells awful.
Yep.
So usually I buy it frozen, already cooked, and then I'll prepare it. And then I like to put a little blackened seasoning on that. Tony Chachere's is fine, but sometimes I'll put that on popcorn every now and then too, actually. All right, hot take about Astros pitching coaches. Josh Miller, Bill Murphy. I'll tell you what that hot take is on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Sweet Scoot, Pleasure Pier, Galveston, La Playa. Jordan Alvarez was here a little bit earlier. 713-780-ESPN. I am ready to make this proclamation.
Right now.
Thank you, dude. A little late, a little tardy there, Dubon. I'm ready to make this proclamation. I'm ready to make it. Josh Miller and Bill Murphy are better pitching coaches than Brent Strom. They have passed Brent Strom for me. This isn't to demean Brent Strom. A lot of times when we're comparing greats and you have one grade higher than another grade, you're like, oh, you hate this guy. You're demeaning the guy. I think Brent Strom was awesome. I thought Brent Strom was great. Obviously was on the golden era. Brent Strom always had a bunch of dudes, though. Always had unbelievable pitchers. Dallas Keuchel, Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole, peak Lance McCullers, Charlie Morton before he left. I mean, you look at all of the laundry list of pitchers that Brent Strom had, like Hall of Famers. Like he had dudes. Josh Miller and Bill Murphy are like putting together Lance McCullers armed again. Hunter Brown was awful at the beginning of last year. People didn't even think he could be a starter. They thought he was going to be a reliever. People think that Framber Valdez is a basket case. Look how consistent he's been. Brandon Walt's been all over baseball, and he's turning into the red-headed Dallas Keuchel right before our eyes. Colton Gordon, I'm not even sure he's a big league pitcher. He looks like a big league pitcher. The law firm Miller and Murphy. Same thing with Ryan Gusto. Brian DeBray, they used to be called a mental midget. He's become the best setup man in all of baseball. Josh Miller and Bill Murphy have had equal production of Brent Strom. They haven't had the dudes that Brent Strom had.
That would have been my rebuttal. Would be, I hear what you're saying, and it's the tale of two different types of. I think they have done more with less guys that you would expect less of. But I remember when they made the move for Morton, and everybody's like, "Who? Why? And why do they need him?" And the fact that Garrett Cole, yeah, you got him from Pittsburgh. Yeah, he's got a big arm, but what can you do with it? And even Verlander saying that once to Houston that he was able to get like a second chapter of his career because of what they were able to teach him and work with him on. I think McCullers, was basically, I think the majority of what he had, he got from the system as well as having the, the God-given ability to pitch the baseball. I think you're right. I think you preface it by saying neither side did a bad job. Neither side has been anything short of fantastic. But I think that's where the true discussion would be what Strom was able to do with guys that had darn talent but just couldn't kind of put it all together, as opposed to guys that basically taken off a scrap heap that no one ever thought was going to be what they're doing right now.
What's only the scrap heap? It's Hunter Brown, top 3 AL Cy Young, when last year he almost was sitting down with an ERA of like 7.5, and Keith Law was saying he shouldn't be in a starting rotation. It's settling down Framber Valdez from being the volatile up and down guy and being a super consistent starting pitcher. Like all of the guys that you mentioned about Brent Strom, and again, Brent Strom's a legend. He is a great. We love Brent Strom in Houston and always will. And I remember whenever he was fired, people were like losing their minds. Like, oh no, we're never going to recover from this. Again, I'd argue that Murphy and Miller, I think, have been better than Strom. All of the guys that you mentioned had success before they came to Houston. It might not have been equal success. Verlander's success was a little further away than when he was acquired with Houston, and when he was acquired from Detroit, wasn't having a great year. Garrett Cole was really good in Pittsburgh. I feel like it's being a little disrespectful. Like, oh, Garrett Cole was nothing before he came to Houston. Now he became a Cy Young guy in Houston, where he wasn't quite yet that in Pittsburgh. Morton had great years before he got to Houston as well. He was always kind of injury prone. But all of the guys that Brent Strom had already had success elsewhere. This crew is getting success for like the first time with some of these guys, especially Hunter Brown. Brian Abreu would be in the mix. And then all the journeymen who like, okay, who in the world is this guy? And then we're talking about Brandon Walter being like a legitimate starting pitcher out of nowhere in his late 20s.
Isn't Hunter Brown's success attributed to Alex Bregman?
I mean,
when he fixed him?
Well, it wasn't only Alex Bregman.
No, but I'm just saying
that helped.
I just throw that in that helped as well. Again, because I'm not trying to throw shade on either side. I think that as much as people did, and there's no question, they doubted it. I don't remember, was that a mutual party of the ways? Or however he left, I know people lost their mind. I know people thought the end of the Astros' mass pitching success, it's over. The whole, the whole lab and the scientific approach is gone now. And instead, as much as people wanted to crap on the other two guys stood up and done a ton to get the kind of results that nobody, and I really feel confident saying that, very few to nobody believed these two guys were going to be able to carry the torch, and they have.
Yeah, they thought it was over.
Yep.
They thought it was over.
Yep.
Brent Strom left after the 2021 World Series, according to Google AI. And then you know what happened the very next year?
They won the World Series.
They won the World Series. He left at the same time as Correa. Like, it's pretty incredible with, like, Christian Javier. Like, whenever Brent Strom left, too, he's like, it's my time to leave. All these new guys are Murphy and Miller's guys anyways. I remember him discussing that. It's to me, it's just incredible. Like, and I've had this thought for a while, and you see Brandon Walter churn out a quality start. Gordon's pitching into the 6th, 7th inning. Ryan Gusto, who has an average stuff, is pitching quality performances. Jason Alexander, quality outings. No, I think that these two guys aren't getting the love that they probably deserve. Brent Strom got a bunch of love, rightfully so. Rightfully so. I think that these two guys are doing more with less, or maybe doing equal with less. And they don't get the praise that they should.
The other fun part of this, to kind of see if everything that we're talking about has the chance to even continue even further, the biggest challenge is going to be Neris. Because the minute they got Neris back and he went out to L.A. and he didn't pitch in that series, they already said that they had caught some things, they were working on some things, and changing some things. That's when you realize, one, he's willing to do it. A lot of pitchers stubborn in their ways aren't going to be open to that. But because he had his best successes here and the fact that he trusts those guys, it's going to be interesting to see what Neris can, again, try to turn into be for this team.
How about last year with Yusei Kikuchi?
Yeah, and how about Montero the year before?
He regressed.
No, but I mean, I'm saying the year he wasn't it Murphy and Miller his big year before he had the contract.
Yeah. No, I think that the job they did with Yusei Kikuchi was probably something
masterful.
that needs to be high on this
No
list
question.
too. Like, he went from being this kind of meh starter with stuff, and then they put it all together quickly, mind you. And the Astros won like every single time he went out there. Texter Garrett Cole had sub 500 records, an ERA of 4 before he came to Houston. He was 12-12 the year before he came to Houston with a 4.26 earney. He was 7-10 with a 3.88 ERA the year before that. How about in 2015 though, when he had a 2.60 ERA, won 19 games, and was 4th in Cy Young voting? So, like, kind of cherry picking stats there.
Yeah, which, again, we know that people are capable of doing to support their argument. But, I mean, that's why I said I wasn't trying to crap on Garrett Cole, but there's a guy that everybody saw had an unbelievable arm and the potential to be great. He just wasn't in Pittsburgh.
That's not true.
I don't think he was great.
He was 19-8 with a 2.60 ERA 1 year in Pittsburgh. It was 4th in Cy Young voting. That's not great.
For 1 year, great.
His
Okay.
first 3 years in the bigs, 3.22 ERA, 3.65 ERA, 2.60 ERA. He was Paul Skeens before Paul Skeens.
See, I don't see it that way, and I don't think that he was that great. And I think that I think he maximized his potential.
Dude was the number
here in
one pick in the
Houston.
draft.
I understand that. But again, it's Pittsburgh. And one thing to say, you can't look at the record because the Pirates have been woeful offensively. And you can be like Paul Skeens is this year. But I think that overall, I think Garrett Cole bumped it up a notch to a notch and a half when he got to Houston and then carried it over to the Yankees.
Yeah, I really wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't argue that he didn't bump it up a notch. But to act like Garrett Cole wasn't Garrett Cole prior to being an Astro is ignoring what Garrett Cole was prior to being.
I'm not ignoring it.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking
Yeah,
to the texter.
okay.
Because he was a dude in Pittsburgh. Like, the 2 years in Houston is 2 years. He was 2.88 ERA, 2.50 ERA. He had a 2.60 ERA one season in Pittsburgh. Like, he was pretty close to that guy already.
What was Morton? You were talking about his good years before, because I really, that was one where they made the trade. I'm like, who? I was oblivious to who he was and if they even really needed him. And then he just became a stud.
Morton was always a guy who had stuff, but was always hurt. Like, his best years, he had one in Pittsburgh, ironically, where he had a 3.26 ERA and 20 starts. Like, good. 7-4, like, not a great record. But Pittsburgh, I don't know how good they were. But 7-4 and 20 starts it's nothing to sneeze at. The next year, he had a 3.72 ERA. He had a year, 4th year in the bigs, where he had a 3.83 ERA and 29 starts. Like, he was a good pitcher that was always hurt. And then Luno took a flyer on him, and then he put it all together. And he was very good in Houston. I mean, there's no argument about that.
No, I mean he's legendary in Houston. If you're Charlie F. and Morton to do what he did, he will always be legendary in Houston. That's why I said he bumped it up a notch too.
Texter always thought Strom left to make room for Miller. It was always a weird way that they did it, because I remember Strom also, didn't he retire right away? Like, I think he said he retired. Like, why are you walking away? He's like, well, it's time for these new guys. Most of these young guys are theirs. And then, like, 3 weeks later, he was the pitching coach in Arizona.
And his explanation was, well, we live in the offseason in Arizona, so I won't have to be away from my wife as much, and we'll be right there where we normally live anyway. So it's convenient. It works out. I still love doing what I do. But, yeah, it was always kind of convoluted where you're like,
yeah,
really?
Yeah, it was a very weird way of doing it. It felt like I always got the feeling that he was kind of pushed out. He was kind of pushed out by, because it was Click at the time. I feel like he was kind of pushed out by Click to go to the younger, probably more analytical guy. Not to say that Strom was anti-analytics, because I think he actually was one of the old guards that actually took to it. But I always felt like he was kind of pushed out.
Now, you say that. I wonder, and I was going to ask, because I legitimately, I don't know. I've never heard this. But Stromy to me seemed like a guy that was set in his ways, that he was open to kind of getting into the analytics, but he wasn't analytical per se. Kind of like a little bit more than Dusty, where Dusty understood it, but Dusty was kind of on analytics. I'm just curious how deep into and how bought into the analytics was Strom.
I always felt that he was super bought into it.
Really?
I feel like he was one of the old veteran baseball guys who adapted to it and was open to it. Because, I mean, he was the guy that's like, hey, let's get the fastball up in the zone, which was kind of a new analytical thing. People didn't think that you should have fastballs up in the zone. And then, yeah, it became that. Garrett Cole was close to that guy, but when he came to Houston, he was that guy. Miller and Murphy. I mean, I don't know. That third year that he had in Pittsburgh was pretty dang good. Seemed like Stromy and Dusty might have had issues. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if they would have butted heads. I don't know.
It would seem like two ex-players that were old school, where they were how they were cut from the same kind of cloth that way. You would think that they would be okay, but again, I've never heard either way, so I can't say definitively.
I would think they would be okay too. I think they would be okay.
Yeah, it would seem that way.
Didn't they spend a couple of years together?
Yeah,
because Brent Strom he left after the 2021 season.
Right.
Dusty came after the 19 World Series, right?
Yeah, he did.
So they had some time together.
They brought him in to handle the scandal.
I don't think that they butted heads.
I don't either.
Like, Dusty's definitely has a say, but he also lets his guys coach, especially a pitching coach.
I think it lends itself more to what you mentioned earlier, which is the fact that that in the case of Miller, he had kind of brought up the next generation of pitchers, and he was more in tune and in touch and had worked probably more with them because his job was to work with the frontline guys that were in his starting rotation, that were big names with high expectations. And Miller was bringing up the next generation.
I also want to say that Strom had a home in Arizona.
Well, that's what I said.
So, okay, you did.
Yeah, I said that's why. That's why 3 weeks after he said he was going to retire, he's like, "Well, now we get to live in our house. The wife's there. We're good."
I always felt like there was a little bit of pushing out, but maybe there wasn't. Maybe it was just like, "Hey, I'm going to retire, go to Arizona," and then Arizona's like, "Hey, you want to live here and be a pitching coach?" He went to
some guys actually look out for their understudy too and say, I don't know how many more years I'm going to be doing this. This is the ideal situation for you. The management buys into the analytics. Another team could poach you, but if you didn't have the same kind of buy-in and resources.
Yes, I remember this correctly. I remember when the Astros were playing Pittsburgh this year, I wanted to say that Brent Strom was still with them, but he doesn't travel with them a lot.
No, but
He's
Julia
Julia
made sure to point it out. He's a consultant or something.
That, if he's still doing that in Pittsburgh away from his family home in area, it didn't feel like his retirement was real or sincere. We're guessing, but
right.
Retiring after the 2021 season and then still being an assistant pitching coach
with the staff that you had
away from your home, it didn't feel like that was a true retirement.
Pittsburgh,
he was working in 3 weeks,
unless that Pittsburgh, here's the other thing. You could say unless Pittsburgh made him an offer he couldn't refuse, so he got back into baseball.
Yeah.
But then we're talking about the Pirates. Do we really think that the Pirates and ownership are going to give him a big deal to be a consultant? I don't.
Maybe he just lives in Arizona and advises from far away. I pulled up where the Pirates do spring training because it would kind of make sense if they were in the Cactus League in Arizona, but they're not. They're in Florida. So that makes no sense. It doesn't sound like a guy who was ready to quit working, right?
Yeah.
Texter Strom was a forefather of pitching analytics. I was kind of fuzzy on that, but Texter says that he was very pro analytics. I thought that he was kind of like Joe Madden-y. Where Joe Madden, who was an old guy, but was cool and hip and believed in numbers. He actually went away from it later in his career. He thought it became too much. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Murphy Miller or Brent Strom. What are you saying on that? 713-780-3776. We remember the campaign, right? Of all of the, hey, vote Mauricio Dubon for the All-Star team. Vote this person for the All-Star team. The Astros need to keep that marketing up. but turn it all towards Cam Smith winning Rookie of the Year. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you got to listen up. Maybe it's a Suburban, the 95-year-old Suburban. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've been selling the Suburban for half of the Suburban's life, over half the Suburban's life. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back and coming back and coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. No one's trying to get over on you. No one's trying to rip you off. No one's trying to upcharge you. Get this super extended warranty for the next 500,000 miles. No, Monument Chevrolet, you know what you're going to get. You feel comfortable with what you're getting as well. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time and aggravating stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. That's monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. 225 and Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Huge inventory. Huge lot of land out there. They have streets. Their lot's so big at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We've talked about our pitching coach style has led to some injuries. Has Arizona had injuries since Strom went to Arizona? I don't follow Arizona as closely as I follow Houston.
They had a couple of big names that kind of had issues and struggled.
Yeah, I know Burns this year, but Strom was gone this year.
No, I'm saying before that they had even in the World Series they were.
Oh yeah, Jordan Montgomery's been banged for the year.
Yeah, and before Montgomery, the World Series year they had put some pretty good money on the table for a couple of free agents, and those guys were not great. One came from Washington.
Do you believe? Oh, he
He's pretty big
You
arm.
thinking of Patrick Corbin?
Yeah.
Didn't Corbin go from Arizona to Washington?
I thought he went from
like big money in Washington. Maybe they traded. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But I think, I remember
But Corbin was there.
Corbin's had a decent year this year with the Rangers, like out of nowhere. Like last year, he was like one of the worst pitchers in baseball, especially with the money. And then this year, he's been pretty good with Texas. Pretty good pitching matchup too this week between Houston and Texas.
Lots of good matchups. Yeah.
Really good pitching matchups between those two. What's your stance on that? Do you think the Astros have more arm injuries than like other teams relative to the sport?
No, I think that it's the sport. I think that it's exactly what we hear so many pitchers talking about. The reason why across the league, Tommy John surgeries and arm surgeries are so far up is a combination of things. It starts with the fact that they started to crack down on the spider tack and all the different grip that allowed you to kind of get a better, firmer grip on the baseball. And now they're straining, they're squeezing the ball a little tighter to try and keep control of it as they're trying to throw quickly and trying to throw as hard as they can, because velocity has become even more of a tool that people want to, really kind of emphasize. And I think it was just a perfect storm. There's a combination of so many things right now. And Glasnow was the guy that more than ever anybody else, I think, was at the forefront of talking about just how strenuous it is, from the grip to the fact that, you have to pitch quicker and you have to pitch harder and you have to throw faster. That I don't think it's just specifically you can say, it's the Astros.
Yeah, I'm pro sticky stuff for what it's worth. But the somebody led me to a study done, like season-ending injuries around Major League Baseball for arms, and the Astros were middle of the pack. So I'm not a believer that it's the Astros because they want velocity and spin more than other teams, lead to more arm injuries than other baseball teams. I think it's a Major League Baseball issue. That article showed that the Astros are middle of the pack. And which team in baseball isn't chasing spin and velo? They all are.
That's the one thing I didn't mention in all of that, aside from the velocity and trying to throw as hard as you can and also be able to grip it so that you're not killing people and you have control of it, is the fact that spin rate is continuing to be one of the key factors that everybody emphasizes in pitching. And the more you spin, the more you snap, the more torque goes onto your arm.
Yeah. The Madison Bumgarner says a texture. Was that
no?
Arizona
You
guy?
got it right. It was Corbin.
Bumgarner was there.
He was.
I can't remember. Like, he did have some injuries, and then he retired kind of early.
I think Strami had him for a year.
Did he have for a year?
Like
I can't
year.
remember. The years run together for me. The Astros, they pushed this all-star game vote, right? Like everybody, like Dubon hit a walk-off home run. Oh, Dubon should be an all-star. The backup catcher should be an all-star. Salazar should be an all-star. All these guys should be all-stars. I want the Astros to keep up a marketing campaign. I want them to have that sort of vigor going forward. But what I want them to turn their attention to is Cam Smith winning the Rookie of the Year. And it's not so much because of Cam Smith getting an individual accolade on his trophy case and his mantle. I selfishly want the first round pick.
Yeah.
But they should start getting the word out. Keep up the marketing campaign. Get Cam Smith the Rookie of the Year. He's got a long way to go, but hey, help it out a little bit.
Look, we scoffed at the commercial, and rightfully so, at some of the guys they were trying to promote as all-stars. Christian Walker was in the middle of that commercial. It's like, I get it. You just got him. It was a big signing, but the season that he started, the way he started the season, ain't no way he's going to be an all-star. This is legit. This is your guy that has a legit chance to win it, and he continues to get better throughout the year. Now he's had a little fall off, I get it, but overall, from where he started from to where he now currently is, it's a race. You need to put all your assets behind him. You need to just do this. I mean, we did it for years. I remember when the Rockets were pushing James Harden for an all defensive team and all NBA team. And it's like, are you kidding me? There's one thing he's not going to be, and it's an all defensive player. But if you have the resources, use them.
This is more significant than Harden Defensive Player of the Year, though, because it helps your team.
Oh, absolutely.
It helps your team with that first-round pick because of the little PIP or whatever it's called. Now, they can also do it with Hunter Brown. So, maybe a two-prong campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Get Cam Smith, the American League Rookie of the Year, or at least push for it, and then also try to push for Hunter Brown to be the American League Cy Young. I do think there's a better chance for Hunter Brown to be top 3 in AL Cy Young than I think there is for Cam Smith to win the AL Rookie of the Year. In fact, that's pretty safe to say right now because Cam's probably second or third in AL Rookie of the Year odds right now, whereas Hunter Brown, I believe, is second.
Yeah, I mean, look, hiccup aside in the last start, Hunter Brown, I think it's going to be, two guys in that race for the rest, Skubal and him, I believe. And Frommer might even be able to sneak into that conversation as well. But I believe that he's got a legit chance, too. I think from a Cam perspective, he started out slow. Wilson started out red hot and built up a lead that I don't want to say is insurmountable, but it's an uphill climb for him because of it. Yeah. Not that he can't do it, but and you know it's the other thing that you mentioned with all this. It's not just the assets that are free, like the commercial spots you get and all the things like that. Teams forever and a day would try to buy votes.
Do it.
I mean,
buy votes for draft picks,
you
baby.
Find out who votes. And
I'm for it.
Remember in the past, like each guy, we all would have a vote for something if you were on a team broadcast, and they would break them up a little bit. But inevitably, you all got the gifts. So you were getting gifts in the mail. Vote Kobe Bryant. Elect Kobe Bryant for like MVP or whatever it was, and you'd get like one is the campaign buttons and the cutesy stuff, and then they would give you something really kind of nicer to try and buy your votes.
Do it. Buy the votes. Now, Fromber's not as important from the team aspect because he doesn't qualify for the PIP thing. Hunter Brown does. Cam Smith does. So, it's more advantageous for those guys to do well. And for Hunter Brown, it just takes top 3. Cam does have to win it altogether. All right, 713-780-ESPN. But I will say this. If Cam doesn't win the Rookie of the Year, he can still get you a draft pick in the future if he gets a top 3 MVP vote, like Hunter Brown. Like the PIP guys, they have to be top 100 prospects. They have to be caught up on opening day as opposed to in season. And then if they don't win the Rookie of the Year, they're still eligible for an extra draft pick if they win a Cy Young, similar to Hunter Brown. All right, Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros. He'll be joining us next. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We go straight out to the HR&P guest line, joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. TK, thanks for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees. I guess you could just summarize the Guardian series as baseball, right? You have the good road trip, you sweep the Dodgers. The Guards hadn't won in over 10 games, and then they come into the dike and sweep you. That's just baseball, right?
Yeah, it's baseball, and I think, the Astros have been playing over their skis a little bit with all those injuries, and it was bound to regress a little bit. I did not see that sweep coming. Certainly that second game was very winnable, and the Astros couldn't get it done in extra innings. But, yeah, it was kind of one of those series that you knew going in might be, they call it on the football schedule a trap game, but like a trap series where the Astros were coming back from the West Coast, coming off a high, taking on a Cleveland team that hadn't won in a while. But, disappointing to say the least. But now they get a fresh shot with the Rangers.
TK, we talked about it. The Astros are going to Astros sometimes. And remember coming out of the break last year when they had that big series with the Mariners and they crushed them and then they got swept by the A's. Like, it was the perfect storm, as you said, coming off the road trip and all the success. Now you're home, you're comfortable, and you're playing a team that lost 10 in a row. And these things sometimes have a way of happening. But a lot of people were panicking. And we were like, don't lose your minds, people. Look at how good this team has been. The one thing that you mentioned was that winnable game in Game 2. Hunter Brown, to me, that was the most surprising thing of the entire series. I was banking on him to be dealing. He had been so hot. Do you think that it was just not one of those nights? Do you think he was tipping his pitches? He kind of indicated he might have been.
Yeah, he said that in the postgame that he wanted to go back and look at the video. I mean, they were on stuff like no other offense has been on stuff this year. So credit to the Guardians, whether they caught something off them or they just had good swings. But, yeah, I didn't have that either. I did not have Hunter struggling against Cleveland's offense as bad as they had been for the previous 2 weeks. So that was a surprising game for sure. Now you've got Hunter pitching Sunday. You've got Fromber tomorrow and Lance today. It's going to be 3 good pitching matchups against the Rangers. But that Hunter start was that was the last thing I expected was that the Guardians would outscore the Astros that day. I could see maybe a low-scoring game that the Guardians could beat Hunter, but not 10 runs against 6 that afternoon or that evening.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. A lot of fan frustration, as you know, TK, with the injuries lately over the years. And we know that 99% of this is behind the scenes with medical and athletic trainers and doctors. Arguing it from an Astros side, what will be your defense of the handling of the return to play that the Astros have in place?
Yeah, I feel like, everybody's talking about it being a rush system. There's times when it feels rushed when Jake goes down after having that precautionary couple of days off. But then there's other times you look at these pitchers, and I feel like they're slow rolling with Arrighetti and Luis Garcia and Christian Javier. They are definitely taking as much time as possible to make sure they're 100% healthy. So, I don't know exactly what went on. I know Myers got a full workout before the game on Wednesday. He was cleared to play. He felt good. Could have been a situation where even had he sat that day and had the day off yesterday, he might have tweaked it tonight running out to center field. Just kind of one of those things. So hopefully the strain's not going to last too long. But going back to the original question, I would say, based on the anecdote that he got re-injured, that it seemed like it was a fast return. But I think in general, they really slow roll these guys coming back from injury and make sure whether it's Pena or Alvarez or the previous pitchers that I mentioned that they are more than 100% ready to go.
I want to take a little step back, TK, because I think that, because of what happened in the Cleveland series, there was little fall off from the euphoria of what happened on that road trip. But that sweep with the Dodgers for you guys, as well as the team, as much as just another regular season series, it was more. It felt like it was going to be more. I think because the Astros weren't at full strength, there were a lot of people that weren't anticipating them doing what they did. And then on top of it, the way they did it and the way that they just were historic in the win on Friday night and Christian Walker and all those things, it had to be, even for you guys, a really fun ride. And then as a sidebar, your thoughts on what Hershiser said from a broadcast perspective when you're getting your butt handed to you like they were.
Yeah, first of all, I was one of those people that was surprised with the sweep. I didn't think they were going to sweep the Dodgers going in there. I would have loved to have seen 2 out of 3 and wouldn't have been shocked if they lost that series based on all the injuries they're dealing with. So, yeah, Blummer and I were kind of looking at each other over the weekend in L.A. like, what is going on? Like, how do these guys keep figuring out a way to get it done? It was brilliant. I mean, that 18-1 game had fireworks that night on the 4th of July, so everybody had to hang out and watch the drumming at the hand of the Astros. It was pretty awesome. And Hershiser, the way he said it, I think got him in more trouble. If he would have just said, hey, seems like these guys are on a lot of pitches today. Maybe they're seeing something in the delivery here that we need to clean up, talking about their starter Ben Casparius or maybe Noah Davis, their reliever, who gave up a bunch of runs. But instead, the way he said it with the paraphrase, hate to open a wound here, it made you think that he was referring to 2017. Whether he was or not, that was what the interpretation was. So it was not a good look for him to do it in that form. He could have easily said it a different way.
You're very politically correct. That's the beauty of being in sports radio is we don't have to be as politically correct. We can just say whatever we want to say. A new name in the lineup for you to fill out today. Bryce Matthews playing second, batting eighth. Local kid from Atascocita. What are the Astros getting with Bryce?
They're getting a guy with a lot of tools who can hit the ball out and hit the ball off the wall, who had a great month of June. July's been okay. I was curious about the timing because one thing Dana Brown has consistently said is they're hoping to get more contact out of Bryce Matthews, and then once we do that, it'll be time for him to get a shot at the big league level. He's not really been hitting with a lot of contact here in the month of July. He's got a lot of strikeouts recently, but they're at the point now where the guys that they were using to fill in, not named Bryce Matthews, who had more time in the big leagues than Bryce, have been striking out their share as well. So I guess the Astros figured, hey, if we're going to go with player A, B, and C, and they're striking out X percentage of time, why not go with a young kid who might provide a spark, especially coming off that tough series? So it's an exciting time for Bryce, local kid, Astros Youth Academy kid, first time ever a kid from the Astros Youth Academy has made it to big league. So a lot going on tonight, a lot to be excited about for Bryce. He is, as Joe Espada said, not a finished product yet. You're still going to see swing and miss, but hopefully he can connect on one and maybe drive in a run or hit one out tonight.
TK, clean slate. You've seen them all. We've seen all the Cinderella stories, the Bill Murray. Here's the Cinderella story. These guys are unbelievable. You're looking at all the different kind of stories you weren't expecting this year. When you look at the one start of Jason Alexander to, Short coming in at short and being a defensive guy and then having an offensive explosion in LA. What's your favorite Cinderella story so far this year with some of those guys?
Oh, man, so many to choose from, right? I mean, Cooper wins the game against the Phillies with that home run in the bullpen and right center against Ranger Flores. You don't see coming. Trammell with a great catch on Freddie Freeman's line drive to save that game. One of the ones to me that's under the radar is because, Ryan Gusto is still fighting to stay in that rotation. When the Astros go back to a 5-man rotation, we're not sure who's going to be the guy moved to the bullpen. It could be Gusto, but he goes in to Dodger Stadium, and the Astros had already won the first 2 games of the series, and you're not really anticipating a sweep of that team in their home stadium. And he was able to pitch 6 innings of 1-run baseball to finish off that sweep. So that was one of the better ones for me. But the overall biggest Cinderella story, I think, might be just based on where he was last year and what he's done this year, Steven Okert. His numbers are ridiculously good this year, and coming off a very mediocre season when he wasn't really confident with the Twins last year. So that might be my overall biggest Cinderella story of the year is how well he has done.
Todd, his pitching probable is pretty good. Lance Slider tonight, Fromber, DeGrom tomorrow, Hunter Eovaldi on Sunday. There should be a lot of really good pitching over at Dyken Park this weekend.
Yeah, really good pitching. And when you look at the Rangers team, that's what they've been built on this year. And it's kind of hard to figure out why they're under 500 because their lineup looks good enough to be when they have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. This lineup looks good enough for them to be contending for the division title right now instead of being 9 or 10 games out. I guess they're 9.5 out starting today's play. But their offense just hasn't matched as good as their pitching has been. So, yeah, it's all three really good pitching matchups. Lance against Leiter, Fromber against DeGrom, and Hunter against Eovaldi. We don't have tomorrow's game. It's on Fox. But Hunter against Eovaldi going into the All-Star break, that's going to be outstanding. Plummer's not with me this weekend, by the way. He's got
that's
playing
right.
in Chicago He's got plans in Chicago this weekend as they celebrate the 20th year of their 05 championship. But we got Baggy, the Hall of Famer. Jeff Bagwell's going to join me in the booth for 2 games.
Is there a challenge to having to, work with somebody new?
Not when it's Baggy, because I've done it before.
Yeah.
And if it was a first time, maybe there's a little feeling out process. But with Baggy, we've worked together before. I know what makes him tick. Baggy's unique in that he will throw out a question in the middle of a broadcast that he doesn't know the answer to, that I may or may not know the answer to, but he'll just throw it out there. So he has to be working on the computer a lot, doing a lot of research. He has our statistician, Phil Bujoe, doing the same thing. So I love his insight, and obviously working with Blummer all these years, Blummer's awesome. But Baggy sees the game differently than most people, and I think it's really unique. And if you listen in on what he is saying about either what's about to happen or what should have happened, it's a really unique perspective, and I really enjoy the games we get to work together.
I was going to say, because people, it's the perfect combination because you only get him for short doses, but it's everything that you said and the fact that he has little to no filter and just the most brutal honesty in the world makes him so fun to listen to.
Oh, yeah. And he's such I feel like I'm an Astros fan. Blummer's an Astros fan. Baggy lives and dies. He is super fan. He is so into the game that it's kind of crazy to think about. Like a Hall of Famer who had his share of success in his time, but he lives, breathes, and dies with Astros victory. So it'll be fun to have him in the booth tonight and on Sunday.
He's not afraid of the word "we."
No,
he loves the word "we."
That's true.
I vaguely remember a story he told about Joe West that had me rolling.
Oh, he had a couple.
Remember?
Yeah,
Remember
with Joe
that?
West when he was a young player.
Yeah.
And he basically set him in his place and told him, yeah, it ain't like that.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was pretty good. Well, TK, have fun. Have fun with Baggy. Have a great call. We'll be listening. We'll catch up next week.
Yeah, we'll talk to you guys after the All-Star break from Seattle.
Sounds good. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Our conversation presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. I'm going to throw some trade scenarios by you when we come back. Trade deadline, 20 days away, a little less than 3 weeks away. I'm going to throw some scenarios by you, see which ones of these you like the best. 713-780-3776. You can play along, too. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
you're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, inside of Sweet Scoops, on Pleasure Pier in Galveston. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to these trade scenarios in a moment. I got a little exercise for you boys and girls. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel is on the HRP listener line. What is up, Israel? How are you?
What's up? I'm blessed, man. I just wanted to thank you, Jeremy, for your campaign, man. You know what I'm saying? I understand that you want the pick. It's a business. That's just a business.
I want the pick.
As far as getting a pick from a man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Right now, he's a little behind the 8 ball as far as getting 286. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's a little bit behind the 8 ball. He might not catch that guy in Oakland, but the guy, well, not Oakland, but for the A's. But the guy for the A's playing that rinky-dink park, he got off to a hot start. He three something. You know what I'm saying? And he still got a shot though. A little bit over half of the season left. Less than half of the season left. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And Joel, hey, Wisconsin, and when I said it, he doesn't have a shot. He didn't have a shot to be Rookie of the Year. He got a shot. It's not over. And I want to also salute Dana for the 3 brothers that's going to be starting today. I don't know if Trammell going to be in the lineup. Y'all had the lineup. Trammell, Matthews, and Cam. And you know what I mean? And give it up to the brothers. And the last thing. I want to work with KD. Y'all see the KD billboards around town?
Yeah.
All the front rows, they can be lined up with the guys, man. You get rid of Paul Wall, all the Slim Thug and all them guys, they're going to be in the front row, man. They'll pay for the tickets. Because KD, when the Lakers and all the big time, when the big games come, they're going to be there. And you know what I mean? Support the guys, man. I'm with H-Town. That's it.
Oh, Chi-Town kiss ass. You started by kissing Jeremy's ass. Stop it, Israel. You the fake tough stuff. Come on, man.
I just want to give a shout out to the brothers.
Exactly. And I was like, and then when he's bringing that, I was like, who do we have that we can throw in the mix from a white performer standpoint?
No, but I do want Cam. Also, if Cam Smith does win Rookie of the Year, I will admit that I was wrong on being on the opening day roster because you can't get the pick unless he's up on the opening day roster. So
look, if he wins it, Israel gets the credit. There's no doubt. Sure. If Reed Shepherd is a bust, he gets the credit, but he's going to have to wear it if he doesn't get those things.
For sure.
If they don't get those things.
For sure. I was going to say something else too. I forgot what I was going to say.
But Israel loves. Never mind.
No, I was going to say it had something to do with Cam. Even if Cam doesn't win Rookie of the Year, he's having a great rookie season.
Yes.
Like I want to be very clear on that because people think I don't like Cam. Never the case. I would have manipulated the time because I like Cam. But if he wins Rookie of the Year, it makes it a moot point. If Dana locks him up to a contract extension, it makes that a moot point too. But to be very clear, so we're all on the same page, Cam is having an excellent rookie season. We all agree on that. All right, so NBA, Major League Baseball trade deadline stuff has been out there. Some content's been out there. We're a few weeks away from the trade deadline. So lots to talk about when it comes to this. The ESPN had a story today about like what is the perfect fit for every single Major League Baseball team that's in the hunt. They mentioned Seth Lugo. I think Seth Lugo would be a perfect. Now, this is not them like rumored to be in on Seth Lugo. It's not the Astros have been calling about Seth Lugo. This is just like what is the perfect match for the Astros. I think Seth Lugo would be fine. You had a really good starting pitcher that would be your third best starter.
Yeah, but at the same time, as I always say, the price matters. And it's a twofold situation. What are you giving up? And then what are you doing to the cap and the tax? And how willing is Crane and the organization going to be to paying that? So it's nice to take one of the better pitchers that might be on the market. And Kansas City's not out of it by any stretch. But if they are willing to move on from him, what are you giving up? And then where does that put you financially? I think that's where the key discussions, the crux of this would have to come from. Because, yes, he'd absolutely be a really good addition to this starting rotation. But at what price?
Yeah, that's always comes into play. He wouldn't be cheap either. He'd be one of the better starting pitchers on the market. And the Astros don't have a terrific farm system that teams are going to be like. They're not going to win shootouts for people on the trade deadline.
And
Like
he's
if there's
making a lot of money too, right?
$15 million. I mean,
that's not bad. I thought it was 20.
It's not crazy, but it does push you into the competitive balance tax. So 15 turns into whatever the tax is on that. It turns into 17.5 or whatever. Now he does have a player option for next year, but he'd probably turn that down because he'd get more money on the open market.
And if it happens anything close to Kikuchi and he has success with a really good team behind him and a team that's rolling, and we just got done talking about the pitching coaches. If they can do anything with him at all to kind of enhance what he already does, then his value is probably going up to a level just like Kikuchi, where when he hits the open market, you're not going to be able to compete.
And like you said, they're one of those tweener teams. Like that's why there's not a lot of activity right now, is because there's a lot of tweener teams. Like Texas could be a tweener team. Kansas City's only 3.5 games out of the playoffs. Like that's in the race.
Way too close for them to be pulling the plug.
And they have won 4 in a row, so like that helps out too. But yeah, if the Astros acquired Seth Lugo today, would I be excited about that? I would be excited about that.
I think this is a make or break, and hear me out, a make or break series for the Rangers, not for the rest of the season, for how they handle the trade deadline. If they're 9.5 out now and they somehow sweep the Astros and they get right back in the thick of it, I think they're buyers.
Oh, for sure.
But I think if they go down, they lose 2 out of 3, or if they get swept, I think that's the difference between them saying, okay, let's cut some salaries, let's cut bait and restart next year.
Well, I mean, you look at their rotation, it's like that's a formidable rotation. That'd be a rotation that you wouldn't want to face in the postseason. Like, I mean just look who they're starting this week. I mean, Leiter's been really good.
Yeah.
Then you got DeGrom, who's been healthy, and when DeGrom's been healthy in his life, he's been really good. And then you're throwing Eovaldi, who's been fantastic this season. Their rotation's nasty. Like
and Rocker?
He's been better lately.
Yeah, he's been better lately, but he's got that big arm that everybody was talking about when he came out of Andy.
He was getting rocked early, but he's been better lately.
No pump.
No, I didn't. I'm just so funny. It comes to me naturally. I had zero fun. Why'd you look at him like that, AJ? You looked at him like, I don't think I'm funny. Like he doesn't think I'm funny.
I was just looking at his reaction. That's all I was looking at.
Yeah. All right. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Let's save the trade stuff until the top of the hour. There's some injury news from Brian McTaggart. Jeremy Pena is ramping up work in the weight room and doing, quote, somewhat baseball activities. What is somewhat baseball? I mean, he's probably like jogging, right? He's probably like lightly throwing a baseball. That's what I guess it would be.
I don't like it.
Why not?
Because of what we just went through with
So
Jake.
you feel like it's a little bit of a rush?
Yeah. I mean, why are we rushing it all when we're heading to the All-Star break?
Okay. Fair. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, but the only thing that I just popped into my head is I was going to say you get the whole All-Star break to ramp up, but you really don't, because even if he's not playing the game, this is his first All-Star game.
Yeah.
He's going to go. He's going to partake. So, and that's a big thing to him, and I understand it. I just get a little cringy when you start another ramping up. Like when all we hear about is like the rush job with a lot of guys that has caused a lot of what we have been talking about for a couple weeks. That's a little cringy.
He's just trying to get his pump going. That way, when he goes to the All-Star game, he looks good.
He's got accents. The hammers are always there.
The weight room stuff's kind of like, okay. But the somewhat baseball activities, I don't really. He's probably lightly throwing a baseball, but it doesn't seem like he's anywhere close. Like if I'm reading, starting to do some work in the weight room and then somewhat baseball activities, that's still like 2 weeks minimum.
Yeah, is
minimum.
that now the cracked rib is on the throwing arm side?
I don't know.
Because
I've never heard that.
I would assume that it's not on the throwing arm side, that he can and I think it is, because I was going to say then I don't mind him throwing a little bit.
Well, I mean, he was hit here, so that'd be the glove side. I don't know. I mean, you would think he got the broken rib from where he got hit, right?
Right.
And he got hit on the lead left.
So then
rib.
he could throw.
Yeah.
So then it's the other side. So at least you could throw a little bit. And I don't think he's going to be throwing gas. So okay.
Well, he does anyways.
Yeah, but I just get a little cringeworthy when I hear ramping up with a guy that's hurt.
I mean, seeing that note though, I still think he's 2 weeks away.
Oh,
minimum.
Yeah. Well, and even Espada said, like, we're not even thinking about it till after the All-Star game. So he wasn't going to play, which means that as much as it's you can try and minimalize it and say it wasn't. It's a cracked rib. It's still a cracked rib that's probably significant enough that you'd like to have him for the Seattle series. I wouldn't count on it.
I'm thinking 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
I think that it's going to end up being like a 4-week injury, and people call me a clown for saying it was going to be a 4-week injury.
And I think
so. I don't know if I want to be
way more than the 10 days.
I don't know if I want to be right or wrong about that. Tagger says Alvarez is not swinging a bat yet, so there is that, which isn't a surprise. Like I didn't expect him to be swinging a bat
September
right now. Yeah, probably.
Seems like it.
They're going to expedite it, though, once he's swinging a bat.
Oh, I bet you they are ramping him up.
And then Dubin and Rogers have shifted their rehabs to Florida. So that's good. Rogers
good.
maybe closer. Dubin, I thought whenever Dubin had the elbow thing, remember he had the elbow thing at the start of the year too. It feels like Dubin's elbow is a ticking time bomb. But that's good that he's not shelved for the entire year.
No, and I think that the big thing is that when we've seen guys that actually do return shortly after it, it's once they go down to Florida and they're competitive with live pitching, live hitting. We've seen a lot of guys that go through that, Trammell, and then they're ready to go. So I would hope that they get ramped up on some live baseball activities so that we are getting closer to them coming back.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Text, you're funny that everyone keeps saying our farm system sucks, but didn't we win the AAA championship? Yeah, but you did that with a lot of kind of 4A players. You did that with a lot of really good AAA players, but not a ton of prospects. Gusto was on that team. Gordon's on that team. Obviously, they're helping you. Matthews was on that team for the final month. He's helping you. Melton was on that team late. You hope he helps you. But none of those guys are Matthews is the top prospect of them. Matthews is in the MLB top 100 as of today.
The easiest way to kind of look at that too is it's not just your AAA team, because you're right. To win the AAA championship is great. That means you got a whole lot of guys that probably aren't good enough to play in the bigs, but are really good at AAA. When your farm system is complete and really, really good, that means from A ball all the way up, it is just littered with talent or guys that have enough talent that at some point in their careers they'll be playing Major League Baseball, and they're all on different time frames. Because I worked in an organization where winning matters to the point where Daryl Morey was focused on winning the G League championship. And it means absolutely nothing at the end of the day, other than you can get an extra, rinky-dink ring and you get some other accolades. But the bottom line is if your G League team was that good, those guys would be on your NBA roster.
Yeah. Good news there on Dubin and Rogers, though. 713-780-ESPN. Pena's in the weight room. Can't keep him out of it, says Blaine. Same. Somewhat baseball activities, playing hacky sack. Baseball players do like playing hacky sack
And
for whatever reason.
And catch with a football.
Yeah, it's good for pitchers' arms.
Yeah.
The way they throw it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I'm going to give you options on what you would rather see on the Astros, players specifically. We'll do that on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Not Santa's here.
Yes,
Brian.
he is.
He's here.
Ho, ho, ho.
He's roasting Brian, too, which is hilarious.
Or no.
He's
'cause
calling
not
Brian
Santa.
lazy, and he never works, and he doesn't look good.
Oh, he bought y'all's bet.
He's not wrong.
He did say half of that, but I added a little bit of it. Texture, I thought Dubin's beginning of the year injury was a shoulder. Maybe so. Throwing related. Shoulder, elbow, both things are now bothering him at least at some point this year. Hopefully it stays intact because he's helpful.
Shoulder is connected to the arm, which is connected to a lot of baseball pitcher injuries, just saying.
Do the Astros buying or selling at the deadline indicate where we actually stand across the board with injuries?
Yeah, I think it'll factor into it some degree. I thought you were going to say whether they're in it or not. I mean, yeah, from the standpoint of the injuries, they don't have to do a whole – you're going to get a big left-handed bat that is arguably your best offensive player overall when you get Yordan back.
Maybe.
If you know Yordan's coming back, but I mean, to the point of is that going to be an indication of what they do at the deadline? If they think that this Yordan thing may linger longer in September or, God forbid, longer than that, and or the Jake injury because it's actually full-blown – maybe if it's worse than it was prior to him running out to the outfield the other night, then maybe a center fielder like Mullins or a player like that is going to be more of a priority. I think it is a barometer.
I wonder if Dana's optimism of always getting players back could factor into. I just wonder. Because our concern of getting Yordan back is probably more than Dana's because Dana's super optimistic. Mm-hmm. So and then Dana's the one that's making these moves. So could Dana's optimism prevent a trade for a left-handed bat because he's optimistic of getting Yordan back?
It is possible. It's always that fine line of what you say in public and what you believe in private, because he might want to give you that hope because it also makes him look good. If, hey, every indication was we're getting this guy back, so we're not going to do anything, and then you stay under the tax, and then when it doesn't happen, you're like, hey, we were fully expecting he was going to be back, and then it's not as pointed at him.
Uh-huh.
But overall, I do think it's a barometer. What they do at the deadline is what they know, whether they tell us or not, about a lot of guys.
All right, here I'm going to run some trade deadline questions by you boys, and you answer them, boys. Would you? This was from the Athletics article. They put together some Major League Baseball trades they'd like to see. Would you trade Chaz and Walker Yanick for Brandon Lowe?
Man, I don't mind trading Chaz in a heartbeat. It's kind of what Lowe's going to give you, and how long is he under contract for?
He actually has a team option for next year.
He could be a difference maker in a lot of ways to enhance your offense. But is it worth what Yannick could be? We don't know what he could be. Offensively, we don't know what he could be. We know he's supposed to be a really good defensive catcher, but that's the risk reward is a year, maybe two, and you give up a guy that could be your catcher of the future. I'm going to say no.
Okay. I would do this one.
You would?
I would do this one, mostly because of the second year. Brandon Lowe would help you a lot. Left-handed bat, he crushes righties. Now, he's not a good defender, so the idea of, you're trading for a second baseman, well, that's kind of the reason they moved Altuve because they wanted a better infielder at second base, especially behind Fromber, Hunter Brown. So it kind of goes against that logic of a strong infield defense, but there's other ways to get him in the lineup. I personally would do this. I'm not sure Yannick's ever going to hit at the level of being this can't-miss catcher.
And to counter my own argument, just for the sake of what we've been through in the past, Corey Lee was supposed to be a hell of a catcher.
Correct.
Yeah,
he was.
And then that's where the whole adage of you know what you know.
It's case by case.
Trading a prospect for a proven player is always a little bit risky.
For sure. And it's case by case too. And that's why you have to trust your evaluation and your scout. And Dana, I trust Dana's eye. I really do. I think he's a good baseball eye. What would you do on that one, Brian? You trading Chaz and Yannick for Brandon Lowe?
Yeah, I would make that trade.
Good answer, Brian. You'd make that trade? Okay, good. All right. Would you trade Bryce Matthews, AJ Blueball, and Jacob Melton to the Marlins for Jesus Sanchez and Edward Cabrera?
My first indication, my knee jerk is no.
Okay.
Too much young talent going out.
I'm doing this one too. I'm usually the prospect hugger. I'm usually the prospect hugger.
Yeah.
I do have concerns about Bryce Matthews' swing and miss. The home road splits do concern me as well. I'm not sure AJ Blueball is a big league pitcher. He was really bad in it. I know it's only one outing, but he's actually been pretty bad in Sugarland since he went back down. And then Jacob Melton, I don't know if he's a big league starter as well. A lot of swing and miss there.
The next Joey Loperfido.
I think he's better than Joey Loperfido, but I think he's in the same vein as Joey Loperfido.
Yeah.
Like same category, same tier, but a better version of him. I think he's a little bit more athletic. I think he's a little faster.
Sure.
Loperfido might have more power, but I think Melton's probably a better offensive player. Now, Jesus Sanchez, left-handed bat, can play either corner, crushes right-handed pitching, and he has like 2 to 3 years of extra club control. Edward Cabrera is a big right-handed arm who hasn't like put it all together, who I think this pitching staff, Murphy and Miller, would have tremendous amount of success with, and he has a lot of club control too. So these wouldn't be 2 rentals. Like these are 2 pieces that are going to be with you for a few years, so I'm not trading for rentals. I actually would do that one as well, Brian.
Yeah, make it unanimous. Like you guys said, I mean, we've seen blue ball. I don't think he's a major league pitcher, and I do like Bryce Matthews and Jacob Melton, but they've shown they have holes in their swing. They're not perfect prospects. They're not can't miss. So if they can improve their roster for this year, I'd make the deal.
2 against 1, unanimous.
Yeah, correct.
If you had to trade a prospect, would you rather trade Yannick or Matthews?
Yannick. Because I think that there's still enough positives in what Bryce Matthews can do offensively, as opposed to just this complete unknown of a guy that might be the next Maldi. You know, he could be a really good defensive catcher that can't hit his weight.
See, I feel like I undersold Yannick's offense. Like I think offense has a chance to be like an average big league catcher bat. But I would rather trade Yannick as well. Like Matthews, again, I sound like I'm being critical of Matthews because I talked about the swing and miss and stuff. But Matthews does have some attributes that are like, okay, like that's pretty special. He's very, very fast. He has very, very good power. And you combine speed and power, you get a little bit of contact improvement. He could be a pretty good starter. I like his chances of being a pretty good starter more than Yannick's chances of being a pretty good starter. All right, so Jeff Passan put together like a trade primer on ESPN, and he mentioned some names that could be with the Houston Astros. He mentioned, and I kind of went a different. I have like tiers or whatever. You'll see. The first one I have are starting pitchers that were linked to the Astros by Passan. 4 of them. You pick one. Chris Paddock, Zach Eflin, Nick Martinez, Zach Gallant. If you had to pick one, which one would you rather the Astros trade for?
Money out of the question. Just the
just like the guy that would excite you the most.
I like Gallant.
All right, Brian.
My gut reaction was Eflin.
Okay, I would hate that answer. I would go Martinez, but Gallant would be a close second. Those 2 would be the most exciting for me. Here are left-handed bats that were in these trade deadline possible players to be moved. So left-handed bat. Wilyer Abreu, Ryan O'Hearn, or Ozzie Albies?
Ooh. Boy, Albies would be a nice fit.
He's been really bad this year.
I know it, but for his career, and he can play second base, and he plays a good defensive second base.
See, I wonder if Dana Brown would take a flyer on Albies because he knows him.
He knows him.
Yeah. See, that's what was kind of registering in my mind.
My gut feeling right away was I think O'Hearn could resurrect his year coming here. You just got to find a place to play him.
Yep.
But Albies would be a great fit at second base, and I think he could resurrect his season and kind of go back to who he was if he had a good team around him.
He's been really bad this year. I'm actually going to Abreu. I'd go Wilyer Abreu.
Really?
He's been the best offensive player consistently. Like, O'Hearn's not been good the last month or so.
Feast off the Astros?
Abreu?
In that series?
He's been feasting off everybody. The dude can just hit. Yep. Brian?
I think I would lean O'Hearn.
Okay, second left-handed options. These are a lesser tier of lefties. Cedric Mullen, Josh Naylor, Ryan McMahon.
Going to go Mullen.
Yeah, the injury of Myers makes it kind of easy to go with Cedric Mullen. So I'd go Mullins as well because Myers I'm a little shaky about. Brian.
This time actually unanimous, Mullen.
I knew he was going to say that.
Right-handed relievers. This is something that Blummer said was on his wish list the other day. Like a right-handed arm to go, to balance out all the lefties because you have a bunch of lefties in Abreu. The right-handed relievers who could be traded, according to Passan: Griffin Jacks of Minnesota, David Bednar of Pittsburgh, Ryan Helsey of St. Louis, Chris Martin from the Rangers, and then Reed Detmers. I think he's pitching with the Angels. I'll double check that.
Did you say?
He's with the Angels.
So
Jax, Bednar, Helsey, Martin, Detmers.
I'll go Bednar. He's the guy that I've seen the most.
Yeah, he had a bad start to the year, got sent down, but he's been pitching really well lately.
Yeah,
I like Bednar too.
Yeah,
I'll go Bednar as well. I'll copycat you. I like all these guys, but I think Bednar more than all the others.
Yeah, I would go with Bednar as well, just because he's got, kind of the back of the baseball card. He's got the talent there. He did hit the skids a little bit earlier this year, but with the Astros' ability to turn pitchers around, I think they could get their hands on him and get him back to what he was.
Last one. Top of the list, off the top shelf. If they make this trade, your jaw drops.
Okay.
Jarren Duran, Alex Bregman, Eugenio Suarez.
Wow. And money doesn't matter. Look, I'm really intrigued by Duran because I think that they could replace him, but I think he's a good baseball player, a really good baseball player. The Bregman story is just too good. It would be so juicy and just so fun to watch if money didn't matter. I'll say Bregman.
I have a tough time knowing where Bregman plays. Like, you have 2 third basemen that I think are third basemen. Like, I know that both are capable of playing second, but I'm not sure that either one would be that good playing second. Bregman would be better at it than Isak. I'm a little worried about Isak's lateral movement at second base, but it's not like Bregman's a spring chicken either, and he's coming off a leg injury. He's also potentially in the last year of his deal because he's got a player option. Suarez is in the last year of his deal, and I think you need more outfield help. So even though Duran's having I wouldn't say a bad year, but he's not having the year that he had last season. Last season, he was a stud. This season, he has slipped a bit. Because of the Astros' needs, I go Duran, even though I think Bregman's a better baseball player. I think Duran's a better fit. So I go there.
I understand it. Yeah, but I just, from a heartstring and just from an overall, from what we do perspective, that'd be a hell of a story if you got Bregman back.
It would be, the storylines would be scintillating.
Yes.
Brian.
Well, first off, I don't know what trading for need is. But I will say I think I would go with the outfielder with Duran. Like I get.
I don't know what he means by that.
No, I was making a Nick Casario joke. But I just like if I'm going to trade away the assets it would take to get these guys, I'm not going to do it with a position that you'd be creating a logjam for. I mean, maybe Bregman a second works, whatever. But give me the outfielder.
Duran also has club control. So like Suarez free agent, Bregman potentially will be a free agent. Duran still has a couple of years.
I mean, you turn the parabolic mics on the field down, and you got yourself a ball player.
Yeah, he's under club control through 28, Duran. So you're not trading. You're trading for a guy who's your. I mean, I don't know where you'd be. I mean,
maybe you trade Jake.
Maybe you just move out two back to second. But yeah, I mean, he's here through 28. That'd be my call there. You have to be very nice to him though, because he can.
Yeah, he's salty.
He's got some rabbit ears at times,
and he's not afraid to act on it.
No, he's not. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Coming up next, we play everybody's least favorite game. Who Said It with the Bees? Broadcasting live from Sweet Scoops on Pleasure Pier on La Playa in Galveston on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Killer Bees, Sweet Scoops, Pleasure Pier, Galveston. Thank you for having us out here. Been a great time. AC, too. Really thankful for that. Texter said, you're wrong, Branham, who said it is my favorite game. That's why I make sure to turn the station on every time you're playing it. It's a great way for the listeners to play along who listen all the time. Okay, well, you can have a take, and it can be bad. Time to play everybody's least favorite game. Who said it? Brian, go ahead.
All right, quote number 1. I was never interested in watching dudes pretending to be on horses and fight other dudes and in apparently less than protective metal. Nah, I'm out. Yeah, I can watch a TV show. I don't need to see it done worse live and in person.
Are they talking about like Renaissance Festival and the joust?
Jousting, yeah.
I'm going to say right off the top when he was reading it, it just screamed Dell.
Screams Dell?
Yeah, because he and Michael Carroll could have that conversation. He likes to get off the beaten path of just sports to get into like.
He doesn't strike me as a Renaissance Festival guy either.
Yeah.
Could you see Dell at the Renaissance Festival?
No.
He's drinking mead and wearing all the Viking stuff.
Turkey leg, but yeah.
Usually you think about these.
Oh, he doesn't like turkey.
He
doesn't like turkey because he said even on Thanksgiving you shouldn't eat turkey because it's a dirty animal.
Well, okay.
He goes off on turkey. He goes off. He does not like turkey. Yeah.
Are there any animals that are clean?
I mean, I don't know if it's what they eat or I don't know, whatever. But I've heard him go on rants.
I wonder if he eats catfish.
That's a good question.
Because, I mean, well, I can get started on what they eat. Yeah, I'll go Dell. That's bacon. It's a good way to get rid of a body. The
Fish eat bacon?
No.
Oh.
He's saying pigs are dirty.
Oh, yeah. Well, my wife will tell you they're one of the smartest animals on the planet.
I think they are. And they can eat, like, human bodies.
What?
Yeah. Like, if you ever need to get rid of a body blanker, just throw it, like, in a pigsty. And they'll eat up all the bones and stuff.
Sweet.
I learned that from a cartel movie.
They got pigs on the north side, right?
I get the pigs for you. I know a guy.
That's what I'm saying.
So you want to go Dell?
Yeah.
All right, Dell.
I was never interested in watching dudes pretend to be on horses and fight other dudes and apparently less than protective metal. Now I'm out.
Game of Thrones. I don't need it.
Yeah, I can watch a TV show. I don't need to see it done worse live and in person.
All right, good job. You boys are up 1-0.
Why did they pretend to be on horses, though? The joust, they are on horses.
He was talking about medieval times. I thought they rode horses in that. Maybe they don't. I don't know. Is it
whenever
fake?
they joust, they're on horses.
Yeah, when they joust at the Renaissance Festival, they're dead horses.
Yeah, they're not fake horses.
Specifically medieval times, not the Renaissance Festival. So I don't know if medieval times are on fake
I think
horses.
medieval was probably. I don't think there were fake horses
Brian's
back
talking.
then. I don't think, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there was ever fake horses.
I've only seen jousting on horses.
Like, if you're legitimately jousting, I'm pretty sure you've always been on horseback.
You might sword fight, fence.
Yeah. All right, quote 2.
Quote 2. It's so gross. I hate how we glorify eating so much in our country. Like, I think we should glorify good food. I don't think we should glorify eating to the point of gluttony. Like those disgusting fat people on that. What's that show? Like the two people. There's like these two fat sisters. Disgusting. It's disgusting. It's a shame. It's a bad example for our kids.
I think Joel watches that
it's
show.
awful.
No, not Joel. Joel's wife and kids.
What is the show where there's two people, two
1,000-pound sisters.
Is that the one he's talking about? This has to be Paul.
I think there's 3. That's exactly what I said. It has to be Paul.
Like there's
unless Brian's up because it's so conveniently Paul.
Somebody could be sarcastic, saying,
right?
But like it's the only person I can see that saying that legitimately is Paul.
Agreed.
All right, let's do it.
It's so gross. I hate how we glorify eating so much.
Yeah.
Like I think we should glorify good food. I don't think
Paul,
we should
not
glorify eating.
No, but he's still the single one, not quite as much single now. He's still the Mr. Over the top on the diet and exercise and everything.
Right, not a foodie.
Well, he made it clear he would love to eat here today, but he didn't want to suffer the lactose intolerance.
He didn't do milk?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. All right, 3. We're a 1 from a victory.
All right, quote number 3. Congratulations for dunking hot dogs in the water. That is the grossest thing I've ever seen. It's really, truly terrible that you dunk bread into water. Ugh. I'm going to eat these hot dogs with style and class and grace and patience. I'm not dunking anything into water and going.
I'm hearing Lance.
It's my take too. I hate that thing. I can't.
Oh,
stand
I
that
agree.
contest.
But just the bread in water,
It's so gross.
just that wash rag of eggs that you have to digest is nasty.
Yeah.
I heard the morning show, but I
heard Lance too.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
with
it's
you on
Lance.
that. Lance.
Congratulations for dunking hot dogs in
That's-
water.
congratulations.
That is the grossest thing
Nice.
I've ever seen.
We're one away
It's
from never
really,
playing this
truly
game again.
terrible that you
Two
dunk
away.
bread
That was
in
question
the
3.
water.
Yeah,
Oh,
got
dang
two
it.
left.
So that was 4.
Math
That's
major
how
for
boring this
one
game
semester,
is.
right?
It's not math. It's counting. It's
What
because
is
it's been a
counting? It's
chore.
math.
Last 10 minutes. Been a chore.
All right, quote number 4.
It's an abacus.
Quote 5.
4, because I can count, except for I'm adding up weight on a bench press. Anyway, quote 4. The first time I ever had an egg on a burger was in Germany. I was like, whoa, they
Germany?
invented something tremendous here. This is incredible. You Germans, you're making up for it.
What?
John?
I don't think so.
Lance?
Like, you would think both of those guys are cultured enough to have a fried egg on a cheeseburger in America.
Yeah, but John's going to be Italian above all else and like kind of backhandedly give them credit.
I don't know. AJ's looking at us funny.
What was your first
AJ
explanation?
trying to give
I feel
it
like
away?
it's Paul. Well, no, he's a cheeseburger.
AJ's.
He's a cheeseburger. Read the part of the question.
Sorry, you
Quote.
guys are breaking
Read it again,
up.
Brian.
Well, you want to read the whole? Okay.
Brian, read it again.
I want to break up with this game. Can you read the first part of the quote?
If I could hear you well, I would. All right, here we go. Quote again. The first time I ever had an egg on a burger was in Germany. I was like, whoa, they invented something tremendous here. This is incredible.
Is that him? Oh, that's enough. Is that him? Is that him getting rid of cheese? Like, he's about to eat a cheeseburger. Well, I don't eat cheese. I put it on a burger. Because it'd be Paul because he doesn't eat cheese.
This is more important.
And I feel like
we
John
got the
and
winner
Lance-
outside this
like
morning.
John and Lance have had fried egg on a cheeseburger. And
Well, it's in and out. John lives there. Lance definitely is happy.
they don't put eggs in and out.
Yeah, they do.
I don't think so.
I think they do.
I don't think so.
A fried egg on a burger?
In and out? Yeah. I don't think so.
I'm gonna look it up.
I don't think so. You got the
I
internet.
can't look it up. You look it up.
I go to In-N-Out all the time. I've never had an egg on my cheeseburger.
I think in
In-N-Out.
California.
I don't think so, man.
Okay.
Eggs on burgers at In-N-Out. But like, I think that John and Lance would have had this. I don't believe Paul did. And I think the way that Paul said cheese and burger, he well, I don't eat cheese because I don't eat cheese.
We've had more synergy and
I think
continuity anything we've ever done today. So
That's not true. We've been each other since all the time.
you call we won. We already won. So
All
you
right,
call
Paul.
it.
Super. I think I'm on the
First time I ever had an egg on a burger was in Germany.
That's good.
I was like,
Hold on a
they
second.
invented
Say
something
cheeseburger.
tremendous here.
That's good.
Restart that there, Brian.
You want me to restart the clip?
Yes.
The first time I ever had an egg on a burger
was
in
in Germany. That's good.
He did say cheese.
All right, move on. Quote 5. The play
Yeah,
the
he
game
didn't
first.
say cheeseburger. So the segment lives. Congratulations to everyone but Jeremy. Quote number 5. The thing that baffles me is I'm surprised none of these guys want to like speak and say like, oh God, Joe's talking about ultrasound again. Dana Brown's talking about calcification and bones again. Like they don't want to correct. Doctors are generally really smart people that went to the most difficult kind of school that there is, medical school. I can't remember all that crap.
Paul.
Paul.
The thing that baffles me is I'm surprised none of these guys want to speak. It's
You had a
like,
shot.
oh my
I'm
God,
so
Joe's talking
mad. You
about
had a shot. It
again.
was on your shoulders.
Dana Brown talking about
choked so bad.
calcification and bones again. Oh, like
I'm so mad.
Good job. One.
It's a terrible week. It doesn't end in perfection. It's a bad week. You have to play this game again next week. It's a bad week.
Sound like Paul now getting perfect games.
Yeah, that's
all of them. You had all of them?
Yeah, I could have had because I worked the day first quote in the quote.
He could have helped us, Brian, and he did.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
well,
worry about his facial.
As you shouldn't, though. You're a man of integrity. You should have helped us.
Sometimes.
All right. Is he a Ranger or is he
I'll tell you when we get back from break. Your guys' signal's bad. Let's go to break.
All right. Let's go to break. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 7.5, ESPN 5.
unsuspecting stranger.
Broadcasting live from Pleasure Pier, Galveston, as part of ESPN Houston's Summer Circuit.
Presented in part by our grand prize sponsor, Power On e-bikes.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's Sweet Scoops, Pleasure Pier in Galveston. Technical difficulties. Who's more to blame, AJ or Brian?
Brian.
Certainly not us. We're talented. We don't mess with stuff like that.
Plus, we don't get blamed for it.
Yeah. Probably better to say Brian since he's away. All right. So is he an Astro or is he a
cast member or character on the TV show Walker, Texas Ranger?
I knew it. I knew it was that.
Why
right,
didn't you promote it?
Let's go. Well, I knew after the rejoin.
Yeah, okay. There you go. There we go. All right. Person number one, James Trevette.
Who?
James Trevette.
You first, right?
Yeah, Joel's first.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah, I've never heard of that guy, so I think he was a Walker, Texas Ranger guy.
Correct. That is the actor Clarence Gilliard, who was one of the main characters on the show. You guys are tied at one apiece.
So I think you left yourself a bigger runway, too, because you said it could be the actor's name or the character.
Yeah. I intentionally to make sure I had enough people.
Not that I would know.
But that still gives him more.
Would it really make a difference for how well you knew the cast of that show?
We got the first one right, tough guy.
Just one. It would certainly help on just
Chuck
one
Norris.
of them.
Chuck Norris, sure. Yeah.
I think I can get that one. All right, number two.
All right, person number two, Judson Mills. Is that a person or character, or an actor or a character on the show, or a Texas Ranger?
Sheesh, that was a confusing
or
question.
in your graduating class. I mean, it could be anybody.
It's like you get.
Good Lord.
Any other options?
Any other caveats you want to throw into the
They're
mix?
such divas. Jesus.
Man.
Oh no.
Name two things. Oh my God, how many can it be?
There was at least
Or one of the
four.
lifetime members of the Space Cowboys.
I'll go Texas Ranger, the movie, the show.
I'll go the show as well.
That is correct. That is a character played by the actor Francis Gage. You guys
Easy
are
work.
tied 2-2.
Easy work.
Now, Francis Gage is eligible also to be used later.
Probably.
Yeah.
That would be dumb of me to say it and then give you the guys that person. But
You've never done anything
Yeah,
dumb.
We'll see how
we
that
would
goes.
never put that
We'll see
past
how
you.
that
Is it a
goes.
lake? Next week, it's going to be, is it a lake or an ocean?
Number three, Carlos Sandoval.
I'm going to go Texas Ranger.
Which one?
Oh, the baseball team.
Was there ever a Carlos Sandoval on that show? I don't remember any Carlos Sandovals on that show. I'm going to go a baseball player.
You guys are incorrect. Carlos Sandoval was a character played by the actor Marco Sanchez.
Was he a bad guy?
I don't know. I just
Probably
looked at the
was.
IMDb page.
Kung Fu Cowboy. Sandoval.
All right, still tied 2-2. Number four now, Robert Garcia.
Well, I went Hispanic name. I'll stay consistent. Texas Ranger baseball player.
Okay. I'm going to go TV show.
Jeremy is correct. Robert Garcia is a Rangers relief pitcher. Jeremy
Let's
is now
go.
up
Nod your
by
head like
one.
you knew.
Let's go.
Jeremy up by one, going to number five, Michael Hellman.
He's mayonnaise.
You're up first, right?
Yeah,
I thought
Joel's
it was
up
you.
first.
Oh, I'm up first?
Yep.
I'll go TV show.
What was the name again?
Michael Hellman, Helman.
Yeah, I'll go TV show too.
Incorrect. That is a Rangers outfielder.
Okay.
Yeah, not a well-known outfielder apparently. Number six,
Oh.
Jeremy is still up by one. Jacob Webb.
I'll go TV show.
I thought I'm down one. I thought I was supposed to go, but that's fine.
No,
We'll
if you're
do it
down,
for
you're
the
supposed to go
last
after
three.
me
Oh,
because
yeah,
you can
okay.
because I can't play
okay.
defense.
All right. Okay. Well, how many we got left?
Three more after this one.
Oh, I got time. What was the name again?
Jacob Webb.
I'll go TV show.
So you both said TV show?
Yeah.
Correct. Dang it.
That is
Who
a
are these
Rangers
Rangers?
relief pitcher.
Bunch of no-namers.
Yeah, a
they're
bunch of
falling
jobbers. Bunch of
Bullpens, a bunch
Who
of
the
jobbers.
is that guy?
bunch of those guys.
Exactly.
All right,
All right.
third to last.
Jeremy up one. Question or person number seven, Alex Cahill.
To me?
This
No,
would
it's
be
me. You have to
Joel,
go
yes.
last.
Oh, you're right.
No,
right,
he goes
right,
last 'cause
Right.
he's
You're
losing.
right. You're right.
I'll go Ranger, the baseball player.
Yeah, I'm going to go baseball as well.
That is an actress by the name of Sheree Wilson who played the character Alex Cahill on the show.
Oh, that was a really big curveball.
So we both got it wrong?
You both got it wrong. Yeah, that is an actress on the TV show.
All right, you're
All right,
two more.
Jeremy up 1, still with 2 to go. Lou Hancock.
TV show.
Texas Ranger baseball player.
Jeremy is correct. That is an
How did I
actress
lose?
who played Mabel Shoop on the show.
Another woman.
Yep,
Okay.
2 women in a row. Yep.
We'll do the last one for S's and G's.
All right, Jeremy wins, but last one, Josie Martin.
It's a woman. Woman on Texas Rangers show.
Agreed. TV show.
That is correct. Yes, you identified the actress. It was played by Vanessa Paul, the actress, but the character was Josie
Of course
Martin.
it was. I knew that.
Dated Chris Paul. One of y'all is making fun of Brian for not working, and now y'all don't have signal, and he has to work extra hard, laughing emoji. But if he's hearing the same thing I am on the app, he was working hard during Who Said It. Brian never works hard. Another texter.
It never works.
Another texter. This game is really good. Thank you for playing it. I really
Why do
appreciate
I
you
believe?
doing it.
Why do I not believe that?
Another texture. This is way better than Who Said It. I agree. Way better than Who Said It. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting your business. Chris Fisher over there. He's an Aggie. He's good people, too. Business owners, let HRP help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, whatever it is, HRP can help in any or all of those areas. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, doesn't matter how big the job, HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business need. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology, but their service, top-notch. Top shelf, upper echelon. It is the best. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows your business needs. Plus, they're just great to have on your side. They keep up with the trends. They keep up with what's happening, what's hot, what you need to know. So they're a great ally to have in your corner. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let them customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780 ESPN, 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Get them in. Thank you to Sweet Scoops for having us out. Thank you to Pleasure Pier for having us out. And thank you to the beach for allowing us to hang out. All right, what's your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
First one I got is it turns out to be a car wreck for Terry Francona, but a very friendly gesture by the manager trying to get his pitcher to his wife who was about to give birth. Had a little bit of a wrinkle to it, as they told it on the Reds broadcast. I thought that was great.
Why did he do that?
Because, I mean, you would think that the families are all together during the major league season, so he's just telling them to go to the hospital, be with your wife. He doesn't realize that he's from Vegas and she stayed home.
I would have just been like, all right, see ya.
Yeah.
Been out of there.
Boarded the plane today. You said go.
I would have been at La Playa, where I would have been. That's funny.
Yeah.
So what's the car right there that you didn't know that?
Just a car wreck that he thought he was doing a good gesture, but it was only going to be like, for the night to go home. And then he realized that he was telling his pitcher to leave town.
He didn't know who his players were.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy. A lot of these Latin players, like they're not even in the country. Like I was watching that Inside the Clubhouse thing with the Red Sox, their Netflix documentary, and Brian Bellows' wife wasn't allowed to come to America. Yeah, it was crazy, and it wore on him, and he had a bad year. It's like the little things that happen that we have no idea how it could be impacting a player. All right, you have another one?
Yeah, I got another one. The Orioles already taken a beating because of how bad they are this year. They decided it would be a good idea for the anthem to have a guy that's like a DJ do it with auto-tune. This dude has like a DJ setup.
It kind of sounds good.
Sounds like a video game.
Yeah. I don't hate this.
I hate it.
I don't think it's should be done before a baseball game.
This is a human being trying to take credit for a computer that can actually make it sound good.
If it was on a video game, okay, it wouldn't be brutal.
Right.
I don't hate the rendition. I just don't think that it's good before a game. I think it's a little disrespectful.
I actually think that too. And I think this is a horrible look.
Yeah. This isn't the setting for it, I guess, is my biggest complaint. I don't hate it. I don't hate the sound of it.
What was the NBA sponsored the video game Gamers League?
NBA 2K?
Yeah, no, they had that Gamers League with the
I have no idea.
Well, they had a league sponsored by each NBA team had a gamers team.
I do remember that.
This would be fitting for that, not for Major League Baseball.
I agree.
Yeah.
This isn't the setting for it. The Orioles, man. What happened to the Orioles?
It's terrible. And they're talking about firing Elias.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Maybe he'd come back.
I wouldn't hate him. I would like to have him on staff. Jeff Luhnow did an interview with Chandler Rome and that Tyler Stafford guy. I listened to half of it on the way here. I didn't finish it.
I bookmarked it. I want to listen to it.
He talked a little bit about the Harper trade. He said he regrets trading Hader for Fires and Gomez.
He admitted that general manager that they had a conversation about Altuve, the Kansas City guy.
Now he said that it wasn't an official offer.
Right.
He said he's not lying, but it was more of I wonder if they would even trade him. Let's throw our best guy at him to see what he would say. That it wasn't an official offer. Said he didn't like the Liriano Teoscar Hernandez trade that he made.
The biggest thing was that he said that if he had to do over again, he wouldn't do the Osuna trade.
Yeah.
That was big.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's just to cover your rear end.
I think he believes that. I mean, he took a lot of grief for that.
Yeah.
And it kind of sparked a lot of the reason people hated the Astros. Todman sitting in there yelling at Allison Footer, I'm glad we traded for Osuna. You idiot.
Well, maybe that's one of those things because they said he's hyper egomaniac, that maybe he learned some lessons.
He got tame and stuff.
Yeah.
I hadn't listened to the part, but I saw they tweeted it. How he said like some teams have contacted him, so he doesn't feel like he's been blackballed, but he feels like he's moving on. But he did say like early in the interview, if I ever come back to baseball, so I don't think he's fully closed that door.
I don't think you can. With the success you've had,
Yeah.
I don't think in his mind, especially with his ego, he wouldn't let himself.
Now he's doing a bunch of stuff like you saw.
Soccer.
He's like running like player management, like 3 different teams. So, my car wreck. You see this Najee Harris? He suffered an eye injury in a fireworks accident.
It's not funny
what are we
because
doing?
it's not funny because one of the other family members lost digits.
Really?
Yeah.
He lost. They lost digits.
Lost some.
How
fingers. A couple, I think. I just was reading the article.
Oh yeah, I never thought it was funny.
No.
Why do players do this though? Like you're a professional
I don't
athlete.
understand it.
You
right?
make millions of dollars and you're playing with children's fireworks, and you're doing it wrong, and they're getting you hurt. Now this is superficial. They said,
especially a guy on a 1-year contract.
Especially a guy on a 1-year contract. Could be out of the league in a year. But if he loses an eye, he's gone.
Are you using like wood stick matches or something like that too? Just get yourself one of those the lighter things that are long with a long stem on them, and just stay the hell away from the fireworks.
There's no way I'd be playing with childish fireworks if I was a multi-million-dollar athlete.
And if the fuse doesn't go, don't pick it up.
No chance. Now, my Omarion Hampton stocks don't hate this.
Oh, there you go.
We'll say that. Alex on Twitch nominating Brian.
Shocker.
Saying that Brian has bad humor. So there is that. Brian, what do you want to nominate?
I'd like to nominate you confidently costing yourself the perfect game and who said it. And then our connection, our connection during the segment as well. That was an all-timer.
I think
Brian
it's an
was
omen.
losing. I think Brian was losing, so he just set it up.
I think it's an omen. I think that was radio telling us that we should no longer play that game. Brian, do you think that was radio's way of telling us we should no longer play that game?
No, I don't think so at all. It's America's favorite game. The people love it.
Sweeping the nation.
Can I have a proactive car wreck of the day, if you'll allow me?
Sure.
A preview?
Proactive car wreck of the day. All these people that are about to overreact to Summer League basketball games. This happens every year.
Yeah.
You player XYZ goes out and drops a 40-burger on a roster that has 95% of guys who won't be in the NBA. The other 5% are rookies or second-year players that are going to play 8 minutes a game, and then we're going to be like, oh, my goodness, this guy's going to have an unbelievable year.
So Reed Shepard's
It
going
might
off
be
tonight?
Reed.
Yeah.
It might be Reed. I mean,
Yeah.
Jabari last year, wasn't he like the Summer League MVP,
Yeah.
and then they shut him down?
Yep.
I mean, he had a fine year, but he didn't have like this, he's about to break out as an offensive player. He's about to be a guy who averages 18 points a game because he looked great in the Summer League. We do this all the time.
You see him miking?
Why do we fall for this all the time?
You see him miking up some of the players, too, in some of the conversations right off the top.
Who did
Not
that?
so good.
Oh, in Summer League?
Yeah, and they got DJ Edgecombe, and his response was as nice and a great story. You
They
know,
didn't protect
the whole
him?
bit. Oh my goodness, no.
That's bad editing.
Oh boy, it was. Yeah, it was.
Did you see
It
Bronny
was a stinger.
schooling Cooper Flag?
Or the other way
Did you
around.
see Bronny's attempt at the game winner?
It was awful.
So I saw that on Twitter today, and I was like, "Oh, he hit the shot," because all I saw was the
They
tweet.
set it up. Yeah.
All I saw was the tweet. And I didn't watch the video like immediately, and I thought he had made it for like 10 seconds.
They
and then
set
I
it up
realized that
to
he missed
celebrate
it
how
badly.
bad it was.
Oh man, I shouldn't laugh at Bronny. He's making a living for himself, thanks to his old man. All right, what's winning?
I'm gonna go with the auto-tune anthem.
All right, Auto-Tune Anthem. That sounds good to me. You're the winner, Auto-Tune Anthem. Does it for us. Thanks to H for the hard work. Thanks to Brian for the mediocre work. Victoria for braving the elements all day. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you on Monday. Smoking and toasting at 7 inside the Icebox with Joe George and that jabroni Jeremy Branham coming up right now.